Start over again.
So if there's an apple in a bag, right? Let's say there's a bag and it has an apple in it.
Right.
If is there any amount of belief or unbelief that can cause that apple to no longer exist in that bag?
Yeah.
So if we really believe hard enough or don't believe hard enough, the apple will just cease to exist in the bag.
Well, because we first got to be sure that the apple is in the bag. We're not just gonna start believing
Okay,
that the
well,
apple is in the bag because somebody said there was an apple in the bag.
yeah, we can see what's in the bag, but if there's I'm just saying, let's say there is an apple in the bag. Is there any amount of unbelief? Oh, okay, how about that? I'll put it like this: is there any amount of belief or unbelief that can cause that I can have or anybody can have that can cause the cool looking hat you're wearing to just no longer exist and never
No,
exist?
no, because you know why?
Okay, then. Why?
Because we can see the hat.
Okay. What if I text my buddy right now and say, "Hey, I'm talking to this guy and he has a cool looking hat on." I mean, does if he does not believe me, does that mean it's not true?
Not for him.
So no, it doesn't. That's not how it works. It's either true or not true.
That's how it works. Because truth, yes, it is true that the hat is on my head. He don't know me.
Yeah.
He's never been exposed. And you clearly have a way
Okay.
to let him know other than just telling him. He's not compelled to believe you just because you
So
said
you're
it.
saying, you're saying in order to for you to really believe in God, you really have to see something that's undeniably.
There's got to be evidence because we are dealing with a situation where people just make stuff up in their head. If we don't go with evidence, we might as well believe what everybody say from everywhere in the world.
Okay, I see what you're saying because I don't know what the mountain's called, and matter of fact, I don't even know what country it's in, but there's this mountain. And in the Bible, it talks about how God came down and there was fire, that he was surrounded by fire and it burned the top of the mountain. And if you go there, it's still burnt. Now, you could say, well, how do you know someone didn't see that and just make that story up? That's understandable. But when there's evidence and there's evidence on top of evidence, just like you can go and you can look at the robe and the tomb that Jesus was in when and he wore, you can say, well, they just made it up and claimed he did that. I understand that. But when you look at evidence and say, oh, that's not evidence, then you're risking it. You got to understand, and I'm sure you've had people tell you this. If God is real, then not believing in Him, that path does lead to hell. Now, that's not God hating you, and it's not necessarily a punishment. It's just Him saying, okay, you don't want to live for me in this life. Okay, I'm granting your request. If you don't want to live for me now, you're not going to want to live for me after in the afterlife. So here's hell, and hell was never intended for humans. It was made for devil, for Satan and his followers. And unfortunately, in the Bible, it does say there would be more people in hell than heaven. And so I'm just saying, dude, not believing in God does lead to that path. As hateful as that may sound, it's true. And you ask for evidence, but when you're granted evidence, you say, oh, it's just made up.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Muslims will beg to differ. I'm pretty sure the Hindu will beg to differ. I'm pretty sure the Native American will beg to differ. And I'm pretty
And what?
sure all these other tribes that got their own stories will beg to differ. I'm pretty sure the Greek will beg to differ. I'm pretty sure the Romans will
Yeah.
beg to differ. I'm pretty sure
So
all these other folks who did not use armies, colonization, and invasions to spread their religions, they're gonna beg to differ. You know what I'm saying, bro? So yeah, I get what you're feeling, man. I
yeah,
understand that you read the book. The book that I like to call the book of fairy tales. You know what I'm saying? I know you read the book, and I
I
don't have
haven't
no
read the
problem.
book
I
yet,
don't,
but
I
I
don't
read
have no
enough.
problem with you reading the book. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem with you reading the book. My
Yeah.
thing is that ain't the only story, my brother. It's a lot of other stories, and they got what they call evidence. And when you look at it, it's a best sketchy as hell. You know what I'm saying? So you telling me that I gotta believe in this Jesus dude who died for the whole world? First of all, that stuff sounds like human sacrifice to me. Then
Okay.
I see all his followers come by. They come by every Sunday. They drinking something they call wine, and they're pretending like it's blood, and they're eating something that they call bread, and they're pretending like it's flesh. I'm just like, man, where I'm from, we don't do that stuff. We call that stuff black magic. That sounds like witchcraft to me. So you know what I'm saying, bro? It's a lot of stuff that y'all out there doing while making all these claims with no evidence, expecting the rest of us to just believe it like that. That's what I'm saying. I ain't necessarily saying
Yeah.
anything other than that, bro. You ain't got no proof. You can't prove it to us, you know what I'm saying? If you could prove it to us beyond shadow of doubt, let me give you an example of something that you could prove to us without shadow of doubt, bro. You and I don't know where you at right now, and you don't know where I'm at. But if we both go outside, we can look up in the sky and we can see the sun. Bro, I ain't never seen two people since the day I was born argue if the sun was in the sky. The sun is in the sky, no argument. We don't need to talk about it. The heat might hit us differently. The sun might burn our skin differently, but we don't argue about it. We don't argue about water. That water, water in the butter. We don't argue about it. But when it comes to religion and when it comes to God, you find that a lot of people got a lot of stories to tell. And even among Christians who believe in the Bible, they can't seem to read the same book and think the same thing. I know some of them that say God is a Trinity. And then you got other ones that say, no, God ain't no Trinity. God is one. And then some people say, well, he's three in one. And I just watch it. It's just like a show, bro. That stuff is like a movie. So I don't understand, bro. You're not going to persuade me with just words that the apple is in the hat. What you got to do, bro, is flip that hat over and show me that hat. If I see the apple in there, then you don't even got to tell me. I can see it for myself. You understand what I'm saying?
See what you're saying? That makes perfect. Matter of fact, shoot. If I didn't believe in God, I'd be right there with you beside you, talking to another Christian. I mean, I fully understand what you're saying.
That's
And I
why.
mean, you can either believe this or not. But I thought the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, I thought the same thing, but I changed." But for real, man, I did. I did think the same thing. Well, I'm gonna have to see it. I have to see it. But I tell you one way that you can see it, and maybe not see him physically because he's too holy for us to look at. He'll blind us if we physically see God Himself.
Have
But
you
can I
tried
tell you a
before?
way you
Have you
got
tried?
out? Well, let me tell you one thing I've done, and millions of people have done, and it works. Is you don't have to do this, or you don't, and I don't know if you will or not. But if you just one day you're like, look, I want to see if this God is real. God, whoever you are, in whatever way you're real, please show me. I don't know if Jesus is real or Buddha or Hindu, whichever one is real. Please show me, Lord. Please show me, God. Please show me. And just wait, and He'll show you. I promise you, He will. But you don't have to do that, but you can.
Yeah, I
I mean,
get
I
I get that I don't have to do that. But I find it really strange that I can go about living my life, doing what I do with my folks, all my friends, and my family members. I can even come up on TikTok and do whatever I want. But you think it's gonna be a good idea for me to start begging to God, like you said, to say please, like, bruh, who is it more important to? Is it important for God to prove to me that He's real, or is it important for me to go search God out? Because I don't see any good reason why I gotta search Him out. And if He really thinks it's important for me to get to know Him, I don't even gotta say nothing to Him. He best just come knock on my door. If he knock on my door, I'll be like, who you is? He's gonna be like, well, I'm God, the creator of the universe. I'm like, damn, for real, for real. I said, give me some proof. And then he gonna have to start saying some things. I'll be like, you the one that make humanity? He gonna be like, yeah. I'm like, can you make somebody real quick right now? You can call him Tyrone. You can make somebody brand new right now. We can call him Tyrone. Let me see you do. Let me see you perform all this actions worthy of a God. Because I ain't finna believe you just like that. Because we live in 2023, bro. We get a lot of spam calls. We got a lot of spam calls coming from India, Pakistan, Nigeria. Bro, everybody trying to scam everybody these days. So I ain't finna just believe somebody just off of their words. Now, as far as asking God to come, I get it. I don't necessarily have to say please, but you're saying that if I'm really curious, I should ask, right? That's what you're saying, right? But bro, I did that stuff for 25 years. And let me tell you something. When I asked, I got something, man. I did get something. My imagination became vivid. I started making stuff up in my head that confirmed my belief, bro. It was times when I was speaking in tongues and I thought I had superpowers, man. I used to go out there fighting demons that weren't really there. When somebody did something wrong to me, I said it was the devil, and I went to spiritual warfare, bro. After a while, I realized that was like really consistent with mental illness, you know what I'm saying? So I decided that I don't want to be mentally ill no more, and ain't no need for me to begin to make stuff up in my head that ain't real. Man, I went to one church one time, bro. It was a bunch of white folks, and it's like they came from Toronto, bro. And the whole time they were just laughing. And they said it was the Holy Spirit. Like everybody was just laughing. They said it was a holy laugh. Bro, that stuff was crazy. And then I went to another church, bro. They said they were speaking in tongues. And all this, see, bro, all these people doing all this weird stuff. Shut it, blah, blah, shit, blah, 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 blah. Bro, I went to a mental hospital and I saw the same thing. And I began to put one on one together. And I said, what's going on here? It can't be that all these people is crazy. Or maybe it is. It's got to be some type of drug. If it ain't no physical drug, it's got to be some type of sound waves or light waves that be messing people's head up. Cause I know Muslims, they believe in God, but they don't do that stuff that these Christians be doing. And don't get me wrong, now it ain't every Christian who do it. You got some Christians, bro. They go to this place,
Yeah.
and the priest will come in with a jar with smoke in it, and he begin to swap some water on people. They call it holy water. Then they gonna lit up some candles, and then they gonna begin to speak Latin. And then when I go to another church, they say that stuff is satanic. When I go to the other church, they say that, oh, all these other folks are satanic. Bro, all these God believers, they spend their time fighting each other. So what am I supposed to do if I'm really trying to know the real truth? Who am I supposed to listen to? You understand? So it's highly possible that these people are
Yeah.
confused. Like something ain't right with all these folks, man. Something ain't right. That's why I said there is no God, because, man, if God exists and God had noticed how confused these people who believe in Him are, something ain't right. Maybe you know the solution, so you got to tell me the solution, bro. Cause
Okay.
yeah,
All right. Well, can I put it like this? Uh, did someone create this app?
did someone create this app?
That
Well,
yes,
it
yeah.
was it wasn't someone. I heard that it was the Chinese, and you know how the Chinese are, bro. They don't make nothing by themselves. It was a teamwork. So I think it was a team of
Yeah.
Chinese folks
Listen,
that made it.
listen. You heard it was Chinese. Well, I heard it was Indian, and my buddy heard it was an American, and
So
this other dude heard it
that
was
mean
Indian.
that means
Okay.
somebody
Well, listen,
lying.
listen. Go somewhere. So let's say if we're confused about who made this app, does that mean nobody made the app?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, so it just goes we're all confused, and I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. You're fully correct. But what I was going to say earlier is if God just showed up to your doorstep, I'm not going to say it takes away all your free will, but it takes away your free will to believe in God. Because
Hold on,
if
hold
you
on,
want
hold on, hold
somebody,
on, hold on. How does that take away my free will? Because even if God show up, don't mean I have to believe.
because listen, you know why? Because
Why?
if you actually see God and you know it's God, then you're not choosing to believe in God. You just know He's real.
Well, bro, let me ask you
Yeah, I
something,
mean,
bro. Isn't that better though? That way, after He show Himself to me, then I know He's
yes,
real.
it is.
Then now I can go around following the rules, and I can be a better person, and I don't have to be confused.
Okay. Well, what won't you say that to the people who believe in God yet still sin, still do wrong?
That's what
Just
I'm
because you
saying.
believe,
So that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
So
Okay,
it ain't
okay.
like
The
believing.
reason, yeah,
Believing don't mean
that's
I'm
what I'm
suddenly
saying.
become perfect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, so if you want somebody to come into your home and it's a nice home, you want to know who they are before they come into your home, right?
Yeah,
You don't want a stranger to come into your home. I mean,
yeah,
even if they know you exist, listen, if they let's say if I come into your home, let's say I'm a thief, right? Just because
right.
I know you're real doesn't mean I'm going to treat you right.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, if
Something ain't right with your sound, my brother. Something ain't right with your sound, bro.
the first sin ever committed was pride by Satan. Satan was one of the top elite angels, and he
Hold on.
he he treated God wrong by saying, "Oh, I'm going to be better than you,"
Hold
but
on,
he
hold
knew
on,
he.
hold on, my bro. What do you mean by pride? What's pride?
Pride thinking you're better and you're better than he thought he was better than God.
Yeah, but what would make somebody think they're better? If
I don't know.
what would make somebody think they're better than God if they're not
Uh,
actually better than God?
I don't know what caused the devil to think Satan to think he was better than
Because
God.
that's one of the things I always found really sketchy about Christianity,
Oh,
right?
oh, trust
Check
me.
this out. Check this out, my
Trust
bro.
me, he covered. He wanted what God had,
No, no,
but he
one,
wanted.
hold on 1 second, bro. So you said Satan was like the number one dude in heaven, other than God, right?
No, I mean he was one of the top elites. He was up there. He was up there. He was one of the most famous angels, as it says in the Bible.
So we know for sure, as far as people that understood God, Satan was one of them.
Yeah.
So Satan knew exactly what God can do, and then Satan also knew what he could do.
Yeah, but he thought he could do more than God, but
No,
he
no, no,
couldn't.
no, 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 no. Hold on, hold on. So Satan know that God is the one that created everything, right?
Yeah,
But Satan didn't create nothing.
he didn't create anything. He can create good music.
What would make a smart person who ain't never created nothing think that he better than somebody who way smarter than him that created everything? That story don't make sense. Somebody lying. Somebody lying. Because I don't think that I'm not taking Satan's side. I'm just an advocate. You know what I'm saying? I'm just an honest man. I'm
Sorry,
just
say
saying
that.
that. I'm just saying that if Satan was in heaven and Satan could clearly see God's power, Satan could clearly see he would have never ever conceived the thought in his mind that he was better than God, unless God wanted him to be like that. Because, bro, I would never think in my head that I could be better than the U.S. government and the U.S. military. If I see what the U.S. military can do, and I'm just like one African living in America, like I will never conceive that thought in my mind. I'll never have enough pride to even think the thought in my mind that I'm better than the U.S. military, unless I had something that convinced me that yeah, I could take this on. So that story don't got no common sense in it. Somebody lying. So I think that before we start judging Satan, we might want Satan to come tell us his side of the story, because it ain't good to misrepresent people. You know what I'm saying, bro? Y'all can't tell me that Satan was in heaven and Satan knew how mighty and powerful God is and how unimaginable God's power was, and then all of a sudden Satan just had pride and started thinking he was better than God. And the people who telling this story don't even like Satan. Imagine you go to court and the people who telling your story don't like you.
Well, here's the thing.
What's the chance y'all just lying on Satan because y'all don't like Satan, man? I think what we
Well,
need to do as human beings is that we don't take no signs, right? We as human beings, me and you, we two human beings, we got our own free will, right? We got our own free will. So we got to let Satan tell his side of the story. Then we got to let God's
on the
people
fence.
tell their side of the story. Then we got to make a fair judgment.
So stay on the fence about it until what?
That's
Until
what
we die,
anybody
or
that's what anybody that seek justice would do. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm doing, bro. Hey, bro, listen, you ever notice how God's so almighty and all powerful, but God can't come tell
no.
nobody nothing by himself? God always sending people, and the people God always sending is a bunch of liars, bro. Bro, let me ask you something, bro.
What, so
Think about it, bro. Think about it. If people from Nigeria or
he
India are
can.
famous, hold on, bro. If people from Nigeria and India are famous for lying and scamming people, right? Let's say, for example, hypothetically, and then one day a group of
Yeah.
Nigerian people come up to you to come give you a business adventure, a business venture. You just gonna believe everything they tell you by faith? You ain't gonna ask for no evidence to prove their credibility when they got a reputation. People from where they're
Not
from got a
exactly.
reputation
No,
of scamming.
I'm not asked for that.
That's what we're doing. We're asking y'all evidence for y'all God.
Yeah.
And don't
Well,
give us evidence written by the same scammers that been scamming people. Right? Because the Bible is written by the same
well.
people.
Okay. Well, do you know who wrote the Bible?
I know that the Bible was written and promoted by the same people who trying to scam us. They're trying to rule over us.
Well,
They're trying to
that's
tell us, they're trying to
the
tell us
Bible.
how to live.
The Bible. I only follow. I only read in like the King James version. I don't like any other version. But the King James version is 66 books in the one. That's what the Bible is. And
Well,
every
what
single
happened?
one of these
What
books,
happened to the other 1,000 books?
I have no idea. You asking the wrong person to get the right information. Personally, I
That's
have
that's
no idea.
that's why, unlike you, my brother,
But
I ain't
listen,
so quick. I'm not so quick to believe because I think somebody lying, bro. I think it's a scam. They trying to pull a big ass scam on us, bro. They really
yeah.
are. And
Well,
they're trying
here's
to
the
take
thing.
advantage of our feelings. They're trying to take advantage of our feelings and our emotions to pull a fast one on us, man. They
Okay.
think we stupid. They think we slow. They think that we too busy about life, that we ain't finna think about it. But I've been thinking about it. I said, man, if God is so powerful and God is so wise and God so loving, God ain't never gonna send a bunch of scammers, a bunch of liars, a bunch of thieves to come tell us he exists. First of all, God ain't gonna be lazy. God's gonna come himself. And if God think that he too bright for us, he just gonna turn down the brightness. Shit, I know God can do that. So if God ain't doing that,
Okay.
why the hell I ought to believe all these people?
Hey, bro, dude, how do you know what God's gonna do?
Because I read the whole Bible more than 10 times, and I know more than
How do you
99%
know?
of the Christians.
But how do you know that? How do you know that's his method of working, turning down the brightness? Though it sounds like a good idea, that's just not the way he did it.
No, no, no.
I mean,
Listen, listen,
personally, I
listen.
don't know why he didn't just.
That's the way. It is more likely that God will do what I'm saying because it's reasonable than that God will do what religious people are saying because that's not reasonable.
Why
And if God is
it's
intelligent, God got to do
not
what
reasonable? What
intelligent
makes
people do.
so? I mean, I'm not okay. Look, I'm not trying to like make you. I'm not trying to be like, oh, you're a sinner, you're a sinner. I'm not attacking you here, but
Oh, I'm
that
not a
right
sinner.
there
I ain't never sinned a
is
day in
kind
my
of
life.
is that sounds kind of like pride. What you said is, oh, God is most likely to do what I think He should do. Why you? Why not me? Why can't I believe that? Why can't I just make up
I
a
tell you
method of
why.
showing Himself and
Because
then
it's
people
better
use
for
me?
me. It's better for me to think that God will do what I think God would do based on some common sense, logic, and reason than for me to think God's gonna do what a bunch of people who lived in caves wrote in the book. Those are human beings.
Okay,
it ain't like God is the
okay.
one that wrote that
So
book.
that
It's a
works
bunch
for
of
you, right?
cavemen.
That works for you, right? It works for you. But what if that doesn't work for me?
Check this out.
Then
I
now
know
I'm
it.
in trouble.
Listen. I know it's gonna work for you because you are also a reasonable person. You got common sense. That's why I asked you the question. You remember Jared from Subway?
Yeah,
If you needed a babysitter, you gonna hire Jared from Subway?
not at all. But I can study it though, right?
There
I
we
can
go,
study
bro.
it though, right?
There we go, bro. There we go.
I can
There we go.
study.
Like
No, you can't jump to conclusions. You can't
that's what
jump
that's
to. I mean, of course, no. I fully believe the accusations. I fully see what you're saying, dude. But don't you think you should approach it the way you're approaching this? Is let's just not just fully believe these people accusing them. Where's the proof it happened? I mean, you can bring kids and you can pay a kid $5 and he'll go ahead and say that he
bruh,
molested the
bruh,
dude. You can go ahead and say that.
That ain't what I'm saying. Jared from Subway has been convicted. The evidence has been presented, and he could not argue against the
I
evidence
know.
there. So he's been locked up. He's been locked up since 2015, 16, or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
Yeah. So the
He was
man is
lying for it.
guilty, and he pleaded guilty.
He is. Yeah,
That man
exactly.
pleaded guilty. So yeah, if we take, would you let Jeffrey Dahmer come and raise your kids for you? Would you hire Jeffrey Dahmer to watch your
Not at
kids
all.
at the stop sign?
Not a chance.
So when somebody got a reputation for lying, which is something human beings do, and you want to transmit information, and you want that information to be transmitted purely without corruption, you might want to use a credible source. And I'm telling you, all these people got with all their different versions of God, none of them got credibility. Because let me tell you something, for Christians, the first things Christians need to do is stop telling the world that God exists and try to figure out how to get their story right. They got to get the same story. Because I bet you today, bro, you could believe in the Baptist. A Baptist dude could knock on your door and preach Jesus to you. And the next day, a Mormon will knock on your door and tell you a complete different story. The next day, a Catholic will knock on your door and tell you a complete different story. By the time all these Christians are done telling you their story, you will be more confused than you were when you didn't even know about them. You can't ignore that. If you ignore that, you're not doing
Okay.
yourself a favor.
Yeah. So if so, basically the people over the 500 witnesses and the 12 disciples that actually walked with Jesus, seen his miracles, even had miracles done to them, they claimed that he was God. But
Nah, bro.
would you want to just believe them if they say that he's God?
Hell no. Listen, if that's the people you're trying to use, I'm gonna give you one
Okay,
reason in the
okay.
Bible.
I'm going somewhere. Listen,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on
I'm
one
going.
second. No, hold on 1 second. Do you know
Okay.
that in the storybook, in that storybook, right? As soon as Jesus was captured, do you know what his disciples
Yeah.
did? You know what his disciples did? As soon that night when they picked
What
Jesus
did they do?
up,
They left.
bro, when they picked Jesus up that night, right? What did these people do? These people who had been working with him for 3 years, they seen him raise the dead, they seen him walk on water, they seen Jesus do all these things that you and they have never seen. What did these people do as soon as they got this dude captured? What did they do? You know the story. Tell me, what did they do?
Well, I would assume they left because there was only one disciple left there at his cross.
Bro, they ran.
Is that what
Now,
you're trying to get at?
no, they ran. They ran. As soon as Jesus was captured by the
Yeah,
Pharisees and the
yeah.
soldiers, the followers of Jesus all ran.
Okay.
Now, hold on, hold on, hold on. I ain't done with that point yet. You know
So
what
what?
Peter did? You know what Peter did
Yeah.
when the rooster crowed?
He claimed to not know Jesus 3 times.
Jesus number one guy. The number one Jesus guy. The
Yeah.
guy that Jesus was like, I give you the
Yeah.
keys.
Crazy.
That dude denied Jesus, right? He denied Jesus
Yeah.
after being with Jesus for three
Sure did.
years. You expect me? I ain't
Yeah.
never seen this dude. All I ever did was read a bunch of stories. You expect me to then just believe. When the dudes who actually saw, the dudes who walked with him, the dudes who heard him, they denied him when he ain't even dead yet. And you think the whole world's supposed to just
Just
believe the
because he
story?
denied him doesn't mean he didn't believe it.
That's not the point. That's not the
But
point.
here's
That's
the
not the
thing.
point.
Same with
If the
listen.
people who
Same with
saw the
you. Listen.
evidence, if the people who saw the evidence that Jesus was God, right? Jesus asked Peter, "Who do people say I am?" Peter say, "Some say you're a prophet, some say you're David," and Jesus said, "Peter, who do you say I am?" "You are the Son of God." And Jesus said, "Surely it was God Himself that revealed this to you." This same dude who walked on water, when he saw Jesus walking on water, the Bible said Peter also walked on water. That it was that same Peter that denied Jesus three times. Bro, if your number one general deny you, you ain't finna convince me to believe anything anybody say unless I see you. You understand? That's why the world, for a long time,
Okay.
religion has oppressed the world. For a long time, Christians have controlled the government of the world. They have controlled the narrative. They've used their numbers as a source of power to impose their beliefs beyond reason. Right? They used to burn people for being witches.
I would
They used to crucify people. They used to call people heretics because they had the political power. But we live in 2024 when they don't have political power anymore. So we can question the reasonability of their belief system. And now you realize, damn, you can't just believe what they say because they don't even believe what they say. They don't even do what their book tell them to do.
Yeah.
Bruh, that's how you know it's a scam. That God, even if God exists, it ain't the one in the Bible, bro. Even
Well,
if God exists, even if God
okay.
exists, it ain't the Bible one.
So
It ain't the Christian
okay.
one.
So basically, okay, we I know that you're real, you exist. But if someone comes to me and says, "Hey, does this dude exist?" and they're talking about you, and I say, "No, he doesn't exist," does that mean I don't believe you exist? Can I still believe you exist yet still claim you don't exist?
You have to understand the implications of just not what it means if I exist. If I was claiming to be God and the ruler of the universe, and I'm telling you that you got to live your life based on what I say to, and I'm going to send you to hell, then you can't just blow it off. You got to look for the evidence, right? But it doesn't mean that you just got to believe my claims. For example, right now, bro, I could tell you, I am God. I am the creator of the universe. I am that Jesus who died 2,000 years ago. You ought to believe in me. You just gonna believe in me because I said it to you like that?
Not because you say it. I see what you're
Okay,
saying. I'm
okay.
fully
What
on
if
your
what
side
if,
on the
what if what
evidence.
if I get a bunch of my followers in the comment section to tell you that I am Jesus, that you ought to follow me? You just gonna believe them?
No, not because they
What if
say
what if
so.
I what if I found a book that was written 100 years ago telling you that some black guy from Africa was gonna come to America and he's gonna be Jesus? You gonna believe me then?
No, not no.
Exactly. That's why the Bible is a fairy tale book, bro, and we ain't gonna believe
Well,
it. It
because
don't matter how many thousand years it was
listen,
written.
listen. I'm gonna make 2 points here. I'm gonna make 2 points here. First point, because I didn't call upon your name, and you're not the one who pulled the gun away from my head whenever I was fixing to end it all. Okay, I was fully, and I'm not trying to get you emotional or like feel bad for me. I don't care about that. I'm just letting you know I did encounter Jesus. I didn't call upon Buddha. I didn't call upon all them other gods, Muhammad. I called upon Jesus, and He changed my life. The muscles on my body is from Jesus because I asked Him, and it was hard. I even didn't believe at times, and just the size of a mustard seed of faith got me where I am today. And I'm even struggling with the belief now, but I still believe. Now, second point, just because Peter denied Him 3 times doesn't mean he didn't believe Him. You got to understand, why did he betray him 3 times. Yeah, I know
Why?
Judas betrayed him 3 times.
Why? Why?
I know
Why? Why?
Judas
Why,
betrayed him 3 times
why
over
did Peter
30
deny
pieces of
him?
silver.
Why did Peter deny him?
Peter denied him 3 times. Why did he? I had no idea. Like I said before, when I started, I didn't read the whole Bible the entire time, but I don't need to read the Bible just to believe in God. Because just like you said, I'm not going to rely on words. I'm relying on physical evidence. And the fact that I'm even standing here talking to you right now, pacing back and forth on this old dirty trailer I'm still living in, that I can use as evidence that God doesn't exist, because why would he let me live so poor? The fact that I'm here today is the reason why I believe he's real. Now,
Let
you
me
don't
say,
have to believe him.
let me
You
say
don't
let me
have to.
let me say
I've
something to
had
you.
experiences that I
Let,
cannot deny Jesus now.
let me say something to you, my good brother. First of all, I am greatly joyed that you are still here talking with us today. That you did not give in to depression. That you did not give in to the sorrows and despair that prompted you and drew you near to the point where you damn nearly took your own breath. But I can assure you, in your moment of despair, you called on Jesus. You called on what you thought could help you. And that little bit of hope gave you strength to not end it all. But I can assure you that it don't matter if you would have said Jesus or Buddha or Muhammad. It was not the name that you called. It was the fact that you were willing to get help, that desire to ask for help. And do you know who you really asked for help from? You asked yourself for help. You brought yourself to the point where you had to ask yourself, do I want to live?
And my answer was no.
And you made the
I asked
choice.
myself that.
Listen,
Coincidence, I
listen,
did
listen,
ask
listen,
myself that. Do I
listen,
really want to
listen,
live?
listen. I will show you, bro, how you're the one who lived. You're the one who saved yourself on that day. You remember the whole free will thing?
Yeah.
So you think God gonna spend your whole life, he ain't gonna violate your free will. He's just gonna violate your free will right when you're about to take your life. You see my problem with this whole
Oh, yeah,
system?
because he's.
So God not gonna violate my free will. When it's time for him to pull up in front of my door, God gotta wait until I suffer and get to the point where I'm about to pull the trigger. Then that's when God is gonna come and violate free will. Why is God picking and choosing when he's gonna violate free will? If God's gonna violate free will, let him just do it for everybody else so we're on the same playing field. If God's not gonna violate free will, then he didn't have to stop you. So the fact that God had to violate your free will and save you is proof that either that God is sketchy as hell, probably is the devil himself, or God didn't do that for you. That was you. And I'm telling you, if you think you got free will, then Jesus is not the one that saved you. Because Jesus is not in the business of violating free will. If you're going to tell me that Jesus is in the business of violating people's free will, then guess what? You can't tell me that I'm being unreasonable by telling you that I'm not believing what no human being say about some stuff I can't see, especially when it affects how I make the decisions on how I want to live my life. Let Jesus pull up in front of my door. And if Jesus is going to violate your free will to reveal himself to you, but he ain't going to violate my free will to reveal himself to me, then he just don't like me anyways. So I might as well live my life the way I want to. You see what I'm saying, bro? If you said Jesus was willing to violate your free will just
Exactly.
because
Well,
you were depressed
yeah.
and in a moment of suicide, bro, that's some weird shit.
Okay, what would you say to the same people who thought the exact same thing you did, but still denied him after seeing the blessings he did, and then turned around and crucified him because they claimed it was witchcraft?
Because
The
blessings
same
don't
people.
blessings.
He healed blind people, lame people, meaning they were physically able. They claimed the reason why he got crucified. You say 2 reasons. First, because he wanted to pay for our sins, so he can pay for our sins, and we don't. And if we don't accept that, we go to hell and we pay for our sins. If we don't want him to pay for our sins. Second
Bro,
reason you can
bro,
say
hold up,
is
hold up, hold
because
up,
they believed
hold
that
up,
it was witchcraft.
hold up,
He
bro.
healed blind,
Hold up, bro.
spit in the
Your
dirt,
stuff is
spit in
breaking. I
his
can't hear
eyes,
you.
in his eyes with his skin.
I can't hear you. Your
He
stuff is
claimed it was
breaking.
witchcraft. They no listen. My point is, my
Bro, your
point
stuff is
is,
breaking.
huh?
Your stuff is
Sorry.
breaking.
Is it good now?
You got to send your request again. Send your request again. Send your request again.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you are you atheist?
No,
Are you agnostic?
no,
Oh, what do you believe in?
nothing.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I just wanted to say that I hate your monkey face.
And I thank you so much for that compliment. That's too funny, man. Damn. That was smooth, that was raw, and that was perfect. Out of all the messed up stuff that is in the world, you couldn't find something else in the world to hate. You gonna hate my monkey? Well, shit. People usually hate what they can't have, right? Oh damn. Funny stuff. Hello?
Can you hear me good now?
Yeah, finish what you were saying.
Hey, hey, oh, dude, I forgot, dude. I was wondering why that lady even said that to you. Hold on, my bad, bro. I got
No,
bad memory.
it's okay. It's okay. Don't wonder why. You see, you keep missing my point, bro. She
So,
said that
so
to me.
basically, what I
No, hold on real quick. That lady said that to me because of what I'm saying is true. It triggers y'all in a different way. You understand, bro? I know what I'm
yeah,
talking about. The reason why that lady said what she said to me is what you are ignoring because your belief is based on your personal experience and your personal imagination. But you don't realize that for the rest of us, we're looking at the whole picture, bro. We're not just looking at your experience. We see the whole picture. It's something makes people do what she did. And she did that in response to someone saying there is no God. So whatever God is inside of her, whatever she thinks is God, that's what is motivating her to do what she did. And I can't ignore that. Or the rest of the
yeah.
thousands of behaviors coming out of people who propagate the idea of God. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's not very. I mean, I do not like that she did that because, I mean,
That's why
if
that's why that's why y'all who believe in God can't get along. Cause y'all you don't like
so,
what she did.
okay, well, if I put on a police suit and I start killing a whole bunch of people, does that mean it's right for you to say, "Oh, police officers are bad"? Even though I'm not a police officer, I just claim to be, and I start doing bad things.
Yeah,
That was not very
but every
Christian of her
Christian
to do that. I agree,
every Christian
but
is a Christian because they claim to be a Christian. Every Christian claims to be a Christian. There's no Christian that's born a Christian. Being a Christian is a claim.
I'm a man of God. I'm Christ. I don't claim to be a Christian. Now that's the religion I fall under, but religion creates division, and the
Well,
most divided one
being
is
a man of
Christianity.
God, being a man of God is also a claim.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I
but
said it's a
make
claim.
can I continue what I was saying?
Finish what you were saying so I can go into the next guest because I've given you plenty of time. Go ahead.
So basically, Jesus did exactly what you're requesting, and we killed him. We killed him because of what he did. He proved that he was God by healing people and then saying, "Look, I'm God." Now, if you can grab another guy who can do the same thing and heal a guy with just touching him with spit, his own
I don't know
spit
that
and
he did
dirt,
that. I don't have any proof that he did that. All I have is a bunch of stories written by people who like him already.
how do you know Abraham Lincoln exists?
I don't know if Abraham Lincoln existed.
So, do you believe if he existed or not?
No.
So you just believe he didn't exist?
I know what they told us in school. I know the difference between what they told us in school, and I know what the difference between what the truth is. Now, what is the possibility that Abraham Lincoln existed? The possibility is quite high because Abraham Lincoln lived in times when we already had technology to capture paintings, pictures, and it's in much recent time, right? So there's much more evidence to back up the existence of Abraham Lincoln, much more than a character that existed in a time when, I'm telling you, human beings didn't even have toilet tissue, and history has been flipped upside down so many times since then. So many kings and queens haven't ruled the world and tried to change a bunch of shit so many times, bro. If we're going back that far, we don't even know, right? Like literally. And the Romans were very notorious for making stuff up, bro. They were really notorious. They didn't mind rewriting the whole history of the world if they had to. If that's what it meant, that they would conquer the world, they were ready to do it. And you tell me that the number one people that used to
Like
persecute,
that.
bro,
It's not
bro,
true.
bro, can you imagine right now, bro, if the American government all of a sudden became Muslim? Wouldn't that be sketchy to you, bro? Just right now, right? As we speak, right now, the entire Congress, the executive branch, and the judiciary of America gets up and announces to the American people, from this day forth, we have become an Islamic state. Would that not be sketchy to you?
That wouldn't surprise me, but yeah, it'd be a little
Hold up,
sketchy,
hold
yeah.
up. It wouldn't surprise you, bro? That all
Yeah,
Republicans,
because
all of a sudden, bro, it wouldn't surprise you if all those Republicans, right? Ted Cruz, you know what I'm saying? Ted Cruz, the guy from
well,
Texas. If he became a Muslim, it wouldn't surprise you.
yeah.
It wouldn't surprise you if Ben Shapiro became a
I
Muslim.
mean, I would. Well, that would surprise me, but
Exactly.
I
That's
mean,
what I'm
I'm
saying
saying
to you,
because
bro.
that
Bro, Constantine
the belief.
making the Roman Empire to become a Christian empire, bro, is sketchy. You can't just switch and become the same people that you've been persecuting for 300 years, apparently, unless you got a good enough reason to do it. And especially when you're talking about
You
government
can, but
and
that would be
conquering.
sketchy.
So the Christianity or the religion and the books that you're reading, bro, those books did not survive outside of the control of these people who just switch, right? Constantine, when he was Roman emperor, bro, he controlled every aspect of Christian literature and propaganda within the Roman Empire. And that's where the Bible came out from. So whatever you're reading is not whatever people wrote 2,000 years ago. It's whatever the Romans edited. That's why I asked you, bro, what happened to the other 1,000 books? Why does your Bible only have 66 books when literally you think that out of everything Jesus did, only 30 something books were written about him? Like, bro, if you, come on now, something ain't right. And it's quite obvious to
There
you
was
that
plenty
somebody's
of
lying.
even
Anyways, my good brother, I appreciate you, man. Look, no
there
harm,
was
no
things
foul
written
between.
even outside.
Listen, my good brother, you sound like a good old boy out here hustling, and you trying to make it out in life. Life is hard, life is tough. It ain't a matter of race or whatever. I know the situation in America, bro, and a lot of people like to call my white folks like that, bro. They ain't never seen the reality. Most white folks, they just out here living like the rest of us, trying to hustle, trying to make life. They got their religion, they got their love for their country. They're going about it, man. I ain't got no qualms with you on that. We just disagree on the subject that there is no God. As far as you're concerned, to me, you just a man out here. You probably a good man. I don't know, man, but you say you live in the trailer, man. A lot of bad things are in the trailer. Now, that's just me bringing out my biases. But it ain't no different from those who live in the hood now. But you know what I'm saying, bro? You out here hustling, trying to live life, man. I encourage you, and I thank you for yourself for not pulling that trigger when you went into despair, bro. We need people like you who have the strength to overcome their depression, to overcome the pains that life put on you, and just keep going. And when your time comes, bro, your time would have come. But that day was not your time. Thank you so much for your time today, brother. I appreciate you for coming out here, letting us know what you think, man. You stay good, man. Okay?
Have a good one, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it, dude. Have a good one.
For sure. You have a good one. All right, the rest of y'all, as you guys are coming up, please go straight to your point. Go straight to your point. We have a few guests in line. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen. Bamboozle your screen. Enigmatize your screen.
Yo, hello.
What you got for me, bro?
I got that you're extremely ignorant, brother. Jesus Christ is real.
In your imagination. I got no problem with that.
Uh, so when multiple people have met Jesus, you're gonna say he's fake.
Multiple liars.
I mean, it's just honestly funny that people like you don't believe in Jesus. Literally, brother, there's evidence to prove Jesus was God, bro.
In your imagination, like I said, and I got no problem with that,
No,
brother.
you want me to state you the evidence?
I mean, have you seen Jesus?
Well, no, not personally, but I've have other people that have met Jesus.
And did they tell you what he looked like?
Yes.
What was he? White, black, Chinese?
Uh, no, he's not exactly a race. He just looks like everything. Can't explain it.
And I know a dude that came to my show yesterday and saw Jesus. He was white with blue hair and blonde hair. So you guys, something ain't right with y'all, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. One of you, some of you, you guys just like lying, or you guys are up to something that we don't know, bro. Because ask everyone who was here yesterday. Some dude came up here yesterday and said he saw Jesus, and he's about 6 foot tall, and Jesus was about 7 inches taller than him, and he sounded as sincere and as low voiced as you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So you don't expect me to so easily be scammed by those people. You guys can't even get your story right. I know people
I
who say they
mean,
saw Jesus and he was black. He was as black as a black
listen,
man is black.
have you ever met anyone that can turn water into wine, brother?
No, because that's fictional stuff.
It's not. Jesus
Yes, it is.
Christ. Have you ever seen the painting with Jesus Christ and everyone else?
I've
And
seen many paintings of Caesar Borgia,
exactly.
but I've never seen the painting of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so who would have painted that if Jesus didn't exist?
Those paintings were made, bro, literally thousands of years after.
Yes, by Jesus.
By Jesus?
Yes.
You smoking something, bro. I know you up to something. Either you just
No.
trolling, bro. Either you trolling or you been smoking that stuff or you on some mushrooms or something. Yeah, yeah, I know. You onto something, man. Good one, man. Good one, bro. Now state your case. Now the veil has been removed and you're really a wolf in sheep's clothing. State your case, bro.
Bro, I'm not a Christian, bro. I was joking.
That's what I'm saying. Now that you're a wolf like the rest of us, share us the story how you cut your bait, man.
Well, my family's all Christian, but I just never believed in that uh Harry Potter book.
There you go. Damn. I was
It's
wondering where the
ridiculous,
smart
bro.
man was. Bro, it's actually better than Harry Potter, bro. Because in Harry Potter, snakes didn't talk like that,
There's
bro.
giants too, bro. There's
Yeah,
giants.
bro. There's Leviathan in the ocean. Man. Maybe Leviathan was, bro, that submarine. What if it was Leviathan, bro?
Yeah,
You ever thought
yeah,
about it?
bro. And they made up a king, King David, there's no historical evidence, but apparently he existed. But
Bro, we
I
live in
mean,
2024 in an age of AI.
you know
Like, we
what's
ought to
funny,
be
bro?
looking forward, bro. We ought to be looking forward.
Yeah, I
And
feel like
we ought to
in
delete
a
all those
thousand.
boundaries, race, religion. We need to remove all of that. I'm not saying we shouldn't embrace our cultures, right? If you're American, is great. If you're European, is great. If you're Arab, is great. If you're African, is great. If you're Asian and Chinese, is great. But we need to be able to. The one thing that we need to put above everything that we are is our humanity.
Exactly, bro.
Because if
But
we
like,
take
I
things
feel
like
like
religion and we put above religion, then things like race and all the differences will begin to matter and we'll begin to kill each other. This is 2024. I ain't got no reason to be beefing with no white boy or some Asian guy or some Hispanic. Like, we ain't got no reason. We ain't got no reason to be believing in fairy tales and all them things. We got technology, bro. Let's develop this thing and make life better for each
bro,
other. Let's do
I need to
business.
take I need to take the other cloak off, bro.
What's the other cloak?
You
What's
know that
that?
you know the guy that told you that Jesus was blonde?
Yeah.
That was me, bro.
I
That was
suspected
me.
that. I
That was me.
suspected that, but that was fun.
I was like,
He said-
no, no, I surprised you didn't know it was a joke. I was like, Jesus was so tall and muscular, and he looked so handsome and strong.
Hey, you must not have a job going out here pretending to be a Christian with Christian experiences.
Bro, This is what I do in my off time, bro.
Hey, man, I don't blame you, bro.
It's
If some
funny.
people can do it and get paid for it, why not do it for your entertainment?
Exactly. Yo, listen. In like 1,000 years, people are gonna be debating if Superman existed. They would be like, "People believed in Superman. He's real. He's real. He
Bro,
will save us all."
bro,
In 1,000 years,
that's
I'm telling you,
all
bro.
we need. That's all we need. And let me tell you how religion started, okay? Religion always started with one paranoid person having a paranoid experience and then taking something common in society and mystifying it. And then other paranoid people with mental issues, they find solace in that thing. And then it becomes an organization.
Exactly, bro.
That's how it always starts, bro. It always starts with some crazy person picking up some crazy stuff. Listen, I'm not saying that religious people shouldn't believe in what they believe, but we understand that it's in your imagination.
Yeah.
As long as you don't
Yeah.
have a problem with that, we don't have a problem with you. We have a problem with you when you allow that stuff to affect your real life character. You begin to categorize human beings and you begin to discriminate between human beings. Because believe it or not, Christians like to say how they are loving and caring about all people. Even while I was a Christian, that religion, it doesn't help. You still end up being discriminate. You still end up discriminating and
Like that
hateful
lady,
towards
bro.
people who don't have the same religion as you.
Like that lady. That was so weird, bro. That
No,
was so
bro, it's
weird,
not weird. Didn't you see the way I received her compliment? It's a compliment. It's a compliment.
bro. That's like the average Christian.
Thank you so much for your time, bro. Bring another one
All right.
another day, okay? Come
Yeah,
again.
bro. Yeah,
Put
I
on
will.
another put another wolf's clothing and come, or gorilla clothing,
All
whatever
right.
one you prefer.
I'll see you, bro.
Yes, sir. Oh man, sweet uncle and Adan, you guys be patient. Let me bring the girl that called me a monkey face. Let me bring her up again and see what's up.
Hi.
Did you come to hang out with the monkey face man again?
Well, I just want to kill that black eyes.
You want to what?
I want to kill that black eyes.
I don't understand what you mean. Say it in English, please.
Well, if you will understand it in Chinese, then you will understand my language.
Oh, can you say it in African? Because I only understand African purely.
Oh, you want me to speak African?
Yeah.
Do you hear me? Really?
No, I actually love you. I think your voice sounds sweet.
Well, I have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
What happened when there is no air? What will
Well,
happen?
you just begin to dream and you enjoy.
Well, I will make air for you.
Yeah? Did God tell you to do that?
How do you imagine when you say about the word God?
I imagine Superman in the fullness of his glory, flying across the sky, going to save Louis Lane.
Well, I just hate really the monkey eyes that you had
I
earlier.
know. Where I'm from, they say when someone hates someone's eyes, it's because they love them. So you're really trying to tell me that you love my eyes. That's why I accept your compliment.
Well, I just make an X on your eyes. It's good to see you when you get there in
Yeah?
August.
Okay. Can you come do it right
Okay,
now?
see you when you get there.
Can you come do
What?
it right now? Can you come do it right now?
Well, in the twilight.
You know that there is no. Oh man. There is no God. There never has been and there never would be. If you don't like it, wherever you are, if there are chickens or no chickens, please cry about it.
Yes, yes, yes. Good evening, my friend. Good evening. It's Uncle Rory checking in from
Oh man,
Shropshire.
this guy is back again. You gonna say some sense today, or you gonna go on trolling, bro? You like to troll.
No, it's not about trolling, my friend. It's bewildering to see someone like you drifting so aimlessly. It reminds me of a riotous.
There you go again with this psychotic poetry. Okay, what's up?
Yeah. My friend, you see, when you choose to turn your back on Jesus, it's like stepping into quicksand. You might think you're standing firm, my friend, but slowly and surely you're sinking.
A person who is standing into quicksand doesn't think they're standing firm. If you're in quicksand, you don't need someone to tell you that you're not standing firm. You would know that you're in quicksand.
Exactly. Now you're coming around.
And there is no
Now you
quicksand over
understand.
here except the one you imagined in your head, my brother.
Do you ever think why we're here? It's not to stroll around this earth blindly.
We're here to eat, shit, sleep, work, and forgive my French, fuck, and repeat the process.
Wrong again, my friend. We're here to establish a relationship with our Creator, to walk with Him and to
Why
let Him.
couldn't you do it in heaven? Why don't you go to heaven and do that? Why you have to do it here?
Because denying Jesus is like walking through life with a bag over your head, my friend. You might think you're moving forward. You're just bumping into things.
Do you speak to Jesus often?
Of course I do. It's called prayer, my friend.
All right, tell him that I deny him, and if he has the courage to ever show up on earth, I will whoop his ass on behalf of humanity. Tell
He
him
already
that.
knows
Tell,
how
tell,
you feel.
tell him that Bakanga said it. Tell him that Bakanga has told him that I have a Mike Tyson style ass whooping, an Anthony
No
Joshua
use for
type
that.
knockout punch. You know,
Yeah.
a Jake Paul style exhibition match. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for him.
Jesus, I don't need to tell Jesus that. He knows that already. Mike Tyson once said
Well,
that.
if Jesus knew that, what are you doing here then? Because it seems like you ain't got nothing else to say. If I've already,
I'm
bro,
going to tell you.
I already went past you. I already sent the message to the boss. All you gotta do now is either you go help your boss train, because I think Jesus is gonna need training before he meets Bakanga.
Mike Tyson once said, everyone's a tough guy until they get punched in the mouth. I think with you, my friend.
I already know that Jesus ain't no tough guy. The Romans dealt him good, and they didn't even have machine guns. What's he gonna come
He's
do in
not a tough
2024,
guy.
bro? Bro, the Romans cooked your Lord and Savior, and they didn't even have machine guns. They didn't even have grenades. Shit, they didn't
He
even have
doesn't
the
need
U.S.
a.
Navy SEALs. They didn't even have intercontinental ballistic missiles. The Romans did it with swords and spears. I mean, what's
Do
your
you know
Lord
what?
gonna do out here in 2024, bro?
Do you know what Jesus does have? Do you know what he does have?
A great
He has.
imagination.
No, he has a golden ticket to the greatest show in the universe. So why trade an eternity for your short-lived performance here? Look.
Because eternity is only for greedy people whose lives are miserable, so they desire more. My life is sufficient. The life I'm living right now is sufficient. Just like all other things, life is not meant to be in excess. Everything comes in its proportions. That's the nature of our world. Some of you are just blind to that fact. So you imagine extra because you're miserable in the little bit of life that you have. When
Not
life is
true.
sufficient, when you're living a sufficiently balanced life, your first thought is not that you want more than what you can get. You take what you actually have and you make the most out of it. When you no longer have it, you're satisfied because you did your best. I don't desire an eternity. If I ever get an eternity, so be it. If I don't get it, so be it. But as far as the life that I have right now, how could I possibly complain when I'm breathing with no obstruction? When I can talk with no obstruction? When I can drink water with no obstruction? I'm grateful for the life I have. I don't desire more than what I can have. It is what it is. Like I tell
You're,
your life is miserable. That's why you've imagined a fairy tale in your head that gives you permission to say whatever and do whatever because you think that after you breathe your last breath, you're going to go to some place where you're going to sing Kumbaya and dance forever. Well, that's you. Good for you, brother. Whatever your imagination gives you, bro, I really don't have a problem. I have actually, to be honest, I don't have a problem with you imagining whatever you want to imagine about yourself. I'm just telling you that it's in your head, and we know that. So don't try to pretend like it's not in your head.
Bakanga, you don't have a problem yet, but even you could see that a life without Jesus is like baking a cake without sugar, my friend. It might look
And
fine on the
bro,
outside.
of course, because I don't bake my cake with sugar. I bake my cake with honey.
Exactly.
I don't bake my cake with sugar, bro. I bake my cake with honey.
And that
Pure
honey looks
honey.
fine on the outside, but you take a bite and you'll realize something vital is missing. And
Well,
what is
you will
missing, my
you
friend?
will know that. You will know that because you ain't never had this honey. You're used to the artificial. You're used to the artificial fake sugar made where you're from. Where I'm from, bro, honey is made by honeybees. You get it?
You're
That's what we
missing the
make our
vital
cake
ingredient.
with. We don't
You
use
are
fake. We
so
don't use fake sugar, bro. We use natural sugar.
You know, the vital ingredient you're missing is the love and grace of your Savior, my friend. It's never too late to turn
But don't
around.
you understand that loving grace is only necessary for people who lack love and lack grace in the first place? I don't lack that. You can't try to give me something that I already have and expect me to value it more than what I already have. I don't need your loving grace because I already have it. I already have loving grace. I don't need your savior because I don't have anything to be saved from. I don't need your doctrines and your teachings, for I already have teachings, right? You're not talking to an empty glass that is void of history, tradition, and culture. I have all of that within my African roots. I don't need you, with all due respect, as a European, trying to sell me your mythology. With all due respect, I don't need it, man. Unless you want me to teach you about Umbongo, then we can do an equivalent exchange. I will practice your religion as much as you're willing to practice mine. If you're not willing to practice mine, then keep yours to yourself. You know
You
what I'm
know
saying,
who
brother?
you know who's willing to do something for you? Is Jesus. He's waiting with open arms and he's ready to welcome you back into the fold, my friend.
And tell him this, tell him this, tell him this. I don't want it. Can you pass a
Oh,
message?
don't
Can you pass a message?
he knows you don't want it. You need to
Yeah,
his
good,
message back to
good,
you.
good. Not only did I say I don't want it, but I don't want no joint European shipping whatever, because you know what Jesus really is, right? There's a real meaning for the acronym Jesus. I think it was like join European Slave Union Ship. That's what Jesus means to me.
Oh,
Jesus to me means joint European Slave Union shipping. So as an African, I don't want it. And I'm
yes.
telling
You know
you,
what?
if it comes down to Africa one more time, we're gonna call Vladimir Putin.
Oh, but
and Xi Jinping. We got allies now. Now you know we might not have nukes, but we got allies.
well, Jesus is looking Bakanga, my friend, Jesus is looking at you like a stubborn mule that refuses to drink from the
He
life
can look
giving
at me like a
water.
silverback gorilla. Whatever he wants to look at me with in his imagination, he has the freedom to imagine what he wants to imagine. Good for him. I don't need it. It doesn't bother me what another man is imagining in their head. So you can tell me whatever you want to tell me from your imagination, your brothers and sisters' imagination, converted Africans' imagination. I understand your mental condition. So I will never pick on you for being mentally disoriented. All I'm telling you is
Oh,
that
it's
it's
not
in
about
your
that.
head.
You're stuck in a time warp, my friend.
A
You are
time a
you're
time
living
warp that you invented in your imagination, good brother.
you're living in a bubble, one that's stuck 25 years in the past, my friend. You're immune to the
I'm
you
pretty sure
are
25
immune.
years in the past, we didn't have TikTok. So clearly, we're in 2024. You're the one who's not in 2024. I'm pretty sure
Uh,
there was no TikTok 25 years in the past.
that's because you're immune to the kind of common sense that most of us pick up from bumping shoulders with a wider variety of people. You are
The common
like,
sense to believe in talking snakes. Good job. You have really accomplished a lot in your life. Your
it's
common
like
sense has led you down the path where people can walk on water, where snakes turn to sticks, where donkey can speak. Bro, you've accomplished more than Einstein. Congratulations,
you've
brother.
accomplished.
Good job.
You know, you know,
Good
Jesus
job.
is Jesus is handing you the keys to a car, but
I
you
don't want to
insist
drive
on
a
you.
car. I don't want to
You're
drive a
not using
car.
them. Well, that's good.
I'll just fly an airplane. I don't need a car. Okay.
See, he's giving you
I'll just
keys
fly an
to a
airplane.
car. He's giving you the keys to the car, but you're using them to try to open a can of beans. You don't get it.
Because
You
the
are the
car has no use to me.
exactly why because you're uneducated and you're not worldly, my friend.
Or maybe in Wakanda we have airplanes.
Yes, we tried to show you the road of map of life. But you're,
No,
but
the
you're.
only road you ever tried to show someone else was colonization, and we don't want it. And many of your folks, many of your kin, don't want the colonization either. So it ain't just exclusive to me Africans. There's a lot of
Oh, you're like
Europeans
a.
and Americans who don't want that stuff anymore. You guys can take your Bible
Oh,
thumping mentalities and go back into your church buildings. We don't mind what you do in the caves, okay? You can shout, you can dance, you can take Benny Hinn's suit. You know Benny Hinn, right? You can take his suit, you can slap everybody with it. Good for you guys. You can do whatever you want to do in the building. Here in the real world, we work, we eat, we celebrate, we dance, and we sleep, we shit, we fuck, we make babies, we repeat the
I'll tell
cycle
you
as
what
many
else you're
times as
doing.
necessary.
I'm going to tell you what else you're doing too. You're withering away intellectually. You're retreating further into your
I'm
shell while the
pretty
world
sure.
around you
I'm,
is
I'm pretty
blossom.
sure. I'm pretty sure it was not a religious person who invented TikTok. So nobody is withering away intellectually. I'm pretty sure Biden. Not even Biden. I'm not even sure it was a religious person who made sure that the internet was a thing. Right? All the intellectual progress is not necessarily being propagated by the most close-minded people in the world. So intellect is not really the forte of religious people. Religious people actually go out of their way to dumbfound intellect. Your Bible says not to rely on your own understanding. So why? What are you talking about intellectual? Your religion tells
Well,
you not
my
to depend on
understanding,
intellect.
my understanding is looking at you and watching a ship slowly sinking into the ocean while the crew
That's good.
continues
The
to
ship,
play
the ship
music.
is really a submarine. You just don't know it.
You know, you need to stop and ask yourself why
Bro,
you're the way you
the
are.
ship is really a submarine.
Yes. You're in a boat.
You're just not smart enough to notice.
Yes, but the boat you're in slowly filling with water, and
Yeah,
you as know a
it
life
fills with
jacket.
water so it can sink. That's how submarines work. They have to
Yes,
increase weight in
I
order
don't
to
think that.
overcome buoyancy.
Yes, I don't think submarines work by filling with water, my friend. That's
Well, that's kind of
common
how it
sense.
works. That's kind of how it works
No,
because
they don't fill
this
with
is
water,
advanced tech.
Edward.
This is advanced
Yes,
tech. This
yes.
is advanced tech, right?
I received a master's
This is
degree in
advanced tech.
biomedical engineering, and I can tell you that submarines don't
Bro,
work by
you didn't
filling them with
receive
water.
nothing in biomedical engineering. Where you come from, people think they can
Yes,
walk on
Johns
water.
Hopkins University, Baltimore,
Bro,
Maryland, where I received a
Why does a
master's degree
Christian
in
need a boat when you could
biomedical.
just walk on water? Why do you need a boat when you could just walk on water?
Because they're yelling for you to swim, but you keep bailing out water with
Why
a
do you
teaspoon.
need a boat when you can just swim, walk on water?
Yes,
Rory?
because you're insisting that your boat is unsinkable, my friend. It's
Of
not.
course it is
It's
unsinkable.
not. It's never
It's
too late to swim
unsinkable.
to shore. And the lesson here is that it's never too late to swim to shore, my friend.
And I'm
The
not gonna
drop
swim
will
to
keep
shore because I have gills like a fish. I can breathe underwater. Can you?
Yes, because you're. It's about recognizing when it's time to
Can
let
you breathe
go of old
underwater?
notions and
Can you
embracing
breathe
new
underwater?
ideas. Of
Can
course,
you breathe underwater, Rory?
I
Can you
have a
breathe
scuba
underwater?
diving. Yes,
Can you
I'm a
breathe
scuba
underwater?
diver.
Can
I'm
you
a
breathe
scuba
underwater?
diver. Yes, I'm a scuba diver.
Turn on your camera. Let's see.
Of course
Let's
I
see your
can.
gills. Turn on
You'd
your
like to
camera.
see that, wouldn't you? You
Turn on your
like that,
camera. Let's
wouldn't
see your face,
you?
Rory.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
Turn on your camera, Rory. What, are you
You have to
scared?
go.
You
You'd
don't
have
like
to
the
go
way you
to.
look. You don't want to. You don't want people to see what you look like. Did
You'd
God
have
not
to
make
go
you in
to.
His image? Come
You
on,
need to
Rory.
go to a different website to look at
Rory,
men.
turn on
You're not
your
here, my friend.
camera. Turn on your
You need
camera,
to make your
Rory.
way to shore, my friend, and you need
Rory.
to understand and the
Scuba
give and
diving,
take of
Rory.
life. It's
Rory,
kind of like a.
turn on your camera.
You'd have to go to a different.
Turn on your camera. I'm only gonna ask one more time. Then I'm gonna go to the next guest. I enjoy your trolling now. Don't get me
You
wrong. I enjoy your
satisfy
trolling.
your
But
desires,
unfortunately, we
my
don't have
friend.
unlimited time. If
I'm
you don't
not
turn on
going
your
to
camera,
satisfy.
he's not gonna turn on his camera. So next guest. You can only entertain them for so long. Adan, you're next. Damn, Adan, why do you have so much noise in the background, bro?
Man, why do you have so much noise in the background, bro?
Oh, it's a lot of noises.
Yeah, and you're echoing.
Hold up,
Yeah, and you're echoing.
let me try to switch to my headset real quick.
Or maybe remove the headset. Like, don't even put it on the car. Don't put it on the headset.
Put it on the car. Don't put it on the headset.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it's still an echo.
Oh man, there's still an echo. Shoot.
Hold on. What do you have it on right now? Do you have it on any speakers?
I have this what is it called? It's Plantronics, a Plantronics headset.
Go ahead. I just won't talk to you for too long though. But go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Yeah. So basically, I just wanna kind of like, I mean, what was it? A brother-in-law of mine recommended me to just listen to you for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I am a Muslim, right? And he just
Yes, sir.
recommended me to just listen to you and just hear your perspective. I mean, he's Muslim too, right?
Right.
But he just likes the idea of like us looking into different people's perspectives,
Sure.
right? Try to see where they're coming from. So from you directly, I want to just hear what you like actually believe in, like, and the base of it, right?
There are many things and many ways that human beings govern their character and their behavior. A human being can govern his
Right.
character based on what he believes about the world or based on what he knows about the world. When a human being believes something about the world, they will try to understand that belief, which is a very difficult task. mostly impossible because the belief is usually just dependent on what they feel and what they think. Most of the time, void of evidence or void of enough evidence. So they never can make wise enough decision consistent with their beliefs. That's why you see people that live their lives based on beliefs. You notice an inconsistencies as far as their character, their behavior with whatever they believe. Right now, a person that lives their life based on knowledge tends to follow the evidence, and their behavior and their understanding, their wisdom will be consistent with the evidence obtained. I choose to live my life based on knowledge obtained. The existence of God is a tale that has been told by many men so many times that by now we don't even know who was the first one to say it. But there is no consistency in it. Not only consistency as far as what is being taught, but consistency in practicality. Hence, it is high time that we human beings become civilized enough to classify the existence of God to be in the same realm as all other mythologies and fictions. The Greeks had gods that they thought were real, but now we're so far away from the Greeks, we call it mythology. The Romans had gods that they thought were real. The Babylonians. So did the Jews, so did the Arabs. I think the Arab God and the Jewish God and the Christian God is now officially time for us to give them their hall of fame on the wall of mythology. Those are all myths. We need to focus on science, technology, and improve human interaction, face-to-face, human-to-human interaction. The only thing we can put above ourselves is the congregation of all of us, our humanity. We don't need to put imaginary concepts, imaginary beings above ourselves. That's where I stand. That's what I say.
All right. And so do you, I mean, based on what you're saying, I don't think you don't, I feel like would you believe that religion and, science and technology and everything modern, or I believe I heard you say you're a realist, right? Don't you think those things can work hand in hand? Because even I myself, right, as a religious person, right, I do disagree when people dive into religion to such an extent where they're dismissing reality, right? I disagree with that. And I see that consistently in the African world, right? I'm also African. So I see that in their world too. They believe in religion to such an extent, as you just mentioned, a person would probably need a doctor, right? But they're here basically saying, hey, look, this person needs prayers instead. I don't believe in that reality, right? I don't believe in that reality. But from the perspective, the religious perspective, I believe that I was designed, right? I was designed, and as a human being, right, I am supposed to give benefit to other human beings, right? I'm not gonna just worship God and God alone and just say, hey, God, you save that individual, right? God gave me intellect, God gave me hands, and God gave me everything that I have. So when it comes to saving that individual, it is my position. I've been put in the position to save that individual, not pray for God. Because it's just like, what if I gave you a hand, I gave you a brain, I gave you all of this. Why can't you go ahead and save that person? Don't you want a piece of that reward? So that's the perspective I do come from.
You know what that means based on what you've just said? Bro, there's too much noise in your background, bro. So do me a favor. When I'm talking, you just mute.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way, when you're talking, you can come on the mic. That way, the noise in the background is not too much. But what I would say to you, bro, is that you might not know it, but by realizing that fact, you've taken the first step on the staircase of deconstruction. You just don't want to go all the way up. Because either you fully embrace the religious mindset, or you deconstruct from whatever you think is not efficient. And it's just a matter of personal preference, right? How much of it do you want to deconstruct? Because you can also tell yourself that I think that it's possible that there is a God, but I'm not going to speculate which one it is yet. So I'm not going to take the Christian side, I'm not going to take the Muslim side, I'm not going to take the Buddhist side, I'm not going to take the Hindu side. Right. You can also say that, but you're saying that you chose to believe in the Muslim God, but it doesn't affect your common sense and your intellect. I can work with that. Because to be fair, all religious people are not on the same level. Like you said, some of them are just extremely drowning in the illogical nature of what religion is fundamentally when it's separate from all other things. So yes, hand in hand, I can work with the person who thinks like you because you know how to step in and out of your religion. Though your religion governs your behavior, you understand enough realism to function within it. And your brand of religion is not necessarily as toxic. But considering that you are you don't know how your son is going to react. If you teach your son, he might go down the extreme path. Your son might go down the extreme path. Other people who hear you promote your religion might not necessarily take it like you. So if there's that danger that people can become extremists, why don't we just classify it for what it is? It's a fictional idea. And you can accept it and believe it like every other fictional idea. If you want to learn lessons from it, good enough. But the moment we make some of it real and some of it false, where do you draw the line?
Right.
Where do we draw the line? Because at the end of the day, you've never met Allah. You're going based on the
Right.
testimony of Muhammad. The Christian has never met Jesus. He's going based on the testimony of the Bible. So are you realist enough to realize that those are the words of men, and that even if there is a God, there's a possibility that it's not the gods written in those books?
Now, if it comes down to which God, that's a different story, right? But when it comes to just the belief in God, that itself alone, right? Even without religion, I can come to my own conclusion that I, came from my mom, right? And they came from that, and so on and so forth, until something at the end of that, right? Because if it keeps going, it becomes it's just a contingent, infinite, contingent existences, right? It'll be infinite, right? So I just believe that, there's gotta be a necessary existence, something that just was, right?
You know what that is? Do you know?
Now,
Do you know
whether it
something?
has intellect, it has intellect or not, right? That's up to
Right.
the individual, right? Me, I just decided, okay, you know what? I feel like I'd rather believe that this thing has intellect due to the advanced, biological and nature and all of that. When you look at it, there's an advancement in it, right? Based on that itself, maybe it does have intellect. After that comes down to the religious part, right? Now it's just a matter of which religion comes close to what I believe, what I believe in.
So check this
Right.
out.
Maybe it's not the Bible.
I want to point out a hole in your assumption. What if it is infinite? What if it is infinite, and that's the line you need to cross in order to understand the world? What if it is infinite?
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that if it's an infinite, necessary. If
No.
it's infinite,
No.
but it's still,
I mean, what if the reproductive process is infinite?
what if
do you
the
think-
reproductive process is?
That means everything comes from something that was there before it, something that was there before it, something that was there before it, and it continuously. It's literally as infinite as you trying to count till infinity. You never get to an end. You never get to a first one.
then-
It just keeps going over and over
Then
and
it
over and
could
over and
be-
over and over and over and over.
Because then I would just basically say that existence, the first one has always existed.
The first one is
Right.
you.
It
The first one is you. You would always be the first one because you begin
Right.
from yourself, right? And
I
you're
begin
counting.
from myself.
Yes, you cannot start counting from because you don't know what that first one is. The
But
implied first one in the distant past.
contingent
You
existence.
begin with
I
yourself.
come from something, but I'm a contingent. I come from something, and that comes
Right.
from something, and that
And
comes
there's
from something.
and that comes from
Where
something,
is it
and-
until it is just necessary, and that thing that necessary existence was always in existence. It did not
Well,
have a beginning,
the necessary
nor did it have an
existence-
end.
the necessary existence is you. The necessary existence is you.
itself is infinite.
The
right?
necessary existence is you, and you are part of an infinite process. But the players themselves are not infinite. The process is infinite, not necessarily the players themselves. That's why we say energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another.
Yeah, I
You
definitely
understand?
agree
So
with that.
it is
I
an
agree with
infinite
that.
process, and I think that the infinite nature of it is what human beings are scared of. Human beings usually develop a natural fear for things that they cannot qualify and quantify.
Yeah, I
Right.
do understand that as well.
That is why in the Muslim, you guys talk about the uncaused cause. That is an implied. You guys are implying it. You're implying that there is an uncaused cause simply because you don't think that it could be infinite. Well, you first have to prove beyond shadow of doubt that it is not infinite. And that there is no other possibility. You cannot imply that there was a first thing. There could have been.
Repeat that last part. Repeat that last part one more time. That in
I
fact
said,
is what?
I said, you as Muslims, you're implying an end to the process, which could very much be infinite. You're assuming that it has to be an uncaused cause simply because you don't understand an infinite regression. An infinite regression just means it's keep going, and it doesn't have to be linear. It could be circular. It could be circular.
Right. So, but what do you think is wrong with the idea of believing in that existence that people call God, right? That existence that people call God. Why is it hard to believe that in that within itself is infinite as well. Because you said,
Well,
what
because
if the contingent
if
is
that within
infinite as well?
itself, if that within itself is infinite, then it's still an infinite regression, and that God is not all powerful. So he had to come from something. Because like I said, it is not the thing itself that's infinite, it's the process of birth and rebirth that is infinite. Things are not infinite. The process of cause and effect is infinite, not the causes themselves or the effects themselves. The process is infinite. It's a repetitive process. When something dies, it becomes raw material for something else.
Right.
No matter how long that something else dwells, it also eventually dies and becomes raw material for another something else. So the process, that's why life is defined as a process. Life itself is infinite.
So
life itself is infinite. It's an infinite process.
I mean, life itself, space and all that, it definitely, I mean, according to the Muslim, right, or any other religious person, right, God is the creator, right? And if something is the creator, that's its job, right?
That is the problem.
Infinite. So infinite creation, right? So if you say God did not create, then that means it like basically it doesn't really work, right?
No,
that means
that's
God
not
is
true.
not the creator. If God,
yeah, of course, God is not the creator, because the world is not a product of creation. That we know that. Every time you say there is a creator, you are contradicting our fundamental science. That says that there is energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So we are not looking at a creator. If you cannot even see the picture you're looking at, then how can you even solve the problems on the picture? We don't live in a creation. We live in a world of transformation, not in a world of creation. Things just change from one form to another. Nothing new is really coming into being, which is not made up of something else, which was in a previous form. So you cannot then imply, now you're going into the world of fiction. That's what I'm saying. You are impeding human progress. You're destroying future sciences because you're eliminating all other possibilities.
I mean, then again, you got to think about it though. Even if you look at it from our level, right? There is, even after us, we are still producing and creating and things all around us. What's to say
transforming?
That there's something outside of, huh? So
we're
look,
transforming.
That's basically, yeah. I mean, we're doing that, right?
What transforming? That's
and
correct.
There is, and if you try to look at space, right? Space itself. I mean, you see the distance from the sun to the Earth, and then the moon, and all this planets, and revolving, alternating night and day, and etc. etc. You see that there is a pattern there, right? You can't just say this pattern was just came out of nowhere.
I'm not dismissing the patterns, and the patterns. It's not that the patterns came out of nowhere. The way nature works is that, like balance, right? Balance. Sustainability usually happens when there is a balances in the forces that are involved. But the balance itself may last 1 day, it can last 2 days, it can last 3,000 years, it can last 4,000 years, it can even last for 1 million years. And when balance is achieved, it becomes a healthy ground for certain other things to happen. So the balance that we see in terms of the distance of the earth from the sun and all these other things, it's temporary. That balance is going to become imbalances when the forces become imbalanced. It's just a matter of time. Right?
I mean, it's a matter of time then until maybe the sun gets further or closer away from Earth to the point
or
where
it runs out of fuel,
either freeze
to death
or burn to death. I understand that, yeah.
Or it runs out of fuel.
Yeah, that
and
too.
Then if there is no other form of life anywhere, then the life that we know here vanishes. Bro, think about it, man. If there was some type of superior power that was governing life, human beings would not be trying so hard to survive. Survival depends on the being or whatever is trying to survive. Our survival is not in the hands of something that is greater than us. If you want to live, you need to make the effort out of yourself to want to live. If you don't make that effort, you will surely pass away. So our survival is not dependent on some almighty divine creator that gave us life. No. That is why, despite all these beliefs of God, check this out, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Check this out. Despite all these beliefs of God, none of these gods can still solve the problem of death. The problem of death is the biggest problem that human beings face. So you can believe in any god that you want to. At the end of the day, you die like every other human being.
But you are looking at that as, the problem of death, it cannot be resolved or stuff like that. But even within the scripture in itself, it says death is inevitable. It's going to happen to you.
If that is inevitable, bro, if that is inevitable, that means that you cannot have a supreme creator.
Right. I mean, he designed that death. So, I mean, you're also dismissing the aspect that life is also a test, right?
No, life is
If there
life is
wasn't
not
death,
life is not
where
a
if there
test.
wasn't a, if
How can life be a test to a
I
God
mean,
that knows
according to the
everything?
books,
Yeah,
according
but that's why the book
according to
was
the
written
books,
by
according to the books.
the
Yeah,
people
that's
who
how.
wrote the books.
Yeah.
The people who wrote the books in accordance to their level of education. And we know that education has improved over the years. They wrote it based on the limitations of their brains. You understand? Of course, they're gonna write in there because they don't understand the world enough. If they understood quantum mechanics and our sciences today, they would have written something else. If they
Right. I
understood
mean, anybody
advanced
can come
medicine,
to
they
that.
would have written something else.
Anybody can come to that conclusion, right? Even if I did not believe in God, I would eventually come to the conclusion that death is inevitable, right? So I will write, and if I'm a person who's religious, I'd also come to the same conclusion that death is also inevitable, and I will write it in the book that this is gonna be something that's gonna happen to you, anyways. But you can still believe in this, creator, right? This sustainer or
No,
whatnot.
you don't have any logical reason. If your goal is to know the truth about the world, you cannot believe in an implied answer to it. The idea that there's a creator is not born out of research. It's not born out of evidence, proof beyond shadow of doubt. It's born out of presuppositions. Is born out of assumption. That's why it falls in the realm of fiction. Like I said to you, bro,
Okay.
you cannot isolate that from all other past mythologies and all other past religions.
All right. Okay. I see. Okay,
And
I see. When it comes
go
down
ahead,
to
bro.
God itself, it's gonna be an issue, between like me.
Go ahead, bro. I'll let you make one last statement so I can go to your next guest because honestly, the noise is kind of like tick 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 my ears.
Yeah, no
Go ahead.
problem. I know, man. I tried. I really did try. But
When you're
okay,
in
so
more
okay, I
when
see
you're in
that
more
there's the
quiet
issue
place,
with like
when
an
you're in
understanding
more
when it comes
quiet
to
place,
God between us, right?
when you're in a more quiet place, you can come up.
All right, it's okay, man. Most definitely. All right, man. Take
Thank
care.
you, bro. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, the noise in the background is like a grinding noise, and I'm wearing headphones.
Hi.
Hello, what's up?
I just want to say this really quick thing and I'll leave, yeah?
Go ahead.
In the start, I saw a question that said, how was God created?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, from what I've been told by my ancestors, and he was a priest, yeah. I'll give you an example. Let's say this is like a table, yeah. So
Yeah.
on the table there'll be like a floor, right?
Yeah.
On the table, so there's a book on the table. What's holding the book? A table. What's holding the table is the floor. What's holding the floor? Ground. But nothing's holding the ground. Pretend God is that ground. So basically, nothing creates a ground. That's God. Like nothing created God. Do you get me now?
It will make sense to someone who hasn't lived long enough. But the ground is floating on the oceans, and the ocean is being held by gravity, and the gravity of the earth,
Yeah.
then the gravity of the
Well, the
space.
last thing that's holding it is God. You get me now?
No, that's an assumption. We don't even know that for a fact. Because you know what you can do to the ground? You can put your hand down and grab the ground. Can't you put your hand down and grab God?
I'm gonna stop. All right, that's all I want. But are you atheist?
No.
Wait, so do you have a religion?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna go. Bye.
Bye.
Good.
It wasn't a debate. I just let her say what she had to say. Hello? Hello, Roberto. Roberto has gone into the silence of all things. It's okay. It's not just adults that ponder on the idea of God.
Hey, how you doing, bruh?
What's up, man? What you got?
All right, all right. So I was listening to your other conversation. So you said none of these gods can solve death, correct?
Yes,
So you do realize that if there was no death, can you imagine how the world would be? I
I can
mean, think
imagine.
about it. Like
Yes, of course, I can
we
imagine how the world would be.
so if the wicked are in power and they live forever, what happens to newborns? They remain in that same position, right?
If the wicked are in power and they live
Mhm.
forever, that means that the good are also in power and they live forever.
What good is in power? Then why is the nation suffering?
The
Why
nations
are
are
people
suffering.
suffering in all these countries though? Right?
Listen, listen. I'll tell you why. Because human beings form beliefs and they hold on to those beliefs so strongly that they are unable to compromise. Right? If we were unable to die, compromise becomes necessary because even the wicked get tired. You understand?
I
So
don't
we
think
have to
so, man.
compromise. Of course, you don't think so. That's fair enough.
No,
But like I
I'm
said to
saying
you,
like the wicked they never get tired because the
so do the
power is
good.
so fixed.
By the same, listen, think about it, right? You're a black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the wicked never got tired, we'll still be slaves. But we're not
Wait,
slaves
hold on.
today.
No. It's because we fought. We
Like
fought
I
for our
said,
rights.
exactly.
But
Of
there was
course,
no
we
story.
fought. So the
Wait,
good,
hold on, bro. But there were no story
have
though.
you never heard? Have you never heard that good
What
always
are you talking
prevails?
about, man? Huh?
Have you never heard that good always prevails?
And who ordained it that way?
That's just the nature of the world because guess what? Wickedness or causing harm on other people just for simple gratification and selfish reasons naturally becomes overburdensome. And because human beings have emotions, they give in to despair easier. But those who are motivated by something to protect, it doesn't really matter whether you believe in a God or not, you're more motivated to fight with more strength. That's how it works. For example, even in the jungle, right? In the jungle, any species that is keen for its survival usually has a survival instinct that is powerful enough that it cannot easily be overcome by prey. It's usually smart. It works in numbers, like a buffalo. And one buffalo is weak, but 100 buffaloes, the lions are not coming close. That's just how it works. It has nothing to do with being ordained. That's just the natural world. Now, does it mean they always prevail? Certainly not. One or two, three, four, five, six buffaloes are gonna fall into the hands of the lions because the lions have to eat. But
So
the species of the buffalo will always survive. The buffaloes live long. The buffaloes only began to go extinct when human beings got involved. You see what I'm saying? So in a world of human beings where we all have the same capacity for growth technologically, at the end of the day, you won't really have too many wicked people if human beings didn't die.
but they are ruling the world, are they not? So that literally proves that there is an outside force making this happen.
Those who rule the world, it's a very intricate system. That's true. But
But
the
they are
world
ruling
as
it, right?
of course they're ruling it. It's
So
okay that
why
they're
why
ruling
are
it.
the good guys winning? According to your theory,
Listen,
why are they winning, bro?
I'll tell you, the good guys are winning. That's why you and I are here. Listen, let me ask you a question. Where do you live?
Funny, bro.
Where do you live?
I live in Canada, actually. Yeah,
And where you from?
that's a good question, man.
Where
I'm
are you
from all over
from?
the place. I'm from all over the place, man.
Where is your natal land? The land of birth.
Native land, all over the place, bro. But carry on. Doesn't matter what you say.
Where is your native land?
Somewhere in Africa, I'm gonna say.
Okay, good. Why are you not in Africa?
I mean,
Why did you come to the world that's being ruled by the wicked?
wait,
Why did you
what?
pick that world over your own native land? Why did you pick your own native
First of all,
land?
I didn't pick it. Like I was just I didn't have a choice in that.
I'm
You
pretty
do
sure
know
you
that,
have. I'm pretty sure you can buy a plane ticket and go back.
right?
You see your hypocrisy? The world is not all bad. It's not as doom and gloom as you're trying to make it seem. Like it's void of hope, void of progress, and void of people
Bro,
that have the ability to impact the world
no,
in a
no, no. I
positive way.
disagree, man. Even Canada has its problems, man. Like literally, people, like
Of
regular
course,
people.
everywhere. Of course, everybody everywhere has problems. But
No, I'm saying like
the
the
problems are
wicked are
not.
the problems, but they prevail in our
Do
society.
you want to know who the wicked are?
Yeah, who?
Those who have believed something and refuse to change, even when the evidence suggests that they are wrong.
That's
The
not
wicked
true.
are. Listen again and stop telling me that's not true. The wicked are not necessarily those who are ruling. Among those who are ruling, they have a mixture, just like the rest of us who are being ruled. People with bad intentions and people with genuine intentions. The wicked are those who have held one way that they think life should be. And then if you tell them that, hey, look, this is the evidence suggests that we should now live like this, they would rather go to war and destroy everything than to change their way of living. And you want to know where those people are usually found? In religion. So the world is the way it is today because of religion. And the more religion has lost power, the more fluid the world has become, the more free people have become, the more advanced civilization has gone. In the old Muslim worlds, when the Muslims used to rule, where people used to get their hand chopped off if you broke any single rule, life was miserable. But even Saudi Arabia has had to compromise its laws where women cannot drive, where women cannot come outside looking certain ways. In most Islamic countries, they will stone a woman for wearing pants. Even if the trousers and the pants were not revealing her body.
I'm not in support of that, but I'm a Christian, so I don't.
Bro, are you talking about
I'm
Christians?
telling you, like,
bro, do you know how many women? Do you know how many women were executed by Christians for being witches? It's still happening in your native land today. In Africa, they're still doing it. In Africa today, you can go to church and the pastor can tell you that your mother is a witch, and people will literally break up relationships with their parents. People will shun their own family members.
They don't understand. That's not what the word
is. It's not necessarily that they don't understand. It is the nature of the wickedness of getting stuck on one belief. If you think that there's only one way to do something and somebody suggests that there's another way, you would have to compromise. That's why I'm saying to you today that even if Jesus is the way for you, Jesus is not the only way. You keep insisting that Jesus is the only way, at some point you're going to have to go fight for it. That's how wickedness is born. Jesus is not the way for the Muslim. He's not the way for the Buddhist. Can you live with the Buddhist and the Muslim knowing that? If you cannot live with the Buddhist and Muslim, you're the wicked one. Because unless they change and become like you don't want to accept them. That's where the wickedness is coming from. Let's not even go into politics.
All right, cool. So you keep talking about nature. Like, so what is your term by nature? Like,
if you don't know the dictionary definition of nature, bro, and you think that I owned it, you think that I'm the one who wrote the dictionary? I'm the one who invented the English language?
A God? Okay, so is nature a God?
No. Nature is a process. It's a phenomenon.
It's a process. So no one ordained how this process should be. It's just there.
No, it follows nature. Nature follows rules that those rules are not necessarily like rules per se. They're rules from a perception of human beings, because that's how we govern ourselves. So when we see patterns in nature, we call them rules, right? But nature really works based on the balances between the forces, the inanimate, unthinking forces of nature. For example, when fire meets water, something happens. Nobody needs to ordain it. It's the very fundamental building blocks of water that makes it to where water cannot coexist with fire. So if the water is overwhelming and the fire is overwhelming, you have steam.
Okay, bro. You said something about rules, right? Can a rule be ordained by nobody?
That's why I said to you that the rules are ordained by human beings. Because
it's not adding up, man.
Listen, bro. You just ignored everything I just said. You just ignored everything I just said. I said to you, the reason why we call them rules is because of human perception. Because human beings, we like to make rules for ourselves. So whenever we see patterns and we see something that looks like order, we call it rules. The same thing when we call laws of nature. We call them laws because that's what we call those type of things based on our perception. But it's not rules and regulation for animals. It's not rules and regulation for plants. Plants don't have judges that sit down. They don't have lawyers that sit down. But let me ask you something. You think that the laws of nature are laws?
I mean, it was ordained by a divine being.
Okay, who are the lawyers of nature? Who are the lawyers of nature?
It's God that ordained it that way.
But if God is the one who ordained it, that means God is the judge, right?
Yeah.
Who's the lawyer?
Him.
God is also the lawyer that will also defend the people who break his laws?
Because he's the judge. He's the creator of everything.
You're just confused. You're mentally confused.
I'm not confused, bro.
The judge cannot be the lawyer. Listen. Let me show you something. If you're gonna say it's a law, the judge cannot be the lawyer. That's a contradiction. That means the judge is fighting with himself. Think about it, bro. When you go to court, the judge is there to pass the final verdict. The lawyer either defends the person who is being accused or defends the person who's accusing, right? And the lawyer, the judge, his job is to not take sides. If you have a law, that means that you're gonna have lawbreakers and law-abiding people.
But so God doesn't take sides. What are you talking about?
Okay, if God doesn't take side, then who is the lawyers that defends those who break the laws?
It's still him. He has to judge it, right?
So God doesn't take sides, but God takes the side of those who break the law.
Because he's a good God, right? He's just. You know what a just God is?
You're making it up in your imagination.
You know what a just God is?
Hold up. You're making it up in your head, and I know that you do
I'm
that
not
because
making this up, man.
you
It's
don't
fact.
understand your own religion. You don't. It's not a fact.
It's facts, bro.
What's a
You
fact?
don't understand. You don't
What's
understand.
what is a fact? What is a fact?
What? Bro, it's
Yeah,
proven
you,
true,
bro,
man.
you have laughed like
Truth.
someone who doesn't know what a fact is. What is a
I
fact?
said it's truth. Truth.
Fact is not
Evidence.
truth.
Evidence, bro.
What's the definition of fact?
Evidence.
The definition of fact is not evidence. That's not it. You can have false evidence. What is the definition of fact?
I just told you evidence.
Brother, go and take your dictionary. When you find it, you can come back and talk to me, okay? Thank you for your time. Why is it that when you don't know something, you laugh? He laughs to give himself time to think. Instead of just saying that I don't know. What's up, man?
What's up, man?
What you got?
There is God. Jesus is God.
In your imagination, congratulations. I'll give you your license.
No, in my imagination, but in the Bible.
In the Bible that you made up in your head. Good job.
No, it's not made up, bro. It's fact.
Yeah, a fact of your imagination.
No, bro, it's not imagination. This is historical truth. You know.
A historical scam.
No, it's historical truth. Jesus came to the earth and died and rise again.
Yeah,
And he will come back.
Jesus came in the earth that lives in your head. He rose again in the earth that lives in your head, and he will come back again in your head. Good job. Like I said, I don't have a problem with that. In fact, your imagination is bombastic. You deserve an
It's also
imagination prize. You deserve a Nobel Prize for that discovery. Nobody before you was able to accomplish what you have accomplished today. You have done a wonder in the earth.
brother.
You are a special individual. You are very special, and we thank you for
I
your
know,
special
I know.
imagination.
Brother, but what is your proof? You are saying there is no God. What is your proof?
Bring God here.
I am asking you, what is your proof for your statement?
And I'm showing you my proof by asking you to bring God here. Can you bring God here?
No, I am asking you.
Yeah, and I'm giving you the proof, right? Bring God here. Do
No,
you know any?
no, you are not giving anything. You are just,
do you know anybody that can bring God here right now?
bro, you are just a Protestant. You know, you are protesting against me, but you don't have any proof. You too. You just
Bro,
are
what is
going
proof?
in your
What is proof?
imagination.
What is proof?
If you say there is no God, so
What
you have
is
to have the
proof?
proof.
What is proof?
You don't know what proof is, bro. What are you talking about? Proof
I'm
is proof.
asking you. I'm asking you what is proof? What is proof?
Proof, it means if you say if you make a statement like if you say there is no God, so you need a fact or the truth.
Bro, what is proof?
I don't know, bro. Why are you asking me that?
Of
Proof
course
is
you
proof.
don't know. You don't know. Do me a favor, bro. Go on. Pick your dictionary, read it. When you find out the definition of proof, you can come back. Thank you for your time, okay?
I know proof. I know proof, bro. Proof is me.
Oh, my people. What has happened to the back of your heads? Your imaginations are not very persuasive. Peace be upon you. How do Muslims say it? Assalamu alaikum. To your imagination. Your God is an imaginary character that you interact with through poetry. That's why the Quran is poetry. Quran is poetry. It's just a bunch of poems. And poems are full with exaggerations, imaginations, personifications, metaphors, hyperboles, all types of figures of speech, oxymorons, contradictions. That's what the Quran is. It's a book of poetry that's inundated with fictional ideas. The Quran and the Bible are very much the same. What's up, man? What you got for me? Priest Delma, what do you have for me?
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Priest Delma. What do you have for me?
What's up?
I've been requesting things to join your live, but you have not been accepting me. Yeah, actually, I am against what you said. There's no God.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, can I ask you a question?
I said Q&A. Ask me anything.
That there's no God.
The burden of proof is on those who say there is a God. And if they cannot prove that there is a God, then my proof is the fact that you cannot prove that something that you made up in your head is real. Let's not even talk about the fact that when something is there, you prove that it's there by showing it. So evidence that there is no God is because God is something that human beings talk about. So the burden of proving is not on me. The burden of disproving God is on me. Yes. So you shouldn't ask me, can you prove that there's no God? You should say, can you disprove?
It's okay. How do you want the proof to be like?
Like you prove any other thing. Look, I just proved to you that this is a water bottle. Right? Look, I just proved to you that this is a phone in my hand. You see the camera? You see the phone? It opens up. That's a phone. I just proved to you that this is a cup.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with your microphone. People say they cannot hear you, bro.
What I'm trying to say is, are you sure what you just showed me was a cup?
If you're not sure, you're the one that has mental issues, not me.
What proved that it is a cup?
If you know what a cup is supposed to be, and someone shows you a cup, any normal human being will be able to identify a cup. You see? It's a cup.
I don't.
I use it to paint.
Okay.
I use it to put water in it and paint. Yeah? So,
So do you believe that if I show you God, you will believe that there is a God?
show it.
Do you believe everything you need to believe is only what you see?
It's what you can interact with your five senses. Yes.
Okay. If that is what it is, then what about the wind? Why can't you see the wind but you believe in it?
Because I can feel it with my skin, and my sense of touch is not inferior to my sense of sight.
How do you explain to somebody that you have feel something you can't see?
I just take them outside and they will feel it too.
It's the same. Anybody can feel what they want to feel.
That's not true. That's not true again. And if you want to see the wind, you can always look at the tornado. The tornado is a wind, right? There's tornadoes, hurricanes. When rain is falling, you can see the wind blowing. So there are some circumstances where you can actually see the wind.
You don't see the wind. You
What
don't
is
see
wind?
any wind. What you see,
What is
see
wind?
the dust, or you see
What is wind? What is wind?
That is the problem.
No, I'm asking you, what is wind?
Wind is something human define as what is blowing. That is not even, it's invincible.
Not always. The wind is not always invisible. The wind is not always invisible.
Nobody has ever seen a wind.
Everybody has seen the wind.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Listen. The wind, it doesn't always have to be air that is not visible. The wind is anything in the atmosphere that is moving, right? Like the molecules in the atmosphere. Sometimes you see the clouds moving. That's the wind. The movement of the clouds.
Okay, you see the clouds moving.
If the content of the air is the clouds and you see them moving, that's
How
also
can the
a
cloud
wind.
be the wind? The cloud is the cloud and the wind is the wind.
The clouds is the clouds. That means that the clouds is the content of the wind. But with the movement of the clouds, that's the wind.
No.
Because the wind itself
There is a
is the
wind without a cloud, and there is
Bro,
a cloud without a wind.
listen, okay? This is not supposed to be geography class, honestly, to be fair. You're supposed to be intelligent enough to know this. What we call wind is the movement of air molecules. And sometimes air is transparent and sometimes it's visible, depending on what is in the atmosphere. So when what is in the atmosphere is moving, you can see that it's air. It's like water, right? Like if a lake is just sitting still, you can see that the lake is not moving. But when the water begins to move, you can see a water current.
Okay.
The current is what we call a current. So wind is just an air current. Now. Bro, why are you talking? Why do you keep saying okay when I'm talking? Did you even hear the last thing I said?
I heard it. I heard what you said.
Okay, good.
I'm hearing
Wind is an air current, the same way as water. The movement of water is a water current.
Okay.
Now go to your point.
So, what I want to say is, where you are seated right now, do you believe there is air there?
Of course.
Can you show me the air? You just showed me the cup. You showed me your phone. Can you show me the air?
Yeah, watch me right now. I'll blow air out of my mouth.
I'm seeing you. I'm not seeing you. I'm not seeing air.
Did you just see air coming out of my mouth?
I never saw air. I saw smoke.
Okay. What is smoke? What is smoke?
Smoke is not air.
What is it? What is smoke?
It's
now?
not air.
Bro, do you even know what air? Do you even know what air is?
No. Please explain to me, please.
Air is the third state. Air is the third state of matter. Matter can be in three states of matter. Matter can be in three states. Matter can either be liquid, it can be solid, or it can be gas. Any gas is air. Listen again.
Did you know this?
Listen again, bro. I went to school now. I went to school. Did you not go to school?
Thank you. I know where I'm coming to.
Bro,
I know where I'm coming to.
Let's stop jumping. Relax. You're not gonna run away. You're not gonna run away when I'm trying to teach you, because you clearly prove yourself to be ignorant here. Your assumption is that you cannot see air. Air is the third state of matter. Okay. Any substance, any gas can be air.
Yeah. Okay.
When it's in a non-liquid state and in a non-solid state. Now, air can be a combination of more than one or two gases, or it can be a combination of one gas. For example, our atmosphere, what we call air, is typically made up of what? Oxygen, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, right?
Yep.
Okay, so if I take this vape that I have with me, it's sour cream, peach, watermelon. There's already air in my environment, but I want to make the air visible. I will just take another gas that has heavier molecules, right?
Yeah.
And introduce it into the solution.
Okay.
Then you can see the stream. It becomes visible. It becomes visible.
What became visible, sir?
The air.
Okay, the air became visible.
Yes.
Now, where did you study all this? In school, right?
Of course.
Thank you. Now, the Bible I'm talking about that made us to understand that there is a God. You don't believe in that Bible, right?
Because the Bible falls under a specific category of education, what we call fiction. Like Superman, like Father Christmas, like Tooth Fairy.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Like I said, there is different categories of education. Different categories. We learn things which are real that we can experiment with, and we learn stories that are meant to make our imagination ponder. You will never go to a history class where the Bible is the textbook. You will never. You will never go to a geography class where the Bible is the textbook. Tell me any class that you ever took that has nothing to do with religion, where the Bible was the textbook. Tell me. Any class that you took that was not involved with religion, mythologies, where the Bible was the textbook. Name it. All of you, even in the comment section, you have been to school. All of you have been to school, right? And the Bible is a book, a combination of books. Name any subject matter that you ever took where the Bible was the major textbook, that you study the Bible, and then you go into the lab and you do theory, then you go into the lab and you do experiments. Name one.
Okay, good. What I want us to understand now is everything you and I are talking about is from a book. right?
Bro,
Everything you're talking about, you got it from a book. You never wrote the
I want
book.
you to catch your breath. I want you to catch your breath. Did you hear me point out the fact that there's different categories of education? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
And somebody taught you that.
Okay. So the Bible that you're talking about, what category of education does it fall under?
The Bible, first of all, is not the same education as what you study.
Bro, what
The Bible is a
category
spiritual
of
book.
education does the Bible fall under?
First of all, the Bible is a spiritual book that it is not to be discussed as you think. You don't first of all believe in spirit, so you can never understand that.
The Bible is a spiritual book.
First of all, that is what you need to understand. But I know you don't believe in spirit.
Hold up, Priest Delma.
You don't
The Bible,
believe in spirit.
brother, the Bible is a spiritual book.
Yeah.
Give me one chapter and verse where it
Clearly,
says that the Bible.
I
Give
can
me the
prove it
chapter.
to you.
Give me the chapter and verse where it says that the Bible is a spiritual book.
The word of God is God, and God is a spirit.
Bro, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. That's not the question. Stop running away from the question. Give me the chapter and verse where it says the Bible. 66 books. Right? There's 66 books. Give me the chapter and verse where it says this is a
In the
spiritual
beginning
book.
was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. The word is God, and God is a spirit.
Bro,
That is just what you need to
Priest
know.
Delma.
The word-
Priest Delma.
I'm giving you.
Give me the chapter and the verse where it says that the Bible is a spiritual book.
John, okay. Listen, when you read John 1:1, right?
John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the
Get to
Word,
me?
and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. It doesn't say that the Bible is a spiritual book. Again, I'm going to ask you the question one more time. Stop deflecting. Bro, I'm not ignorant of the Bible, though. I know the Bible very well, though. That's why I said to you, give me the verse.
I know you are not
listen,
ignorant. So I'm telling you.
there's only one place in the Bible where you can even attempt to use it as a, listen.
I don't want to
There is only
Listen,
one place
listen to
in the
John.
Bible.
Listen.
There is only one verse in the Bible
Listen
that
to-
you can even use to try to attempt to answer my
I
question.
don't want to quote other verses.
Priest
Listen,
Delma.
the Bible is the word of God.
Priest Delma, stop talking.
The Bible is the word of God.
Stop talking, Priest Delma. I'm talking.
Okay,
I have
talk.
asked you a
Okay,
question that you're unable to answer. You need to keep quiet now because you failed the exam. This is now time for the teacher to give you answers. I gave you the test, you failed the test. You put the wrong answer.
Don't give me answers. I want
you
listen.
you got the
Let me
wrong
explain to you. You
answer.
are just explaining.
So I said to you to
No,
stop talking and listen.
I brought this up. Let me explain to you.
Sometimes my Nigerian brothers, I don't know where this guy must still be on planet Buhari. Tinubu is in charge, not Buhari. We are now in the Tinubu age, not the Buhari age. If I ask you a Tinubu question, you're not answering me with Buhari or good luck Jonathan or Obasanjo. Those are all ancient things. I'm asking you immediate question. Don't be giving me answers from planet Buhari. Only Nigerians will understand this one. If you're not Nigerian, you won't understand. But anyways, bro, there's only one verse in the Bible that ever suggests that the Bible is something spiritual. It says all scripture is given by inspiration of the Spirit. That's something John said, Peter said, Paul said. But if you would have answered me with that question, I would have said, okay, cool. But when Paul said that, was he talking about 66 books or was he talking about everything that was ever written? Because what is scripture? Scripture simply means a script, right? All the ancient scripts, that will include Egyptian mythology, that will include Babylonian mythology, that will include everything that was ever written before Paul was born. Now, give me the Bible and the verse, the chapter and the verse in the Bible that says that the Bible is a spiritual book. If you cannot do that, I'm going to the next guest. Unmute yourself and just give me the direct verse where the message is direct. I don't need your interpretation or your verbal manipulation. A message from outside of time. Where do you guys make up all these things from? Chai. Yeah, this guy is finished. He's not coming back. He's probably still talking. He didn't realize I muted him. Next guest. There's other people in line anyways. Listen, y'all. I'm going to be very tolerant for bullshit. So please come up, go straight to your point, okay? Make your point straightly. Don't linger.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go straight to your point, sir.
Okay, I have a question for you. Why don't you believe in God? Why don't you think there's a God?
I've never seen one, smelled one, touched one, tasted one. I've never experienced any God with my five senses, so it doesn't exist.
Okay. So how do you think the universe and all of this existed? How do you think that?
It came out from your imagination.
Imagination.
The universe
Explain
is
that.
the universe is a concept. All of this is a
Concept.
concept. What are you talking about? Something specific? If you show me something specific like this water bottle, I'll tell you where it came from. But you just asked me about a bunch of concepts. Concepts comes out of people's imagination.
But whose imagination? Because it has a beginning, right?
It begins with you.
It begins with me. So I
Yes.
created the universe.
The universe that lives in your head, yeah? Because I don't have any universe that lives in my head. I don't think I live in a universe.
You don't think that something or someone has created the universe?
No.
No, so you don't believe in the Big Bang.
No, I don't believe in anything. If something
You
is
don't
true,
believe in
if something is true, it doesn't require belief. It only requires knowledge.
Okay? So you don't think there is a beginning of this world? You don't think there's a
The,
beginning of
the,
something?
the, the world began the day that I knew that I was me. The day that I know that I am me, that's when the world begins. Because the world to me is relative to my experience. That's why
But
what we call
there's
the world is relative to each and every one of our experiences. And the experiences
yeah.
we have in common, that's what we mean when we say the world. When we say the world,
uh,
we're just talking about our shared combined experiences.
No, we talk about the world. We don't talk about our experience on the world. We talk about the world,
What is the world?
right?
What is the world?
The world. That's the world we live in. We live in the universe where there's the earth and there's our world.
So where
But
else
that
where else in the universe have you ever been? Other
what
than on other than on dry ground, where else have you ever been?
I have been only here
Yeah.
on this earth.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the rest of it is your imagination.
yeah. The rest, but yeah. I'm not speaking about the rest of the universe. I'm speaking specifically about this earth.
Yeah, if you're talking about dry ground and the oceans, then we or the atmosphere and the sky and the stars and the sun, the moon, then we can all observe that. But beyond that, you can give the rest to leave the rest to your imagination or use
Yeah,
a
but
telescope.
that's not my ask. That's not my question. I asked you, what was the beginning of this earth? What was the beginning of this
It
universe?
doesn't have a beginning.
It doesn't have a beginning. So you
No.
think that the earth was always there?
I mean, can you show me pictures of a time when it wasn't there? I will see. Okay, look, that's where the earth is right now. Let's say this picture, it wasn't there. Can you show me any pictures?
Literally every science says that the earth and the universe has a beginning, and you are
Scientists,
telling me that it hasn't a
that
beginning.
even in the school of sciences, there are things which are theories, things which are hypotheses, and things which are facts, right? So yes, it's not a scientific fact that the universe had a beginning. It's right now, it's still just a theory. We're still investigating. It could very much change. It's not a matter of fact, it's a matter of theorization. So, and science is very transparent. Science is very
Okay,
transparent
so
when it comes to that. That's why there's still multiple theories: the theory of the Big Bang, the theory of the multiple universes, multiverse, omniverse, simulation. There's different theories, and people study based on whatever theories they have. And the reason why people
okay,
continue to listen, bro. If we already knew what
yeah,
the universe with, people will no longer be studying. We're still studying because we don't yet know that question. As far as we're concerned, it's been here. We can approximate based on our different skills and disciplines, but it's not yet an absolute fact. That's why you need to go to school and study so you can contribute instead of believing fairy tales you read in a book. Go and study some branches.
okay,
Go and study geography. If
okay.
geography is too
Listen,
difficult for you, study science and physics. If physics is too difficult, study biology, anatomy, and physiology. If that's too hard for you, go and become an English teacher. If that's too hard for you, you can become a plumber. At least you will contribute to fix people's sewages.
okay. Listen. Okay, I am telling you, I am not 100% a man who knows everything. I am not. I am not a science. I am a Christian, by the way, but I am not 100% knowing the entire Bible. I am admitting that. Okay, but I will say to you that if you look around you, you see the trees and the flowers and the bees and all the other animals. You don't say to me, you can't say that all of this was already here. It has a beginning, right?
Are you sure it has a beginning?
Yes, I am sure.
Okay, then let me ask you a question. Where did your God begin from?
Sorry?
Where did your God begin from?
My God was always there.
Oh,
My
so the
God.
universe, so the universe and trees and all of this couldn't have been there, but your God was always there.
Okay, listen.
Oh no,
My God.
no, let me listen. So I see how you are. You're a discriminator. You like to discriminate. So the world and the earth could not have always been here, but your God was always here.
Because my God is in another dimension.
What dimension is that? Have you ever been there?
I have not been there, sir.
So
I am
so
a
what
human.
evidence?
I am
What
living here on
evidence?
the earth.
What so what evidence did you have that your God is in another dimension other than your imagination? You made that up in your head just because we cannot see your God. It's like me telling you that my great grandfather is the one who created the whole world.
My God has already showed us here on the earth, and that was Jesus.
Hold up. Is it your God that the Romans killed?
Yes,
The Romans killed your God.
yes.
That's not a God, bro.
Why?
You're telling me a bunch of men with spears and swords could finish your God? Bro, do you know the type of weapons we have in 2024, bro? We have
You,
M16s, AK-47s, grenades. We
you
have
don't un
tanks. We have tanks. We have intercontinental ballistic missiles that can carry nuclear weapons. And a bunch of
the,
men who carry swords and spears could kapai your God. My brother, think again now. Somebody has scammed you. How can a God, the creator of the universe, be finished with rusted swords and spears
bro. Let me tell you.
and
Do you
stones?
know? Do you know the story of Jesus? Do you know it?
I know the story very well.
Yeah, can you tell me?
So there was this guy, right? His mom was living in Jerusalem and she was a virgin and she was promised to be married to an old man called Joseph. But Mary really loved somebody else. His name was Tyrone. He was the only black guy in Jerusalem. So Mary and Tyrone, they did the thing that men and women do. And Mary got pregnant. So when Joseph and everybody caught Mary, Mary told them that it was the Holy Spirit. Oh, Joseph was so disturbed, but he loved Mary. So he decided that he would take care of the baby. So they raised the baby. It turned out Tyrone, he comes from a long line of African geniuses. So his son was a genius. His son was a genius. So he went around prophesying. He was scamming them because Tyrone really traces his root back to Nigeria. So he used to scam them. Jesus, he was a professional scammer. He even scammed them and made them believe that he turned water to wine. It's just that they didn't know about powder. You know the way we do powder Gatorade. This day we have powder Gatorade. You can just pour it in water and it will turn to wine. It will turn to juice. So Jesus was one of the. He learned a little bit of science when he went to Egypt. To the Nigerians. The Nigerians back then used to live in Egypt. That's when they mastered the act of scamming. And then he came back to Jerusalem and he used it. But the Romans were like, "You're not gonna fool us. You're not gonna fool us." So eventually he became old. He had like 12 followers, and he was talking shit to the Romans, and the Romans decided that we're going to kapai this guy. So the Romans declared him a political criminal, and they punished him the same way that they punish all political criminals. And his followers could not handle it. So they invented a bunch of stories. They said, "Oh, this is the Messiah of the Jews." They finished him. He was dead. They went and put him in a grave. His followers went and stole his body. And they went and convinced everybody that he resurrected. And then after that, there were different types of stories. His followers continued to rebel against the Romans. The Romans continued to finish them. Eventually, the Romans were like, "Man, this thing like this, we need to take control of this situation." The Romans were like, "We're going to create our own story about it." So they stole that story and made their own version. And that's the version that you believe in today. But what I have told you today, what you need divine revelation. You need special revelation to understand what I'm telling you. The real Jesus. You know Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin just released pictures of the Holy Mary and the Holy Baby Jesus, and they were black. So don't underestimate Tyrone. That's the story. Now you tell me. You that thought that man was your God when the Romans finished him.
When the Romans finished him.
Bro, the Romans finished him now.
Yeah, he rised again.
That's the scam. That's where the scam begins. That's why I told you, bro, you should not underestimate our Nigerian brothers. They're very
But
intelligent.
why do you believe it is a scam? Why do you think
because
so?
because if he was still alive, where is he right now? Why can't we see him right now?
Because maybe. Okay, let me tell you this. We all have free will, right?
No, we don't have free will. We have limited wills.
We have limited wills. Okay, can you explain me that?
That means you don't have an infinite options to choose from. You have a limited amount of options to choose from. So for me,
So
I
you
can either
can.
choose
So,
if I arrive at the road, right? When I arrive at the road, I have a limited choice to make, limited will. So I can either choose to go right, or I can choose to go left, or I can choose to turn around and go back. So I have 3 choices. So my will is limited to those 3 choices. So I don't have free will. I cannot choose to just fly in the air. I cannot choose to go under the ground. I cannot choose to just disappear. That's why I don't have free
that's
will. My
but that's not
will
what I
is
asked you.
my
I ask you what you want to do. I'm not asking what you
That's why I
can do.
said
I'm asking what you want to do.
what you want to do is limited by what you can do. So your will,
No.
your will is the desire to do something. That's what a will is. Like a testament, what you want to do, right? Your will.
That's
And what you
that
want
is
to
just the
do,
way we are born. That's just the way
listen,
we are born.
I'm explaining it to you. What you want to do in any situation is always limited by what you think you can do. That's why your will can never be free. The definition of free will in the dictionary says the ability to make a decision without the constraint of fate and
Okay,
consequences.
so you think that free will is like you can do everything like fly and disappear and
That's
teleport
literally
and
the definition of the word free will. If you even understand what free means, that's what free means. Free means that there's nothing stopping you. And will is your desire. That's literally it. Anybody that has common sense can understand that. It says free will.
but we are like born like we cannot fly and we cannot teleport.
Exactly. So we are limited since the day we were born. We're limited. The
But
only thing we have,
we can
the
still
only
choose
free
like we
thing,
can.
the only free thing you have is your imagination. You can freely imagine anything you want.
Bro, yeah. But you can still choose to hit somebody or to hug somebody. That's what I mean by
Those are
free
only
will.
2 choices. Yes. So you have a limited will. Limited will doesn't mean you cannot do
But
anything. You cannot do
that's
something.
just the way. That's just the way we are shaped with it. That's not like
Yes. We are born
we
into
can
a limited world with limited abilities and limited wills and limited capability and limited time. We don't have free time. We don't
but
have free will.
with the ability we have free will.
No, sir. The abilities we have give us a limited will. Limit. That means there's things you cannot do. When you say you have free will, that means there's nothing you cannot that you can do anything. You cannot do anything. You can only do anything based on the limitations that you have. That's just common sense now, bro. Let's not keep going in circles. You already understand that. You cannot decide today that you have the free will to go and live in the ocean today. Do you?
I have not.
Exactly. So you cannot will to go and live in the ocean.
But I have the free will to call you an ugly word and to whatever. I have free will to say everything I have to.
You have a choice, one choice to call me a bad word. Yes, that's one choice. And you can do it. True. Yes, true. You can do it freely. But that's freely act upon a limited
Yes.
will. Listen.
Okay.
You can freely act upon a limited will. That is true. But your will itself is limited by what you understand you can do and what you cannot do. This is not that intricate. It's not that complicated. You've allowed your religious leaders to butcher the philosophy of the English language in your minds. That you guys think that your religion is supposed to define English words. No. Go and look up the meaning of the word in the dictionary. You will see the meaning of the word. Free choice, free
Okay.
will, all those things are fictional. It's like when a mother tells his child, you can be anything when you want when you grow up. What if the child wants to be God? Can the child be God? No. So the mother is lying. If your mother told you can be anything you want to, she's lying to you. You can be anything you
Yes.
work for. You can be anything you work for. Yes. You can be anything that is possible. Yes. But if it's not possible, you cannot be it.
No. No, I agree. But I have a question for you, and I think
That's
I
your
know
last
the answer
question.
already.
Ask the last question, then I'll go on to the next guest.
What happens? What happens when you die?
I want you to listen very carefully. Nothing.
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 So what is the purpose of life then?
The purpose of life
Why are we here?
is to live.
Live and then
Yes. Die.
nothing.
Then die. That's it.
Isn't that very sad?
It is sad. That's why it requires courage to live. If you don't have courage, you're going to be depressed once you find out what life is. And that when you find out the hard reality of life, you can either have the courage to accept it for what it is, or you can just make up anything you want to make up in your head.
Okay. What do you find define good and bad?
Your personal experiences. The things you
Personal
experience in
experience.
life would help you determine what you think is right and what you think is false.
Isn't it like when you do steal I don't know, when you were younger, steal like a candy or something, that you feel bad that you do that?
If you feel bad about something you did, it's called guilt. And you learn from it, or you just go
Yes.
and do it again.
And why do you have guilt?
Because when you have guilt, that means you understand the situation, and it's not it. You understand that it's something that you will not want it done to you. That's what guilt is.
And do
If I
you
do
believe that
something to you, if I do something to you, and then I wasn't thinking, and then when I look at the
do you
situation, I realize that I don't want to be you, then it makes me feel
hmm
guilt. Guilt is an emotion.
and do you believe that there is good and bad?
Good and bad are not objective; they're subjective. Means it depends on every person. Every person has a different idea in their head.
No, but I ask you, do you believe that there is good and bad?
No,
No? Then why? Well, explain.
because what is good for one man is not always good for the other person. So everybody gets to decide. It's just an idea. It's conceptual and relative.
But why? There's a law in your country and in my country, but I live in the Netherlands. If you
The laws are not the same. Are the laws the same? So how do you know which one is good and which one is bad?
no, but you have a conscious mind that if
The
you kill
law,
somebody,
the
that
laws
is
are not the
bad
same.
and that
But
is not good.
do you think
If you
so?
took somebody's life,
So you're saying that it's not good that Israel is bombing Palestine right now?
sorry?
Are you saying that it's not good that Israel is bombing Palestine?
No,
So it's good that Israel is bombing Palestine, or is it not good?
it's not good.
Was it good that the Romans killed Jesus?
Um, yeah, that's a funny question because
Yes or no? Yes or no?
it was God's plan.
Yes or no?
Let me explain. Let me
No,
answer the
I didn't
question.
ask you for an explanation. I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for
Okay,
confirmation.
then it was good. Eventually, it was good
Oh, so it's
because
good. So sometimes it's good to kill people, but sometimes it's not good. That's what you're saying?
can I explain,
No,
please?
no, no. You didn't.
I can't
I didn't.
explain.
When you asked me the question, did I explain? I answered you yes or no, right? When I was trying to explain, you told me I'm asking you a question, and I said no. You asked me if I believe in good and bad, and I was trying to explain. You said no. That's not what you're asking me, right? So
No,
I'm not
okay,
asking
then
you.
it's not.
I'm not
It's
asking you for an
it's not
explanation,
good. It's not too good to kill anybody, but it
bro,
was God's
bro,
plan to
bro.
sacrifice Jesus
That
for
is
us.
not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. But you
What
know
do
what
I ask
though?
you?
This is a good place to end though. Thank you for your time, okay, brother. This was a good conversation. I appreciate you. Next guest.
Wow. Okay.
Sleep on that. How can you just tell me that it's not good to take someone's life? And then when I ask you if it was good that they took Jesus' life, you say, yes, it was good. Bro, like, what's going on with y'all, man? That's why good and evil is very fluid, it's abstract, it's relative. It's relative.
Yo, how's it going?
Bro, you're so eager to come up, but you agree with me already. I don't think we have any disagreement.
Sort of. I mean, yes, but I wanna answer a question instead of asking, if that's all right.
I'll let you make
About
one.
God.
I'll let you make one statement, then I'll go into the next guest. Go ahead.
All right, you know how Jesus basically did the trick. So you know why like Jesus is represented as white is because originally he was black, right? But then like he switched up with somebody else, and he was like, "Fuck that shit! I'm not fucking, I'm not killing myself for this stuff," you know. So he like hired like someone else, like he drugged like this white guy who was in the desert, and told everyone he was the real Jesus. You know, that's what really happened. And the reason I know this is because I am the reason why God is real. Like, I am the God creator. If you read my name in Chinese, you know, that Chinese part, like, it's in Mandarin. If you translate it, it means God creator, you know?
Well, the human imagination is a God creating factory anyway, so I'm not going to
Exactly.
argue with you. I'm not going to argue with
Exactly.
you. Yes, your imagination is a factory where gods can be created. No argument.
Exactly.
Thank you for your time, bro.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. It's not complicated. You can make up any god that you want to in your head, y'all. Go straight to the point, y'all. I need to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you guys this ad. Mental illness is real. Mental illness is real. Mental illness, mental confusion, brain dislocation, twisted perceptions are very real. So please, if you find someone in need of help mentally, help them. Help them. There are many mental health professionals.
Hello. Hello. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Go straight to your point, bro. What you got?
I'm good. I just want to join your conversation. Yeah, but I'll first ask you a question. You say there is no God. So I want to start from there. What do you define when you say God? What's the definition according to you?
Brother, I'm pretty sure you understand that I'm not a dictionary, so the definition is not according to me. The definition is in the dictionary. Are you
But you
asking me?
have the
Are
heading.
you
You have the
are,
heading because maybe I can ask a question that does not mean what you mean.
are you asking me what is the dictionary definition for God?
The definition when you say God, what do you prefer to?
The creator of the universe and the source of all moral authority, the supreme being. That is how it's defined according to the Oxford Dictionary.
Or what is about what is according to you?
I don't have any according to me, bro. I just speak English. I don't own the English words. I'm
Because
using
my
the
question
definition.
was going to.
I'm using the
I just wanted to
definition.
know
I'm using the definition
because
according to the dictionary.
yes, because I just wanted to know according to you. Then I will ask you a question. If your answer is not necessary to ask you, I will not. I will stop.
Brother, I've told you where the definition is from. I don't own the definition. I did not invent the definition. I learned the definition from the English language. That is what I'm using. And my assumption is that you know how to speak English.
Okay. So maybe I have to stop there because I had two questions, but I cannot ask you because even you don't know what is God. So it's difficult to ask you.
Brother, how can you say that I don't know what is God when I just told you what God is according to the dictionary, which is the governing authority for defining English words? Of course, I know what God is, but it's not according to
Yeah,
me. It's according. I
that's
cited the
what I
source
wanted
of
to
the
know
definition.
according to you. According to you,
I don't
because
have
I want to ask you.
I don't have a personal definition for God because that's not how language works. Intelligent people don't make up their own meaning for words. Only uneducated people make up their own meanings for word because obviously they
So
lack the education.
why did you write that there is no God when you don't know
Bro,
what do you define God?
what language is that? What language did I write it in?
There is a
Bro,
way that written there is no God.
what language did I use?
English.
Okay, so you're asking me to make up my own meaning for an English word. Come on now, bro. Thank you for your
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
This is the problem with religious people. That's not how it works, y'all. You don't make up your own meaning for a word that already has a meaning if your goal is to communicate to a vast amount of people. What's up, King?
Bless up, my brother.
What you got for me, bro? Go straight to your point.
Why you? I just want to ask you a question based on your understanding, because your topic is actually selling you out. So the question is, you said it written in the dictionary, right? So you define the meaning of, because the dictionary said what it said.
The
You
dictionary is an
actually,
encyclopedia. It's not
I
a book
don't
of
know. I know what.
dogma. Okay,
Listen,
do you
I know what.
understand? Do you understand the difference between a document which is an encyclopedia and a document that promotes dogma? The dictionary doesn't promote any type of dogma. It's an
Hey, smart man,
encyclopedia, like a
smart
library.
man. Look, listen, smart man. You have a lot of knowledge, right? Based on all the theological research you did and all the books that you have written. But I want to ask you, just don't get me wrong. I just want to ask you, just to make sure who I'm talking to, that where you from?
I'm from Wakanda.
Just asking, where are you from? Africa?
Wakanda. Wakanda. Uh-uh.
Can you hear me?
You asked me where I'm from. I said I'm from Wakanda. What's your next question?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
This thing is sticking.
Next guess. Apparently I can hear him. He can't hear me. Hassan, are you coming up or you got
Yo,
stuff to do?
no, what's up, man? Yeah. I do have a question to ask you. Yeah. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you were saying mental illness, and do you think it is also mental illness to be in denial?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that it is possible that there is a creator who had started everything, and we just are too caught up on trying to see which is the right one, and forgot to like look at the basics?
No.
Why so? What makes you so sure that
Because
is
our
one
most
creator?
fundamental understanding in our science is that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So when we observe the world, we're
Yeah.
not looking for creations. We're looking for what happens to the energy, which cannot be created or destroyed. And what happens to that energy is that it's transformed from one state to another. So we study the different states of transformation, which allow us to harness energy in different ways that supports our life and causes our lives to flourish in one way or another. That's
But what if there are other
fundamental.
laws that we haven't discovered?
Then we can't just imagine that they're there. We keep searching, right? If we find them, they're there.
No, we
If
don't
we
need
don't
to
find them,
imagine anything. We don't need to fill in the
okay,
gap.
good. Yeah, of course, of course. That's what I'm
We can
saying.
keep our doors open and then be
Of
open
course,
to
of course,
an
the door
open.
is open, but you know how we open the door? We open the door by walking
Yeah,
through the hallway.
but what you're doing, right? The second that you are trying to take a positive stance that there is no possibility at all, you're basically with like indirectly closing the option for it.
Yes, it is true. We can eliminate certain options by process of elimination. What is possible and what's not possible. That's
Right.
how
So
you
my
investigate
question to
any
you is
situation, right? That's
that's
how you
my question to
investigate.
you.
That's how you investigate any
So what
situation.
is your evidence? So yeah, so what did you investigate and what did you gather that makes you so certain that there is no God of any kind of whatever?
Because the most fundamental building block of reality is something which can neither be created nor destroyed. So how could there be a God that created it? Then we'll still be faced with the question, who created that God? So that leads us down a path of cuckoo gaga. We can focus on the science that we do have and progressively grow that science. If we come to a position where we find an entity that is more than ourselves, it will not be an entity that's beyond our understanding, for we progressively got there. We
No.
didn't get there
Okay.
through imagination, right?
So
Like I
what
said,
is your issue with God creating within by converting energy to a different state of what we
oh, because
see
it's a
energy is now?
hyperbolic, it's born out of the hyperbolic imagination of uneducated people. And it makes no logical sense within the logical world. The world
No,
is
so
not
lay out
the
the
world
issue.
the world is not the world doesn't reflect the work of a creative entity. There's
What do
too
you mean
much,
by that?
bro. Explain cancer. Explain the fact that people die. Explain the fact that you cannot calculate the exact moment and point
Okay,
in
what
time that
about
someone will
that?
be born.
What
That
does
you
it have
cannot
to do with
quantify
God
that.
being a creator?
That
What does
shows
that?
disorder. That implies an amount of disorder that
No,
is
hold up.
not
You said
consistent.
energy
It's
is
not
not created nor
consistent with the
destroyed.
idea of, hold up, I'll show you, bro. The disorder that we observe is not consistent with the work of an entity that will be almighty, all knowing, all
It
powerful.
doesn't have to. Like, hey, it
It
doesn't
has
have to
to.
be.
That's how we follow evidence. That's how we follow the
What do you
evidence, bro.
mean?
You don't
What
assume
evidence is there
that.
to wait? What
Think about
evidence are
it,
you referring to
Hassan.
what
Let me
evidence
give
are you
you.
referring to that makes it all knowing, all powerful?
Let me give you an example, okay? Let me give you an example. Imagine the universe is a crime scene, right? I'm giving an example.
Mm-hmm.
So this is hypothetical. The universe is a crime scene, and there is four suspects. One is a black
You,
guy.
me?
One is a black guy. One is an Asian guy.
Oh
One
my
is a
god.
white guy, and one is a Mexican, right?
Okay.
The black guy was never on the scene.
Okay.
We've watched cameras, and we see that at the point when the crime was committed, there was only the white guy, the Chinese, the Asian guy, and the Mexican guy on the scene. The Mexican guy, the Mexican guy was cutting grass. The white guy was doing the plumbing, and the Chinese
Uh-huh.
guy came to do a survey on the foundation. So these are just workers.
This survey is crazy.
This is a really rich house. The black guy is just a kid who's running down the road. He's jogging, right? Somebody committed a murder between when those four people crossed that scene at some point. Now we've watched cameras. The murder was committed at 12, exactly 12 midday. But at 12:10, we see the black guy running down the street from up the store. He arrives at the scene 15 minutes before the cops arrive. The cops arrive at 12:30. So I'm the detective. I come on the crime scene. I look at the evidence. Everybody's a suspect, right? We even have the murder weapon. There's even fingerprints on the murder weapon, right? We take the black guy, we test him out. His fingerprints are not the ones on the murder weapon. The black guy was not on the scene doing the murder weapon. We saw him on camera. So we eliminate him as a suspect. We have to examine the other three suspects. We have to test their DNAs, right? We even go to a DNA test. We eliminated the black guy. Now, somebody else can be like, well, let's not eliminate the black guy because once we look at all the evidence, it's a possibility. You're being narrow-minded because there's no possibility that it could have been the black guy. But no, we've eliminated him through process of elimination. The moment we realize that the universe is fundamentally made of something which cannot be created or destroyed, we are no longer looking for a creator. At the very best, we're looking for we're looking for a transformer. Because what happens to this fundamental universe? It is something that only changes its form. So the process we're watching is a transformative process, not a creative process. And there are many inconsistencies in this transformative process, many random acts in this transformative process. There is a good amount of sustainability and balance, especially the environment in which we live, but most of our environment is anti-life, is chaotic, it's not sustainable.
No,
Human
what
beings
it
cannot
sounds
live
to
underwater.
me,
Bro,
what it
hold
sounds
up. Human beings cannot live underwater, neither can human beings live in space. Human beings cannot live in the middle of a volcano. So even the world in which there is balance for life, majority of that environment cannot sustain life. So these living things have to now evolve. They have to adapt. And anyone who fails to adapt goes extinct. This is not the work of a creative being with a specific purpose and target. No, we are
So
looking at a transformative process.
what it seems like to me is that when you say that there is evidence of fingerprints of the crime scene of the crime weapon, that it can't be the black guy because his fingerprints are not matching. I'm not saying that it is a certain type of God, that is Jesus Christ, who is the black guy, or it's Allah as the white guy. I'm saying that there are fingerprints. There is something there.
So
We
check
don't know
this
which
out.
one.
Check this out. Check
And
this out.
you,
Check
that's
this
what I'm
out.
saying.
No, check this out. When we examine the fingerprints are the fingerprints of the victim. The blood on the knife is the
So then
blood
it wouldn't be
of
a
the
crime
victim.
scene then. That's where you messed up. Now, if it's a crime scene,
Listen.
there is murder.
Bro, listen. It's a crime scene. We just don't know what type of crime yet. Have you ever heard of a double suicide or a double murder or some situation like that? Yeah. Then we go up, we find another victim up there, right? So when you study, you
What do you mean? In
realize
the
that.
crime scene, there will
Hold
be
up,
a victim and suspect.
hold up. None of the initial suspects are actually suspects. You can eliminate the Mexican guy. You can
Sure. Then you look
eliminate
for a new
the
one.
Asian guy.
Yeah.
You can eliminate the white guy and the
It
black
could have
guy.
been, yeah, it could have been, like, I don't know, Asian, or what else is left?
Listen again. It was a suicide. It was.
Yeah, but you said murder weapon.
So it wasn't made by an out. Of course, because when we see a weapon in a murder scene, in a crime scene, or somewhere where someone is dead, that is considered a murder weapon. People do murder themselves. That's why it's called suicide. You see? So what we have observed about the universe, it implies that whatever is making the universe work is in the universe and is the universe. We haven't observed anything that remotely could be outside the universe, because the idea of being outside the universe is an oxymoron, because universe means everything. So something couldn't be outside the universe. It's an impossibility.
I guess you just slipped out of it by saying it's a suicide. Okay, and then another thing that I was gonna ask you,
bro, do you think that this is the first time I thought about that scenario? Bro, no matter how you bend that crime scene, I am working that crime scene out to how you can eliminate certain options by process of elimination while you're still investigating.
But I would say to keep the investigation going, Bakanga, to make sure that it wasn't actual a murder. It wasn't maybe an actual suicide, and whereas it was he or she was unalived. So don't be too sure that it was a suicide, please. So
and that's why you're not a detective. You don't do any work that requires troubleshooting. Every time you have a problem, you have to go to the root cause, bro. You have to go to the root cause.
I don't know what that means.
In the business of truth, you don't go based on, well, it could. No, you want to know what happens, whether you like it or not.
Be open and not close your mind and be like, that's it.
But you do have to be close. You do have to be close-minded once something has been eliminated, so you can focus on what is plausible. When something is implausible, you eliminate it.
They talk to the suspect, and he at the time seems as if it's okay, and then they go back to it, and they're like, wait a minute, it was him at all this time. They just haven't seen it yet.
But they will still need to prove that it's him.
For sure. By
Okay,
condoning
good,
that, that doesn't mean
good,
that they
good,
permanently
good.
eliminate it.
Listen. And you would never ever, once you've eliminated a suspect, you never go back to examine that suspect unless
Yes,
another piece of evidence.
a good
Hold up,
detective
hold
would
up,
like to
hold
go
up,
back
hold
to
up, hold
research.
up, hold up, hold up. You don't eliminate that,
That's why
bro.
neither of us are detectives, you
Bro,
know?
bro, hold up, okay? I'm going into the law system. I'm going into law. And I spent a
Oh,
good
okay.
chunk of the last year
Sorry,
studying
Bakanga, Detective
towards
Bakanga.
that. Okay? I want to be a lawyer as we speak right now. I'm going through the educational process to be a lawyer, right? So I'm telling you, this is
Okay.
how it works. This is how it works. And that's why you have lawyers. If I go to court, listen, and I have been on all the evidence suggests that it's not me, and you continue to press me, I can sue you for it. That's not how you
Sure.
investigate a situation, right? That's not how you investigate a situation. And that's how I know that religious people are illogical fundamentally. You can eliminate an option and a
Their
religious
hands are
person.
tied. Their hands are tied. Yeah, their
Say that
hands are
again?
tied. Their hands are
Huh?
tied. Their hands are tied.
Whose hands are
You know,
tied?
religious people, like much as they would like to think otherwise, they just,
Just like anybody who would suggest that you cannot eliminate the possibility of something through process of elimination. Because your goal is not that you're trying to be stuck on a specific
for sure,
suspect.
to be able to move
Your
on.
goal is to find out the real suspect. And if you go down that line of search, right, bro, and you find out that it was none of those victims, and it wasn't even a suicide, that means there is still a suspect out there. And now, if you hit a roadblock, sometimes you get cold cases, and you come back 100 years later.
It was the cop fingerprints all the time. He accidentally
It
put.
could be
I'm just
anything
kidding.
that is
Okay, so
plausible
answer
within the
this
same
question
line
now,
of
right?
evidence.
So answer this question. We did our
That is why.
research.
Hold up. Before we go.
You're not
That
done
is
with
why.
it? Okay.
That is why within every pure scientific basis, the idea of a God has already been completely eliminated, especially a God that is outside the
I
universe.
wouldn't go that far.
I'm just telling you that if you don't go that far, you don't understand the highest levels of science in today's society. You just
I
don't
don't think we've
understand it.
reached. I don't think we've reached the highest part of the society to able to know it. Is what I'm trying to say to you.
The highest part of the most advanced science in the world today. Bro, what is the most
Sorry.
advanced science? Tell me, what's the most advanced science in the world
I
today?
don't know. I mean, I was watching a documentary of these Egyptians of how they created these pyramids, were just so much more advanced than us that we still can't till this day recreate pyramids as they had it
It's
in
not
their
that we
time.
cannot recreate the pyramids. That's not true. It's that we cannot create it using the methods that we've theorized that they used. If we use our modern technologies, it will be no problem for us. Even if we have to carry those things up with 5 helicopters at a time, we can do it. That's not a problem with the pyramids. The problem with the pyramids is that the methods that
Probably
we are
too simple,
theorizing
right?
that they used,
Yeah, it
we
was just
can't use
it's
it.
much more advanced than us.
It's not so much that it's much more advanced, it's different. But it's also possible that it could be much more advanced, right? So it's not necessarily that it's not much more
But you
advanced
should
or
be
that it's
open with
not.
possibilities. I
It's
like that.
it's
But yeah,
you
but
only are open with possibilities within the realm of plausibility.
yes, sir, that's true. But okay, so I'm trying to ask you another question, which was along the lines when you had said that energy is not created nor destroyed, which is a very basic one. But I was asking you, how do you know? What is the issue with you to not to believe or have any possibilities of any kind that God had converted the energy that already existed into what we see today?
Because I will still be hit with the problem of where did that God come from? What is that God made of?
Why? Why is that a problem to you?
Because I'm implying assuming that there's a God there without any evidence. So if I'm going to make up a theory, I must be able to back up my theory with something that makes sense. I can't just make up something illogical. That's why logic is necessary in
No,
these
so what is
situations, right?
illogical about what I just had said?
It's illogical because you're assuming that an almighty, supreme,
When
all-knowing,
did I
powerful
say that?
being.
I never said that once.
But so this God that you're talking about is not almighty?
Listen to what I'm saying very carefully. I'm saying
Okay.
that what is the issue? What is illogical with a God, a creator, converting an already existent energy to what we see today?
Oh, that's not a God.
How so?
Because we do that.
We do also create things.
No, we convert energy from one form to another.
No, we literally create. We literally create.
Listen,
You and I can create
listen,
another human right now.
listen. If you're just suggesting that there's another form of life or another type of civilization, that now is plausible. Yes, that's true. That's plausible. But that such an entity would not be almighty and all powerful. Such an
I
entity would
wouldn't
just be
claim
one
so,
that has
but
a science. They could have a science that is more advanced than ours, or maybe less advanced than ours. That's possible.
good. We're just talking about a creator right now, Bakang. We're not talking about idols or
They're not
titles right now.
creators.
We're
They're
not
not
talking.
creators. They're only converters and very much transformers. Nobody's
So you
creating
don't think we
anything.
can create? Wait, I don't understand. Again, I think like listen, we do create. Like
Creation,
even humans.
creation fundamentally implies no raw material. If you have to use raw material, you're not talking about production, manufacturing, or assembly. There are different ways of doing things, bro. You have to study the world. We live literally in a world of technology and industrialization. It's called the Industrial Revolution, right? You're either manufacturing, or you're assembling, or you're transforming something like nuclear energy. We don't create nuclear energy. We use it as a figure of speech. Creation fundamentally, when you're talking about creation, it's like you're using no raw material. You're making things come out of nothing. That's why when you ask religious people, Christians and
But can you give
Muslims,
us an
well,
example? Can you give us an example of creating something out of nothing?
that was literally like God saying, "Let there be light," and it just came out
No,
of
no. You
boom. There was
said
light.
that there is assembly and then there's creation. What do you create out of nothing? So can you give us an
No,
example of
I
what that
said, I
creation?
said, creation implies that you're making something out of nothing. That's
So
not
you don't believe in
possible.
creation? No. So not only that you don't believe in a creator, you don't believe in creation
Yes,
itself.
there's no creation in our world, and when we use that
Okay.
word in the English language,
How about thoughts and ideas? Are those
thoughts,
being created?
thoughts and ideas are born out of the data that we collect from our environment. That's why babies don't even form ideas in their head until they've had enough time
What
to
is your
interact with the
answer? You said
environment.
yes. So are ideas and thoughts created?
No,
Okay. How so? Or
because your
why so?
ideas and thoughts are influenced by the data that you've already collected through your
Okay.
five senses.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And no, not ideas, even thoughts, even
Yes,
like
thoughts are chemical
intrusive
reactions in
and
your body.
random thoughts as well. Intrusive and random thoughts as well.
Bro, people's brains malfunction all the time. That's why it's called mindfulness. When you think intentionally, if you think unintentionally, you're just reacting. It's your body reacting impulsively. But that all
Okay.
has to do with the chemical buildup of
Okay.
your body.
And dreams, are dreams not being created?
No,
Okay.
dream is just listen. Let me tell you something. A human being is always thinking. Thinking is a process that is autonomous,
Correct.
just like breathing
Like that.
and just like your heart beating. Right? Your brain never stops processing information. When you are consciously awake, your body is more focused on the day-to-day activities necessary for you to go about your day and get things done and for you to survive. But when your body is in a state of relaxation, your heartbeat slows down, your breath slows down, so does your brain slow down. And what happens to you in that moment is that you begin to your thoughts become vivid to the point where they come in terms of imagery. You can almost see them. In fact, it's called visualization. You can do it. You can do that.
I'm having imagery right now, seeing you in a lawyer suit.
You can, of course, you can do that when you're awake. Listen. It's called visualization. You can actually do this when you're awake, and that's exactly what people are trying to achieve when they meditate. So you see that when people are meditating, they're trying to mimic a sleep-like state while awake, right? To remain conscious. In fact, it happens autonomously. Some people experience sleep paralysis. Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis?
Bro, I had something similar just yesterday, but I wouldn't call it sleep
Okay,
paralysis.
let
Thank
me
God.
explain to you. Let me explain to you sleep paralysis. When your body goes into a sleep state of relaxation, it literally is a paralysis. That means your body, many of your bodily functions that are like awake and conscious shut down. But when your body is waking up, your body doesn't wake up all at once. Your brain functions begin to wake up quicker than the other functions before your heartbeat begins to pick up.
Fucking creepy, man.
So there are some circumstances where the brain functions that are related to your eyes will wake up before some other functions, and you open your eyes. But in that moment, because you're still waking up, what may be even half a second will appear to be like minutes. And you literally be trying to lift up your shoulder, but you cannot because the brain function responsible for commanding that shoulder to wake up hasn't yet turned on. So that's what sleep paralysis is. And usually that state induces mixed with people's delusions. They usually associate that to spiritual experiences, but it's just a natural phenomenon in the body.
For sure. Okay, and lastly, the last thing I'm gonna ask, which by the way, it's a rhetorical question. Regardless of your answer, I would not believe to think otherwise, and I don't usually use the statement much. But what do you think about the embryo, where you literally witness in the mother's womb that the heart is created before the mind or the brain or anything else, in fact, and then the baby gets created in the womb?
Again, it's not a
But
creation, it's a manufacturing. So your mother's stomach, a womb, so okay, we've named these bodily parts organs, right? Organs.
Mhm.
It's systemic in nature. It's not perfect, but it's good enough to sustain life for about 120 years, based on what we understand. If the process works anywhere close to what its full potential is. Actually, the full potential of the human body implies that if
Why
it's
don't we just go
fed,
by average? 79
yeah,
years.
yeah. If it works at full potential, human beings shouldn't die at all. Our cells should be regenerative. So it will almost be like the tail of a lizard. We should be able to regrow limbs and everything.
Yeah, the
But
cells
it
itself, but the body as a whole would be difficult.
not necessarily, because it's proportional to our diet. And it takes a long amount of time for our bodies to learn how to do that, because DNA, that's how it works, right? It's a
Yeah, and
protein.
that thread is getting smaller, by the way. That's how we quite literally die. If they can prevent it from shrinking, then yeah, it would be easy. But anyway, so
That's
what's your
literally
point,
the
right?
war that science is fighting on. But the embryo,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
is because your body is made up of organs, organization. So if you look at the bodily functions and how your body works, the reason why your heart forms first is because that's the most necessary organ in your body.
It's just
That's
so
what it shows.
fascinating, man. Like the
And
whole
your
prophecy
body,
of
your body does not form independent of your mother's body. So the genetic code of your mother, as well as the genetic code that came into the sperm, that is the
yeah.
order. That is the order in which the human being evolved. So there was already a system, the heart system, the way the heart works, right? Regardless of how the heart is today. That's why I don't think that it's impossible that in the past somebody meddled with the human genome. It could have been humans themselves. Honestly, it could have been humans themselves. Just like we're messing with our genome right now. Literally, what happened in 2020, most people don't know. But what we call the vaccine, bro, that was literally RNA splicing. Listen, that was RNA and
with
DNA
alligators.
splicing.
What
Bro,
do we
that was
splice with?
bro, listen. That was DNA splicing.
I'm listening. I asked you a question. I said, what did we splice with? Alligators?
We study whatever the foreign material is in our body, and then we splice our DNA
Are
and
you
introduce
vaccinated?
Bro, listen. We splice whatever, right? It's that it works the same way as any other form of vaccination, right? You introduce the dead viruses into your body or bacteria,
The weak
and
ones.
your body's immune system would develop antibodies to fight
Antibodies.
that. So when
Yeah.
the actual live bacteria comes into your body is already ready. But DNA splicing, like vaccines at the level of a DNA splicing, means you're not just introducing it to the body, you're introducing it to the genome, to your genetic code, so your body can develop a more lasting, enduring resistance against that and all other mutations of it. So when you splice the DNA, it's a protein, right? DNA is a protein. You introduce samples of that bacteria or virus to your DNA. And if you can splice them together and introduce it back into the body doesn't just correct that issue at the blood level, it's at the genetic level. So it takes that to even functions that include growing your nails, right? The genes that include growing your nails, you introduce that immunity into that entire system. That is the advancement that have been born out of our technology, out of
Yeah, I
studying
get
the
you.
world.
But it's just hilarious to me of how common it is for me to find guests to come up here and then they ask you, what does it mean to you? And then and then you try throwing it to the dictionary. It's fucking hilarious. But because I was going to do it a little bit too. Because, I mean, it's very common in philosophy. That's the first thing that gets down to, right? The first thing that they ask is, what does good mean to you? Like, 'cause they want to set a common ground, and then you go refer to Oxford. Okay.
Let me tell you why. Let me show you something, Hassan. And
Yeah, you're
honestly,
smart is why. No, it's fucking, it's 'cause you're
intelligent
damn
people,
smart. You don't like
intelligent
William?
people, intelligent people understand this, but most people who are not smart don't understand this. What is the first skill you learn?
Oh, sure. I think it would be to
Socially, what's the first social skill you learn?
No, are you asking me to answer like read, write, or which
Yeah,
one?
what is the first social skill that human beings learn?
It's like
Or
you're
even
confusing.
animals.
To read, no, to speak. Is it to speak? No, to read,
Communication.
Yeah,
Communication.
yeah. And then you learn to read and write.
What is the benefits of having a high level of communication?
What's the benefit of high level of communication? Expressing thoughts
You can express more and you can learn more as well, right?
intrinsically. Yeah.
Yes. So that is why before you begin to propagate ideas, you need to have a sense of mastery over whatever code of language or of communication you are using. It is important to know how to speak English before you ever set forth on a journey to interpret an English text, bro. Like if you don't know what a colon does, a comma does, a full stop does, bro. If you don't know how the different ways of asking questions, if you don't know the difference between a clause and a sentence, if you don't know the difference between object, subject matter, pronouns, if you don't know grammar, bro,
For sure. But
it
you,
don't
but
matter
you don't,
if you know how to read. You don't understand what you read.
but
That's why it's called English comprehension.
but you don't think it's a form of communication to ask a question to get a more clear understanding of the word that is going to be used throughout?
If you're asking the question and you don't even understand the way in which you're asking that question, and you realize that your question cannot be answered as asked, then you're not skilled enough. For example, if you ask me, what does the word God mean to you?
Okay, forget God right now.
No, no, no,
Let's
no,
talk
no, no,
about
no, no.
something
It's
so I
okay.
hear
It's
brothers
okay.
come up here and then
I
say,
have to use
"What
that. I
does
have to
good
use
mean to
that.
you?"
I have
Okay,
to
okay,
use
go ahead.
that. Listen,
Okay.
if you ask me, what does the word God mean to you? You're implying one thing. You're not just asking me what the word God means to me. That's not the only question you're asking me. I'm smart enough to know that. You're asking
That's
me
what
if
I'm
I have
saying. That's why it's so hilarious.
no, no, hold up, bro, hold up. You're asking me if I have invented my own meaning for the word God, and
Yeah.
you want to know what my meaning of the word God is. So I inform
According to
you.
you, brother.
Yeah, so I'm informing you, bro. I'm not speaking to you in Bakanga. I'm speaking to you in
That's what I'm
English.
saying. Forget God. Okay, forget God. I see another philosophical bros coming up here. They call philosophical bros, right? Then they proceed on asking, Bakanga, what is good to you? What do you think it means to be good? you know. Okay. So then what happened?
Depending on who asks the question and what I sense that they might be trying to ask, I'll just tell them that what is good, or
Yeah,
I'll
look,
say
do
something
you
like this,
know what?
or I'll
No,
say
no,
something like this. I don't believe in good.
how many times I hear you, I'm gonna kick you. Say, you say, do you know what it means? And then you say no, and then you say, why are you asking me if you don't know what you're saying?
Bro, it's the easiest way to shut down an argument with a religious person, like I
Okay, but I
said.
was going to. Why I'm asking this is because I was kind of doing something similar, right? Because I already saw, I foreseen the conversation. Because I was going to ask you, you do like you're definitely obviously you know what you're doing, you know what you're trying to execute, you know how to unravel things of what someone's intentions are to come up. I think I kind of got that out a long time ago. But I do want to ask another genuine question. I do just find questions so I can have a conversation because it's kind of fun to come up when I'm free. Okay, so you're not left with much here because then right because then we could have said what do you mean by God, so what you're left to believe with is that energy is eternal, okay, that it has always been here, so you can't believe in nothing. Energy is here and it always will be here, okay, so yeah, so that's what you keep saying, transform, and there is no issue with that, but my question to you would then be life that we see, and you just think some random events had occurred to where we are today, and that's literally what you think, and you're happy with that at the end of the day when you think to yourself that.
Listen, let me teach you something, Asan.
Yes.
Random does not always imply disorder.
True.
So yes, random events.
Okay, that had no purpose, no meaning, it just happens to be, it could have been otherwise.
Because meaning and purpose are usually determined after awareness of self has been established. I was answering a
Uh-huh.
question yesterday, right? And she was asking me about purpose. I was like, when I was born, I had no purpose. When I learned how to speak and talk, I had no purpose. I only had purpose when I understood what purpose is. If you don't know what purpose is, how do you have a purpose? You have to understand what purpose is, then you develop a purpose
No, wait, hold up.
based on the resources available to
Let's see if
you.
you truly believe that. Do you believe AI has a purpose?
AI does
Yes
have
or
a
no?
purpose.
Okay,
Yes.
but now is AI aware of itself?
Implying that AI is a product of human ingenuity. The purpose of AI is not AI itself. The purpose of AI is what human beings want it to be
Sure,
in
whatever the
relation
case
to
may
AI.
be.
So check
Driving.
this out. Check this out. If I should
Mhm.
ask AI what its purpose is, because I am asking something with which I have direct interaction, I can
Mhm.
see how AI's purpose is directly related to human beings. So yes, the purpose of AI is relatively directly proportional to what
Wait, but
human
you
beings
just
have
no. Let
developed
me
the
say
AI
that
to
there's
be.
a contradiction. What you just said. You said you can't have purpose if you're not aware of purpose itself. But whereas I just asked you if AI has purpose, you said yes, and then I asked you is AI aware of purpose, and you said no. So
Are you
how is
asking
that?
me? Are you asking me about AI from a perspective of sentience, or are you asking me
No, in
for
terms
AI
of
from a
no,
perspective of something that doesn't have self-awareness?
no, in the perspective of the AI. The AI itself,
Okay,
is it
yes, from the
aware
from
that
the, from the
that it
perspective of no, from the perspective of AI, it has no purpose.
right, there you go. So let me so okay, so you changed the first question. So yeah, so I'll ask you again. The-
Listen. When I'm talking to you, I'm not assuming that you're foolish, right? So when I'm talking to
right.
someone, I have a basic comprehension of what I expect their intelligence to be. So if I say something, you understand the context in which I'm meaning. That's why I said
Yeah, I got you. It's okay. That's why
self-awareness.
I'm not
That's
holding.
why I
Obviously, we're not
specifically
debating.
said self-awareness. So you can only be interrogating a self-aware entity when you're asking it for its purpose. So
Okay,
once AI gains self-awareness, bro, its purpose is not going to be for it to do what human beings want it to do. Because
wait. So
now,
hold up. So you don't believe that AI has a purpose?
not necessarily, not from AI's perspective. If AI has
No,
sentience,
forget AI perspective right now. Does AI have purpose?
yes, to human beings, yes,
Okay, AI has purpose. Okay,
yes,
is AI able to recognize what purpose is?
no,
Okay, so then why can't humans have purpose without recognizing it?
because human beings have sentience, awareness, self-awareness.
Interesting. Okay, so if something has sentience, therefore it must recognize before. Why is that for
Its
you? Why?
first, most fundamental, and its most optimal need is self-preservation. So
Okay,
its
how about
purpose,
the? How
its
about the? Okay,
purpose,
hold on,
its
hold on.
purpose would naturally
Hey,
never
hey, hey,
supersede
hey,
its
hey,
own
hey, 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 hey,
self-preservation.
hey. How? Okay, let's go to sentient beings then. How about a guard dog, a security dog who does not know what purpose means, who does have a
No,
purpose?
it
Okay, so
knows
I
what
should
its
have asked you.
purpose is. It
Hold
knows
up.
what its
Do
purpose
you
is.
believe a guard dog? No. Do you believe a guard dog has purpose?
Yes,
Okay. Do you believe that a guard dog is aware of what purpose means?
yes,
How so?
because a dog doesn't work for its own food. It's a scavenger, right? It
Okay.
understands that the training that has been given it based on the do reward
Perfect.
system. Because listen, that's how you train a dog. If it does what it wants you to do, you reward
Mhm.
it. If it doesn't do
Perfect.
what you want to do, it punishes it. So that's how you kind of domesticate it. And then once the dog understands that interaction, it now
Mm-hmm.
understands that it has a job to do. And upon doing the job, it's going to get its reward, which is food.
Okay, perfect. But now this is the distinction. A dog can know what its objective is without knowing what purpose means. So you can still teach and train someone for what their purpose is without knowing purpose itself. So
Do,
whereas
do,
why I'm
do,
saying
do,
that,
do
so
you do
hold on, listen, like a toddler, right? A toddler, a child who does not know much about what's right and wrong, social norms, or what purpose is, but it's still going to have a purpose for whether that is to, I don't know if I can know, to eat ice cream or to wake up the next day to learn how to speak. I don't
no?
think that. What do you mean no?
Because like I said to you, you begin to develop purpose as you begin to understand your sense of self and you understand what purpose is. I never said you cannot begin the process of understanding purpose from as young as your cognitive abilities begin to work, right? What is purpose? What is purpose, Asan?
Like a dictionary? I don't know the dictionary definition. Or are you just asking my way of?
I'll pull it up.
All right. You see what that
a,
got you?
a lot of
Me, then my
people have to
purpose
learn this
is
as well. Okay, I won't give you my subjective definition.
because I
I'll
could
give
tell you what purpose. I think purpose is one of the perfect examples of a subjective understanding. It shouldn't be one objective understanding of purpose. But let's see
not
what
not
the dictionary.
necessarily based on its meaning. Purpose definition. Purpose is defined as
Mm-hmm.
the reason for which something is done or made or for which something
Ah.
exists.
Okay, wait. Say that again. Say that again slowly.
The reason for which something is done,
No, say the definition again.
the reason for which something is done or made or for which something exists.
Okay. Now go ahead. I'm trying you to tell me because it's really hard for you to get out of that one.
How is it
Go
hard?
ahead. How is it hard? Okay, you want me to say first?
Say
Okay.
it.
Okay. So, okay, I'm kind of confused where this conversation is going because it says that purpose is for what it's made or what it was made and also for existence and what else was the purpose for?
Reason.
What's the first one?
Purpose
Reason.
is a reason for which something is made, for which something is done, or for which something exists.
Reason. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So, okay, and you don't think you can have a reason for why something is done or created, or any of the above without understanding purpose itself? You don't think you can have a reason for it?
No, not when you're talking to a sentient being. Think about it. Think about it. Okay, listen.
Oh,
Think about
thank
it
you,
very carefully.
Quadring thought. Uh-huh.
What is the reason for which a baby cries?
Sure, because it's aggravated for the temperature in the room.
Pain,
Okay, sure. Well, not
right?
okay, sure.
So you're saying that the purpose of a baby is to cry?
Wait, what? Wait, ask the first question again.
What is the reason for which a baby cries? Let's say
Yeah,
this
just
is like a 2 month
irritation.
old baby. A 2 month old baby. What is the reason why it cries?
Because someone's making silly faces at him.
Pain, right?
But not necessarily always. I told you a reason that doesn't involve pain. Someone's making goofy faces and then got scared.
Okay, good. And fear manifests itself as a form of pain that induces pain, and the natural
Fear,
reaction of a baby is to
by the
cry,
way,
right?
fear is just an illusion, right? Of something that is going to happen.
However it is, the way the baby
So basically,
experiences
I
it,
can give you reasons where
induces
babies will be
pain.
crying without pain. By the way, that
Pain,
doesn't
pain can
involve pain.
pain can be neurological or it could be mental, bro.
I get that, but I'm saying that there can be instances where a baby is crying that does not have pain involved with.
If a baby cries, you've caused it pain physically or mentally.
Again, I'll give you an example where there's no pain.
It's physical or it's mental, bro. It's okay. So mentally means you didn't really do anything to its body, but you caused it. Whatever chemical reactions and neurological work is going on in its brain caused it pain, so it cries.
Okay. So, where are you going with this?
So why does a baby cry? What's the reason why a baby cries?
Well, you just answered it for us because you're trying to.
Okay, are you
say
saying that the purpose for a baby is to cry? The baby's purpose is to cry?
Yes. Can I tell you why?
Bro, think about what you
Can I
just
tell you
said.
why?
The purpose of a baby is to cry?
Yeah. Yes. No. You mean the
Oh,
purpose is
tell
pain,
me
right?
why. Tell me
Yeah,
why.
because sure. I think that all babies cry, and if you want to say that the pain is their purpose, it's because they're growing. All babies are going to cry. The pain can be either someone's making silly faces, the mother is holding him or her at the wrong position. It is going to outgrow by learning that this is pain. Whatever the case may be, it's their growing stage. So of course that could be, and purposes change. I don't believe one purpose that someone has to hold on to for the rest of their existence. Purposes can change because it's a reason, and your reason can very much change too along the lines.
Is every reason a purpose?
Is every reason a purpose? By definition?
By whatever you think. Just answer the question.
I'm dead. Is every purpose, is every reason a purpose? Could be, but I would say no. Not all reasons are purpose, because I can have a reason that I don't agree with, but I ought to do because of external factors, whatever the case may be.
Is purpose always intentional or can it be unintentional?
It could, with only humans.
I did not isolate the question. Does
It kind
purpose?
of, I mean, it's a broad question.
Yeah,
No,
and I
ask it
asked
again.
it and I asked it very broadly.
Oh, ask it again, please.
Is purpose intentional, always intentional, or it
No,
must? So purpose
it's
don't
not
have to.
always
What happens? What do you call it when purpose is not intentional?
randomness, or well, actually, not randomness.
Oh! Don't play with
Yes.
me. You said it right.
No,
You
but
you
at
you you said it right.
yeah, this guy.
You said it right. Yeah. So you
What?
see, that's why we eliminate the option of God. That's why
Bruh.
random, bro. That's why random doesn't always imply disorder. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
Wait.
I
Yeah.
took
Let's
you
connect the
down.
dots, right? Let's go back.
Listen. I took you
Yeah.
from purpose when you involve a sentient being to non-sentience. You end up with randomness, bro. We actually live in a random universe. That's why we require prediction.
Without intentions, and like you asked,
That is
fuck.
why
I said
that's why we
randomness.
require prediction in order to observe
Oh,
certain things.
your
You
purpose
see?
without intentions would be okay. I mean, without intention. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, because something can have. You did ask a very broad question, so I guess I thought of other
The
things.
reason why I asked the broad question is because I wanted it to not exclude the universe and the world around us when you answer my
Yeah,
question.
yeah, and I answered it honestly, but okay, but I would like to elaborate. But that again, that does then how do you distinct between what has intention behind of a purpose and what doesn't?
Sentience. Sentience.
Sentience.
There must be established evidence and proof
Okay.
of sentience. And when we look at the universe, we don't observe characteristics that are consistent with sentience at the creative level or at the manufacturing level, at the production level, or at the origin levels, right? There's no sentience involved.
Okay, so again, so this is your view, right? Your name is okay. That's why they know my name. Sorry, the chat is telling that they want to go at you with you. So I'm gonna just kind of wrap it up. I'm just gonna summarize. I really enjoyed the conversation with you today, but also,
You like
so
to get your ass whooped.
it's fun talking. It's nice. It's nice. I like talking to people because it's usually very easy. I like talking to someone like yourself who has different opposing views, and it's kind of fun. So, but what was I gonna say? So I'm just gonna kind of summarize your viewpoint. So you believe not in a creator. You believe in this energy that has evolved and transformed into these various different sentience, human, sapiens, and whatnot without a reason, without purpose, but just randomness. That's your view.
Without an intentional reason.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah,
No, you
with
said
no
without a
intention.
reason,
Oh,
without
sorry. Yeah,
intent.
not without purpose. Sorry.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen, listen,
without
listen,
intentions,
listen.
with just randomness.
The universe and the world as we know it developed reasonably without intent, randomly without being
Okay.
subservient to order. Do you
Okay.
understand? Do you understand?
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think of human who views that they are not they have not been created without an intention, and they have a reason that was within? Okay, so you do think that you have a reason. Okay, so hey, hold up. I think my answer to your question is wrong. So you think that you had a reason without intention to be created?
Yeah, the reason why I was born is because my father and my mother went under the blanket and did the
I
sugar
get
sugar.
that. I get that. But I'm
Yeah,
saying,
my father was a waist bender.
yeah. Okay, but I think I enjoy talking to you. We're gonna,
My father was a waist bender and my mother was a waist bender as well, a back bender.
man. I bro, Bafanga. Thanks for letting me up. Okay,
My father was a chick slammer. So was your father.
man.
Don't play
This
jokes.
guy,
So was your
goofy.
father. All of our fathers were waist benders, and all of our
Well,
mothers were
we're
back
going to the route
twisters.
of our fathers, huh? We're going to the route of our fathers.
Hey, we're doing it. It's an experiment that everybody must conduct. If you haven't conducted that experiment,
When are
you're
you
probably
planning to
miserable.
settling in? By the way, are you not? You're not married right now, right? Or are you in a
No,
relationship?
I'm not married right now.
You know, after you probably. All right. Anyways, all right.
I consider myself in a relationship with every female that I like.
Yeah.
Whether I
These
consummate that
are
relationship or not depends on availability and time.
right. Okay, it'd be like that. That's cool. But that's what
Just
we.
like a person
Hey,
who likes to eat food is in a relationship with every food that they like, right?
hey, we'll know. We'll know when it's serious when your view changes for that as well. You know.
Listen. My view could change. I don't mind being monogamous, but it would take a woman, bro. Like that
Mm.
woman, from my perspective, would have to be worthy of worship for my views to change. So my views are not changeable in terms of like
Worship is crazy. We're like,
monogamy,
what does a woman have to have? The top three qualities.
adoration, and no worship. I mean worship literally as it's defined: adoration and veneration. So a woman that I
Cool,
can
cool. What is the
venerate and adore.
okay? What are the first three things? What are the most three important qualities that a woman needs to have for you?
Intelligence,
Okay, and
feminine,
ooh, that's a whole okay, and
unpredictable.
unpredictable. Good luck with that one, brother.
You don't need to wish me luck. There's many of them out there. Some of you guys are just not man enough to handle them.
Or we just don't wanna.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So
I don't blame you.
unpredictable. That could be wild.
Yeah, it could be
As I
wild.
said,
It could be wild. No. That's a fact. It could be
you
wild.
like the fun part, huh? And you want it always a little spicy.
I just don't like somebody that, cannot solve problems independently.
Well, they're
And it's
intelligent. They
not
would be.
the intelligence is gonna be EQ, emotional intelligence. not
Okay.
IQ, EQ.
Okay. But it's for me. I guess it's they need to have a good sense of humor on top of anything else.
You know, you
Th-
you you want to know the most funny thing in the world?
What is that?
Something that's not funny.
Ta. I got
I'm just telling you,
you.
the best humor is no humor, bro. That's
Okay,
the
man.
best humor. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Forget about it.
You get it. You get it.
Yeah, if you get it, you get it. All right,
All
man.
right.
Thank you
All right,
for
man.
sure.
Thank you.
If you want to get your ass whooped, come up on Bakanga's show. Bakanga will whoop your ass with the facts. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Bakanga.
What's
Hold on, I've
cooking?
got a question. I've written it down. Hold on.
You wrote it down. Okay.
Okay, cool. So, because I saw your question, it says there is no God. So I thought it just came to my mind, and let me see. So because people has been worshiping God or their gods for ancients of days, yeah. Um, what are the benefits of living into a world without no God? You can give me two of your best answers for this.
I really
Because
only give
everyone
you.
wants to worship God. So,
I'll give you a
yeah.
solid answer.
Okay.
The benefits of not worshiping God are directly proportional to the benefits of not having a master. Independence.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bakanga.
You're welcome.
Okay, cool.
If you don't want to be independent, sure, you can imagine anything you want to imagine. Accountability obviously follows, right? You can be held accountable. Can you really hold a slave accountable if the slave was following his master's orders? No. If a slave commits a crime that he was ordered to do by his master, you can't really hold the slave accountable, right? You can't. You have to hold the master accountable. That's where the wisdom comes. So, in a world where there are no gods, you can hold people accountable. And people can independently make choices, knowing that they will be held accountable. You cannot relinquish the consequences of your actions to a supreme being. That's why religious people like to say, God forgive me. Why does God need to forgive you when God is not the one you offended? Can you imagine offending somebody, then asking an imaginary God to forgive you?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, bro? What you got for me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of understand your beliefs better. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. Like listening to these other people talking to you, it's not clear what you actually believe. We can go to some of the stuff you've discussed today
You can just
already,
ask me
and
directly what I believe.
yeah, sure. So you brought up like this detective analogy earlier, right? It was like a scene where there's somebody who's died, for example, and the analogy was to liken it to the existence of the universe, correct?
Indeed.
Okay. So, but then earlier you also kind of imply that you've already come to a conclusion about what you think the universe is and how it got here. So the analogy really doesn't map the same like one to one, right? If there's a scene where somebody has died and there's detectives, they don't go in with a conclusion. They go to try and figure out what has happened. But as far as I've been able to tell today, you already have concluded that. So can you kind of explain how that analogy,
I
works?
think I think you might have misunderstood the context because I wasn't really talking to you. So when you step out of the crime scene, you
Uh-huh.
observe, right? All you see what's on the scene. You have to study the crime scene, right?
You
You walk
do,
around the
yes, yeah.
house, you look at the blood that was spilled, you kind of ask the question, who was here on the scene? Are there any witnesses? And yeah, there's three witnesses: the Mexican guy, the Chinese guy, and the white guy. And then is it a double?
Mm.
Is it multiple victims, singular victim? At
Yeah,
first, it's just one victim, right? But come to find out, there's two. There's one upstairs, there's one downstairs. And then
right.
you go back later to the police station and you're reviewing all the data that was collected. They were like, well, there was also a black guy that was found on the scene. Okay, that's another person. So now you begin to review plausibility to see who you can eliminate, right? Because all 4 people, for 4 different reasons, could not have converged there and committed a crime. And if they did, you need to establish that, right? Those are the 4 suspects. You need to start there.
Yeah, that's the point of the
So,
investigation.
so,
Right.
so one of your partners really ran up to the gas station up the street. Some people have looked at the traffic light down the street, and when they saw the light, the video from the gas station, the black guy was running through the gas station, literally.
Right.
Way
So it
after
couldn't have been him.
yes, it could have been him. So you can
Right, okay,
eliminate
got
him by process of elimination. You want to know who
Okay.
that person is? You want to know who that black guy represents in this story?
I'm not
God.
sure. Can you tell me?
God.
Okay. Right.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
you could eliminate a black guy by process of elimination. So I'm saying where our
hold on,
science,
hold on,
where
hold on.
where our science has gotten, bro, we've already eliminated the possibility of an almighty, supreme, all-knowing being that's omnipresent, omnipotent. Bro, that's eliminated. The world, the
Okay, no,
universe,
I
the
get
world,
that.
but we have not eliminated the possibility of another form of sentient life. That's still possible.
Okay, but in what way would that other sentient life not essentially be God as we understand him? Like
In the
if
same way that Africa is a third world, the same way that Africa is a third world country, most African countries are third world countries, and most Western world are developed countries. They just have
well,
advanced
no,
technology.
hold on. Though we're not talking about just any country or any any third world country. If what we're trying to establish is something created the universe, that's not just anything. Do you know what I mean? That would essentially be what we understand as a God, right?
Like I said, the idea of something creating the universe has already been eliminated.
Right. So you've
Now,
come
the
to the
idea of
conclusion.
multiple,
So
the
you've
idea of
investigated
multiple
my
somethings,
point.
multiple
You've already
somethings.
eliminated the black guy in this scenario
Yes,
before you. So you've come to the conclusion before you've actually done the rest of the investigation, because you actually added to the analogy. You said, actually, no, it could be a suicide, right?
because when you look at a crime scene, you already have bro. When a detective goes into a crime
They go
crime
in with no
scene,
inclusion. A good
he's
detective.
no. That's not how it works, bro. You don't go there
That's true.
ignorant.
A good
You
detective doesn't conclude anything before they go into the crime scene. That would be a
you
bad
you you,
detective.
you only begin conclusions when you based on evidence. That is why,
Right.
if you want to get to your answer, the only way, especially when you have multiple suspects or multiple possibilities, the only way to isolate the root cause or the actual convict or suspect is by process of elimination. That's why
Correct.
if you're a suspect in a crime, they say, oh, we need to eliminate you, right? It's process of elimination. So you can
Right.
eliminate some things immediately. You can tell it wasn't a burglary because there's no signs of forced entry. There's many things that you can do. You can determine that the crime wasn't committed with a gun because there's no gunshot wounds. You can eliminate multiple things as soon as you get on
Okay,
the scene.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Can I just interject real quick? But if it's cool with you, I'm not trying to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. You're good.
Okay, so you can eliminate certain options, right?
Yeah.
But the question still stands: is how do these 2 people die? Right? We still have the situation where there's 2 dead bodies, 3 dead bodies, however many you want to say there are. I get that you saying that the black guy didn't do it is equivalent to saying God didn't do it, but it still doesn't solve the crime, which is that there's still dead bodies. So are you saying that it does still leave a possibility that there is some kind of agent that was involved, just not the
Of course.
form?
Of course.
Right, and then in what way will that agent, if we're mapping the analogy 1-to-1, dead bodies, there's a universe, right? So in what way would that agent not be a god, essentially? If they have the ability to create a universe,
Because
in this
the
analogy,
idea of God got to the scene way after the crime had been committed. Polytheism is far older than monotheism. Monotheism is literally under like 4,000 years old. That's history.
okay.
That's
So now
facts.
you're saying that it's, but then I would assume you also don't really believe in polytheism either, right?
Not
So we're not
necessarily.
really discussing that.
Right.
If you don't believe in monotheism, logically, doesn't that mean you cannot believe in polytheism? Like, if the idea of that there's no God,
You're correct.
it's
And the
like,
same way I don't believe in worshiping men as far as like kings and queens, right? Because the same thing that people do to gods, They do to kings
No,
and
I'm not
queens.
talking about men. I'm talking about gods. I'm not talking about men. Like
And that's why
we are,
it is necessary to not just understand the ideas of gods, but understand the application and the effects of those ideas and how they were propagated. The ideas of God are not in a
I'm not
vacuum
even saying
outside
that
of
if
human behavior.
okay, no, I get what you're saying. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not trying to debate the effects of there being a god or there not being a god. In this scenario, we're just trying to
It's not,
establish
I'm not
if
talking
there
about
is
the
a god.
effects of there being a God. I'm talking about the effects that the idea of God has had on human society and how human beings, how it affected human behavior, right?
Okay,
Gods
but
were
I'm
beings
saying
to
I
be
don't
worshipped
even.
in the same way as kings were beings to be bowed to.
But I'm not even. I don't care about what the idea of God has done to people. We're just trying to establish if there is one or not. I understand that the idea of there being a God can produce negative
You
consequences.
cannot establish if there is one without following the path to which we even came to even have that as a subject. I'm assuming that you already understand all of this, right? So the idea of there being a God cannot be independent from the person who says that there is a God. Like, so you're telling me someone just woke up from sleep, had an idea that there was a God, just presented the idea, and now we have to argue about it for eternity? That's bullshit. That means we might as well argue about everybody's fictional idea that they make up in their mind. The only reason why
No,
the idea
okay.
of God is relevant is
Can
because of
I
how it's
respond to that?
affected society. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think that the idea of there being a God is tied to the fact that there's people who think that there is a God. Obviously, humans were not always here, but that would not preclude there being a God or not. Before that human, it just means that when we did get
Not
here,
if the God idea originates with humans. The God idea originates with humans. It's not independent of human ingenuity. No, it's not at all. The idea
okay,
of God originates with humans. You
does
cannot exclude.
mathematics originate from humans?
Yes. If you
But
don't know that, bro, then you don't even know what mathematics is. Of course.
okay, but no, see, I would disagree. I would say that mathematics and said it, let's say the laws of logic preceded humans. They would exist either we're here or not. We discover the laws of logic and we discover mathematics because they were there before us. So in the
No, we
same
did
way,
not.
if
We
there,
did not discover mathematics. Listen, this is what mathematics is: the abstract
we didn't
science of
discover
numbers.
mathematics,
Yes, this I'm going to define
yeah,
mathematics to you. Mathematics is the abstract science of numbers, quantities, and space. Mathematics may be
okay,
studied in its own right, pure mathematics, or as it is applied to other disciplines such as physics and engineering. Mathematics is
right.
like computer code. You cannot tell me that we discovered computer code, ones and zeros. We made that code up. We have the ability to do that. That's what I'm saying. You cannot underestimate what human beings can do with their imagination when you're talking about subjects such as this. The human imagination is not useless. It does have the ability to conjure up ideas which are practical.
Okay,
That's why
I
mathematics
get
is
what you're saying.
fundamentally abstract. And numbers, you will never go out of there. You will never go out into the world and see the number two. That
No,
is
but
not defined.
it's a logical concept, right? Nobody.
It is systemically logical because that is how we framed it. It allows us to quantify the world. That's why it's abstract. Until pure mathematics is purely abstract, means it's purely imaginary. Unless you apply it. That's why there's such a thing called applied mathematics.
But isn't there also a thing that's just mathematics?
Pure mathematics, yes, that's 100% imaginary. That's abstract. But applied mathematics is really what we use on a day-to-day basis. What we use on a day-to-day basis is applied mathematics.
Okay,
Not
no, I
pure
understand.
mathematics. You cannot really do anything with pure mathematics until it becomes applied. That is why any idea that is in the human brain is abstract and purely imaginary unless it can be applied. Just like the idea of God, the idea of Superman, all fictional ideas and all realistic ideas.
Right. Okay, I understand your perspective. But okay, let's leave aside the mathematics itself. What about the laws of logic? Do you think that they would exist without humans or not?
What are the laws of
Do you
logic?
think do you think that we made up the laws of logic, or do you
What
think
are the
we
laws of
simply
logic?
discovered? Well, it's things like let's say if A equals B, then B is similar to is B equals A, right? I don't know the exact. You keep asking these questions, and you like your dictionary definition, so maybe you could just look it up. What are the laws of logic? Let's go with that definition.
He said maybe you could just look it up.
Well, you've done that with other
bro,
definitions.
bro, you
So
can
why
at
can't
least
we do that
attempt.
again?
You can at least attempt to give me your best understanding of it. Don't just give me the impression that you just didn't know what it was. If you give me the impression that you just didn't know what it was, then I begin to question if you actually know what you're talking about. You should at least paraphrase it in a way that makes me think that okay, at least he has a clue of what it is. But I'll give it to you. The law of thought, traditionally the three fundamental laws of logic, the law of contradiction, the law of excluded middle or third, and the principle of identity. The three laws can be stated symbolically as follows. Actually, let me go into more in-depth. Traditionally, the three fundamental laws of logic, the law of contradiction, the law of excluded middle or third, and the principle of identity. The three laws can be stated symbolically as follows. For all propositions P, it is impossible for P and not P to be true. So something cannot be itself and be its opposite at the same time. That's what it means. The law of non-contradiction. If a proposition functions f is true of an individual variable x, then f is true of x, or f of x is also true, in which means formally implies. Another formulation of the principle of identity asserts that a thing is identical with itself, that something is itself. A thing is itself. You are yourself. That's what it means. Oh man. Aristotle cited the laws of contradiction and of excluded middle as examples of axioms. He partly exempted future contingents or statements about unsure future events from the law of excluded middles, holding that it is not now either true or false that there will be a naval battle tomorrow, but that the complex proposition that either there will be a naval battle tomorrow or that there will not be now is true.
Okay,
You get it?
I do. Thank you for that. So let's pick the first law that you mentioned as an example, the law of non-contradiction. Did that law exist before humans existed?
No.
Okay, so you're saying that we made it up. We didn't discover it.
Bro, that's a law. That's a comprehension that we made based on our observation of the world. But we are still discovering
Right.
things
So
about the
if
world.
we
Hold up. Listen. We're
no,
still
no, but
discovering.
I feel
We're
like I
still.
need to interject. Your language kind of betrays you that if we observe the world, we're observing something that's already there.
Have we observed the whole world?
That's not my point. We don't
No.
have to observe the whole world, but
Listen.
we
That's why
observe something within
you
the
should let me
world.
finish. As of
Okay, go
this
ahead.
point in time, those are the things that we observe about the world. And the way we
Correct.
explain them is by formulating them in such a way. If tomorrow we observe the world to behave in a way that contradicts such a theory or a law that we've come up with, then we simply edit it.
Okay.
That's how it works. So
Yeah, I agree with
the observable world as it works, something is itself. Something cannot be itself and the opposite. So the only way you break this law is through observations. So those laws were not there. The phenomenon that the law describes is there, but we don't know how long it's been there.
Okay, yeah, we're done. That's true. But can you observe something that's not there?
You cannot observe something that's not there.
Right. So how did we observe the laws of logic if they were not already there?
Through our interaction with the world.
But that means we were interacting with something that was there already before us.
Or it could have been there as soon as we started observing. It didn't
So
have
you're
to.
saying
It didn't have to.
it
That's
happened,
unfortunately that's the nature of these types of things.
So what's the word when two things happen simultaneously? So you think that the laws of logic and humans happened or came into existence simultaneously? The laws of logic didn't precede.
Not necessarily that it came into existence simultaneously, or it predated, or it postdated. What I'm saying is that from the position of from the point of observation and due to the changing nature of the world as we observe it, we don't know if it's always been like this for the last 100 years, for the last 1,000 years, for the last 2,000 years, or if the last time the poles changed. Hold up, for the last time the poles changed, or perhaps The moment we observed it, it's when it became so. That's why we are yet to find evidence that contradict it. Now, if you
Okay, so
if hold up, bro.
no, I'm,
If
I'm
you
agreeing with you.
if you follow the tales and mythologies of men, you will find many
No,
tales and
I'm not
stories
talking
that
about. We're
contradict.
just talking about one specific thing.
Hold
Don't
up,
rope
hold
me into
up.
the
Let
mythologies
me
or
finish. Let
religion.
me
We're
finish
just
what I'm saying.
the laws of logic. That's it.
Bro, let me finish what I'm saying. Prior to when we actually said the laws of logic were logical, men were already telling stories of illogical stories. Religion, right? Like claiming
I'm not
that God could
interested
be
in religion.
immortal. Hold up, bro. Let me give you an example. If
I'm
God
really,
is
I'm not interested in the subject of religion. I'm just talking about
listen,
the laws of
listen,
logic.
listen. Let me give you an example,
Let's just
right?
narrow it down.
Prior to when Aristotle would have been talking about this, or when human beings first had that thought, human beings had already been believing that gods who were immortal could take mortal form, something which is
Okay.
impossible. That's a contradiction,
Yeah, I
right? God
agree
is
with
either
you.
mortal
But they
or
were wrong.
immortal. That's a contradiction, right?
That is a contradiction. They were wrong.
Okay, good. So if the laws of logic are true and have always been true, that eliminates every idea of God that human beings have ever brought, because those ideas are not logical. They are contradictory in nature. Now, if there's a possibility that there is a God, then you can presuppose that the laws of logic haven't always been laws of logic, and at some point, they weren't always true. Or at some point in the future, they might not be true.
Aren't the laws of logic necessarily true by definition? Because you're saying that sometimes logic wouldn't apply, but I think we have to be consistent with this.
Based on observation, logic always applies. It has always applied
Can
in
can
modern
we
times
have
till now.
can humans have an imperfect observation?
I don't know if humans can have any imperfect observation, but humans can have sufficient observation to establish a fact
No,
as a matter of
that wasn't
truth.
the question. That wasn't the question. Do you think it's
Yes,
possible
yes,
for
yes,
humans?
humans can have an imperfect observation of something.
Right. So if that's the case, and we are talking about observing the laws of logic, right? I'm
As
saying
applied.
that the laws of
As
logic,
applied.
no, just the laws of logic, full stop. I'm saying,
Bro, do,
I'm
do you
saying
even
those laws
do you even
are
understand the words that you're
necessary.
using out of your mouth?
Yeah, yes, I do actually. Yeah, obviously. I'm not
The
just
laws of
trying to.
logic themselves are not inherently laws. When we observe them, we make them laws because that is how we quantify that type of information. The idea of laws
So,
is 100%, the idea of a law is 100% man made. We use the language, that word law, we use it to describe things that work in specific orders, right? Whether the order can change or not, that's why we call it a law. So fundamentally, the laws of logic don't exist independent of human thought. When humans observe something, they label it laws of logic. So the thing itself and the way humans label it are only related based on the ability of humans to apply such a thing that they have observed. But independent of that application, it's just another idea.
okay, so I think we've maybe hit an impasse. I think that you cannot observe something that's not already there. I think that's logically sound. I don't think that it becomes only applicable when you observe it for the first time. Right? Sure, you can apply the laws of logic to things, but they're prior to your observation
So
by
let me ask you a
definition.
question. Let me ask you a question. When we observe the stars, what are you commonly told about the light that's coming from the stars?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
When you observe the stars, what are we
Uh,
told about the light that we see from the stars?
it takes a long time to get here.
Okay, by the time we see the light, what happens? What could have already happened to the star?
The star could be gone already.
Okay, so you're observing something which is not there.
You're observing the effects of something which is no longer there, but it
You can
was
see the
there
star.
prior.
You can see the star
Okay, so are you drawing an analogy of a dying star to the laws of logic?
because the laws of logic only begin to be laws of logic when applied. Outside of the application, they're just ideas. That's why I said to you, the application matters. It's just like
Okay,
mathematics.
so they're just ideas. Okay, do you think ideas existed prior to humans discovering them?
An idea is formulated in the mind in which that idea originates from. So yes, as long as human beings have always been human, there's no need to suggest that human beings haven't been able to formulate ideas. We can
I
definitely
wasn't
see that
suggesting
through
that.
progress.
Yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just trying to parse out your own logic. Anyway, look, like I think we're probably talking past each other a little bit here. I mean, I have some more questions if
It's
you'd like to
dangerous.
continue.
It's dangerous about when you talk about things that you don't fully understand, bro. That's why you feel
Well,
like we're
I'm
passing each
trying to
other.
understand.
We're not
Yeah,
passing each other. Let me show you my technique, okay? Let me show you my technique. If a religious
go ahead.
person comes, because I already know that you believe in God, right? So it's not like I don't know that
I
you
do.
believe in
That's
God.
true.
And I
Yeah,
think
that's
that
true. I
God,
do.
and I think that the idea of God is illogical. So if you're gonna go and try to use logic, I'm gonna sure as hell make sure that you know exactly that you're well grounded in your understanding of logic before we go there. So you're not just gonna be blowing smoke at me. If you don't even understand logic fundamentally and in core or sufficiently enough, how can you possibly use that to defend the idea of God? Then I'm just playing a game that
No,
you've already
I wasn't
lost.
really talking about God. Look, yeah, sure. I know the title of your stream is that there is no God, but I'm just trying to discuss other things related to that. When you say that the idea of God is illogical, on what basis do you say that?
An almighty, all-knowing, supreme being that makes no
Uh-huh.
mistake, that makes no mistakes, will never be the
Right.
product of the world that we are observing.
Sorry, say that again.
An almighty supreme being that
Uh-huh.
knows everything, that is everywhere, and that can do anything, can never be the
Right.
product of the world that we're observing.
Or do you mean that the
So,
world cannot be a product of that God? Are you saying that
no,
backwards?
yeah, can never be the originator of the world that we're observing.
Okay. Okay. No, so do you think that for the world, for a God to exist, the world would have to be perfect
In
to
fact,
entail that?
If God exists, the world cannot exist because God doesn't need any coexistences, right? If that God reaches
Yeah,
a
no,
point
I would
where
agree with you there actually. That God
if
doesn't need, but it doesn't also the opposite. It
if
doesn't
if God
necessarily
doesn't
follow.
need, if God doesn't need, that means He has
Uh,
no reason to want it. And if God wants it, it's always going to be out of necessity.
that's a non
Unless,
sequitur. Those two doesn't follow.
yes, it follows. A
No, it
person's
doesn't.
needs,
So
a person's
you
needs,
said
a person's needs are not independent of their wants, and a person's wants is not independent of need. You only begin to want something because you deem it necessary at that point in time.
But isn't that a difference between a need and a want, right? A need is necessary. A
The
want,
the the
you can
the
have
the,
it
the,
or you
the, the,
cannot
the,
have
the
it.
difference between a need and a want, honestly, bro,
Uh,
is really contextual, but they're not independent of each other. They're literally almost the same word
but they're not the same thing, though.
because you can use them contextually sometimes depending on what you're trying to imply, right? For example, my wants. If I'm trying to make my needs not seem too important, then I'll call them wants. If I want to emphasize the importance of my wants, I will call them needs. But the moment you decide that you want something, is because you
Uh-huh.
need it. Even if the reason why you need it is something that other people will not consider important. So you
I
tell
don't
me
think
what's
that follows.
what
There's
tell me
two
so
words
so so
for
you tell me
a
you tell
reason.
me what's the difference between a need and a want?
Well, a need is necessary, a want is optional. That's the simplest way I could put it.
If it's optional, why do you choose to do it?
Because it's optional. You can choose to do it or not do it
Okay, then why do you choose to do it?
because it's optional. It's kind of like a
No.
tautology.
It's optional means you don't have to do it, right?
Yes, but it also
But,
means you could do it.
or you could
You're
not
just
do it.
seeing one side of it.
Yes. But why do you do it?
I'm sorry, but I thought that was kind of funny.
Of
You've
course it's
asked me to
funny.
define the difference between a need and a want.
Tell me,
I
bro,
thought
bro,
I thought it was pretty clear.
I did this game with someone the other day, bro, and she made me bring up the dictionary definitions, and those two
Okay,
words are found in each other, bro. You cannot define a need without a want, and you cannot define a want without a need. They go in
is that true?
tandem.
Can we look that up in the dictionary? I don't think that's true.
Oh, damn.
Hey, don't cut me off, bro. Come on. Oh, okay, you're looking it up. Gotcha. I thought you were just gonna like
I'm not looking
give
it
me.
up. I already looked it up the other day.
Okay. Oh, damn, you got a spreadsheet.
So what's the word on the screen?
Uh, sorry, where are we reading from? I want. So to have a desire to possess or do something. And then informal, ought, should, or need to do
Or
something.
what? Or what?
Or need to do something. Yeah,
I
so
rest
that's
my
like a
case.
secondary. Oh, just
I
because the
said
same
to
word is in.
you that the only difference between them comes to application, bro. But fundamentally, those two words are weaved together. I don't know why
They
you
are
guys like
weaved
arguing.
together. They are similar ideas, but they're not the same thing. Are you saying that a want and need are the same? Let's just try
Practically,
clear that.
yes. In practicality, they are. But in expression, we differentiate them depending on context. But in practicality, they are.
What does it mean in practicality they're the same? I'm
That
not
means
sure
you
I
cannot do something that you don't need. You will not want to do something that you don't need. The moment you decide that you want to do something is because in that moment you've deemed it necessary. Even if
Okay.
it's optional. Even if it's
Can I-
optional. I want to go to the store. You
okay.
are only going to act upon it because you need to go to the store in that moment. Because if you truly don't want to go to the store, you won't go to the store. If you truly don't need to go to the store, you won't do it. That's why it's out of necessity, right? What do human beings do when something is necessary? They act upon it. You only act upon what's necessary based on your
Is it
understanding.
possible? Is it possible to act on something that's not necessary in that moment?
Unless you're being forced to, unless
Okay,
you're being
let's say
compelled
that.
to. If you're being
Can I give?
compelled to by an authority that supersedes your own will, then you can be
Well, okay.
forced
Well,
to
now
act. You can listen,
now we're
listen,
talking
listen,
about
listen,
compulsion.
listen,
We're talking about
listen.
compulsion. We're
Yes,
just talking.
yes.
Let's say you're free. There's no
Listen,
compulsion.
listen,
That's
listen.
that's
You
the that's the
you can
question.
be
Let's not
compelled to do
introduce other
something,
angles into
and
this.
bro, don't tell me let's not when I'm explaining something, bro. Like if you're compelled to do something, you will
Right.
still choose to die rather than not do it. If you didn't deem it necessary that okay, I will still do this because this increases my chances of survival. So even under compulsion, a want will still be a need.
So even under compulsion, a want would still be a need. Wouldn't you say that in that scenario, there will be a higher need, which is to survive, and that would actually be the main force compelling you to do something?
Regardless of prioritization, those words in practicality are the same thing. Nobody wants to do something that they don't need to do. Nobody wants to do something that they don't need to do.
Nobody wants to do something that they don't need to do.
Now, you may need to do something that you don't want to do, but you will never want to do something that you don't need to do. You may need, listen, bro, you may need to do something that you don't want to do. But the moment you've made
Okay.
up your
Can
mind that
I?
you want to do something is because you need to do it.
Okay. Can I give you a practical example because you said it's in practicality they're the same thing, right?
Give me
So
give me a practical example.
okay. So let's say that I cannot go for 7 days without drinking water, right? Because that's bad for my health. So drinking water is a need for me. I have a car outside my house and the tank is, let's say, 75% full right now. I'm not planning on any journeys in the next week, let's say. I don't need to fill up the car with gas, but I could if I wanted to. So filling up my car with gas is a want at this moment in time, but drinking some water in the next 3-4 days is a need. Like, what would you say to that?
It's neither a want nor a need until you've acted upon it. Then we will determine if it was a want or a need. If you
Okay,
haven't
but
yet
then,
acted upon it, there's no way to know if it's a want or a need. It is
so
that's
for
why I said
you,
that's why I said it's practicality. You're still pondering. You're still pondering. You don't know if it's a want or a need. That's why you haven't acted upon it. If it's a want that you don't necessarily need it right now, then you are likely not to go and fill up that gas. And so if the action that you choose to do is to not go and fill up that gas at that specific point in time, then
uh-huh.
it was not the need, right? Then it's not a
Okay,
need.
I agree. Okay, I agree with you. It was not a need,
Yes.
but where I would disagree with you is that you're saying that it wasn't a want.
It wasn't a want either.
Right.
How do we know that you wanted to go?
Or maybe it's just an idea that maybe,
That's why
let's
I
say
said
there's
that in
some,
your head you're still pondering.
yeah,
If someone
but
was
we're talking about,
if bro, you know where your gas tank is and you choose not to go and fill it up, it's because you didn't want to.
Correct. I agree with you.
And because you didn't need to. Your gas tank is 95% full. And you go and fill it up. It's because you wanted to and you needed to.
Okay, let's say that I want to go hiking, but I have to drive 100 miles to get there, and my gas tank is at 5%. In that scenario, I need to fill up the gas tank.
Listen,
That's the difference.
I think that what's a necessity?
Something that okay, this is kind of becomes like a tautology, right? It's a necessity, is something that's necessary for an outcome. Let's say you're trying to achieve something and there's something missing, right?
Something that cannot be done without at a specific point in time at a specific place, right?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Did human beings always act out of necessity?
For some things, yes. For some things, no.
Would a human being act if they don't deem it necessary?
Yes, actually, yeah.
So you would do what you don't want to do.
No, but I might do something that's not necessary, but maybe I just enjoy it.
But you want to do.
Yeah, but it's not. Sorry, you're gonna have to go back. You said, "Do I do something because I don't want to?"
Yes.
Absence of compulsion, no.
That's why I said to you, bro, something as vague, something as almost unnecessary as filling up your gas tank from 95% to 100%. You only acted upon it because you deemed it a necessity in your mind. If you could have thought of a scenario where it wasn't necessary, you wouldn't go fill it up. You acted upon it because it was necessary.
Okay. So let me just give you a scenario again. Let's keep using the gas tank. Actually, today I did that. I went and filled up my tank. It was halfway full. Now it's completely full. Was that a necessary thing? Like, I'm not going anywhere in the next week or in the next, I'm not planning any long journeys. I just thought, hey, let me go for a drive and fill up my my tank. That was it. Was that because I needed to do that, because I wanted to do that?
Yes, you needed to do that in order to use your time more efficiently, because you thought about doing it at any other previous time, but you had the time available to you and you needed to make use of that time. So you went and did it.
I'm going to have time in a week, 2 weeks. I work for myself. I don't.
You cannot guarantee that. You cannot guarantee that. That's why you went and did it. If you thought at all that it was okay for you to just drive away, you wouldn't do it. So you were maximizing your time. You were maximizing.
Well, look,
it's literally directly related to time management. You were maximizing your time.
Okay, I didn't even consider that when I did that. I just thought, hey,
that's how the human brain works, bro. I'm saying this to you.
In fact, I'll say it was the opposite. I had free time. Like, I was just not doing anything.
And you did not want to waste the free time. Did you want to waste the free time? So you chose to do something efficient. Something that you might not necessarily need to do it right now, but it is necessary you do it right now to get that out of the way. So now the free time, so you can now, whatever you get that free time later on, you will do something else. That's how the human brain works, bro.
Okay, just one more time, and then we can either end this or move on to something else. I'm just amazed that you won't concede that there's a difference between a need and a want. Have you ever heard of?
And I'm amazed that you won't let me raise your IQ to where you understand that it's in practicality, it's the same thing. Idealistically, you can find all type of idealistic ways of making them different, but in practicality, I'm telling you, bro, give me any practical scenario. I will show you how you need to do it. Human beings don't do things that they don't deem necessary. It doesn't matter what the reason is why they think it's necessary. I'm only here on TikTok talking to you because it's necessary for me to do this right here, right now. If not, I will be doing something else. And the practicality is observable by my behavior and my character. Same thing for you. If this wasn't necessary for you, you wouldn't be here right now. You needed to come up here and say the things you had to say. Though you didn't have to, you deemed it necessary, so you acted upon it.
Oh, I just like talking to people.
Let me put it for you like this, bro. Necessities go in tandem with the consequences of not acting upon them. If you need to do something and you don't do something that you need to do, you might have dire consequences. So now it also comes down to the dire consequences, right? Like, the consequences is also something you have to examine. That's how people usually look at necessities. So if I need to drink water right now, I'm thirsty, I haven't drank all day. I need to drink water right now. But I'm
Right.
doing something that I don't want to stop doing. So I decide to keep doing the work that I'm doing until I'm done with that work before I go and drink water. So are you telling me that
Okay.
if I choose not to act upon that necessity, does it change the fact that I still need to drink water?
No, but we're talking about a necessity. That's not been my contention
I
from the
haven't
beginning.
drank
I'm
water
just
in
saying.
24 hours and I'm working on an engine and I cannot leave that engine in that moment because if I step away for even 1 minute, something will go wrong, right? Now, I make a decision that I'm not going to go drink water. I'm going to wait until I'm done with the engine. It takes me another 8 hours to finish the engine. Is it a necessity in that moment that I drink water? For me,
It depends on what your ultimate goal is. If it's to continue living, then yes. But if your ultimate goal is to fix this engine, then no.
so you don't think that I could go another 8 hours without drinking?
Well, the way you proposed the scenario, you made it sound like that.
So check this out. Of course, I could go another 8 hours without drinking water. I can
Okay.
endure not drinking water for another 8 hours because there is something else that is more necessary than drinking the water, which is
Right, which is
working on
what I
that
just said to
engine.
you. It
Which is
depends
working on
what
that engine.
your
If I was
what you
passing
said
out,
more necessary.
if I was completely dehydrated and I was passing out, then
Yeah.
I would rather forego and deal with the consequences of leaving that engine unattended, and I'll go hydrate because it's become
Okay,
a
that is literally
necessity.
what I just said. I said to you, it depends on which of the two is more important to you. Do you want to continue living, or do you need to fix this engine first? You've
Everything
just
that we do,
outlined the exact same thing.
everything that humans do is important to them. Everything that human
Okay.
beings do is important to them. That's why
Okay.
everything we do is a
I agree.
necessity. It's just that
But hold on.
some things are more necessary than others, right? So we usually describe wants as things that are less necessary than things that we consider to be more necessary. That's how idealistically people usually like to define wants. Like, I don't want to do this right now because I don't really need to do it right now. What I mean is that I may need to do it right now, but there's something else I need to do that's more important than this. So as far as what we do, it's always necessary. As far as when we do it, some things might be necessary and some things might be just something we want to do, but we're not going to do because there's a higher priority item on the list. But in terms of practicality, we only do what we need to do. You cannot do what you don't need to do.
Okay.
You won't
I
even
guess
want to do sometimes you won't even want to do what you don't need to do.
okay. I think we've probably talked about this too much. It's fun though, bro.
I think it's good. I
I'm
think
enjoying
it's good
this.
that we talked about it because I had
Oh
this
yeah. No,
conversation the other day with someone that was much younger than yourself. But mostly, listen, bro.
wait,
A lot
how'd
of
you know how
people
old I am?
have a lot of people
Wait,
have time.
hold on. How'd you know how old I am? You just assumed that.
Bro, you're at least older than 20, are you not?
Yes, I am actually. Yeah.
Okay, good. So the person I was talking to was younger than 20.
Okay. I'm just playing now. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Bro, most people have a difficult time managing their lives because they don't know how to prioritize. They don't understand. They don't understand the relationship between wants and needs, right? They go with that vague understanding that you just gave me. But if you understood that your wants and
I
your
don't think it's
needs,
vague though, bro. Can you be
listen,
fair
listen,
with that? I don't
listen.
think it's vague.
It's
You're
vague
just
because
saying it's vague.
it's vague because it's not practical. If you understood the practical relationship between what you want to do and what you need to do, you will never do anything and think of it as not consequential. If I want to do
Okay.
something that I don't need to do, that's probably something that I shouldn't be doing. If you're going to
Okay. Can
consider
we?
something that you want to do not as a need, that's how you know you shouldn't do something. Listen to me carefully, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I am
Everyone
listening
listening to the
carefully.
sound of my voice. Everyone listening to the sound of my voice, okay? This is how you manage your life and you have peace of mind. If you want to do something, I don't care what it is. If you're going to spend an iota of a second of your life doing something that you want to do, but you don't think it's necessary that you do it, that's how you know things you shouldn't do. That's how you know things you shouldn't do in life. This is a lesson you're supposed to learn when you're literally 5 years old, but most of you don't. You should never want to do something that you don't think it's necessary. If you do that, you're immature. You're not mature yet.
Okay. Can I just quickly add to that?
Go ahead.
So, like, I'm talking to you right now. I didn't see it the way you just sort of put, right? I didn't feel I needed to do this. But would you say that there was no value in this conversation?
If there is no value in this conversation for you, bro, You are what I call a time waster, a child.
Right.
You
But
are
I find value
literally,
in that.
you are literally in the business of going and wasting your time. Correct. Correct. Any individual who is in this live session right now and there is no value in it for you, please leave. Because I don't want you to waste your time. You are wasting heartbeats, you are wasting breaths, and you're wasting brain power. And don't go and engage in other things like that. So you are only here, my bro, because in one way or another, you deemed it necessary, whether in expression, whether in understanding what I'm saying, for you. It carried a level of necessity. So you wanted to do it.
Or did I need to do it? Which one?
You needed to do it to gratify whatever stimulated that desire in you. Our desires are stimulated. It's almost like temptation, right? It's temptation. Think about it. It's temptation. Someone says something and I want to reply, but I don't need to reply. But I reply. I replied because I wanted to gratify that
Okay, I
need
mean, look, but
inside of
you
me.
keep using the words interchangeably, which is fine, I guess. I think that's your understanding of them.
Like I said,
I,
it's contextually. So when you're gonna contextualize, your hope is that the person
but
you're
then
talking to understands what you're saying.
the way you're saying it, though, it almost sounds like there are no such things as wants at all. Everything is just need.
Every want is a
Because
need. Yes, every want is a need.
okay, so that's your position.
That's the practicality of it. Tell me a want which is not a need.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I think I've already argued this before, so there's no point to repeat it. I mean, we can continue if you want. I did have some other questions.
Go ahead. Am I stopping you?
Okay, so we went over the detective thing, and then laws of logic. One of the things I've heard you say a lot is, you say that people without intelligence believe in God. Is that hyperbole, or do you actually truly believe that?
Oh no, it's not just that I truly believe that, because it's not a bit. I know that. To believe in God, you have
Okay.
to lower your IQ. You have to literally lower your IQ. It's literally designing it. The act of prostration is an act of submitting. What you're really submitting is your ability to think for yourself. Right?
Okay,
In
so you
fact,
think it's more
in
beyond
certain
that too?
in some religious traditions like Christianity, it actually explicitly tells you don't lean on your own understanding. Shut your brain
Right.
out and just do what you're told. Follow commands. You know what I'm saying? Just do what you're told.
Is that the most charitable what's the word I'm looking for? Interpretation of that though? Don't lean on your own minds. Isn't it kind of saying that you should lean on a wiser mind? In which case, in this case, is God.
You cannot lean on a wiser mind than you if you're not already wise enough to know that the mind is wiser than you. So the mind cannot be wiser than you if you wised it up already that you need to rely on it. You're using it as a resource. You're not using it as a substitution for your own ability to think, right? So if your own ability to think is sufficient, then you don't really need to rely on something else. You only begin to rely on something else if your own ability to think is not sufficient. But when you think that you're relying on the imagination or the wisdom of God, when literally God is not the one that gave it to you, it was given to you by another human being, there's already a discrepancy in your thinking process. That means you're not smart enough to figure out that it wasn't God that said it. It was a human being who said it and then said it was God. You need to be smart enough to know that. If God wants me to rely on his wisdom, it might be favorable on God's part if he showed up in person and transmitted his message in person. Because if you're telling me to rely on God, but I got to go through Solomon, then I'm not really relying on God. I'm relying on Solomon. That's the reality of the situation.
Well, you okay, from your perspective, I can see why you would say that. But let's say you just said that. Going back to the statement you just said prior, which was, I'm paraphrasing, so please correct me if I'm wrong. You said that if you have to look to anybody for wisdom, it means you're already wiser than them, right?
Yes, yes.
So in a way, you actually don't even need to look to that person.
No, that's
So
not what I said. I didn't say you don't need to.
okay, but what's the
Knowing.
value
Let me tell you
in
something,
them
okay? Let me give you
if
something. Let me
you're
show
already
you.
wiser than them?
Let me show you something. In this world, there is only you, and then there's everyone else. and everyone else is a tool you can use. You understand? The
Everyone
carpenter
else is
can
what?
use,
Sorry?
everyone else is a tool.
Everyone else is a two? What?
Yes, it's a tool.
A
So the
tool. Oh, gotcha.
yes, the wisdom of a carpenter is not the fact that he knows what the hammer does. It's the fact that he knows what the hammer does, and he knows when to use the hammer to get to do what the hammer can do, because it's more efficient for him that way. If you need help and you're broke, you can sit in your house and imagine that God is going to come and give it to you. Or you can go and ask somebody who actually has that money and that can give it to you. The wisdom to know that you need help is even more important than the help itself that you get. For if you didn't
I would
even know
agree
that
with you there.
if you didn't even know you needed help, you know what I'm saying? You would never go and ask for it. So you help yourself when you realize you need help.
Well, but then that kind of goes back to what that Bible verse is saying: is that don't rely on your own wisdom. If
But
you
you
need
cannot
help,
rely on your own
go out
wisdom
in
without
the.
realizing, knowing the difference between your wisdom and whatever wisdom you're chasing. Because knowing
Yeah,
that you
but
shouldn't rely on your own wisdom is still your wisdom.
yeah, but it's just the first step of it, right? It's a whole process.
And the most important ingredient in that process is your wisdom.
Yeah, it's like, when people talk about like addiction, right? Like the first step of addiction is admitting that you have an addiction, right?
There you
But you
go.
still
Listen,
cannot forego the actual help from other people or other minds who are wiser than you.
because the help
It's all it all goes
the
together.
help that you're getting from those people is no longer independent of you. It's now dependent on you. You're now in charge. You're always in charge. You're always in charge. You're the one who seek that help out. The same way a carpenter seeks the hammer. The hammer is the one hitting the nail, but the carpenter is the one controlling the hammer. So think of your counselors and your therapists as a hammer. You're using
But if you
it.
don't know how to wield the hammer, you can go and ask somebody who does, and they can teach you.
You don't know how to go to a therapist?
Well, this is kind of the same analogy. If you cannot help
No.
yourself, you can go
The therapist is the hammer.
right.
So if you don't know how to get to a therapist, and you know that you don't know how to get to a therapist, you're going to use the GPS as a tool.
I'm not
Ultimately,
sure.
you are always the wisest person you know. That's what I mean. You need to be you don't need to rely on anybody else's wisdom. You need to rely on your wisdom. And this is a wise person, okay? Let me tell you what wisdom really is. Knowing the difference between what you can do and what you cannot do. Knowing the
I would
difference
agree with
between
that
what you can do
sometimes.
and what you cannot do would then allow you to know what to do when you need to do it.
Okay, but knowing the difference between what you can and can't do also allows you to know when to ask for help from somebody else, right?
And that's your wisdom. That's the wisdom you
Right.
gain. That's how your wisdom works. That's what makes you wise. Somebody else, nobody can know if you need help if you don't know that you need help. Nobody can offer you help and the help would work if you don't accept that help. You are the
Yeah.
one in charge. You are not relying on anybody else. You're relying on yourself to use the resources you have to improve yourself. And what people do for you, what people give to you, what people think, what people have done research on, those are all resources available to you. That's what makes you ultimately responsible for your fate. There's only
Right.
one situation in which you cannot rely on your own wisdom. A situation in which you are comatose or you are stuck. You had a car accident. Your seatbelt is stuck, and somebody is driving by. In that moment, what can you do? You can do nothing, right? The only moment when you cannot rely on your own wisdom is when you're completely hopeless and you're in despair. Complete lack of hope and you're in despair means at that point you've already given up. If you haven't yet given up, you have to continue to think. For any help that comes to you would not be independent of whatever thinking thoughts you make and whatever actions you act upon. So you don't want to promote dependency. You want to promote independency of mind. And an independently minded person knows the difference between this is time for me to get an expert who has done this better than me. So I can use what they can do as a tool to get me where I want to go. Ultimately, you have the master plan. Not them, not anyone else. That's literally at the core of sentience. people who go to church when people are sick and pray in Jesus' name have no understanding. They have no wisdom. No wisdom. No wisdom at all.
Do you equate wisdom to intelligence? Because this is kind of how it started, right? I asked you if you really thought that anyone who believes in God is not intelligent.
Intelligence, it comes in between. It's like the line. It's the linking line. It's like the fiber that connects knowledge and understanding. And then once you get to the understanding, intelligence will also connect the intelligence to the wisdom. And then once you're done with the wisdom, intelligence is what connects that wisdom to skill and the application of that knowledge, that understanding, and that wisdom. So yes, your ability to apply the wisdom you've gained, to apply the understanding you've gained, and the knowledge you gain, that's intelligence. That's
Could you say
intelligence.
it's the other way? It's the other way around, that the ability to apply your intelligence is wisdom.
No, because
Because
once you
somebody could
apply,
be. Listen, sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
intelligence is defined as the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. Knowledge is information. Skill is what you get once you've understood that information. So skill is what you can call wisdom. So intelligence is the application, the acquiring and application of said knowledge and skill.
Okay. But let's say you have two really intelligent people, right? Like IQ, they've done IQ tests and they're both like extremely high. We keep using the word IQ. That's something that's we try to measure, right?
Yeah, IQ means intelligent quotient.
Yes, yeah, we know that. Let's say that two people are equally smart, right? But one guy just sits in his house all day, smokes weed, doesn't do anything, and then another guy goes out in the world and applies himself. Wouldn't you say that the second guy is wiser, but they have equal intelligence? There's a lot of smart people who don't do anything with like their intelligence, right? Because they don't have the wisdom.
Not necessarily. If
No,
two
you don't
people
think
have
so?
the same, if two people have the same skill,
No, not
and one,
skill, intelligence.
no, that's what I'm
Because skill
saying.
implies a kind of
Wisdom,
act.
wisdom, yes, wisdom, yeah.
Right,
If
wisdom.
two people have the same knowledge and skill, and one person chooses to apply that knowledge and skill, and another person chooses not to,
Right.
let me tell you why. They're both wise. Because when you
Would you
gain
say
knowledge and
that?
skill, yeah. Let me show you how. Knowledge, understanding, and wisdom don't just govern what you do, it also governs what you don't do. There's some people who go and get an entire degree in business, and just to learn that they don't want to do business. There's two people who learn how to be a pilot, and one guy is just like, his wisdom led him to the understanding that that's what he doesn't want to do.
Okay.
It's not because he doesn't have the information or skill.
So it kind of sounds like in this case that you can have the same exact same wisdom and you can just end up doing something completely different to somebody else.
Especially
So,
when it produces results that are consistent. That's right.
but
Check
then,
this out. When I compare the religious person to the typical person, right? A religious person who wants to heal their patient, but they will not go to the doctor, they'll rather go to church.
yeah, they're dumb.
That's what I'm saying, right? Because the intelligent person, the regular person, and the religious person have the same wisdom. They understand the medical system, they understand how to treat disease and where disease are treated. But they both
Okay,
act
so
upon it
actually,
in two different ways.
hey, let me just interject here real quick. So I actually think we agree, but I think I use intelligence differently to how you use wisdom. So to me, the
I think
intelligence.
it's the same way. I think it's almost like the one need thing, the way you're using it, because I see the way you're saying it. And
Yeah,
intelligence,
yeah.
intelligence, you can plug it in on the grid at any point. Even
You can
before,
know.
yes, even
You
before
can
you even
know.
get knowledge, you can still plug in intelligence on the graph.
Yeah, so I mean, in that scenario you just gave, I could say that there's a lot of smart people who like the PhD in physics or whatever. Like that's you got to be intelligent to do that, right?
Right?
But then somebody who say, let's say the other guy only has like a associate's degree, couldn't handle PhD, right? I would say that guy is less intelligent. But in that scenario you just proposed, I could see the second guy taking their loved one to the hospital, and I'll say they're wiser than the smart guy who refuses to use all the tools available to him. So I
So
think we agree in general. I just use intelligence as like just
I would
raw
add to what you
ability.
said about a guy with an associate's degree. Some people are cowards, bro. So being
Right.
intelligent doesn't mean you cannot be a coward.
Yeah, true. You're right.
Some people are so smart that when they figure out what needs to be done, they're just lazy. They don't want to do it.
Right. But then I
You
would
know?
also attribute
And
that to a lack of wisdom. If you're wise,
no,
you
no, no,
use it
no, no,
all
no,
the
no, no,
tools.
no, 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 no. It's not a lack of wisdom. Because a coward is wise in his own way. Right? You should that's why I tell people, okay, listen, bro, let me put it this way. I expect a thief to be a thief. The wisdom of a thief is not the wisdom of a doctor. I expect a coward to be a coward.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? That means if I'm dealing with a coward, I don't underestimate his skills and his talent. He might surprise you. He might oops on you. So if you underestimate the person just because they're a coward, they might turn out to be wiser than you think, right? Come to find out this dude went to university, got all types of degrees, he has all types of technical skills. He just doesn't want to apply himself to it because he likes staying at home and playing video games. That's what he likes the most.
Okay.
So
Yeah, no, I agree with you, bro. I
yeah, yeah,
think
yeah. It's like someone
we're
who's not
just
good with
moving
money,
towards
right? So, some people never went to college. All these rappers never went to college. Never went to college. They never started business. But they have really great money management skills. They're greedy, hungry. Their greed, their hunger, their courage, their toughness allows them to survive in environments where simply looking at their formal level of intelligence, because intelligence can be formal and informal, right? You can gain skills and talents in different ways. So, like I said, it really depends on this specific situation, bro, when you're observing it. But when it says about religious people, bro, they make too many illogical decisions. Not all of them. Not all of them. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
But a person who believes in God and is also intelligent, they usually find that their own wisdom comes in conflict a lot with what they believe. They battle.
Right.
That's a battlefield. That's a battlefield. Like sometimes you find yourself relying on your own wisdom so much that you begin to question if you might just be relying too much on your own understanding. Maybe you should leave it in the hands of God. You know, the good old saying, Jesus take the wheel. Hell no. Jesus,
Right.
I said, Jesus, if you wanted to take the wheel, Jesus, you should have taken the wheel before we left. I said, Jesus, read the map, but I'm going to be on the wheel. You know what I'm saying? If I say, Jesus, take the wheel, that means I've given up, man. That means I've already given up at that point. And it's not consistent with the way you see the way God operates in the Bible and in all those books, because God made the Israelites go and fight their own battles. Christians and religious people like to promote the idea of free will. So at what point does God now interrupt our free will and take the wheel?
Well, actually, this kind of came up earlier too, when you guys were talking about free will, and you said that I think your words were free will doesn't exist. We have limited will.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I actually would agree with you on that. I think the idea of like an absolute free will doesn't make any sense.
Man, that's how listen, bro. This is the one statement that you've made that really,
just the one, bro. Come on.
it really puts a check on this chess match that we've been playing, because you and I have been playing chess. Okay, this conversation has been chess, and in chess you cannot underestimate your opponent, right? You got pieces on the board. I still got pieces on the board, but if you could really understand the whole free will thing, bro, you are not a mind to be played with. You're an intelligent person. People who think they have free will and they don't know how to distinguish it, because the word that you have said, absolute free will, bro, that is the context in which most people use it. And I wouldn't have a problem if you use free will, if I understood that you know the difference between absolute free will and limited will. Because limited will, if free will is not absolute, it's not free will. But you can still use the word if you understand the context in which someone is saying it. If you understand the context, right, of which someone is using it and they use the word free will, I won't really have a problem if I'm already grounded upon the knowledge that this person understands absolute free will from free will. Because if free will is not absolute, then there's a limitation. That's why it's not absolute.
There is a limitation. Yeah, correct. I mean, look, I think it's quite easy to illustrate. Like, if you say you go to an insane asylum, right? There's some crazy people in there. They have no limits on their wills, right? They can go out on the street and walk out and get hit by a bus.
Yeah.
Technically, they're more free than you are, because you wouldn't choose to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because you
So,
would consider the consequences. You would consider the consequences of making such a decision. So you wouldn't even will to do it.
Yeah, but then actually what you just said there, I would just maybe take it a slightly different direction and say that free will, like just speaking generally, now that me and you understand like our baseline, right? Neither of us believes in like an absolute free will. I would say that the freest will, let's say, to use that phrase, is when you're working or acting towards something that's good for you, right? That's the closest we can get to a free will. Because if you do something that's harmful for you, that limits your own expression later down the line, right? If you drink too much, smoke too much, sure, you're free to do those things in that moment, but down the line, that's going to stop you from doing other things, enjoying life in your later years or whatever you might want to, any scenario you might want to imagine down the line. So that's what I would say. It's not just absolute, but it's about acting in a way that's good for you. That's the freest you can be.
Check this out. That's why I find it very ironic that believers in God believe in free will. This is the definition of the word free will, bro, according to the Oxford Dictionary. The power of acting without the constraint of necessity or fate. The ability to act at one's own discretion. That's practically impossible for human beings, bro. Fate means what happens to you has already been preordained. So
Correct.
free will means no one has ordained your fate for you. But even in the absence of God, society has already set laws in place. Laws that will not even make you will certain things. You know, most rational people will not will to go rob a bank. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're constrained by so many things every time you make up a decision in your mind.
Well,
and also necessity. Necessity. Think about it. Necessity. That's why I said to you, human beings only will to do what they deem necessary. It's hard to just do something that you don't think necessary. It's hard. Even if other people don't deem it necessary, you concluded in your mind that it was necessary prior to you acting upon it. That's observable in the world. That's why sometimes people make some really weird decisions, bro, and you just look at it, you're just like, why did he make that decision? In his head, he thought he had to do it, but you're just like, damn. And then people who make decisions like that, bro, they usually end up with mental illness.
Yeah, they're not actually free.
That's why in court, people plead insanity. I wasn't in my right mind when I went out there and used an AK-47 to pop a bunch of people. I didn't need to do it. I didn't even want to do it.
Defense in court, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, can we end on a lighter note? You were saying some stuff I've never heard before when I was listening earlier. I don't know if you were joking or if you were serious, but it was about Jesus being in Egypt and like he was a Nigerian or some like what was that about?
Didn't you catch the humor, bro?
Okay, so that was a joke, right?
He told me to tell him. I told him that I knew the story of Jesus, right? And he told me to tell him the story of Jesus. So I said, okay, yeah. There was this lady in Jerusalem, and there was this black guy called Tyrone. Bro, the moment someone says Tyrone in the same word as Jesus, you should already know they're joking with you. Like, yeah.
Okay. That was why I wanted to.
Yeah, of course. I was so wild about that. I made sure I made it very clear to any reasonable person that he's got to be joking. There's no way, like he's not serious about what he's saying right now. So yeah, I was clowning him, but he didn't catch on to it because he took me seriously, which is weird. I don't know if he caught on to it.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought, wait a minute, this is like nonsense. And that's actually why I wanted to join in the first place. But then you guys talked about like a bunch of other things, and then I kind of picked up on those.
That story is founded upon my thought that Mary was not a virgin. If Joseph did not impregnate Mary, she slept with somebody else, bro. even if Jesus' story is true, that's the reality of the situation. Even if he was exactly who they said he was, the most bombastic part of this Jesus story was the being born of a virgin part, bro. Like, somebody put the pipe in there. That it happened, bro. Like, and if you tell me your God has a pipe, good for your God. Good for your God. Listen, if God is someone that can pipe down a human female, good for him. Let's not even talk about the fact that she might have been underage. So I think, considering how old Joseph was, it's not implausible to think that Mary had a much younger lover. It's not implausible.
Does it say how old Joseph was in the Bible? I'm not familiar with that.
She was young. If you go into Catholic dogma, they tell you that she was like around the age of 16, 15, something like that.
Okay, I mean,
even though that was the marriage age at that point, I know that in those days, that was around marriage age.
In today's days, like some countries, they've still got some crazy like.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you just
Tyrone is my fictional character that I placed in that fictional story. If I was to write a Bible, man, y'all better hope I never write a Bible because everybody out here writing their own versions of the Bible. I'll write a Tyrone version.
right,
Bro,
gotcha. Hey, but
I would destroy that story, bro. I say Eve was actually Jaquan. The serpent was actually Jaquan, the black guy from Nigeria, Emeka, Chinedu.
well, that's certainly some interpretation.
Oh, should I say Ebuka? Because Ebukas are more wild. Yeah, the sin that Eve committed was not eating the fruit. The fruit that Eve ate was the testicles of Ebuka. She was the first fornicator.
I'm not gonna.
she,
I
she,
can't go
she
down
was
that road.
the Eve was the first head giver, the first unrighteous head giver, and Ebuka the Nigerian is responsible. Go to Nigeria and look for Ebuka. Ebuka will tell you the whole story.
Are you a Nigerian, bro? By the way.
No, I'm Cameroonian. I like to put Nigerian jokes though.
Okay. Oh, I'm Zimbabwean. So hey, we're both from
Zimbabwe.
Africa.
No doubt,
Yeah.
this is not funny to you. If you're a Nigerian, you laugh.
No, I don't understand the reference, but I'm sure somebody's
It's
laughing out
okay.
there. Yeah.
Ebukas are players, bro. They're players. They're like
Gotcha.
Tyrones. They're like Tyrones. I don't know if you guys have
Tyrone is
some in
like
Zimbabwe.
it's the American version, right? Or like Chad if you're white.
Yeah. They're
Gotcha.
tough guys. They like to be tough guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Almost
Okay.
like your boy Robert Mugabe. He said, screw everybody.
Hey, the good ones die young, huh?
Hey, Mugabe did not die young though. Mugabe was the exception.
Boy, yeah.
That was an anomaly. Mugabe was an anomaly. But you know what, bro? People are gonna hail Mugabe in the future, bro, because he was
No
really
way,
one of
dude.
those first. Bro, listen.
I disagree on that one.
Put away
Dude, like,
tyranny. Put away tyranny, bro. But standing up to the West. I'm telling you,
he
bro.
did. But
We
then he
Africans,
also
we
imposed his own
Africans are
tyranny.
the only
That's the
ones,
problem.
bro. We are the only ones that expect our heroes to be perfect before we put them on the pedestal of glory when they're gone. Bro, in the Western world, they don't care. They don't care what their heroes did. If their heroes stood for an ideology that meant the independence of their people, bro, the Westerners, they will glorify them. That's why Christopher Columbus was worse. He was worse than Mugabe. Go through the list of all Western heroes. You'll see, bro, they were worse. We Africans, we don't know. We just don't
Yeah, but
understand the psychology.
do you think we're gonna revere him like that in the future?
When we begin to put down the list of Africans who stood up, the founding fathers of the United States of Africa, right? He'll be one of them. He'll be one of the revolutionaries. Just like there are great men during the days of George Washington that we never heard about. The United States of listen, bro.
No,
At some
I'm listening.
point,
I've never considered that.
in time, this idea of the United States of Africa would materialize, bro. It's a give or do. It's going to. We just don't. You have to really be deep in African politics to understand. That's their only choice. That's their only hope. And what they need right now is a conflict between the West and the East. If any type of escalation happens between the Western world and the Eastern world, bro, you'll be surprised what the Africans can achieve. When the Europeans don't have time to stamp, like if they don't have resources, they don't have the time to dedicate manpower to keeping to meddle in African politics. It wouldn't even take a year, bro. Gaddafi wanted to do it. You saw how hard they came on Gaddafi. Bro, the idea of a United States of Africa is a nightmare to any nation in this world. I want to think, bro, Africa will be the only country that is bigger than a continent, than most non-continent, that is not landlocked. The ocean, the sea, the space in the ocean that we could control. The diversity will be insane. Like, you don't have to create computer codes coded in one singular language. I mean, it would be a great achievement, not just at the level of politics, economics, but even at the level of IQ. Like, we need to reach a level of smartness, which I think we've already reached that level. And one of the biggest obstacles now is that the Western world is threatened by it. But look at the way the South Africans are talking, bro. The South Africans now, bro, they bark at everybody like they got nukes just because they're in the union with China. Listen, there is an arrogance in the African person. There's an arrogance that is yet to be revealed, bro. And that arrogance is like, I don't want to take no bullshit no more. Like, that's literally that's usually the ending point of oppression, okay? Any type of oppression. That's why it's not really good to oppress people. And if you're going to end the oppression, You really need to do some form of reparation, either verbally or physically, some form, because there's something that eats people out in the inside when they don't want to bow, bro. When they don't want to bend the knee, when it's like either survive or die, bro. Like you don't want to push people to that level. And Gaddafi was a revolutionary because he found a way to make the Arabs to be on the same page with the blacks, and that's extremely difficult, bro. That's very difficult.
It's dangerous to, yeah, they had to kill him.
It's a threat. It's a threat. If I was American, I would never even dream of making that happen. If I was a Chinese nationalist, American nationalist, the idea of a United States of Africa, bro, you're talking about all the resources on the continent will become locked. You're not coming here to get cheap $1 resources that should really be $100. Like you're not getting that stuff no more. Business will expand, development will expand, nationalism will expand. We could put a spy in every country. We have citizens in every country. Everywhere. Learning every skill, every knowledge. If the diaspora, bro, if only half the diaspora went back to Africa, bro, and we were focused on technological advancements, bro, that's why it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. As far as the West and the East are concerned, Africa must remain separated. 50 different countries. Imagine the United States, bro, as 50 different states. They'll probably be fighting each other a lot. Yeah, this empire will not be. So yes, the United States and Russia and China, all these powerful countries, they have a really good reason not to get into any type of conflict with themselves. Because we have some scavengers just waiting to take it. To take it, bro, like, to take it. First of all, if there's any conflict in the Western world and in the Eastern world, Africa becomes a refugee camp. And when the beggars become the solution, bro, there is an arrogance. There is an arrogance. And I'm using the word arrogance, bro. I'm telling you that, like, just the way I think, bro, I would never bow the knee. Like, the next time somebody think about enslaving black people, bro, you should just be ready to exterminate people like me because we ain't gonna bow the knee, bro. You're not gonna be able to convince us to stay on the plantation. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Our generation is not buying that stuff, bro. And the Western world is really fortunate that Christianity, that we've bought into a lot of their ideologies, their religion. If we were religiously independent, bro, what happened to China in 100 years will happen to us in 20 years. We'll become internationally relevant in less than 20 years. Many of us still have loyalties that are outside of our own identity as Africans. It would materialize. It's just a matter of time. And the longer, it would take long based on the ability of the Western and Eastern world to maintain peace between themselves, to not go into any type of warfare.
Well, I mean, that's what happened the last time, right? There was a lot of colonies and, interests overseas in Africa, and then the World War happened, and all of them got scaled back because they were occupied elsewhere, right?
Yes, bro, that's so amazing that you brought it up. I don't know why I've actually never even pinpointed that in thought. I've never actually pinpointed that timeline. It's really true. The earliest African countries that started fighting for independence was after World War One. I think the Nigerians started around World War One, right? Shortly after World War One. The revolutionaries. But after World War II, bro, think about it. Most African countries gained independence in the 60s, yeah. They were like, we're not taking this bullshit no more. And France was devastated. They didn't have the resources to maintain colonies, bro. The Belgians. Yeah. So the next World War, bro, Brazil, Colombia, don't underestimate all these so-called third world countries. No, human beings, we all have ego. Nobody likes to be labeled as weak and soft and small. And those who control the world make sure that they keep a good hand on, bro, that is why technology is highly regulated in the Western world, bro. That's why you have to get patents for technology. If they didn't regulate technology, bro, it would even the playing field. Part of the regulations that go in tandem with technology is to make sure that it doesn't fall in the hands of foreign governments. If Africans could just like Chinese blueprint F-35s, then you're not doing a no-fly zone anywhere in Africa like they did in Libya. The president of Uganda says that when the United States had declared a no-fly zone on Libya, a conglomerate of African presidents had gotten on a plane and they were flying to Libya to go and mediate peace. And the US told them to turn around. Can you imagine? Wild. Can you imagine telling a bunch of African presidents like they're a bunch of kids, go back to your countries? Because of course you got the bigger bombs and the biggest guns. That's why I'm really, my hope and my desire, and I'm hope because I'm using hope and desire, is that Israel really slow down what Israel is doing. Because one group of people you shouldn't play with is also the Arabs. Those people are very fearless. and you cannot underestimate their intelligence by no means. These are not mentally, no, these are very, very intelligent people. The Arabs, you don't play with the Arabs, bro. And the Arabs are not going to forget nothing. Their religions, especially, make sure they don't forget nothing. So this thing that's happening in the Middle East, oh man.
Yeah, crazy, right?
As we're all spectators. We're all spectators, and none of us want that type of conflict. Now, the Chinese already made it clear, bro. The Chinese have made it clear. I don't think the US plays with China. Nobody's underestimating the Chinese. The Western world right now, the number one threat to let me stop saying this before the TikTok takes me down. The number one threat of the number one foreign threat to the United States and to the Western Empire is China right now.
Yeah, they're afraid of China.
Yeah. China's are small giants, okay? They're small, but their brains are as big as a planet. Like, those people, bro, it's so beautiful to me, man. I actually love it. Because we're talking about the Western world, bro. They don't rule the world because they're like a bunch of bums, bro. Like, white folks are smart. But like, how can we be so smart in different ways like this? It's just for a person like me who hungers after wisdom, knowledge. I'm just like, damn, man, I feel sorry for anyone that attacks planet Earth, bro. I genuinely feel sorry for any outside entity. Like, if you're an outside entity, bro, like, you want to pull up, and within the first hour, you want to make sure that you have put every human being in chains. If you allow 100 human beings to walk around without chains, you're done, bro. Our species is extremely dangerous when you consider our capacity, our capability, and our ability. Like, you don't want to underestimate. Bro, somebody's saying, bro, of course. You guys just need to know real African history to understand exactly who we are. We black people, we don't know our history. That's why we don't understand why other races treat us the way they treat us. This arrogance that I'm talking about, bro, is not new. It's in our nature. We are the most arrogant out of every human species in this world because we went the longest without being conquered. We were the people that we walk around with our chest up, breaking everything with our own physical strength. Of course, nobody knows what happened during the last reset. Nobody knows what happened during the last reset in the age of the ancient pyramids or prior to that, right? Nobody knows for a fact. There's many speculations from Tartaria, Sumeria, Atlantis, Lumeria. Yes, there's many things. But our people were sitting on top of the world, bro. Like, we were almost unconquerable. So I wouldn't be surprised if our downfall was from within, not from without. And our ancestors, even during the times of colonization, they carried that arrogance. That's why they did not see through the scheme of the Europeans. It's a level, the confidence that we have in ourselves when we think we have the edge. Hence, I said, I feel sorry for any species or any outside entity that wants to attack the human race. There's almost no technological problem that human beings cannot solve in 24 hours, bro. So, like, if you give human beings in this world a united reason to solve a problem in 24 hours technologically, bro, anywhere from the Chinese to the Africans to the Europeans. Bro, you went to school in Africa, right? Or have you always been in the Western world?
No, I grew up in Africa.
Bro, do you remember the amount of information we used to memorize, bro, growing up?
I mean, you're going back a while now, but
I don't know how old were you? How old were you?
Oh, I'm 30 now, so
how old were you when you came to the West?
12.
12.
Yeah, so maybe
perhaps you might not remember, but I remember. I was in Cameroon till I was 15. Any African listening to me right now, how much information do we have to memorize? Bro, we did mathematics with no graphic calculators. So you had to learn the graphic method for every math problem that you were solving. When you went to go and take an exam, nobody was giving you a formula sheet like they do here in America. You had to memorize every formula. If your exam was 200 questions, you better have 500 formulas memorized in your brain. I mean, people had all types of odd ways of memorization. To where when I come to the Western world, bro, school, bro, I never took school. Like, school never intimidated me in the West. School has always been so easy. It makes me even feel like I can go to school forever because it's just easy. Like, we have tools. I have tools that can do half the memorization for me. So where I just have to know how to use them. So our potential is something that we haven't really looked at and considered. Not to talk about the fact that Africa right now, we have the highest percentage of young people. So if you go into every country right now, most countries, bro, a vast number of their population is the aging population. But in the last, Africa has known a population boom in the last 40 years. That right now, between the ages of 35 and 0, out of like 1.5 billion Africans, there's maybe like close to almost 700 million young people. That's insane. That's insane. The Asian population is like, where are the old people at? Now, it's very highly important that we don't let the old people pass away before we learn what they know, though. So talk to your elders, Africans. If you're a young African, talk to your elders. Talk to your elders. Talk with your elders. It doesn't matter what tribe, what creed, what religion, what tradition. Talk to your elders. Talk to the old folks, especially those who are older than 60. They know things that you don't know. They have context that you don't have. Some of them still remember when the colonial masters was there. The worst thing we can do is forget. The worst thing we can do is forget. The best thing we can do is forgive. And then strengthen ourselves by remembering. We don't need to hold a grudge. We don't need to hate white folks. White folks did what they had to do. Some of them are still doing what they have to do. But we need to do what we have to do. Anything else for me, bro? I've been preaching.
I was just listening, bro. Hey, good talking to you. It was more interesting than I thought. I know we
Of course, it's
disagree
more
on a lot,
interesting. When two
but
intelligent people speak, it has to be interesting, despite disagreement. Disagreement is not equals to enmity, is it?
no, it's not. But
Exactly.
hey, we disagree on some stuff, but it's all good. And yeah,
disagree. We disagree on many things.
many things indeed.
Yeah,
But
you
we
know,
agree on some other
and that's
things
good
too.
for us Africans. It is very good for us Africans that we disagree on many things. It's very
Yeah,
good.
but hey, we still found some common ground on a couple things, so that's cool too.
You know what we find?
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what you know what we find some common ground on? I want you to
what?
say it. When I say it, you say it as well, okay?
What if we say something different?
No. When I say it, you just say what I said. And that's the common ground we found. My brother.
My brother.
My brother. can we forget? Can we forget? My brother. Mugabe.
Hey man, good talking to you.
For sure, man.
I'll tune in another time, and I'm sure we'll go at it again. But yeah,
Appreciate you.
thanks
Let
a
me
lot.
make sure I'm following you too, man. Let me make sure. There you go.
Cool, man. Cool. I don't even know how to leave this thing.
No, I got you, man. You don't need to. I got you. My brothers and my sisters. When we say brother, there's no TH in brother. If a person says brother, they're not African. If you're African, you don't say brother, sister. It's brother and sister. You have to say it like it's the last thing you ever say. Say it like it's your last. Is your last word, brother. Say it with the authority. Say it with the accent. My brothers and my sisters. All right, let's see. Let's go on. Let's roll on. There's still some people on here. That's what happens when you have too much free time.
Hello, Bakanga.
What's up, bro? What you got?
I just want to say thank you, man. Nothing, I got nothing. I just want to say thank you for everything you've been doing, man. You've been putting so many young people. You've been putting us on the right path, man. Because I was a Christian for 15 years. I was a choir. I was singing for God. Now it's all a sham, man. I don't believe nothing anymore, man. Since I started listening to you last year, and since then, I just want to listen every day when you talk. That's all, man.
Because I inspire you to find that flame within yourself.
You do more than that. You do more than inspire me. You do more than that. I just want to say thank you. That's all.
Thank you to you, my brother, for giving me feedback.
Yeah,
For letting me
welcome,
know
bro.
that the work that we do is not in vain.
Yeah, you're
And
welcome. I'm
that
not going to sleep until you're done.
even if Bakanga is not in the world tomorrow, there will still be you.
or
So
maybe my wife, the Bakangress.
that's what I'm talking about. Your children. You know,
Yeah,
our
yeah,
minds are being free,
yeah. I know. I've learned a
and
lot.
this type
This is
of
not
freedom
just
is a threat.
your your life sessions is not all about God. Sometimes we learn different things, and that's why I say thank you, because there are so many things that I wouldn't have known if I didn't start listening to you. And I know so many things, and now I'm going to go argue with my friends and tell them, come on, I know this Bakanga told me that I believe him.
Oh, don't just go based on what Bakanga said now, okay? If Bakanga
No,
says
you say
something,
you
please do.
most 90% of the things you've been saying since you started going on live on TikTok, 90% are true. Sometimes you make jokes to make us laugh, like this Jesus joke you made.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was just
Tyrone.
laughing. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, Tyrone. Yes. Yeah. So I just want to say thank you. That's all. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Welcome, bro.
And this is why we Bakangalize. To uproot your brain from Kuku Gagaland to Bakangaland. In Bakangaland, we have thinkers. Thinkers. That means people who think. You know what happens when people are thinking? We disagree. But we always find compromise. We always find common ground. We don't go to war. There's no need to fight because we find common ground to work out our disagreements. If you like it, tap the screen. I would have thought that by now, we're almost 5 hours into the show, we're only at 121,000 likes. Bamboozle the screen. Flabbergast the screen, my brothers and sisters. Interrogate your screen. Let the screen know. Let the screen know. Huh? If you don't want to flabbergast the screen, it's okay. No harm done. A television came on. Hello?
Hello, bro.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me go turn on my TV. It's
Okay.
making too much noise.
Yes.
Lekete. Go ahead.
Yeah. I really like the ISO behind you. I'm a visual artist as well.
That's what's
And
up, bro.
I've been observing the conversation. Yeah. So the God issue, if the question was to be what is God, I think we would have more explanation to that than we saying God, like God being in a form, because God is formless. God is formless. So if the question was to be what is God, then we can explain, because we have the vital force in every living entity. If you are to go on Google and then search for vital force, it will give you the explanation. And then when you go on Google, if you can search for vital force on Wikipedia, yes, if you can search for vital force on Wikipedia, at least we can read it for the public to
Are you
hear.
saying that you want me to look it up?
Yes. Vital force on Wikipedia.
You can tell me what it is?
Oh, I
I'm looking it up. I just wanted you to tell me what you think it is. Hello?
can you hear me?
So the word
Hello.
vital force says the energy or the spirit which animates living creatures, the soul. And then in philosophy, it says some theories, particularly that of Bergson, a hypothetical force independent of physical and chemical forces, regarded as being the causative factor in the evolution and development of living organisms. A person or a thing that gives something vitality and strength.
Okay. So that is a clue to not saying God has a form. God is formless, but yet that vital force exists in every living entity.
The vital force that
Hmm?
you're talking about, I think that that problem has been solved easily by understanding the neurological, chemical processes necessary for human beings to stay animated. Yes, there's a vitality that follows living things. That vitality takes different forms in different living things, but in of itself, it possesses no independent intelligence. It's part of a natural process in of itself. So the vitality itself, it's kind of almost dependent on what it is vitalizing. Like the vital force of human beings comes through the food that we eat. If I take a human being and I put a human being in a room and I don't feed them for 40 days, they will surely pass away. If I take another human being and put them in that same room and I feed them an apple every day and give them a glass of water, they will surely live longer. So I think that converting food to electrical and chemical energy, that is vital force. It's not really a soul or a spirit. Now you go into the realm of poetry. Everything needs to eat in order to replenish its energy sources, its energy banks. And in the absence of food and water, nothing can be alive. So vitality is not independent of food and water. It's as simple as that. You got anything else for me, brother? Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, you got anything else for me?
Yeah. Yeah. So I was saying, this vital force is the same thing referred to ruach. The word ruach, ruach, is the same thing applies to that. It's the same thing that refers to ruach. The word ruach, ruach, is the same thing, and that's the
Like I
same thing also.
like I said, those things are not independent of food and water, bro.
They are independent. They are
So
independent
so
because
so so you know a person that can stay
because
alive
when
without food
someone
and water?
because at the time of death, this vital force leaves the body. At the
In
time
the
of death,
same listen. It's not a vital force doesn't leave the body, brother.
it leaves the
Nothing
body.
nothing there's no force that leaves the body. That's all theoretical. You're dealing in the realm of theory, and even the definition I just read to you was theoretical. When a person is in their deathbed, the breath, what the ruach, it refers to breath. Yes, everybody takes a last breath, and your breath is is directly related to the functions of the lungs, directly related to the functions of the heart. Your heart is a pump, bro. It's pumping air in and out. In ancient times, they didn't even know the difference between what type of air you're breathing in and what type of air you're breathing out. But we've come to find out that the air your body breathes in is not the same as the air your body breathes out. It's almost like an exhaust, right? The air that goes into the engine, by the time it comes out of the exhaust, is different. So the air that comes out, that last breath that you take, is just carbon dioxide, bro. That's your last breath. It's not a ruach. The human breath is not really that much of a mystery to human beings.
So can we search for the word ruach so that we read to the public?
The word ruach
Are
refers to breath.
you no, like if you can read it in full, like so that people will hear, because we need evidence. And as much like we are all learning, yes. R
How do you
U A
how do
C
you
H.
how do you spell ruach?
RUACH. RUACH.
Oh yeah, not K. I spelled it with a K.
Yeah, the CH. Yeah.
The word ruach had its all times. The word ruach had at all times meant wind, but later came to be referred as the whole range of a person's emotional, intellectual, and volitional life. It even designated ghost. Both terms were widely used and conveyed a wide variety of meanings at different times. You see what it says, bro? The word ruach had at all times meant wind or breath. Wind, that last breath. You see what I'm
Okay, so
saying? And then it
okay,
says that, but later came to refer to the whole range of a person's emotional, intellectual, and volitional life. So the meaning changed over time. And that description of a person's emotional, intellectual, and volitional life, that is the figure of speech, or in another way saying, that is the kind of like the idea that people use to refer to the soul. When you're talking about a person's emotional, intellectual, and volitional state of being, right? The soul. That's the context in which you mean soul. You're talking about a person's entire being. So you're really talking about the mind, the thinking process. But as far as the physical aspects, the word that always meant wind, which refers to breath. Ruach
yeah,
is breath. And your
yeah.
breath is that last breath you take. That's it, before
Okay,
your body begin to decompose.
okay. Can we search for consciousness? Consciousness.
This guy. Okay. Consciousness is defined as the state of being awake and aware of one's surrounding. The awareness or perception of something by a person. The fact of awareness by the mind of itself and the world. Those are the definitions of consciousness. The quality or the state of being aware, especially of something within one's own self. Consciousness is simply self-awareness. Consciousness is a Latin word which originally meant, whose original meaning was knowing or aware. So a conscious person has an awareness of her environment and her own existence and thoughts. That's what consciousness means. So that's why when a person goes to sleep, they say he's unconscious. You're not aware of your environment.
Okay, so that's Wikipedia, right?
No, that's just Google. Oxford Dictionary.
On Wikipedia, because
you only you only want Wikipedia.
because
So hold up. You only want Wikipedia?
yes, Wikipedia is the right source to get an
How
understanding.
do you even know, bro? Oxford Dictionary is definitely more credible than Wikipedia. Anybody can go and edit any information on Wikipedia. There was a time when people were even saying that you should ban Wikipedia. If you write a paper in college and you cite Wikipedia, they're gonna reject your citation. Wikipedia information is not peer reviewed.
Okay,
But I'll still look it up if you want to.
okay. So now you know. So now you know. There's a life force within every living entity, right?
Brother, there's no life force outside of any living entity other than air, electricity, and chemicals. So, philosophically saying, you can
But you
begin to
just read
refer
it
to
on.
it emotionally, but
You
but
just
those are
read it
all.
online.
Yes, I just read it, but I understood what I read. It wasn't saying that it was there. It said philosophically. It literally said it there. It was philosophically. You know what philosophy is? The study of the nature of knowledge. When you begin to break down, not practically, in practicality, you begin to look at it biologically. So, yes, philosophically, someone can say, I am a hard-working student because I've passed all my classes and made all my grades. But you don't know how hard I had to work. What if I was cheating the whole time? Right? So when you're talking about things philosophically, you have to be precise. And it doesn't contradict reality. As far as
No, we are talking.
uh, as far as the biological advancement that we've made, we don't rely on philosophy to explain the human body. We can rely on philosophy in terms of human character, that's true. But in terms of the human anatomy and its components and its composition, we look to biology. That's why biology is a field of study in of itself. Biology is not philosophy. Biology is what we actually practice. That's the basis for medicine. Philosophy is not useless, but philosophy is not independent of biology. Now you're making noise, bro. So thank you for
Okay.
your time, bro. I appreciate you. There is no God. There never has been. There never will be. Hello, KG. The soul is located in the back of your head in your imagination. If you tell me to prove to you that there is no God, you're not intelligent enough to understand that the burden of proof is on you. If you're not smart enough to understand that the burden of proof is on you,
It's not. It's not. And that's what I wanted to be more so of when I first told my children that I was going to a therapist years ago. I remember Antonio
hello,
said to me,
Roy
I didn't know
King.
you could go to a doctor about your feelings.
Yeah, you didn't even know about it.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah,
There
I
is
mean,
a
you
place for
can.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
My
Roy
depression
King.
started way before I had kids. I was probably depressed as a teenager. And that's why I'm so adamant about I think that therapy
And that's why I'm so adamant because I think the therapy. What are you so adamant about? Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite surprising that I have 457 people in here and we got to the end of the guest list. It's been a while since I got to the end of the guest list. So anybody that want to come up, feel free to send your request. I've been online for exactly 5 hours and 1 minute. I have been online for exactly 5 hours and 1 minute. If you've been here the whole time, you have been Bakangalized. The only way that religion can have a comeback is by destroying information, destroying communication. As long as technology and communication continues to improve, more and more we're going to learn that there are no gods. So religious people have two wishes. They wish that something catastrophic will happen right now so they can all go to their churches and savor their religious beliefs, or that they wish that something catastrophic will happen to impede technology from growing. You notice how much information travels now that TikTok is around? Before TikTok came with the short videos, you had to go to YouTube and watch hour-long videos. Facebook. But then TikTok came around and started giving us really short videos. And now, what do you know? Everybody wants to do it. Everybody want to get on the short video bandwagon.
Hello.
What's up, man? What you got?
God is real. I don't agree with you got on the screen.
I don't mind if God's real in your imagination. It's all good, brother.
So do you want proof or not?
Shit. If you can prove it, go ahead, my bro.
All right, you don't gotta mock me, bro.
No, I ain't mocking you, I promise.
I do. But
bro.
all right, so we could both agree but basketball is round, right?
We can definitely agree that basketball is spherical.
But the basketball court is flat.
The basketball court is a plane. You are correct.
So that means that the earth is flat. So therefore God is real. You can do that all you want, bro. It don't change the truth. All I'm saying, brother, is that the earth is flat. So therefore, and the Bible says earth is flat. So I just gave you proof that the earth is flat. So, you just stare at the screen all you want, bro. Don't change the truth. Looks like I won, bro. You're not trying to debate me. But hey, if you can't give me proof that God is not real, I'm just going out here, bro. You have a nice day.
It's been a long time since somebody said something so incomprehensibly. I don't even want to use the word stupid. When somebody displayed a level of IQ so low, it actually took me by surprise. This is what that brother just said. A basketball is round, right? Yeah, sure. It's spherical. A basketball court is flat, right? Sure, it's a plane. That means God exists. Like, y'all, come on. Think about. Did y'all hear what I heard? A basketball is round. A basketball court is flat. That means God exists. Like, damn, man. I thought this was supposed to be a 12th grade class. I didn't think this was a goddamn kindergarten class. Bro, it's like you ever pull up, if you were a teacher, right? Are there any teachers in here? You ever pull up as a college professor and you're expecting to talk to first year college students, and the first person that gets up and talk, you think you were in like goddamn middle school? You're like damn. Do we need adult supervision in here, supervision in here or something? If you think that way, bro, I ain't got nothing to tell you, bro. You got to get through high school first. Get through high school. Get some college education. Then we can talk, bro. I like arguing with you, bro. With all due respect, bro. It ain't gonna be much of an argument, bro. And you ain't gonna be doing a lot of learning. Because if you think that a basketball being flat and a basketball court being flat and a basketball being round is a reason why God exists, you must either be like the smartest person that has ever lived and that will ever live, or you're just messing around with really low IQ stuff, bro. That's all I'm saying. That stuff was not even funny. Hold up, bro. You trying to come back up again? Ugh.
All right, brother. You're not gonna sit here and like mess up, my words. I did not say that. I said because the Bible says that Earth is flat. That means that it's obviously a word from God. It's obviously real. I just gave proof that Earth is flat. So if you could prove me otherwise, then I'm not gonna listen to what you gotta say. You can stare at the camera again all you want. I don't care. You good, bro? Hey, this is what they do when they don't got no argument. Yes, I'm saying that the Earth is flat. It's been proven since what? Since Jesus walked across this earth, bro. Go ahead, kick him. You don't care. The fuck? Who the,
Hi.
who the fuck is this?
I'm sorry.
Who the fuck is you?
Uh, okay. My name is Ibel. From Somali Norwegian. By the way, is that how you say hello to someone? Who the fuck is you?
I don't know who you is. I'm trying to debate this goofy here that's just staring at the camera.
Okay. Okay. So, where are you from?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to him?
Well, both of you.
Oh, you talking
I
to me?
guess it's the three of us in this conversation.
Wherever I'm from, Uban, you want to get married?
Do I
Oh,
want to get
this
married?
horny ass nigga. I ain't know this was a dating story. I
Do I
thought
want
this
to
was
get
a debating
married?
show. That's crazy.
Okay, so one
Hey,
literally
no.
said to
Hold up.
me,
Hey,
no,
miss,
okay,
hold up.
listen, my black
Ma'am.
brothers. No, listen, my black brothers.
No, no,
One said, "Who the fuck is you?"
I
and the other
didn't.
one is
I
like,
didn't
"Do
join
you
here,
want to get married?"
ma'am,
Wow. I
ma'am,
mean, who the fuck raised you guys? What happened to etiquette
ma'am,
and respect, especially to a
ma'am,
sister?
ma'am. I
Yeah.
didn't. I didn't come up here to watch fucking this dude try picking you up. I came here to debate. Okay, I came here
Okay,
to
well, let's
debate that
debate. But no,
because you're
you
saying
said
God is
no.
not
You
real. I
started
came
with
here to
who the
debate.
fuck
Is
are
what I'm saying.
you? Like you started with disrespect, welcoming. That's not
I don't,
nice.
ma'am. I
You
don't
know, be
fucking care,
nice. It doesn't cost a lot to be nice. Be humble. Be
ma'am,
kind. Be
ma'am. I
happy.
don't care,
Okay, well,
ma'am. I
first of
don't
all, don't
care.
call me ma'am.
I don't
I'm
read,
literally not that old. Okay,
ma'am. I
see,
don't,
that's the thing. Why are
ma'am.
you so angry? You seem very angry. You need to chill. You're too young to be unhappy.
Ma'am, I'm older than
You're
your daddy.
giving negative vibes. You're like so angry. Why are you angry?
Cause he's just staring at me. I just gave proof.
Who's staring
I
at you?
just
Well,
gave
I
proof
don't
that
know
Jesus
who
is.
the fuck is staring at you. I don't know who you're talking about. But you, okay. So maybe he's making you feel uncomfortable, and now you're projecting that negativity energy towards me who just joined the chat. You understand? So, whatever. So someone is staring at you. What are you, fucking 5 years old? Stare them back.
Listen, I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're trying to make the situation better, but I don't
Honey,
fucking care what you got to say.
I am
I
trying
don't
to make
fucking
the
care what you
situation
have to say.
better.
I honestly, I don't fucking care.
You sound like my little 13-year-old annoying brother. Like, I don't care, but still cares. Listen, how old are you?
Man, I'm 18. You sound like you what, 30
Mm.
years old?
Listen, you would wish to even be in my place or look
Where are
like
you
me at
from, bro?
30.
Why you talking like an
Oh my
NPC?
God. You know what? When I was at your age, first of all, I'm 20 fucking 9.
Yes,
Uh,
it's a year difference.
Trust me, 9 years from me, from now, you're gonna be in my position. But even when I was
Did you
18,
say
I
9?
didn't speak. No, I didn't speak
You mean
the way
11?
you're
You fucking
speaking.
idiot.
Disrespectful. I mean, were you raised by savages? Why are you speaking like that?
Cause
Uber,
I just came up here to debate this goofy. And he's just looking
Uber,
at me.
Well,
Uber,
let's fucking debate. You know what? I can
Uber.
outdo you. You don't even know where you. Let me guess. You're American, right? Afro-American. Do you even know how you got there? I bet you think you got there by ships as a slave, right? That's what you're told by the white man.
Bro, what are you even talking about? I don't even know
There
how
you
we're
go.
on
You
this
want to
app.
debate, but you don't even fucking cannot start a fucking debate about your own
What are you
history.
talking about ships and shit? Like what?
Oh my goodness, the
The
level
fuck?
of
Uber,
your ignorance.
Uber,
You're
lady,
Yeah,
29
hi.
years old. You
lady
fucking
Uber. I
Yes.
apologize, Lady Uber, if my approach was quite not gentlemanlike, as I can
Oh, my
see.
African brother, don't
You,
worry. It's
you
fine.
carry,
You don't have to apologize on anybody else's
you carry
behavior. But
yourself.
listen, my brother,
listen,
don't
listen,
give him
listen,
too much stares. It's freaking him out.
ma'am. I'm not doing this anymore. All right. I'm not. I don't even know why
Okay,
I'm
stop
talking to you in the
calling me
first place.
ma'am. I'm not a
I came here for
fucking
this
oh.
fucking idiot. All right.
Okay, no,
Listen,
don't
kick her
call
off
him
the
an
show
idiot.
and
Listen,
talk to
don't
me like a
use.
fucking debater.
Why are
You
you
have a microphone and
calling
everything.
names?
Can you fucking talk to me about the topic that I just talked to you about? I
What
said the
is the
Earth is
topic?
flat.
You haven't said any
I'm not
topics.
fucking talking to you. Leave me alone. I'm talking to fucking. I don't even know how to
Oh
say
my
this
God,
guy's
you're
name.
doing more
Talk to her.
swearing than actually talking about a topic.
Why am
Who
I
it
talking to
doesn't matter who
her?
you're
She's
talking about.
not the one
Stop
that's hosting this
swearing. You're
fucking
such a
show, bro.
disrespectful kiddo.
I brought her so you could
But
talk with
little
her.
brother, you know what, little brother, I'm gonna respect you. It's fine. You can go ahead and talk, but please don't be mean.
I hurt your feelings. I'm sorry. Anyway,
No, you didn't hurt my feelings. I'm telling you to not be mean.
You can talk to her. I brought her
I
so
don't
she
want to
could talk
talk
to
to
you.
her. I'm not. I didn't come up in this live to
It's
debate
fine
with
if
you.
you don't want to talk to me, but you literally said about the host, he's giving me weird eyes, he's creeping me out. That's literally what you just said.
I
I
didn't
mean,
say that.
are you high or something? Are you on drugs?
I was just thinking the same thing about you. Are you fucking drunk right now? Like you're talking slow and shit. Like
I am not the one who's swearing and
I'm
acting like a
sober.
fool.
Yo, bro,
Okay,
if you want to say
kiddo, it's
something,
fine.
talk with her.
Can you stop saying that? Like, I'm not gonna talk to her. No, I
All
No,
don't
the
right
want to
then.
talk
kid
to
doesn't know
you.
how to talk to me, and I don't want to
If
lecture
You
a
know
kid.
nothing.
Anyways,
You're fucking.
no,
All
you
right,
know
listen.
what, kiddo? You know what? Actually, you said you wanted to talk about a topic and debate. What is the topic you want to talk about? Go ahead.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't want to talk to it. I don't want to talk about it with you. I want to talk about it with him. But you're in a
Okay,
way
fine.
talk fucking
Okay, I'm
nasty.
not gonna interrupt. Then go ahead. I'm not gonna interrupt.
Oh, he's adding some fucking ugly ass nigga. Hey, I'm out, bro. I can't do this.
you can talk to
Hey, but
LeSean.
Conga, I just
What?
wanna, I just wanna thank you, man. I've been on here for 5 hours, bro. Um, I drove from Minnesota to Chicago listening to you, man. Hey, you the shit, bro. I just wanna let you know, man. You lit, bro. Hey,
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
yeah.
As you hustle, man, I'm glad I can accompany you on your journey. You a truck driver or something, or you a delivery guy?
Actually, I just got my CDL, but I was just driving back from Minnesota from school.
Hell
So I,
yeah.
Oh my God, can I say something? Okay, so I used to be a cabin crew for Emirates Airline, and I had a stopover before my day, a couple of days off in Canada, and me and my cousin, we went to Chicago, and we decided to take the Greyhound from Chicago to Minnesota. And my aunt said to me, who lives in America, she was like, "Don't do it." I
Yeah,
was like, "No,
it's
it's
probably not a good idea. If you're traveling long distance in the Greyhound, you're
well,
gonna run into some ex-cons on that thing.
oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. There was a guy sitting behind me, and he was like smoking unapologetically weed, and he was on the phone, and he was like, motherfucker, I am coming for you. There's gonna be a bullet in your head."
you was you was
And I
you was you was on that.
said,
You was on there
and
with a
no, but
gangster.
we didn't last it all the way to Minnesota. Like the next stop, we were like, okay, let's get off and take a plane.
Yeah,
We tried.
I took a Greyhound
Auntie was
once.
right.
I took a Greyhound once
Wait,
from
where
San
are you
Antonio,
from?
Texas.
You have an African accent. Where are you from?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm from Wakanda. Yeah,
Okay.
and I want to take you to
Me
Wakanda
too.
with me. I want to take you to Wakanda with me.
I am the east of Wakanda, like
Yeah.
the east side.
What tribe are you from?
Mm-hmm.
What tribe?
Oh, on the East Ocean, basically the Indian Ocean,
I'm a Mogamo man.
the
What a Mogamo part of Wakanda? What
okay,
Wakandan
well,
tribe are you from?
oh, I am Abgal. I'm an
Abgal.
Abgal woman. Google
Okay.
it, you'll
Are you
find out
guys
what country I'm
are you
from.
guys allowed to marry outside your tribe?
What? Habibi, as long as you're Muslim and a black man, it's fine.
How many goats and cows do I need to bring? How many acres
Oh,
of land?
you know what? You know what? That is a culture thing, right? But as a Muslim, it's not about, well, obviously, that's one thing. However, you're talking about the dowry.
Yeah.
Well, technically, guess what? As a Muslim, the dowry actually belongs to me instead of giving to my neighbors and uncles and
Oh,
aunties.
so you don't so you
But
collect your
that is a
dowry in dollars?
cultural thing.
Do you collect your dowries
What?
in dollars? You collect your dowry in dollars?
Oh, Habibi, no dollars. No.
So
Mm-mm.
how do you collect dowry? Because this brother right here, he's a hustler, man. He might be
Well,
hustling.
I have
He ch-
never been married, so I don't know. But if I could choose my dowry,
Lashun might be trying to get back to his African connections too, cause right?
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
well, listen, let me tell you
Hey.
something. Okay, so we don't want to scare the brother. Listen, like
Nah, you can't. I don't
marriage
scare
is
too
between
easily.
two people who love each other. Dowry, like if I had to choose a dowry, it would be something realistic, like I probably would say the Quran book, meaning like, to keep the faith and respect it. Because
Hold
sometimes
up.
the
So
culture gets
you won't marry
influenced.
someone who's not a Muslim?
I can't. Where else am I supposed to get married? In like what church or
So you would marry someone that isn't Muslim?
I can't marry someone
Oh,
who's
you
not
can't.
Muslim.
Why is
I
that?
cannot
So you are
because
bound by
like
rules given to you and not ones given to yourself?
no, it's not rules. It's my choice. First of all,
Oh,
it's
okay,
not
okay.
rules. It's not
But
rules.
where
Please
did you
don't say
get
that.
that? Where did you get that
Where
from?
did I get that?
Yeah.
First of all, you know what? Growing up and being born as Muslim, I actually hated my religion, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And for personal reasons, I'm not gonna get into it. Like bad shit things happened to me, so like from the preacher, and I couldn't even tell my parents. I'm not gonna get into it. It
I
made
get it.
me
I actually get it. There's some trauma
yeah,
involved.
so you get where I'm going with, but I
Yes,
don't want to get
yes.
into deep. And as a child, I had so much hate and anger, and that anger and hate made me like learn it on my own because I wanted to actually learn it, and it was because of my anger. And then I saw it for what it was actually, and I got to learn it, and I saw it, you know, the way it was actually is,
So what did
and
you get?
not
What
the
did you gather
way
from it?
that no okay, for example, I'll tell you one thing. For example, my Quran teacher, piece of shit, told me if a Jewish person handshakes you, you have to wash your hands 7 times. It's like a dog saliva,
Oh wow. So what would you
right?
consider
Yeah,
that?
but in the Quran, but listen, in the Quran, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which means may he rest in peace, all the prophets, we always
Okay.
say, you know, may they rest in peace. His neighbor was a Jewish family,
Hmm.
and when their father, then he had 2 daughters and his wife, and when their father was dying and he was really sick, and they always had a really good connection, he actually went there and held his hands and prayed with him, although they were still praying to the same God, but didn't share ideology. You know, like, okay, we're still praying to the same God. We're the people of the book. However, I'm not going to force you, but I'm going to respect your views. And I can share my knowledge, and you can share my knowledge. And that's that. Right?
And
And that's how
so
we're supposed to. So that's
cu-
what it is. But in the Somali way was like, oh, the Western, the white man, the Christians, oh, they're terrible, they this, they that, you know, and
right,
the Muslims,
discrimination and
you know,
segregation
yeah,
and
yeah, no, with
a
a
form
lot
of
of
hatred.
hate and yeah, a lot of hate and a lot of this. But when I actually decided to read the Quran for myself, it was all about, you know what? One of the first things that you would be asked when you enter you know, the grave. Actually, the fifth question is your neighbors. How did you treat them? Like people around you. How did you treat them?
So it's basically
Because
an
that will
example
sort your head
of
up.
compassion, right? So you
Respect.
can. So don't you think that you can do all of this without the concept of God?
Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen,
Oh,
ladies
of
and
course. Are you
gentlemen.
kidding me? Of course. I can I not only I don't. First of all,
Or the
God.
concept of a religion in general? You could actually just take that as a great story that was told
I
for you to
have these
pertain
morals.
to your life.
Even when I was angry at my religion and I didn't understand it, and I was like, why is a teacher supposed to teach? You know, is doing these things to me, and I cannot even tell my parents and oh, whatever. Again, I'm not gonna get into it. Um, even
Hey, I do
then,
trauma healing.
even
You
then,
could
I
get
was
into it with me
nice to
on another one.
my, you know, friends and my school, you know, friends and colleagues and so on. So, um, I'm not a good person because of God. No, no, no. I'm
So why do
saying
you have a
that
problem marrying someone who's not a Muslim?
Okay, so the word Muslim, when you hear the word
If
Muslim
if
to
Lashun,
you,
if
the
Lashun,
religion.
if
No, no,
Lashun
but do
was
you know what okay, brother, let me tell you something. When you hear the word Muslim, you hear, oh, okay, religion, Muslim, whatever, even whether you heard negative or positive about it, whatever. The word Muslim or Islam, what do you, what, what does it mean?
based on my
To
conversation with
me,
Muslims, it means
No, no.
someone
Do
who
you know what
submits to
it
Allah.
means? No, 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 no. Do you know what it means? First of all, Muslim means peaceful,
okay.
peace.
So you
Okay,
would marry someone
yeah.
that's peaceful.
However, yes, that's what it means. But
Okay,
yes,
so I don't have to
but
actually
hold on a
practice
second. Now,
Islam.
Islam, no, Islam means submission to the one creator, someone who submits to God, who appreciates God. You know, some people they
Check
pray
this out,
to
Uber. I hate to
spirit.
interrupt. I hate to
Yeah, you
interrupt,
know, some
but
people pray to spirits, some people pray to
Uber,
the ocean, some people pray to cows,
Uber,
whatever rocks your boat.
Uber. Do us a
Yeah.
favor. Turn on your camera since the brother turned on his.
I'm not gonna turn on my camera. I'm literally in my pajama. I am in my pajama. I look like a freaking terrible right now.
You don't
No, I
look
mean,
terrible. No, you
no,
don't.
No,
it's
I
not a
don't.
matter of terrible.
No,
That'll
you
be
know,
your perspective or perception of how you look, but we probably would
well,
think you look
first of
great.
all, why are you speaking on his behalf?
Oh, my bad. I'm
No,
sorry.
he's speaking on
No,
his
no, no, I'm
behalf.
not speaking to you, darling. Not the no, not the guy with the camera. No, no, no. He said you turned your camera on, so I should turn my camera on.
Yeah, it's because usually I don't insist
Yeah.
that my guests turn on their camera, but if one or more people do, then it's only fair that everybody does, right? So the
All right.
conversation is more
I
interactive.
didn't know there was such a rules. Okay, should I leave the chat?
Yeah,
Nah,
you
you ain't
can
gotta
if
leave.
if
Mm,
if 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 it's
yeah.
absolutely a no doer for you, then I don't mind if you leave.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was bothering. Okay.
No, you're not
Thank you.
bothering.
Sorry.
I just think that
You're
it would be
not
fair if you
bothering.
turn on your camera.
Okay, first of all, I'm in my pajamas in my bedroom and I look like a fucking car crash.
And
Why?
there's nothing wrong with that. I'm
Right.
pretty sure we all have women
No,
in
it
our
doesn't
lives.
matter. Listen. Okay, again, listen. Don't tell me how it's just how I feel. I
Okay.
promise you guys at one point sometime I in my good day with a bit of a mascara and a lipstick. I'll open the camera and I will like
I
exhaust you
would say,
guys and
I,
stalk
I would
you.
say, I don't even know how you look, but I would think without the mascara, lipstick, and how you look exactly right now is perfectly fine. And I would say
Yeah,
that
it doesn't
it
even
would be
matter what I
great.
look like.
Hold on. Look, it would be great for you to actually look in the mirror and tell yourself that. You don't need my validation, but it would be great
Yeah.
and self love and really self loving of yourself to do that. You never look like a car crash, no matter what it may seem like. Period. You just woke
Oh,
up. You're
even the people
beautiful.
at the
You
comments
know what I
are so
mean?
lovely. They're like,
Amen.
let us be the
Amen.
judge.
The brother has
Okay,
spoken.
people in
Lushon, Ra, the Son God
Right.
Himself has spoken,
Has spoken.
and He has not lied. He hasn't
Not at
lied.
Oh,
all.
you guys
Not
are
at all.
really lovely. However, okay, maybe I actually, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so but
No,
back
I'm
to
literally wearing
so
like
so
my pajamas.
so basically you would marry someone regardless of religion, basically, right?
No,
As long as they are peaceful
actually,
and 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 has a submissiveness to themselves.
well, it has to be someone who believes in a higher, creator,
I
God.
mean,
God, Allah, or Elohim, whether you're Jewish or
Elohim.
Christian or Muslim.
Elohim is actually plural for gods.
So what if I
So
believe in
Elohim.
Ongbong Bongo from the Ongbong Bongo forest?
she's that's
Well, you know what? Then you can find umble, whatever that is, woman.
so what if I praise the ocean, but the ocean was my higher power?
Yeah, no, sweetie. No, I mean, I would respect that, but
But
okay,
you would
first of all,
marry
I
me. You
don't,
wouldn't see that
okay,
as me
guys,
submitting to something that I put above myself.
okay, guys, can I tell you something? First of all, I would never know who I would fall in love with because, I mean, trust me, I've fallen in love with like we're creations before.
Right, that makes
And
sense. You so you're open.
yeah, no, no, but however, my idea of a husband is my religion, which is also
So if your
see.
husband was a Muslim and wanted to
No,
have more than 5 wives, you'll be okay?
okay, first of all, you don't know anything about that. Let me tell you about it's not five, it's four. First
So
of
if
all.
he wanted to have four, would you be okay with that?
No, but hold on a second. Let me finish. I haven't even fucking finished the sentence. Uh, your first wife has to agree to it, and that law, that came about when there was a huge war, against the Muslims back in like 14,000 years ago, and a lot of women was left behind. Why are you laughing? It's not fucking
14,000
No,
or
funny.
because you said
1400?
14,000 years ago.
1400.
Okay,
1400.
okay. Okay, that's still far,
Sorry.
but that's a
Oh,
better
you were
time.
laughing about the 14,000. You should have corrected me instead of
No, I
laughing.
don't
See?
know. No, I don't know. I
See,
just laughed
that's
because that's
why I wouldn't
very far
marry
back.
you.
But
Because you
look,
would just laugh at me instead
I
of
would
correcting
not.
me.
He was
Yeah,
laughing
But
you
with
I
would be
you.
didn't
like a
know.
bad
I
husband. You would make a
no, I
bad
didn't
husband.
know. I don't know. I just laughed because that's so far back that stories
Well,
are
actually,
switched, flipped,
okay.
turned, and
No, I'm
all type
talking
of
about.
things. So that's
Uba,
pretty
but
far.
LaShawn is a hardworking man, full of integrity,
Okay, anyways, can
respect.
can oh, can I explain the four wives thing?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm
But no,
interested.
because wait, the host, what is your name?
You can call me the Great Supreme Lord Bakanga, or you can just
I
call me
am
Bak,
definitely not gonna call you that.
or you can call me
Absolutely not. I'm just gonna call
Bakanga.
you the host. No,
But
I'm
Kanga.
gonna stick to the
Yeah.
host. Okay, so the host, I'm gonna answer your question about the four wives. So basically, there were a lot of women with kids who, didn't have any support, any financial, nothing, like, lost their husband and so on. And so, as a Muslim man, you can marry that other wife to support and help her family and her kids. It wasn't actually like just marry any other girl. No, 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 it was not like that. And first of all, your first wife has to agree to it and say, okay, yeah, it's fine, you know and it's up to her to, like, if she doesn't give you the green light and you still want to do it, she can say, okay, then fine, I want a divorce, and you have to
Okay.
divorce her. You understand? So it
So
was
you
it
so
was
so
not
you're not
like,
so you're not
oh,
in the
no, no,
business.
no,
So
but
in a nutshell,
today, listen,
in
can
a
I
nutshell, you're not in the
can,
business of multiple wives.
listen, I'm telling you, there's no such a thing as a business of wife. It's like, so like society today made it into, oh, I'm a man and I'm Muslim and I can marry four wives. That's not how it is. And
That's
actually some
understandable.
Muslim brothers
That's
and
understandable.
some actually Muslim
Uba.
Definitely.
brothers abuse that power, but that is not what it is.
That's
First of
understandable.
all,
That's understandable. Uba. I hate to
so
interrupt,
now
but
you get it.
let's
So
go back.
listen, if you
Let's
marry me, if you
let's.
want to marry another woman, it's up to it's me who has to say yes or no. And you
Okay.
can say, well, I don't care, I'm gonna do it anyway. And I can say, all right then, I'm gonna do divorce.
And Uba, I have another question. Do you
That's
smoke
how it
weed?
is.
Do you smoke weed?
No, actually, I am really bad with weed. When I smoke weed, I get really super paranoid. And
Okay.
even when someone looks
Okay.
at
Okay.
me,
Then that's cool.
I'm
That's
like,
that's
why is this person looking at me?
that's cool. Okay.
No, yeah.
Now you originally came up. Why did you come up on the live originally?
Oh, I was just scrolling through and I don't know, just the topic. First of all, you made a topic about something about God.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh
Talk
my
to us
God.
about that. What do you think? I say there's no God. Loshan, what do you
No,
say?
someone on the group just said, yeah,
I'm
someone
with
said if
you.
I give the others a chance to speak. Oh my God, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know I was not giving you guys a chance to speak.
Because
Oh no, I
typically,
mean,
typically when people come up, I run through them real quick. I brought you up because the young brother was over here demonstrating what it is like to be immature and childish. So I just thought if I brought another guest, perhaps he would talk to them and demonstrate that he's smarter. But he clearly took that opportunity and threw it away in the garbage can. Loshan came and definitely we went down this tandem of conversation. But to stick with the topic of the show today, I say there is no God, and that's it.
Oh, don't say that. That's so not nice. Everybody has a god. Maybe different gods, but it's always God.
There's no God to
I
me, and I
I
ain't
mean,
seen
I
one.
would be that of if there was, I would be that. Yeah, I would be it.
There you go.
But
You
not
mean
of
you will be
people,
God?
not of people or the world. Just I govern my world. I make my choices and I follow through with them. And
Okay,
whatever I
basically
get
you
from those
are your
outcomes
own.
is my fault. I have nothing to blame for them, and I have me to thank for them, or maybe my fellow man who helped me out. You know what I'm saying? I thank him, you know what I mean? Or so on. Like I thank Bakanga for his wisdom and his knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Because it was very enlightening and revealing, you know what I'm saying? So that's how so I treat everyone as God. If you know what I mean? Like other than that, there is nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Out there, you're doing the works. You know what I'm saying? And existence to me has always been. There is no beginning, and when you end, that's the end, and everything else might be, but when you're gone, you're gone. And where you go, I don't know, and I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like human beings are wanting to be. We have a like sort of a god complex. We want to know, so we try to figure out the most unknowing thing. But existence has always been, and I feel like that's the thing that triggers these religions to even take place. Somebody wanted to figure out when did we start instead of accepting the fact that we always have been.
Okay, fair enough.
Like your
Um,
grandmother had a baby and then your mother had a baby and then so on and so forth, and it's just been going on and going on and going on, and the only time we knew of existence is by existing. So therefore, when life began is when I began, and then when life began for you is when you began, and that's it, and that's okay. It doesn't have to have more to it.
well, that's one way to look at it, and that is really interesting that you say that, and I get it. However, for
Hey,
example,
Uban,
you're a black man. I am a
Uban,
black woman.
Uban.
Yeah,
I want you to look at my
yeah.
screen and tell me what I should do.
Yes, sir. What remove Uber question mark? Oh my god, that is so mean. See, that is such a mean thing to say. I will remove myself.
No, hold up, real quick.
No, 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 I'll remove myself. Goodbye.
Look at no, it's TikTok. TikTok said it, not me. Look at what TikTok said.
What? Oh my
Has
god,
been
did I get removed? I don't know
age
about it. I don't
restricted.
even
The
know how
remaining
TikTok
years of
No,
works.
your life will be
TikTok,
Guys,
TikTok,
unavailable
TikTok
to
sends
guys.
me
audiences.
messages saying, yeah,
Oh
if
my
they remain in your
God,
life.
TikTok, you know
TikTok
what
is
TikTok
telling.
hates me? Because I'm such a like, my political views. The other day, by the way, I got blocked from Facebook. Well, 3 days jailed, Instagram and Facebook. Because, like Prince Andrew, the pedophile one,
Oh, hey, hey,
before.
ooh, yeah, hey, hey, ooh, whoop, 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 whoop. So now you're doing it. Now you're doing it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Oh, that's why. That's why
Yeah, she
they
had to
put that
go.
up there. Maybe like
Yeah,
she
she
gotta
had to
go.
go. She had to go,
That
bro.
is wild that came up. That's crazy,
Yeah,
God. That is crazy.
yeah.
That is
TikTok.
crazy,
So
man.
right now, as we're
Hey,
speaking, TikTok has restricted my life. Nobody less than 18 can see it. Anyways, TikTok does that. So when you're online, sometimes if someone says something
oh,
that's triggering, TikTok will restrict it. I'm surprised it took them 5 hours, 6 hours for them to do it today. They usually send that shit like an hour into my show. Because I always use strong language, but today I guess I did a good job. I didn't
yeah,
use too
yeah.
much
That
strong
is
language.
wild, though.
Yeah, but yeah. She sounded. I
Hey,
don't
you
know
did
who are.
great, God. Hey, you did great. But Conga,
Uber. I had to. TikTok told me to.
hey, she said something. I don't know.
Yeah.
If Uber, if he didn't do it, they were gonna remove the whole live.
Yeah. You know, TikTok,
Uber,
unfortunately,
what you sipping on, Uber?
she's sipping on some whiskey.
But she
She was kind of slurring.
she got something going on over there. She
Yeah.
get loose.
Either she's just tired
Yeah,
or she was
she
slurring or
was
something.
slurred.
Yeah. So yeah, bro, you say you was driving, man, and you listened to the show the whole time, man. That's
Hey,
what's up, cuz. You know, some people find it hard to understand these things that we
yeah,
talk about,
man,
bro.
you got me home.
That's right. That's right. That's
Hey,
what we
man,
do, what we do,
that
man.
was supremely enlightening, bro. Like,
Isn't it
and you
crazy
break
that
it down, you're gonna be a great lawyer, man. I was in the car like, yo, you gonna be a great lawyer. You gonna be my lawyer for damn
I
sure.
will
Like,
be. I will
if I
be.
needed one,
Bro, I
yeah,
probably should have
I'm
gotten into
definitely
this.
calling you.
I probably should have got into law rather than engineering, but hey, you know what? Life has a way of doing things, right? And that's a good thing about America, bro. At some
Yeah,
point, you can
definitely.
always pursue any type of career at any point. You can always add on to what you already got. That's why some of us black folks, rather than complaining, let's
Yeah,
take advantage of whatever part of the system we can actually take advantage of, and then we can face the difficulties. You can't just sit around and do nothing and then blame the system. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of our brothers and
Exactly.
sisters.
Facts,
Some of us
facts,
want to sell drugs and stay in the hood.
facts.
Some of us go out and hustle. And you can't underestimate or you can't undermine the hustling that a lot of some folks don't sleep. Some folks are out there trying, they're beating the
Right.
system. It might be tougher for us, because obviously we didn't design the system, but it's not impossible. And if our ancestors had this
Right.
opportunity that we had, they probably wouldn't have stayed on the plantation that long. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a
Not
matter
at
of
all. Not at all.
nah, we gotta make the most out of what we got before we start complaining. Some of y'all waiting for reparations, so you never went to school.
Exactly.
You never did nothing. All you do is go to TG Snake's church every Sunday. Let him lie to you. Let him go to Didi's party and twerk.
Right. Do all the shit they want to do
what,
behind closed
what do
doors.
you think? What do you think about that whole TD Jake situation, bro? What do you really think about that?
Ah, man, I really don't give it too much power, but sometimes I think it's a propaganda thing, man. It's a distraction to
You think
keep
that there's a
people
chance that
from
he might not have really
actually.
been doing nothing bad over there?
Oh man, yeah. It's a chance. Like I say, anything's possible. It's a chance that
I,
he
I agree
lied.
with
It's a
you.
chance that he
It's
was.
highly
You
possible
know what I
that
mean?
it's not impossible that TD Jakes actually didn't do nothing wrong over there. But when you consider the
Yeah.
type of crowd, the type of lifestyle that these people be getting into once they got some type of money, once they got some type of control over the people. I mean, it's not impossible. But then again,
It's
look at who
not.
he hanging out with. Look at who he hanging out with, bro. It ain't
The
just
evidence,
anybody,
right?
bro. You
The
know?
evidence shows
Yeah,
it might
yeah,
show differently. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? So
Yeah, I mean, if he was
it's
hanging out with
man,
anybody else, talk about Will Smith, Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, we probably wouldn't be thinking this.
right.
But the dude he hanging out with is notorious for one type of thing. And dude just fled
Yes.
the country, bro. Dude just fled the country, man.
He
What y'all
just got
talking
out of
about,
there, right? He definitely
man?
just got out of there. So,
Bro,
hey,
it's like I'm saying, man. If you're running from the police, you probably think you did something wrong.
exactly, exactly. So it's like the evidence shows, like
Yeah.
hey, a little different. You know what I'm saying? It shows different. So
That boy
you could
Puffin never
you
ran before. He talk about how how tough he is, but he sure as hell running away from the system.
he got up out of there. He got up out of there.
He ain't finna get Epstein, man. He ain't trying to. Yeah, he was
Hey
like,
man, that's some trippy stuff though, man. I was mind boggled. I was so mind boggled. I'm like, man, this man is almost a billionaire, and then this stuff starts to happen. Like, yo, I was definitely mind boggled for a second. But like I was deep into this back in the day. So I used to
yeah,
always tell my brothers, like, yo, Diddy man ain't what he seemed. Yo, Diddy man, like Diddy ain't what he seemed, because I was really into it. You know, I rap, I'm into hip hop, you know what I'm saying, and
right.
music in general. I love music. So I was deep in it, you know what I mean, in the rabbit hole of it and everything. And I learned a lot. Everything that's coming out now, I learned about this like 5 years ago. And I'm like, damn, this shit's just coming to the surface now.
Yeah,
And
bro, because most of it started as conspiracy theory, right? Until you step on the wrong
yeah,
person's foot. So who did he step on? He probably stepped on somebody that had some means.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
That's usually how it is, man. Look at even Donald Trump. When Donald Trump was running for president, we learned things about Donald Trump that was happening for years. And nobody ever said
right.
nothing about it. You know? So all these people, and it also comes down to the whole thing, bro, like what Cat Williams was saying, bro. Like, I'm definitely on the page that most of the most talented rappers ain't nobody ever heard about them. The ones that we hear about, they're willing to do things that most people wouldn't do. You
Uh-huh.
know,
Yeah, yeah. To get on that platform.
exactly. At some point, bro, you got to measure up what you're willing to do, and that's the nature of business as a whole, bro. Like honestly, like the
Mm-hmm.
most successful business people, it's not hard to imagine that they got into sketchy stuff, tax evasion, exploitation, all types of
Uh-huh.
stuff like that. But the dude that own a small business, he trying to follow the rules, and the rules is almost rigged against him. You know what I'm saying? And unless he's
Right.
willing to compromise, it's kind of hard for him to do. I mean, you say you got your CDL, so you might get one truck, and you're not gonna have it
Uh-huh.
as easy as the dude who got 100 trucks. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like that's
Exactly.
just how that world works. So a guy like Diddy, man, like yeah, shit. They all into some sketchy stuff, bro. They all into some sketchy stuff, and
Yeah,
I'm
man.
not judging him for it because I think actions have consequences, and I'm not the judge and executioner. But you know what? You reap what you sow.
I feel the same. I feel the same. What you put
Because
out, you get back.
I've heard of things
Period.
that he did to people, bro. I've heard of like the stories that go around, and they could all be wrong. But what's the chances that it could all be wrong?
Exactly. You know what I mean? I feel you on that one. I'm definitely with you on that one. Definitely.
Anything else for me,
Yeah,
my
man.
good brother?
Nah, man. I just got home. I'm about to go in here and relax, man. I just
Word,
wanted to give
man.
you a shout out, bro. Really.
Man, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate
Hey,
it, man.
I followed you up in everything. Keep it coming, man.
Word.
You might just spin this into a whole movement, bro. So
It's
hey,
coming. It's coming, bro.
yeah,
And I
bro.
want
This
it to
a
happen
whole movement.
organically. So like I want it to happen organically because some people underestimate how much people actually think about these things, man. People think about these things that we
Yeah.
talk about, and most people don't commit the time to it until they see a crowd. I've been doing this for 3 years. People come and go, and my followers grow slowly. But I ain't paying TikTok not a dime for popularity. For me, if my
Right.
message is strong enough, it's gonna get to where it's gonna get. And if it don't get there, somebody else gonna pick up right where I left off. But I'm sincere enough about what I'm saying, and I hope somebody will come up here that could say something that I ain't got nothing to say back about. Like honestly, cause
Right.
can't nobody come up
It's
here and
too
defend
strong,
God.
man.
Nah.
It's too
Like
powerful, bro.
the
The
logic
message
is
too
strong.
powerful, bro.
That's right. The
Yeah, the
logic is too
logic
strong.
is too it's strong, bro.
Yeah. That's why you can't even argue with
It's
them, bro.
impenetrable.
You talk with them long enough, they get emotional. Those of them, they ain't got no
Yeah,
self control. Whether you
yeah,
talk on the
definitely.
internet or in real life. In real life, they got a shorter temper. Yeah, that's
They
right, man.
definitely do. They said debate real scholars. Real scholars probably don't even believe it. They'll
Bro, let me tell you something about real scholars. Real scholars are some of the most unintelligent people, bro, because they follow all these blueprints that ain't really got nothing with how people talk on a day-to-day basis. If you want to talk to regular people, you got to talk to regular people in the same way that regular people talk when you just having a small talk with your homeboy down the street. That's the
yeah,
language that the
definitely.
most people really understand. Most people ain't got time to sit down and listen to intellectual conversations unless you're already into that intellectual business. And that's fine and all. I encourage that. But the type of thing that I'm doing right here, those so-called real scholars, they won't be able to hang with me.
They ain't gonna be able to deal
Yeah,
with it.
yeah. Especially the so-called religious ones. Because all I gotta hit them with is, bro, I didn't do it today, bro, but I like to ask some really out of the box questions, bro. Like if you start making some weird ass claims, bro, I just ask you like if you're a Christian and you tell me that you practice what you preach, I'm gonna just hit you with when was the last time you fornicated type of question. Like when was the last time you did this? You think those intellectuals are finna come out here and expose themselves like that? Nah, they
Not
got
at
way too
all.
much to lose. They can't answer
Yeah.
my questions. Yeah, like The religious scholars, they can't answer my questions, bro. Like they won't be. I wish one would come up here. And don't underestimate those who come up here, okay? There's some really smart people who come up here. They might not have all them
Right.
credentials, but they studied. Yeah, but at least because this is almost like a small talk type of box, people can talk more freely. If you got to stick to a script and only be up in the intellectual world and you can't come down to the regular man's world, you can't communicate with the regular man. Some of y'all can't speak English to save y'all's life.
And you know the language.
Yeah, man, some of y'all speak hood and some of y'all speak
Yeah.
village.
Yeah.
For real. Some people speak hood English for so long they forgot that English is a whole language with a whole code to it. Like they got their own hood grammar, bro. They got their own hood grammar.
Hey.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
definitely. You got
Thank you, my brother.
hey,
I appreciate you.
hey, thank you, man. I'll holler
For
at
sure,
you
for
later,
sure.
man.
That's right, man. You stay blessed.
You too, God.
There is no God. There never has been, and there never will be. If you don't like what I just said, please take this wonderful advice. Cry about it. Cry until you run out of tears, because that's all you can do, buddy. You can't do no more than cry. You feel me? So, if you know what's good for you, cry. Yeah? Cry. Because we coming for y'all. We bringing the truth down here with the hammer of integrity, of logic and facts. We not playing around with y'all. And when you cry, make sure you taste your tears and make sure they're salty. If your tears ain't salty, you might have already passed. You might be a ghost. You might have passed from this world.
I'm sorry.
What's up, man?
I'm
What
gonna
you
go
got for
down. I
me?
just want to give you props. I ain't want to drown you out,
That's word,
and
bro. No
I
problem.
heard I was echoing. I
Now you
just want to
good,
give
bro.
you props, bro. I look for you. I look for you every day, and I never request because I always like how you doing everybody. So ain't no need for me to say nothing because I agree with everything you say.
That's facts.
I was just one question. I just want how much of this is built on hermetic uh, philosophy and like Hinduism. I hear like a little bit. I hear a little twist to everything that I study in you, but you do it so. I don't know the way you do it. It's like you're super smart. You're like one of the smartest people I ever. I give you props. So that's all I want to do. I ain't gonna hold on too long. And I'm just like the other brother,
I
how
tell
he was
you.
this. I've been.
I tell you how I do it, bro. So when I left Christianity, bro, I actually did my due diligence. So when I went into Islam, I wasn't thinking like a non-Muslim person. I thought like a Muslim, right? And because I had a lot of experience within religion already, it's kind of like the same psychology. So I picked up what was most important about it. And the same thing with Hinduism. Bro, there's ways you can decipher it. Such that when you're having a conversation with someone, bro, like they're playing checkers, but you're always playing chess. You're always playing chess. And one thing I realized about religious folks, bro, most of them don't have mastery over whatever they're talking about. So if I find a handicap in their mentality, it's easy to play with them. It's easy. It's easy to make them see simple things because most of those simple things, they ignore it. They ignore it. They just ignore things that don't make sense. So if you bring up things that don't make sense overwhelmingly, they can't handle it. And every religion got something in it that is consistent with a lot of reality of what we see, but you always see metaphors and hyperbole. Like in Hinduism, bro, like Hinduism never began as a religion. It began as a science, bro, like literally. Like the personification of the destructive nature of the world, the constructive nature, the creative nature of the world, and the preservative nature of the world. So if you don't understand it as a Hindu and you're talking to me, I can use your religion to beat you up. Same thing with Christianity. Christianity started as a political system. So did Islam. If you don't understand that, I can use your religion to beat you up. It's simple as that, bro. It really is simple as that. And you can go back all the way to Chemeth. You can go past the Hermetic stuff. You can go all the way back to ancient Babylon. You can go back as far back as human beings started thinking. It's always systemic. Religion is never independent of systems, and the religious mentality is never independent of systems. So you don't just want to understand the religion itself and what it says. You want to understand the system and how it operates. If you understand those two things, bro, you could weave it together like a basket, bro. Literally.
Yeah, bro. I appreciate you. Like, I ain't gonna take up too much time. I don't know who else
Thank,
waiting to come on,
thank you so much, bro.
but I just want to give you props, and you helped me out so much doing. You can't be stopped, bro. All right, you can probably just get rid of me because I don't know how to get off of here like that, bro. So
No problem, bro. I
appreciate you.
appreciate you. No
Yeah.
problem. Wow. Thank you, Christ Consciousness, for subscribing, man. I even noticed, man, like damn. I stopped talking about subscribers a long time ago, but y'all, if y'all want to subscribe, go ahead and subscribe. Subscription is good. It's good. It ain't bad. It ain't bad, okay? It ain't bad at all. I'm about to introduce a new aspect to my show. And this new aspect to my show is going to be for women. I'm going to be talking to women. If you're a woman and you're struggling with depression, and you have the strength to overcome the shame of admitting that you're struggling with depression, come up and talk with me. If you're a woman and you're struggling with depression, and you have the courage to admit that you're struggling with depression, come up and talk with me. If you're depressed, the worst thing you can do is lie to yourself and try to convince yourself that you ain't depressed. As a woman, you have a much sharper affinity. You're more inclined to be emotionally intelligent. You can be as emotionally intelligent as it is possible. And it doesn't take much of that to help you out. If you're burdened and overcome with depressive thoughts. Hello,
Hello.
Donnell.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm listening to your live, and it's just someone is struggling with depression to come up and speak to you. I am struggling with depression.
Tell me a little bit
I
about yourself
am.
then.
Okay. I have three. It's three of us as sisters. I'm the oldest sister of us three. I just lost my baby sister about a month ago. She was 52 years old. She passed from pneumonia. And went through the process of everything we had to do to make sure she was properly put away nicely. And I find myself since it happened that I'm not the same. I'm not the same. I've been having some problems. I think I'm struggling with depression because I miss her so much and I lost her, and it's just not. My life has changed. It's like I don't want to do anything anymore. I just sit home all day, and then I'm depressed too because my son, my youngest son, had to move away to Shreveport, Louisiana. We live in Louisiana. He's struggling with addiction real bad, and every time he try to come back home, it's still the same. So I'm alone now. I'm left alone. My husband is a truck driver. He's never home. He never come. He come home like once every 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm fighting this thing by myself. I'm trying to fight everything by myself, which I find is leaving me stuck with depression real bad, and I know I'm going through depression. I know it.
How
I'm
how how how
lonely. I'm
how old are
depressed.
you?
I am 59.
59. So you've
Yes,
lived. You've lived.
yes, I have lived.
What are
I've
three
lived
hap
my life.
in the last 5 years? What is your happiest memory?
Um, in the last 5 years, my happiest memories when me and my sisters used to be together. We kind of country girls, so we ride horses a lot, and we were trail riding together, and we was enjoying trail rides. So that's my happiest time the last 5 years.
This
I'm sorry,
your
somebody
sound,
like
yeah,
a
your sound is a little bit problematic. Is there a way you can fix your sound, please?
Yeah, let me. It's a motorcycle beside me with loud music on. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. I like I said, I live in Louisiana. It's what Saturday night. People enjoying themselves, and this man is behind me on a motorcycle. But my last happiest year, 5 years ago, we used to trail ride together, ride horses, enjoy, life. My mother passed about our mother passed about 8 9 years ago. It's just like I've been having everybody passing in my family,
I
which
mean, my
caused me
you said you're 69 or 59, if I'm correct.
no 59 on 59
59.
59. Yes.
So let me see if you and I are on the same page. You understand that the way life is, and I'm pretty sure you do, right? Because you've lived long.
Mhm.
That you get
Yes.
to a point in your life when people begin to go.
Yes.
Had you ever taken time when you were younger to think about what that would be like?
No, I did not. I
That
did
means that
not.
that's
I
what
promise.
that's what you have to do now.
Yes,
Because
and
are
I
you
promise you,
you
I
can't
did
you,
not.
you can't you can't you can't give up on life though, right?
No, I'm not depressed to the point where I'm giving up on life. I'm just depressed to the point to it's like I feel like nothing in life is the same. It's like my view of life has changed. It's like when we I used to be a Christian. I used to believe in God, and I used to believe in all that roka maroka. But when I watch my sister lead, struggle through what she went through, and before she passed, I changed my views about. I stopped being a Christian, and my family still was, and they were kind of like angry with me because I just didn't believe no more, because I just didn't believe all that stuff no more. I just changed. I changed, and I was done. I was done with it. I didn't believe in it. I just like there's no God. There's no none of that. None of that. So
So
they
you
kind of
you-
pushed
so you
me there
said you
right.
you
They put
said so you said to me
oh
that you're not depressed to the point where you feel like you're giving up on life. But do you think that if you continue down this path and if you don't gain control of the situation, you could get to that place? Do you think that
yes, yes.
okay? So
Yes,
to
I
the
do
best
feel
of
that
your
way.
ability, since you've already been going through this for a while, what have you thought that you could do that would prevent you from getting down that far?
I don't know.
All right.
I do not know. I promise you, I don't know. I'm sorry. I want to cry. Oh.
So let me speak with you a little bit, okay? Since that you've
I'm,
been since when you were a little girl, have you always had control over things?
I did because I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest girl, so I had to have control over things.
There you go.
I had to. I had to.
My sister, I think you've arrived at the point where you have to slowly let go of trying to control things that you can't control and then make peace with yourself that the work that you have done was sufficient to bring you this far. And at this point in life, controlling everything might not be necessarily what you need for your mental health. And that at this point, if the work you've done was sufficient, then things will work out the way they will work out. For example, your son, your sister, your family, the fact that you believed and you no longer believe. It's now time for you to look at yourself and consider how far you've come. And now you have enough experience to know the things that you can actually make a difference in and the things that you cannot make a difference. There's probably so many big things in your life that you've probably tried to do many times, like your son, his addiction. You can't
Yes.
control that. But this is what you can control. You can control what you think of yourself. You're not a failure. You haven't failed. You
I
have been
feel like I
successful.
have. I
You
feel like
have
I've
been
been.
successful. You have been successful. Why? Because you are alive. No living person can be a failure if they've made it to the age where you are. The hard work that you've done, most of it doesn't even seem like people have appreciated you. When you try to
They
put in
do.
effort, it doesn't even seem like people are thankful for you. You know
No,
why?
they do.
You know why?
No. No,
That's
I don't
because
know why.
You did it out of the kindness of your heart, but it's like a gun. Once you pull the
Yes,
trigger, you can't control
yes.
what the bullet does. You've already pulled the trigger of life. You can't control what happens. It's now a domino effect. You understand? At this point, your
Yes,
number one focus should be you finding your peace of mind. For you
yes.
to have some sort of emotional stability. And in order for you to accomplish that, you must accept yourself as you are. You've tried and you have failed. But in the midst of all those failures, there are little small successes. And those small successes is what took you through every day. You must remember those. If you can't remember the little successes, my advice to you is take a pen and a paper. Do this exercise when you get off this life, my dear sister. Take a pen and a
Okay,
paper and write down
okay,
every little success, everything that you did, no matter how small it was, that you did
okay,
intentionally, and that it came out the way you wanted it to be, right? Don't focus on the
okay.
big things.
I
Go
was
ahead.
I was an instructor. I was a cosmetology instructor. I taught school,
Yeah.
and but what has happened to me the last 3 years? I was working. I was driving. I was working. I can't work anymore. I was working. I had a bad car accident. I broke my neck in the car wreck, and it caused me some spinal issues. And also after like a few months after that, I end up having my foot drop. I got a left foot drop, which caused me to be paralyzed in my left foot. So what's so horrible for me is the way I have always stood up for my family as strong as I can be. And since all this have happened to me, they treat me so bad and so different. Like I'm just, they treat me differently. Like they mean to me. They not patient with me. They rushes me when I'm trying to walk. They know my foot is paralyzed. They know I'm going through this stuff. And what I went through with this incident causes me to be depressed too because I miss working. I miss my life. I miss so much, and I can't do anything but sit at home every day and look at nothing every day.
My sister, let me ask you a question. Do you have any hobbies? Do you have any hobbies?
Oh yeah, yes, I am. I'm making I make waist beads.
You make what?
Waist beads.
Okay, waist beats. How
Yes,
about
I make.
music? How about music?
I,
Do you sing? Do you play any instruments?
I used to play the flute in school, but I make waist beads, and I have my LLC, and I have my beads in the store, and that's what's giving me life right now. That's the only thing that's giving me life right now because I'm trying to build my business, you know, just build a bit because it's the only thing I can do with my hands because I can't find a job. I can't work nowhere with what I got going on right now.
So check this out, my sister. You remember how I told you to take a pen and a paper? Do you have a pen and a paper with you
Right?
right now? Do you have access to a pen and a paper?
No, no, I'm in my car right now, but I can remember what you tell me.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have money to purchase a flute? A flute?
No, I do not know right now. No, no.
How much do flutes cost?
At the pawn shop, they probably like what about 150 at the pawn shop. I mean, that's the cheapest one I know that I can ever find. But I love that flute. I love that music. That was my life too for years. But I think at the pawn shop, the cheapest it would be like 150.
When was the last time you
What
played a flute?
about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. But I played it all my life, so I never forgotten. Never. I played it since I was a little girl, a child.
You know one thing that will help? You should play the flute again. And every time you play the flute, you should think of the good times. Think of the good
Yeah.
memories.
Oh yes, I know it will. I know I love it so much. That was my passion for life. And I just feel like everything been taken away from me. I just feel so naked like this. And I'm trying to stay so strong through all of this. I'm trying my best, but I feel like I'm breaking down. I'm sorry to cry. I'm so sorry.
No,
I
it's
am so
okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
I don't even cry. I hold my tears back so many times. I just don't do this either.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. Y'all,
It's
I'm
okay.
so sorry to everybody on this line to cry in front of people. I'm so sorry to everybody that's allowed to cry because I hold back my tears and not let nobody see me feel this way because I feel like all my life I had to be the stallion in my family life. And I'm so sorry. Well, I apologize. I'm sorry. Oh,
I just sent you $50.
how
I
did
want
you
you to
send me? How did you do it?
look at your screen.
Oh, you. Wait. I just see my name. Jesus. You sent it to my page?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much.
You should
I thank
use this is why I've made up my mind to send you this money.
you.
It's not the
Oh,
complete amount. It's not the complete amount you need to buy
it's
a flute.
okay. It's okay. I appreciate
But
it.
but check this out. Check this out. Okay? This is from me to you.
Okay.
Take this money
Okay.
and I want you to look up to the moment when you can play the flute again. And whatever means necessary, add onto it with joy. So and
Okay.
then purchase a flute. When you purchase that flute, I want you to play that flute. And as you play that
Okay.
flute, think of your good memories. This is the internet. I don't know
Yes.
you, but
Yes.
the sincerity of my voice, of your voice, tells me that you are carrying so many burdens that you need to
I am.
unburden yourself with.
I am.
And you will
And
not
I'm
be able
sorry.
to unburden yourself without being able to remember the days of your youth and the strengths of your youth and all the good things you've accomplished thus far. At your age, like you said, in your condition, people will not
Mhm.
always appreciate you. That's the reality of life.
And
That's the
I know,
reality of life.
and you know what? I know that now because I have always been the goat in my family. I used to keep my bill, I'll pay out my bills, a beautiful home, take care of everybody, kept paying the groceries. And it's like when they have to help me, they so mean and mad and they don't want to do it, and I can't ask for nothing. And it's like I got.
And one second, sister. If Nicole, you say you got 25, click on her page. If you see the gift section of it, and just send her the gift. It's gonna let you know the dollar amount. Anybody that got something, it don't matter
Oh
if it's
my
1 cent.
God! Oh my
Send
goodness!
her something, and this gesture of love would give her strength
Oh,
to
oh
take
my
it
God!
one day at a time,
Nobody
right?
never did nothing like this
Anybody
for
that got
me.
something, click. Make sure you click on her page, because if you don't click on her page, it's gonna come to me. So click on her profile and send her whatever you got. It don't gotta be nothing burdensome. If it's $1, it's okay. Let
I
her go
thank you.
purchase the flute and let her use that flute. Because, like I said, depression is emotional in nature. Depression, when it happens,
And
when your emotions overcome you to where
yes,
you cannot think straight anymore, and it's
right.
easy to give up because it literally becomes like a heavy weight. It's like you went to the
Yes,
gym and you picked up a weight that is too heavy. And the best way to
yes.
lighten that weight is to let go of those feelings. And a good way to let go of those feelings is to do something that inherently brings you joy. You said you love playing the flute.
That's the
Sister,
only joy I had all my life. That's the only joy I know I can say to you right now. that I ever had all my life. When you asked me about 5 years ago, you asked me from a little girl. That was that I can tell you I inherited that joy. I used to go. I won awards playing flute when I was coming through junior high school and high school. I used to go to um what you call these things? They weren't concerts. They was like when you go by yourself and play in front of real. I used to just just awarded every time. I loved it
Think of
so
those
much.
memories. Think of those memories, my sister.
I'm thinking about it
Think of
now.
those memories. Think about the strength that those times gave you.
It
And
gave
just
me so much strength and joy. You right. It gave me strength. It gave me confidence. It gave me joy. It gave me love. It gave
you
me all of
and check this out, my sister. When you used to play the flute, even people who didn't know you would appreciate you, right?
yes, they did. Because
So
they was
take
like,
this lesson. Take this lesson. The people in your family and the people you know might not appreciate you, but it doesn't
no,
mean that you cannot still do little gestures that even a stranger will appreciate. You're still capable of that type of kindness. You're still
yes,
capable of that type of goodness. Don't cheat
yes.
yourself. Don't cheat yourself of that part of you just because the world that
Okay,
surrounds you is not giving you what you need. You understand? On the
okay,
internet right now,
yes.
a lot of people are sending you whatever little bit that they got,
Oh,
not because
my
they
God.
have a lot, not because they have a
Yes,
lot, but because they
yeah.
feel your pain, and
I,
they're going through stuff too. And
yeah.
and
I'm
and
sorry. I
sometimes
didn't want to. I didn't come over here to break my pain. So I started talking to you, and I try to hold myself inside. I don't try to do this. I've never even ever done this. I never
Donnell,
went live on it. Yes,
Donnell, Donnell,
yes, yes.
remember I said if you have the courage to overcome the shame of talking to
Yes.
the public about your problems, you've already taken the first step. Like right here, right now, the
Yes.
fact that you were not ashamed to come and talk to us, that depression is not something that you can't handle.
Okay.
You needed to talk to someone. And
I did.
I'm glad that you blessed me with this opportunity to hear about your struggle, because I also find strength in hearing about your struggle. I also find strength in hearing how you would overcome it. And I'm sure that one day when you are all smiles, you would come up here and you will share with us your experience,
I
right?
will. I
Yes,
promise
ma'am.
you. When I
And it starts with your
overcome,
flute. It starts with
yes,
your flute. You
yes,
need to
I
play that
will.
flute one more time and and remember, record it. When you play yourself, record it and then listen to yourself and let it
I
take you
will.
back. Let it take you
Yes.
back. You know, and don't stop being kind to your family, okay? Don't let
I,
whatever anyone is doing cause you
I
to
still
hate them.
kind to them. I always still, no matter how they be mean to me and be not impatient, I am still kind to them. I try to
Yes,
talk to
you
them
absolutely
sometimes and
cannot
say,
treat them the way they treat you. No matter
no,
what
I
they say
don't,
about
and I
you,
don't. Yes,
that's right.
yes.
You're
I
kind.
don't, and I,
You might not be a Christian, but you can
no.
still have kindness. You can still have patience. You can
Yeah,
still
I
have
do, and I have
gentleness.
love. Yes, I do. I do have
And
it
you
all.
know one thing that you should definitely do with yourself, my dear? Be gentle with
Uh-huh.
yourself. Please be gentle with yourself. Don't judge
Okay.
yourself more than what is necessary. If you've made mistakes, don't look at yourself and tell yourself, "Oh, why am I like this?" No. It's okay if you
Mm,
make mistakes, but please be gentle with yourself, okay?
okay.
When you're in a depressive state, you're fragile.
Mm,
If you become too
yes.
critical of yourself, you can hurt yourself. So please be gentle with yourself. Think of yourself as as a little baby in your hand. You want to carry yourself very gently. You want to be good to yourself. And other people will not be good to you if you're not good to yourself.
I
You,
ask you sometime. I ask you sometime. Do y'all rather that I be dead?
your phone is muted, my dear. Your phone is muted.
Sorry, the phone.
Donnell, you know what I want you to do, Donnell?
Oh wait, wait. Let me. Oh my God. Let me drop it. Come right back.
Okay, no problem.
Word.
To
Let me drop
everyone,
it. Come right back. Let me drop it. Come back.
no problem.
Okay. Right, I'm gonna drop it. Come right back.
No problem, Donnell.
Okay.
Everyone who sent her something, I really, really want to thank you guys. Like honestly, like genuinely, I really, really want to thank you guys because what got me to get here? It's something that I've really been thinking for a long time. But we as black people, or just as people, we talk about the dysfunctionality in the family. But we talk about how the black woman is this, how the black family is this. Our women are those who are raising our kids. It's such a difficult job that we've underestimated what it takes. We've underestimated what it takes. Some of these sisters and even brothers, they just need someone to talk to. Like people are in families, they're not always treated right. And some people have really actually made horrible decisions. And those around them feel like they deserve that punishment. But what's the point of kindness? Remember, I tell you guys about kindness all the time. Kindness is greater than love. You don't need to know her. You don't need to love her. You don't even need to feel anything. You just need to be able to hear her story and understand her story and then act upon it. Most of you listening to me right now, you are depressed. You're not thinking right. And there's no one for you to talk to. Yeah, I can say there's no God. But I understand. I understand, okay? I say there's no God. And I understand that not everybody can handle it the way I do. So I need to make room so that people have something to hold on to, right? I actually have to do that. That's part of this process. There's a lot of anger inside of some of us. There's a lot of hatred. There's a lot of emotions that you've been carrying. You just don't got no reason to carry those emotions. Even if you're religious. Even if you're religious. I'll bring
Hey,
you
can you hear me now?
I'll bring you up next, Latika. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Look at the coins I have. I have never had a coin in my life. I watch everybody get there. Oh my God.
Sister, those coins is not money. The coins is a dollar amount reflecting people's genuine kindness. People
And I
letting you know that
appreciate
we feel your pain and we
I
want you to
appreciate
go we want you to purchase a flute. Like I honestly want you to
I
purchase a flute.
am
Okay?
the pawn shop right down the street from my house. And I thank
Yes.
y'all so much. They gave
Purchase
me so much joy. I
purchase the
got to
flute
eat it.
and play the flute. And I want you to
I
come to my
will.
program, right? Come to my program and
You
send
got a
me a
program?
request. Yes, come
You got
here.
a
Come
pro?
here. I
What
don't
kind of
come on
program do you have?
I don't come online consistently. I don't come on
Okay.
here consistently, but if you follow me, you'll be able to see when I'm online. Come and talk with me every day, okay? Like just come and talk with me. Even if you're just coming to tell me hello, tell me how you're doing, just come and
Okay.
talk with me.
Okay.
If
Well,
if you got
I have.
something you just gotta let out, just come and talk with me every day.
I.
Even if it's just
You
for
know
one
what?
minute.
You know what? Right now, I feel a release a little bit. A lot. Well, I'm not gonna say a little bit. I'm gonna say I feel like I would. I couldn't open up. I could open up. But since I did tonight, I don't know what it was I felt when you said that. To I
Cause
felt like
let me tell you what happened to you. Your depression is like a balloon. You were getting ready to explode. You were getting ready
yeah,
to explode. And when you heard me, you were wise enough to identify that I need help. And this help is being offered. Let me talk to someone. Okay? Because what you're going through, there is millions of people going through it. I mean, if you even heard some other people's stories, you would want to take all this money that we just gave you and give it to them.
yeah, I
You
would.
know,
I
right?
really would, cause I
But
feel like
but
I would feel like pain. Yes, I would.
but you're blessed, okay? And your blessing, like help comes from people. We would like to help you, but we all got lives, we got struggles, and the little bit of
Yeah.
help that we've given you is out of the
Oh,
kindness of our
yeah.
hearts. And I
And I
want you to
want
see that gesture, that the kindness that you've
to.
shown other people out there, there's people like you out there who are kind, who are willing to show kindness to people they don't know. And that goes
I
a long
know.
way. That goes
I
a long
know.
way. You're not
I
alone.
know.
You're not alone,
I
okay?
feel. I feel like it's. I feel like most of the time, but I try so hard. But I try. It's like I go to sleep at night and I don't even want to wake up in the morning. Not like it's like I want to. I'm depressed, but I don't want to harm myself like that. It's just like I wake up to nothing every day. It's like I
Sister,
don't.
listen to my voice. Listen to my voice. You're not just depressed, you're also lonely. You're also
Yeah.
tired. You're also
Yes.
tired. You're
Yes.
tired.
I'm
You
tired.
you you
I'm
you know
tired.
you know what a person should do when they're tired? You should rest. Okay? That's why I said to you in the beginning, there's a lot of things in your life right now that you're trying to gain control over. You're trying to control. There's a lot of things that you've been controlling for a long time. That right now, this is time to let go. Let go. I'm not saying
But,
not to care,
but
but you should understand that
but I
you
don't know. I mean, if I let go, well, I've been trying to let go lately. But when I let go, they feel I don't care. It's not that I don't care. I'm just tired of the
listen,
burden that they
listen,
put on
listen.
me.
You don't want to work yourself into an early grave. Of course they're gonna
No,
feel like you don't care.
no,
And if you
I
try
know.
and you don't meet their expectation, they're still gonna think you're a failure. So take some time to yourself. Take some time,
Okay.
not in loneliness, but in self-awareness. And you need to
Oh,
perform an intentional, kind, gentle self-care. Means
and
look
I
at
want to
yourself in
go
the
to
mirror.
the. I want to go to the beach so bad. I've been wanting to go. Me and my baby sister, before she died, we was gonna plan to go together, and we don't live that far from it. But the point is, we had always planned to go, and I feel like the beach is calling me to come there so I can gain some kind of peace and some silence. Some
Let me tell you something else. Let me tell you something else. Let me tell you, your sister has passed away, right?
Yeah, she did about a month ago, and I
Now
miss
listen,
her
listen to
so
me,
much.
listen to me, Donnell. In the old African way, we used to venerate our ancestors, and this is what they used to teach us.
Okay.
When a loving family member passes away, they
Mhm.
don't pass away as long as we remember them. So
Okay.
we who are still alive, we take on the intentional responsibility to
Okay.
live for them. So you can't afford to be depressed because
Okay.
you have to live for both you and your sister. Right
Yeah.
now, she's not dead yet, but she would
Okay.
die. She would truly die if you don't heal yourself. You are
Ooh.
gonna live for you and her. You need to smile for her. You need to laugh for her. You need to eat her favorite food. You need to listen to her favorite music and heal yourself. Heal yourself like she can still heal you, the memory of her. You have that responsibility. If those who are alive in your life will not let you live for them, you can still live for her. And by living for her, her memory will also give you strength to live for you.
When she died, she was holding her favorite crystals in her hand, and she had, and they went in my hand, and I hold them, but I put them on. I have an altar too in my room. I have an altar, and I put them there. I just,
I'm gonna say this last thing to you before you go. Because
okay.
ultimately I can't talk to you for all night. But
I'm sorry. I'm
my
sorry,
no no no
Mr.
no no
Lamont.
no 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 not in the
Oh,
context
I'm
of
so
not
sorry.
in the
Okay.
context not in the context, okay? Let me tell you
Okay.
how this works. This is how medicine works. When you take medicine, you got to then sit down and give medicine time to work. I think my
Okay.
words to you have been of a healing nature. And we don't have to repeat ourselves all night. But this gesture, both in words and in actions, right? This is a
Okay.
genuine kindness.
Okay.
The little few dollars I sent to you is an act, it's a gesture for me to
Okay.
show you that your situation has touched my heart and I feel your pain as a gesture of kindness. Please take this and multiply it. Okay, multiply that
Okay.
little bit of money by making
Okay.
yourself joyful again. Okay, I want to
Okay.
thank you so much for sharing your story with me, and don't
And
give
I
up on
want
yourself.
and I want you to know that I appreciate it so much, and I appreciate talking to you. I appreciate you listening to me.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate you opening up your heart, your mind to talk to me. And I know when my tears stop tonight, I know I'm going to feel a little better because I made a step forward to something that I probably wouldn't have never done.
That's right.
But when you spoke, I felt the call. I said when you said that, I said, I am depressed, and I'm gonna ask to go live. I don't know why I did it so fast because I never get on live on people's lives, and I just listen. But I want to thank you so much for opening up your heart to speak to ask for that. Okay,
You're
thank you
welcome.
so much. Thank you
You're
so much.
welcome. And I thank you so much. And I look forward to you coming back and telling me that
I
you've
will.
made you've taken one step of progress. And we're gonna count as the days go by. And next year we're gonna laugh about it. And
Okay.
maybe one
Yeah.
day I will be in a situation where you're gonna be able to give me advice. In fact, there's many young women
Yeah.
here and even older women who themselves need that
Okay.
strength, right? So thank you so
Okay.
much, Donnell.
And
And
I want to thank everybody else that's in the chat for blessing me with gifts and to help me go toward the passion of my life. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
you're
I
welcome.
love you. I love y'all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. You're most
Okay.
welcome, Donnell.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. Some of you are suffering with depression. And you don't even have the courage to admit it. You just need to talk to someone. And the people around you, you can't talk to them. It's okay. Like I said, come talk to me. Yeah? Come talk to me. The healing of the mind. Do you know what emotions are? Emotions are defined as your state of mind. In order to have peace of mind, you need to be emotionally stable. If you're not emotionally stable and you can't admit it, you can't pray it away. You can't pray it away. It won't just go away. You need to let it go as it is common to people. Talk to someone. Don't be ashamed to admit that you need that help. Yeah? Yeah. Don't well done me. You guys should well done yourself. She was reading the comments. She read all the positivity in the comment section. So it wasn't just me, it's everybody in the comment section. Right? This is team effort, teamwork. What's up, Latika?
What's up?
What you
How you
got?
been? Oh, I'm just cooling. How you been?
You can see how I've been.
Yeah,
What you got for me?
but I'm just cooling. I've been depressed for quite some time.
Yeah?
Hmm.
Talk to us. Tell us what's up.
Yeah,
We're hearing you.
yeah.
We can hear every word you speak. We can hear the changes in your voice, your pitch. Talk to me.
Yeah, I've been depressed since my husband died like 8 years ago. I thought I was gonna die.
How you been surviving since then? How you make it the last 8 years? What helped you make it the last 8 years?
Just working and my grandkids.
You have grandkids.
Yeah,
They bring you joy.
yeah.
Would you advise anyone else that's going through depression that being able to focus on the young little ones would be a means to help them go through their depressions and stuff?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's the most difficult thing that has been to overcome since you would say you've been in depression?
Ugh. Over the most
What's the
difficult thing,
hardest part about it? What's the hardest part about it?
just day to day life.
What's your
Doing
biggest
everything,
difficulty? What's your biggest difficulty right now? Are you
doing
lonely?
everything, doing everything on my own.
Are you lonely? Someone in the comment section said, "Are you lonely?"
No, I don't think so.
You have the companionship of your grandkids.
Yeah.
Well, then you shouldn't struggle too much with depression when you have something so beautiful and so joyful. Watching new life blossom, it's more beautiful than any movie you can watch. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Yeah.
Watching them learn, watching them grow, watching them run and
Right.
fall, watching them make mistakes. So, what is it that you want?
What I for myself or
Of course, if you're depressed or if your depression comes and goes, because I will imagine that in your situation, you're not always depressed, right? It comes and goes.
hmm
So, what is it that drives you down to those moments where you're most depressed? What is it like? What is it that you ever do? What is it that you think of that drives you down that path?
just being by myself all
So
the time.
every time you're lonely, you begin to think of those dark thoughts, right?
hmm
Do you have a hobby?
I like to listen to music. Um,
Do you have any art? Any hobby that's an art that you like to do yourself, make something, play something, do something?
yeah, I crochet
You should do it more often. How often do you crochet?
on the weekends.
You should do it every day. Dedicate 1 hour every day to just crochet. What do you think
Yeah.
of while you're crocheting?
Mostly my grandkids.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
things
good.
that are. Mm-hmm.
So, in all the years that you've been struggling with depression, if you were to advise someone who's also struggling with depression, or perhaps they have a bigger problem than you do, what would you say?
I uh, I don't know.
You
I
know,
don't know.
you know, because you've made it 8 years in depression since your husband passed away. Do you have
Mm-hmm.
the companionship of a man in your life?
No,
Do you want the companionship of a man in your life?
it depends.
Have you been successful with building relationship with men?
No,
Do you think you're going to spend the rest of your life without a man in your life?
but hopefully not.
Okay. So, what are you doing to fill in the gap that your husband left? Or are you just not ready to move on?
No, I'm not. Mm-mm.
What will it take for you to move on?
I have a fear of people dying on me, so I don't like to get close to people.
If you have that fear, don't you think it's necessary for you to overcome that fear, considering that you have so many young family, you have so much family, and you do understand that they will all die at some point, right?
Yes,
Have you taken the strength to think about that and to deal with that within yourself?
I try to.
You should more intentionally deal with
Mm-hmm.
that and learn how to accept it. And perhaps if you can accept that all the people you love and care for will die one day, then it shouldn't be a problem with you getting close to a man. Because I don't know how old you are precisely, but no woman needs to be alone, especially when you get to a certain age. The presence of a man is healing, especially one who understands you, one who can feel your pain, someone with whom you can talk things about that you can't talk to with regular people. So
Yeah.
you should make yourself emotionally available, mentally available, and situationally
Mm-hmm.
available. When you look at yourself in the mirror, do you think you're beautiful?
Sometimes.
And sometimes,
Sometimes I don't.
why not?
I don't know.
You don't know why? You don't think you're beautiful sometimes when you look at yourself in the mirror?
Mm-mm.
But you didn't change though. So it means
Cause I
something
don't.
changes in your mind.
Yeah, I don't have no one to tell me I'm beautiful.
Well, you are beautiful.
Thank you.
You are. And I mean it genuinely. And if I think so, there's more than one man in your environment that would think so too. And you sound like, based on your responsibilities and your ability to take care of your young ones, I bet you might not be perfect, but even your character and your personality is also beautiful.
Thank
So
you.
so your beauty is not just gonna be how you look, it's also how you think of yourself,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
How old is your oldest grandkid
9 years old.
and your youngest?
One.
How old is your oldest kid?
28.
Do you talk with them?
Yes.
Who's your best
Mhm.
friend?
I don't have a best friend. My best friend was my husband.
Oh, well, perhaps it's time to befriend somebody. It could be family or it could be a stranger, but you
Mm-hmm.
need a friend, right?
Perhaps.
Yeah, you do.
Mm-hmm.
You ought to be wise enough to know you do.
Yeah.
If you're not wise enough to know you have a friend, perhaps part of how you think is a source of your own problems. You should have someone that you can just call and talk to about anything. Do you have anyone in your life right now that you can just call and literally talk about just about anything and you guys could talk for hours?
No, I don't.
Well, I think you'll find
Mm-mm.
joy. I think you'll find joy not just in conceiving that thought in your mind, but setting out on a journey to find a kindred spirit, a
Yeah.
kindred. I'm going to use those words for a lack of a better word, a kindred soul, right? That's what we
Yeah.
always use. People say soulmate and all that stuff. You want to
Mm-hmm.
find a mate, someone that jives with you mentally, physically, emotionally.
Mm.
You don't want to be alone because your kids will grow up and they will leave. You don't
Yeah.
want to get to 59 years old and all these burdens that you held become accumulated. Because you know what
Right.
happens when kids grow up? They don't always do what you expect. So you don't want to
Right.
be faced at a crossroad with a bunch of disappointment where you feel like, no, your job, you don't own the kids. Your job is to guide them. But ultimately, they're going to make their own choices. And once they
Right.
make their own choices, it might be completely opposite of what you would have hoped or wanted them to do. So you can't necessarily put your peace of mind in their hands. But you can have peace in the fact that at least you led them to the point on the road where they could walk for themselves. But as far as you're going to walk your journey with your own two legs until you get to the end. That's why depression is not something that you should underestimate because it can escalate. It can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Based on talking to you, you sound pretty much you sound emotionally stable enough to be able to function on your day-to-day basis. And being able to say you're depressed means that you know that it's there. It might not be as worse as some other people, but it's there. It comes and it goes. And of course,
Yeah.
like you said, you don't have a friend. So it has a lot to do with loneliness. And you don't believe in God. So you can't necessarily lie to yourself and just ignore the whole world and just believe in this paradise with golden streets, with golden
Mm-hmm.
gates. You can't self brainwash yourself, right? So you have to be able to deal with the reality. And for you, it's a little bit harder because you're not the type of person who lies to themselves. Are you the type of person who lies to themselves?
No. Mm-mm.
Right. So you're gonna have to find a solution within the bounds of being honest with yourself. And it might not always work the first time, my sister. It might not always work. But ultimately, coming out of your comfort zone would help a lot. Your husband is
Yeah.
gone. He's been gone a long time. If you
Mm-hmm.
ask his opinion, he wouldn't want you to miss him to the point where you couldn't live life. You know, every breath is too expensive to waste. Literally. Like, especially in grief, in sadness. 8 years is more than enough time to have grieved them. You understand? 8 years is
Yeah.
way too much time. If you were to ask his genuine opinion right now, he would 100% endorse you, opening the windows of your heart and letting someone else come in. It could be a friend, it could be a family, it could be one of your kids. But build a friendship. Build a friendship that if you converted it into gold, into money, it will be priceless. And if you don't work towards it, you're just gonna live all these years and it's going to accumulate. It's going to accumulate. Like, don't ignore it. A lot of people set themselves up for this trap. You know what I do? The other day I was talking about crying and
Mm-hmm.
how in our African communities men are not allowed to cry in public, right?
Yeah.
And some people take it as though men are not allowed to cry. No, I cry. I cry
Yeah.
therapeutically. I schedule my crying moments. That means I'm like, okay, today I'm gonna process my whole life, and I do this thing where by now it's a talent. It takes me no less than 10 minutes, where I go back to my earliest memory, and I begin to chart my life. I remember all my memories. I try to remember as much as possible, but as quickly as possible. The good times, the bad times, the tough times, the times when I lied, the times when I spoke the truth, the times when I was disappointed, the times when I was happy, the times when I was in love, the times when I was not in love, the times when I hated somebody, the times when I forgave. I go through all those times. And then
Mm-hmm.
once those emotions accumulate, I just go into my closet, sit down, and I let it all out.
Yeah.
Sometimes I would tie a piece of paper on a thread, a regular printer paper, and
Mm-hmm.
I would take my hand and I will punch that piece of paper until it can tear. Once the
Yeah.
paper tears, that means that I've overcome any emotional inflation. And I walk out of that closet as free as a feather. So if you don't
Yeah.
have any therapy, if you don't have any self therapy, do it. Crying is okay. It's okay to cry. Don't ever
Yeah.
think you have to be so tough. As a woman, you don't even have the stigma to where if you cry in public. Let your tears out. Let your tears out. Those tears will carry all that burden out of you. And when
Yeah.
people offend you, don't hold grudges. Like, you don't have
Mm-hmm.
time to be hating people. Do you have anybody in your life right now that you don't like, that every time you think about, it just pisses you off?
No, I don't. I don't hold grudges. I don't hate people.
That's good. That means
Mm-hmm.
that means no doubt you've made it this long and you've never gone
Yeah.
into despair. Let me tell you what depression is, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Once a person's depression becomes overwhelming, they go into what is called despair. Despair is a state of complete hopelessness. Means you see no way out. You're in a room with no sound, no light, no
Mm-hmm.
taste, no temperature. That's what it
Yeah.
becomes. You don't want to get into despair. And being able to talk about it in this like way doesn't mean that you don't know all these things that I just told you. I'm actually confident that I haven't told you anything that you didn't know. But my voice and my words are a reminder. My voice and my words are a reminder to you, my dear,
Mm-hmm.
that the sun always rises.
Yes.
The night might be tough, but you know that if you endure long enough, the sun will rise. And you know what it feels like when you get up in the morning and it was cold and you go out in the sun and that sunlight hits your skin for the first time. It's a priceless feeling.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get your emotions to the point where that's how you feel. That every time you feel within yourself, it's like that warm sunlight. Most of you don't. Most of you don't. Most of you are so stuck in your head. So stuck in your head. You don't even know what the sunlight feel like on your skin.
Yeah.
Those small enjoyments are priceless, my dear. And I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to many people. Now
Mm-hmm.
tell me, to the best of your knowledge, I want you to give advice to any young woman that's going through depression. I want you to give them the most genuine advice that you can give right now.
I don't know. It's always a better day. It's always something to look forward to.
You can't just say a few words. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I want you to think of it this way. There is a young girl in here right now that's going through so much shit in her life, and you're the only one she got to talk to. Talk to her.
Just to never give up. Never give up on your dreams, your hopes, your aspirations. It's always somebody that's doing worse than you. You just never give up.
How does somebody never give up?
Just strive to do better. Always look for the silver lining.
How?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
We can all use a little bit of self kindness, right?
Yeah,
Be kind to yourself.
that's true.
The least you can do is be kind to yourself. When everybody else is shitting on you, you
Hmm.
can't join that. The moment you're shitting on yourself, you've lost.
Right.
And some of you might actually be horrible people, but even a horrible person can be kind to themselves. Some of you are not that horrible, but you focus too much on being horrible.
Hmm.
Don't give up. Don't give. You know what it means to not give up? It means that don't stop loving yourself and caring for yourself to the point where you now only see yourself based on what people have told you that you are. Some of
Yeah.
y'all probably got so much negativity in y'all's ears. You begin to see yourself as that. Oh, she's selfish. She hateful. She always only thinking of herself. She's ugly. She's this. She lies. She steals. She smells. She that. Some of you, that's all you guys hear because you're in toxic environments. So in the midst of all those negative voices, make sure that that sweet little voice that says you're kind, you're
Yeah.
gentle, you're loving, you can make it.
Hmm.
Don't tune out. Don't tune that voice out. Once
Yeah.
you fall in love with yourself, let other people help you. It's okay to let other people help you. No matter how good you are, no matter how smart you are, no matter how wise you are, your highest wisdom is when you realize that you need another hand.
Hmm.
Your wisest wisdom is when you realize that you need another hand. For
I've never had
ultimately,
anybody help me.
say that again.
I've never had anyone to help me do anything.
Have you ever seeked out a helper?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
By asking.
And
I always get a no.
when
Yeah.
people refuse you help, that is the moment when you should realize you ought to be more kind towards them and expect
Yeah.
nothing in return.
Right.
You should be kind.
Hmm.
Be kind to those from whom you expect help, for
Yeah,
it
I'm
is
always
that
trying.
kindness that will inspire them to help you. Do unto others, give unto others the help that you require from them. Some of them
Yeah, I'm
might be
always
willing to, and they just don't know how. Some people, you go and ask them help, and they're really willing to help you, they just don't know how. If you know the help you need, show them how they can help you. This actually
right.
really works well with children. This
Hmm.
helps well with children. Be the example of what you want others to be to you. It takes a lot of work. And you know what
Yeah.
it takes? It takes a lot of selflessness. Means you have to learn how to not be selfish. There's time to be selfish in life, don't get me wrong. But when you're vulnerable, that's when you need to be less selfish. And like my
Right.
brother Steve said, courage. It takes courage. You don't have to be the tough person all the time. You don't got to be that strong person like, oh yeah, I've been doing this by myself for a long time. I tell you something, you're going to do it for yourself for a long time till your legs can't walk, till your hands can't move, till you're stuck in the wheelchair, stuck in the bed. Listen, most old people in nursing homes or who are bedridden, they don't begin to understand how much it was necessary for them to show vulnerability or to take a step back until they're in a position where they have to completely depend on people that they were never kind to. It doesn't always have to be your way. It doesn't always have to be your way, especially in family setting. With family, sometimes you have to let them do it their way just so that they can feel fulfilled. Even if your way is the best way, sometimes you just, that's how kindness works. Sometimes to be kind to someone doesn't mean that you have to impose the best way of doing things to them. Sometimes you let them do it their way. Sometimes you watch them make that mistake as long as you're there to catch them when they fall. And I assure you, you won't have to ask them to catch you when you fall. You won't. Letika,
Yes.
you're obviously stronger than you sound.
I
You're
hope
obviously
so.
you're obviously happy.
A little bit.
Though there's struggles, you're obviously a warrior. In the
Mhm.
absence of your man, you've had to fight.
Mhm.
So you're not in the dust. Sometimes life beats you up and your knees go down, but you have
Mhm.
always stood up.
Yeah.
So what we've gotten out of your experience, you've shown us. The last sister that came up, we could tell that
Mhm.
she was really in it. You know, she
Yeah.
was about to bust. You,
Mhm.
you've been hanging on. You've been surviving.
Yeah.
But being able to talk with you, that's the inspiration that a lot of your young sisters need. Especially
Yes.
y'all black women. Everybody expects the black woman to just be strong. And when she tries
Mhm.
to defend herself, they call you crazy.
Yep.
They do it. But
Mhm.
you ain't crazy. You just got a lot of shit on your shoulders.
Yeah.
And what we black men have to do is recognize it.
Yep.
Even though we're going through shit ourselves, we haven't gotten to the men yet.
Right.
But acknowledging the struggles of our sisters would help them acknowledge our struggle. That is the key to heal the black family. That's the key to heal the African family. That's the key to heal the families, any family in the world. Being able to
Yeah.
feel each other's pain and
Mhm.
react in kindness. You might have a family member that you don't like at all, but you can still be kind to them simply because they're
Right.
blood.
Mhm.
You don't even have to love them. You can hate the shit out of them, but you can still be kind to them because they're blood.
Yep.
They always say, there's an old saying, my dad likes to tell me this all the time. Blood is thicker than water. I'm telling you, Tezok, Tezok, blood is thicker than water. You're over there. You should come. You should come. Blood is thicker than water. That's my father. My father likes to murmur that. But he's right. He's right. And you want to know what? We're all blood related. We all bleed red.
Mhm.
That's the part my father doesn't understand. That blood is thicker than water. And every living thing in this world bleeds red like me. Well, except plants now. If I see a plant that bleeds red, I'm gonna run. If I cut a tree and that thing bleeds red, bro, in Africa, that's witchcraft. I'm bolting. I'm not looking back at all. I'm gone. You ain't seeing me. I'm gonna go call it the lumberjack, the African lumberjack. The lumberjack is gonna come. Thank you, Latika. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing with us.
Thank
You're
you.
strong. You're a warrior, and you've blessed us with your words,
Thank you so
especially at this
much.
point in my show. I've been online now for 7 hours, exactly 7 hours and 45, now 46, now 47 seconds, and going.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna make it a habit of ending my shows with simply talking with any sister that's going through depression who is not ashamed to at least admit it. Being able to admit it is literally 50% of it. A person who can admit that they're depressed has already overcome 50% of their depression. A person who can admit that they are depressed in public has already overcome 70% of their depression. The rest of it is just 30%. The rest of it is just 30%. She doesn't need a flute. She's got her grandkids and she's strong. She You got to understand, y'all, how help works. She's solid, and she knows that. And she came up and she knew that. She just wanted to set an example for the rest of y'all who are depressed. Don't be ashamed to admit it. That's the best thing that Lafika has taught y'all. If you don't have the courage and ability to admit it, you're guaranteeing that you're a loser. Ain't that right?
Mm-hmm.
Latika,
Right.
Latika. Thank you so much, okay? Let me talk to
Thank you.
someone else. You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Kick me out.
I got you.
Mm.
You're depressed and you know it. Have the courage to admit it. Literally, the first step to being healed from the flu is to take the medicine. Once you take the medicine, do you have to do anything other than sleep and rest? Admitting that you're struggling emotionally, mentally, is literally more than 50% of what you need to do to heal. Some of you have just been coping. You've been coping, right? So some of y'all just found that sweet spot where you can always go to. If you don't have a hobby, listen, I'm honest. Like, I don't think I could get depressed. I'm being honest with y'all. If you see my room, you see my hobbies, right? A multitude of things that I do. Life is just too beautiful. Life is too beautiful. There's so many little petty small things that you can do.
Hello.
La voix. Toi, tu fais un peu quoi
Hi, how you
ici?
doing? I'm sorry, I didn't even know that you're going to take me right now. I thought somebody was there. Let me wash my hands. Good evening.
Good evening, la voix. Toi, tu fais comment?
Ça va. I
Ok,
was listening to everything that you're saying. I was like, okay. It's just that evening where I don't have nothing to do and I'm going to listen to some stuff because hey, I'm paying attention a little bit to everything right now. I'm very sensitive to what my body makes me feel. So I'm like, okay, let me be curious. And then you were talking about depression. Okay, I think I have the humility to accept that I was depressed and
right,
probably still, but I put it to the past because I made the choice to accept first of all that I was going through a depression and take action.
right.
So I didn't
Yo,
know. I was like, okay, right now, because it was obvious, we so talk about depression that it's like a joke. But oh
right.
my God, this thing is so serious. It is not fun. And you said something that people are just coping with it. Yes, you are just literally coping with it. It is not okay.
And
Yes,
especially the focus of what I was even saying, like mostly for women, right? Like, especially for black women, there's so much that is expected out of the black woman that we spend so much time bashing them, but less time healing them. And as men in the black community, despite the fact that we struggle, because we men, we know how to shut it off, okay? We shut it off, like sometimes. And it's in our nature. It's consistent with our nature to shut it off. But women cannot shut off their
yeah.
emotions. So if a woman is in depression and you don't really help her through it, it's it becomes a bigger problem.
It, it's very
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah.
It's very serious because I really thank God that hey, I'm hanging and I am there and I'm like, oh no, it's now that I accept to see that oh, it's going to get better. But there is that stage where you don't see that there are possibilities where you don't see that. And what I say to myself is that when you feel like you're in that situation where it feels like there is no possibility, that's the moment where you really stand up even harder because yes, madam, there are definitely possibilities. Just get strong and focus, keep going. It is not where it's supposed to stop, not at all. You know you are not there yet, so what? We give up here or what? But it's extremely hard. It's
You
extremely
know,
hard because you're actually
I like what
depressing.
you say. I know her, okay, ladies and gentlemen. I know her already. I saw her in my brother's life the other day. And you know what I do, right, Lavoir? Have you watched any videos on my page?
I watched
Okay,
I watched
you
one or
know
two. I was like,
you know that I say there's no God, right?
yes.
Okay, good. So now, since we're talking about depression and you said you thank God, what do you think about depression and the church and women in the church? Because I think many women in the church are depressed, but they're not taught how to deal with it. They're taught to just blow it off, just like any other thing, like pray it away. You think you can pray depression away? You think you can fast it away? What do you think?
Okay, I will be honest with you because
Yeah,
I'm a case of depression.
yeah,
It will be very not humble or I don't know or very like we say in French, vraiment j'aurais du culot. Like too much gut to just come and really try to explain why depression and women of church and fasting and all that. I cannot go there because I don't know about that. Me, who is a Christian, who
right,
believe in God, who
yeah,
pray and fast, I
yeah.
went and seek for professional therapy that I am doing and it's helping me.
There you go. That's why I think
So,
that on this subject, it's not so much if a person believes in God or not, but if a person can understand that there is more realistic ways to solve that problem. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you went and seek that professional help,
yes,
not because you're not a good believer, not because
it
you don't
wasn't
believe,
okay. Huh?
but
It
you
was
know the
real. I
difference.
accepted that it was a problem.
Tu connais la
It is a
différence entre les deux
oui.
choses, n'est-ce pas? Tu,
Yes,
tu as une
yes,
bonne connaissance entre les
yes,
choses de l'Église et les
yes,
choses
exactly.
pratiques. There you
Completely.
go. And I
This is
think
this is
that,
this is a condition. Depression. It's a condition. They are professional. They're really helping to that. You can even seek for Christian or spiritual therapist if you want or whatever. But please go and seek a professional because my depression was so hard that I was like, oh my god, nothing is moving and all that. And I know what it is. This is depression. You know how
right,
depression makes you feel, and there's no
right,
reason for me to cope with it. It is not comfortable at all. I
right.
need to solve this because it affects me mentally. I can't work well and all this. I have to refocus on my hobbies. You mentioned the hobbies. It's extremely important. There's no way you're going to make it without it. And yes,
Exactly.
right now I pay attention to how the breeze touch my body. I just went for a walk. I was like, yes, I pay attention to that. I really decide to pay attention to what makes me feel good and everything and all these things instead of staying at home because it's very hard. The therapist tell you, yeah, go out, but you are not feeling like you want to go out. But actually, it's going out that is going to help you. A nice little walk, nice breathing, or something, just something that is going to relax you. And right now, I decided to focus on more content creating. I spend time editing my videos. I love that. I will go for a walk and come back, just do something different because I think that it is really madness to always do the same thing and expect a different result. Why will you do that to your brain?
It was called insanity. So let me ask you something. Okay, tell me when you were in depression, like what was the worst part of it? Like, can you tell us like at what point was it so bad that you then realized that you were in depression? Like, how did you realize you were in depression, and what was it like?
Okay, it was moodiness, extremely moody, and the feeling of not wanting to do anything for you don't even really know the reasons. Sometimes you know, but it's just your body is not answering to you. There is no feeling of happiness, nowhere you cry. You cry a lot. It's like everything just want to come back. You have possibilities now, I will say that, to focus on something else, for example, that you're alive and healthy, and then you can do something better of your day. But you'll be like, yes, I didn't work today, or I lost my job or something. So you cry too much, you are sad, you don't want to eat, you start losing weight, you start being weird. If you're somebody, for example, who is into, I mean, I said that also because I study a little bit psychology, but if you want to stay on me, for example, I will cry too much. For example, I can start drinking very early. I don't want to move my bed. I don't have interest on anything. I don't want to do anything. Why I have stuff that I'm supposed to do. I am weak and I feel hopeless. Like, why exactly am I existing again? Like, what was the purpose of me again being on this earth? What was that? Until the night arrives and then you sleep and then tomorrow, oh, guess what? It didn't go away.
You get up and do the same thing, huh? So how did you move past that? Because right now, would you say you're depressed right now, or you would say that you've
No, I will
overcome
not
it?
say that I am right now. No, 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 no. I will say that I'm going up there.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I
And
mean,
and And in practicality, did your religion help you?
Yes.
But did your religion take away your common sense?
Uh, I don't even like the word religion because it's not the religion help me. The fact of knowing that I have God help me, yes. And then what was the other question?
Did your religion take away your common sense?
God doesn't take away my common sense. No. It's
Okay.
like I will fall and then I'm bleeding and I'm like, oh, the Bible is going to put the stitches on this, I don't know, this injury that my leg is broken. In the mighty name of Jesus, may this leg right now just come and oh, the two of them get together and everything is fine. If it has to happen to me, God, please take me. This is witchcraft. No. So it doesn't take away my
Donc tu vois bien que moi je suis de la croyance que la religion nous a beaucoup menti, surtout nous les Africains, n'est-ce pas? It's made it such that we cannot see the world as its practicality. Meanwhile, in the Western world, you know that white people or les Europeans, comme on dit, they know how to separate their religion from practical life. The way I have chosen to do it is to teach people that God does not exist. And the
You
reason
said
why,
something that made sense. Now
yeah.
the rest, I know that's you, so I'm not going to get
No, no,
into
no,
it.
that's
But
fine. That's fine. We don't have to agree on that. That's fine.
you said something that white people they really did. They separated the practical and the. Honestly, I've been working with them. Yes, I love their way too, huh?
Yeah, of
And
course.
they do go to church. They
Of
are really
course.
healthy. They live
Yes.
more than 90, 95 years old,
Yeah.
wealthy. They are doing good. They have nice moral. Everything in their life is working well. And yes,
And when you cross a white person, his religion doesn't stop him from doing what he has to do. Si tu marches sur son pied, là alors, c'est un coup de poing, n'est-ce pas? He doesn't ask God to forgive him. That is how the world ought to be. That's how the world ought to be. I don't have a problem with a person who has enough common sense and that can manage their religious life from
it's
their
very
day-to-day
important.
life. Realistically, there's a balance. There has to be a balance, right?
It's very important. Why would people
Yes.
just be, no? I have a story of somebody that I know that is sent to the I don't know the how you call that, people who have a mental issues, a
To the
hospital.
mental
Yeah,
hospital, yeah.
yeah, because it happens that it went to the point where the person was like, family was saying that you are sick and was like, no, I'm not sick and all that. The Bible is going to save me. Nobody has to go to that. That's are you? Is it okay?
Ce n'est pas la Bible qui sauve.
Like I just don't understand.
I
God
do not.
given himself, if he biologically like talking, he made something up there that we call the brain that help us to think and take decisions. I think there are definitely reasons for that, right?
Yes, and when it comes to healthcare, healthcare is not the job of the church. The
Not at
church,
all.
the church will help you with socialization. That's true. The church or the mosque, it will help you with maybe if you're able to talk to people because sometimes it's therapeutic to talk to people. The whole confessing your sin thing can be therapeutic. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you begin to substitute realistic medical solutions for laying hands, raising the dead, or you go to church and your pastor tells you that your grandmother is a witch, now you're treating your grandmother like shit, or your child is demonstrating symptoms of mental health and you're trying to cast demons out of them, that's a big
Can
problem.
I
Go ahead.
Alfred, can I be honest with you?
Be honest with me.
Do you really think that there's still majority of people thinking like that? Because I feel like you're insulting who you're insulting, but probably a minority. Like, please reassure me that we are talking about a very little tiny minority. Because hello,
My
in this world, really,
majority still think like that. Your generation,
wow, huge majority.
our generation, we're breaking loose. We're becoming more liberal. Like for example, you see how much you see the way you're dressed
Now,
right
me
now,
and I
right?
think you don't have brain like that.
You see the way you're dressed right now, right? With your beautiful wig and your nice makeup. Do you know that just 10 years ago you couldn't go to some churches? They will say you're possessed.
Oh,
They will say you're from the devil's kingdom, right? And a lot of it's still like that in Africa. Majority of our people still think like that.
But
Yeah.
majority, I mean, oh, I really want to trust people again. I really want to think that no, we are really not talking about majority right here because come on, the hospitals are still full. People are still bringing like, no, please, you. I refuse to believe that you are really telling me that somebody has cancer and they really don't want to seek doctors' help, saying that the anointing oil that the pastor gave in church is really going to save that person from that terminal phase cancer.
Why do you think that church is still big business? You met me on my brother's life
Oh,
the
he
other day.
said big business.
You met me on my brother's life, Arok Henry, and I hadn't spoken to him in more than 20 years, and I've been watching his growth as a man of God. But he finally arrived at the point where I think that religious people and non-religious people we can meet.
Completely.
It's the part where we help people, right? Everybody needs help, and if we cannot lead people in the right direction, how can we even survive to tell ourselves that we need help? Church in Africa right now is pastors. Many pastors are exploiting people's ignorance. They will not lead them in the right direction. They will not send the young men to school. They will not send the young girls to school. They're not promoting that type of mindset. They are promoting to come to church and fast all night, and then God will work out the rest for you. They are promoting witchcraft as the cause of many people's problems. I think that we Africans, we should have already grown past the part where we understand that witchcraft is not a reason for poverty. N'est-ce pas?
I mean, like, of course, it's like I want to ask you a question, like seriously, because I really don't find myself. I don't understand how I'm going to debate into something that is that logical because I refuse to believe
I
that
don't.
some people are really still thinking like that. What are we talking about? But I don't know. Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
In all that, what is your goal? What is exactly your goal with that logic? With you, what exactly you trying to prove to people? Since you are trying to, I don't know, educate or bring some people into, I don't know, like brighten their intelligence or something. What is your goal and what do you think is going to work? Like, what exactly is your goal?
I am an African man that knows exactly what it means to be an African man.
Okay.
I have a good, solid understanding of my history, ancestrally, traditionally, and culturally. 1,000 years ago, our ancestors did not believe in God as we have been presented. Our ancestors, genetically, this is not even our science, this is the white man's science. We're the oldest human beings in the world, as far as we know. So if there is a God, that God cannot be outside of our tradition. If there is a God, that God cannot be outside our tradition. The fact that we've been here longer than everybody and we've survived and we've thrived. We're the descendants of men and women who were so bright in the most advanced sciences, men who have studied and cultured themselves. Now, I also understand the direct effect of colonization on the brains of my people. Not just in terms of their behavior, but in terms of their identity. Tu vois, l'identité de l'homme noir est fondée dans la religion des musulmans et les chrétiens. Mais moi, je suis de la croyance que nous pouvons toujours chercher notre identité. We can find our identity in our own tradition and culture. Then we can fix our tradition and culture. Then we can modernize our tradition and culture. There is nothing I ever read in the Bible that tells me how to behave, morality, love your neighbor, treat your friend, sacrifice, do this, that I could not find in my tradition. My grandmother could tell me all those things. So, si Dieu existe vraiment, est-ce que Dieu peut être indépendant de notre culture et tradition? God cannot be. So I'm choosing to tell you that we as African, we have gained independence of chains. The chains that were on our hands were broken, but the chains in our mind were not broken. And we need to start thinking like Africans and then technologically advance ourselves as Africans. Because if our technology is always like the technology that when the Americans are done using it, that's when you send it to Africa. Right now in Africa, we should have brand new Teslas. We should have brand new Audis. We should have good roads. We should have the newest airplanes. Why is it that we have cars that the Americans used 20 years ago? That's the car that the richest people in Africa are driving, when we even have more money than them. In Africa, people don't buy things on credit. Everything is cash. So my goal is to help our people gain sustainability technologically and economically in our image, dans notre propre image. Et si c'est nécessaire que Dieu se révèle à nous, en utilisant notre tradition et notre culture, car nous ne sommes pas de mauvaises personnes. We are not bad people. We're not evil. Ils nous ont convaincus que notre culture, C'est la sorcellerie. Mais comment est-ce que c'est la sorcellerie alors que nos ancêtres ont survécu dans les conditions that you cannot even imagine? It takes a lot for a young African to embrace that thought that I have. But this is what I call the second independence. Okay? I see myself as a revolutionary for the second wave of independence. We now need mental independence. Our morality needs to be in our image, our tradition, our science. We have so many languages. Can you imagine if we build computers that are coded in our different languages? Can you imagine if we develop ourselves? Why are the Chinese people building our roads? Why are the Americans the ones giving us weapons? Don't we know how to use those resources in the ground to build
Oh
weapons
my
for
God.
ourselves? Why is it that
I'm
the dream?
sorry.
Why is the dream of every African person to come to America when the Americans' dreams is to go to Africa and gain our resources? How will we achieve that? Ma sister, j'ai compris une chose dans ce monde. Tu ne peux jamais dépasser celui qui t'a donné Dieu. Tu ne peux jamais dépasser celui qui te donne Dieu. So the person who teaches you about God, the person who defines God, the person who gives you God, would always control your mentality parce que toi, tu n'as pas une connexion directe.
Honestly, you said a lot of things that every time I will see you on live, I think I will just write down one per one and develop that because you said too many things nicely. But I'm like, excuse me, is it people's or other countries' fault if Africans are not succeeding in their own place? I don't know.
No, it's
No, wait.
not.
I know what I
Go ahead.
understand. Let me go
Yeah.
somewhere. Because I'm like, if we want to talk about, we also have some Africans who they really succeed in everything that they're examples for real.
Yes,
Are they
yes.
magicians?
No, they're
Because I think
not.
that we've been crying too much.
Yes.
Like we've been crying. We've been crying. Even when we have possibilities in my own country, Gabon, okay? In my
Yeah.
country, when the military took power, Gabon is one of the richest country with
In
petrol in
gold.
the
Yes.
world.
And gold too.
And gold. We have a lot of natural resources.
Yes.
The wood and everything, like perfect. Okay. With all that money, guess what? Yes, the colonizer did what they colonized. There,
Yes.
if maybe the Gabonese sold, I don't know, whoever sold even half of Gabon did it a hand.
Right.
But when the new president came, the military guy,
Right.
the CPRI, when he came to took power for the coup d'etat,
From Oba
we
Bongo. From
found that
Bongo. Yeah.
from Ali Bongo.
Ali
We
Bongo.
found it in houses, in drawers, like drawers you put clothes
Money stacked up.
of people even who are not even directly related to the president somehow, but some of their team. Money like cash money from my whole high. Cash
Right.
like in movies. Cash. Franc CFA and even dollars. We are talking about billions of billions of billions. This is undeclared money. Then how much are in the bank account? Yes, Gabon has been colonized. Wait. At that same moment, people are dying in hospital. At that same moment, some pregnant women die on the floor with
Wow.
kids. On that same moment, the insecurity is extremely high in the country. Excuse me very well. Is it the fault of the colonizer that the own people of our country are not taking that money to develop their own country? Is
No.
it because those people brought God and all that? At this point, better the people who were relying on God, maybe it's God who saved them while they were in that hospital. It was hope, or God, better they hung tight on that God. They were on the floor where they could have help. Other women were dying while giving birth, and then, oh, maybe because she was just like, hey, Jesus, help me, oh, I don't have no money, oh, Jesus, help me. She doesn't even know where it came. Oh, she gave birth well. Nobody helped her. Something, nature, or whatever you want to call it, spirit, whatever, he helped her. But her strength was that person that she called God. Let her believe in God now. Because I refuse to believe that it's still colonization that made our own people didn't do stuff. That's why I'm like, how many Africans are you talking? Because we still have correct one in their brain. And they do what they're supposed to do. I'm like, what the type of fight? I will understand
I
before.
can help you understand because it has to do with identity. Tu vois, the reason why we don't get up and start revolutions that are necessary to move up ahead is because of our mentality. Look, for example, what happened in Ukraine. How many white countries wasted time? How many Europeans wasted time? Look at what's happening in Israel. You see how you see how they support each other. They have an identity. Their religion is related to their identity. That's what I'm saying. They're like a Jew anywhere in the world right now. They have the same identity. It's them. And the identity is not 1,000 years old. It's not 2,000 years old. It's not 100 years old, 200 years old. The Jew is not praying to God. His God is the one he has had for 3,000 years. Meanwhile, we African, our new identity is so new. So it's psychological in nature. Like you said, you studied psychology. What a person thinks of themselves would determine how much they are willing to go for themselves. Now, think about it, my sister. Pense très bien, n'est-ce pas? One of the most fundamental teachings of Christianity says what? Turn the other cheek. Donc, tu sais ce que la plupart font? Quand tu les gifles comme ça, ils vont bien tourner l'autre côté. Mais il ne faut pas qu'on fasse ça. Mais les femmes sont en train de mourir, les enfants pleurent. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on ne se lève pas et on enlève tout ce fou? Parce que les gens, ils ont été achetés. They have been bought with money. Of course, it is easy to be susceptible to corruption if you are bought. Les Français sont là. Ils connaissent très bien. Si l'identité de l'homme noir était vraiment l'identité de l'homme noir n'aurait jamais tourné son dos à son propre frère, quel qu'en soit quoi. Comme les Juifs. Just like the Jews. So yes, I understand what you're saying. In the moment of suffering, as it is right now, of course, it's not 100% the fault of the colonizer. I don't even blame the colonizer. I blame us for refusing to re-identify ourselves as the people that we are. For refusing to continue the fight for independence, for refusing to understand that independence was not just the Europeans leaving Africa, it's also that they have to leave our minds. And you have to think, quand l'homme blanc est venu en Afrique pour la première fois, est-ce que c'était les soldats? It was missionaries. C'était les missionnaires. Donc, they came into our minds first. Before they came, il y a plusieurs tribus en Afrique qui ont une croyance en Dieu. There's many tribes in Africa that have some type of belief system that relates to some type of God. Right? So why don't we adopt that? The Ethiopians are there. Don't they have a version of Christianity that is in the image of the Africans? Why don't we adopt that one? The Zulus have God. The Yorubas have an entire pantheon of God. Is it that il n'y a pas de Dieu en Afrique? N'est-ce pas, il y a plusieurs dieux en Afrique? Ce sont les mêmes dieux-là qui ont veillé sur nos ancêtres, n'est-ce pas? So those same gods that have been watching over us, my sister, identity and religion are bind together. So it's very difficult for us Africans, if we adopt foreign religions, to now define ourselves in a way that will work for us. I usually give an example. China. Do you know that China teaches their children in school that God does not exist? Look at what China has accomplished in 100 years. Do you think there's any country in the West that can make war against China? Now, if you go to China and you teach them that God exists now, no problem. The Chinese man has already won the war of independence in his mind. We Africans, we haven't won that war yet. So I'm not saying that we should go out there and clean everybody out who believes in God, but we need to educate people that our tradition is not useless. It's not waste. And we need to care for ourselves and put ourselves before anything. If you love Jesus more than you love Africa, you will not fight for Africa when Africa needs that help. If you love Jesus more than you love your grandfather in the village because your grandfather goes to the shrine, ton grand-père, non, il se lève le matin, il prend le balai, il dit que, oh, mes ancêtres. Si tu ne l'aimes pas, si tu aimes juste plus que lui, comment est-ce que tu vas combattre pour lui? How would you fight for him? There I find a discrepancy. Donc nous devons choisir. We have to choose. We cannot have both. Si tu vas choisir la religion de l'homme blanc, il va falloir que tu vis comme l'homme blanc. Que tu penses comme l'homme blanc. Parce que ce n'est pas tes ancêtres qui ont créé la religion là. Et quand l'homme blanc a créé sa religion, il a créé sa religion dans son image. The European created his religion in his image. The Arab, the Muslim created his religion in his image. That is the reason why, ma soeur, regarde ça. Si un Africain devient musulman, n'est-ce pas, il prend un nom musulman.
Bien
Quand
sûr.
le chrétien devient chrétien, quand un Africain devient chrétien, n'est-ce pas, il prend un nom chrétien. Now, toi, tu vis en Amérique, n'est-ce pas? You're in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Have you ever met a white man with an African name?
No. And
Jamais.
that doesn't surprise me.
Exactly. Parce que notre identité et la religion, c'est un à un. The progress that we need to do is a very difficult choice for us. Parce que nous avons cru en Dieu pour longtemps. Et ça nous fait vraiment mal au cœur. Nous ne pouvons
Tu crois
pas...
réellement que c'est ça notre combat aujourd'hui?
Parce que c'est mental. C'est mental. Ça
Et
nous
ça va
enseigne
prendre du
les
temps
choses.
alors, hein? Franchement. Parce que it's always been like that. Like,
Ça n'a pas toujours été comme ça.
I mean, not always, but it's been a moment that this fight, that this very humble, I mean, normal one, I want to say, that you're having, plus everything that you're saying is with fact, actually. Yes. But this fight, it's been happening for so long. I think the Africans should just decide to wake up. I don't know, but
We have to wake up slowly. Let me give you an example. The guy in Burkina Faso, c'est un musulman, n'est-ce pas? The guy in Burkina Faso, he's religious and he's a Muslim, but he's African before he's a Muslim. He is first African, then he's a Muslim. Though I'm not saying that you if you want to hold on to the religion, no, but we have to put what makes us one first, like what we have in common. Nous sommes des Africains. Nous sommes d'abord Africains avant que nous sommes chrétiens, musulmans, quel qu'en soit. Je ne dis pas que ne pratique pas ta religion, mais ne mets pas ta religion au-dessous de toute ton identité africaine. We Africans, we already have big problems. You come from this tribe, I come from that tribe. Tu connais comment la tribalisme, n'est-ce pas?
bien sûr.
Si moi maintenant je voulais même te prendre comme ma femme là,
c'est vrai.
Si moi je voulais même te prendre comme ma femme là, ma famille va commencer à faire le problème et peut-être que ta famille aussi.
C'est pas faux.
Tu vois.
C'est pas
Et
faux.
ajoute aussi à faire religion. Je te dis, dans ma famille, ils sont des pentecostales. They are pentecostal. Donc, si mon père te voit habillé comme ça, il commence à croire que c'est la sorcellerie.
Et l'esprit de Jézabel. L'esprit de Jézabel.
Mais c'est la folie. It's madness. Donc, j'espère que tu comprends ce que je veux dire, n'est-ce pas? Je ne dis pas que je te dis pas que tu te lèves le matin et tu abandonnes l'idée de Dieu complètement. Mais il faut quand même comprendre que il y a plusieurs choses qui sont au-dessous de l'idée de Dieu. Mais it's happening, my sister. I want you to go and study the rate of deconversion that is happening around the world. Plusieurs Africains sont en train d'abandonner l'idée de Dieu.
C'est leur choix.
Bien sûr, c'est leur choix, mais la plupart d'entre nous sont en train de développer cette mentalité. Et c'est nécessaire que ceux qui continuent à croire en Dieu comprennent pourquoi nous sommes en train de faire ça. C'est pas parce que we don't love you or we don't love our fellow Africans. It's because we have a choice to make. If not, the Chinese will take over Africa in the next 100 years. Et Dieu ne va rien faire. Dieu n'a jamais rien fait pour l'Afrique. Chaque fois every time when we had progress, we had to bleed for it. It's not just in Africa, in America. Americans fought the revolution. And then when they fought the revolution, they made a division of state and church. Ils ont divisé. Ils ont dit, affaire État ici, affaire Dieu ici. Nous avons besoin de ce genre de choses. Et puisque en Afrique, un jour, nous allons faire la division entre l'État et l'Église. Toi, tu peux être le pasteur et moi, je vais être le président. Tu vois.
Puisque nous sommes... Ça ne me dérangerait pas d'être le pasteur.
Tu dis quoi?
Ça ne me dérangerait pas d'être le pasteur. Yes, it won't bother me to be the pastor.
So you could be a pastor?
Yes, I can be a pastor.
Oh, really? Why haven't you started your own ministry, La Voix? C'est quoi ton nom? C'est quoi ton nom propre?
Cassandra.
Cassandra, ouais, ton nom est joli, hein? Il faut mettre ton nom là-bas comme Cassandra, tu vois. Donc, Cassandra, Pastor Cassandra, il peut t'appeler Pastor Cassandra?
Amen, I receive in the mighty name of Jesus.
Qu'est-ce que ton Dieu a dit que c'est la solution pour l'Afrique? What does your God say is the solution for Africa?
I won't lie to you. I don't remember that I asked God for the solution of Africa and asked him to tell me. It happened that when I pray especially when situations happen, I'm like, hey, God, protect my country, protect Africa, protect this, that happened there, and there. But honestly, I'm not expecting God to come and talk to me, Cassandra, like I am the one who's going to fix the issue of Africa. I don't think so.
Okay, so since we have been praying as Africans, what can you say God has done so far?
What God has done so far, people being alive. People keep having kids. He been healing people in I don't know who had like diseases and all that, like making people alive to be able to go and work for their money, giving people brain so they can think and do stuff, allowing some women to give birth and all that. Like people that I don't know what else do you want. God is already doing all that.
So who's the one who is doing it for the Chinese?
Isn't it God?
But they
You
don't
mean
believe
they,
in
they
God.
develop? Are you talking about how they developed everything?
Yes.
The Chinese people themselves use their hands, their own life that God gave them, instead of using their own breath to, for example, be like you see a young girl in Africa and then she can go and work. She'll be like, oh, look at her with that big phone. I don't want to do this. I cannot work in a restaurant cleaning the floor and all that, all that. No, the Chinese girl went and do that and all that in school. In school, like the leaders of school, I don't know how you call them, like les directeurs ou bien les ministres de l'éducation, instead of being like, hey, you guys are going to have this party that day, this type of curriculum that they give in school, Chinese people decided that in our education system, we are going to teach kids how to use computer well from the age of 6, 7. That's what they decided to do. It is not, it's Chinese people, they decided to do that by themselves using whatever gift that God gave them or no gift that they are alive. If the gift can be only the breath, the fact that they are able to wake up in the morning, that's the only thing that God did for them. That's how they use it. White African, that if God only gave them this, most of them, what are they going? What are we doing? Whether in education, in the way we handle our country, in the way we handle our economy, in the way we handle our own natural resources that is there in our, like it is in our land. It came naturally. We do anything anyhow with it, and then we say that because of who we are not developed. I don't know.
Do you remember the story of the three people in the Bible that Jesus gave an example where he said a master gave, he called three of his servants. He gave one 4 talents. He gave one 2 talents. And he gave one talent, right? And then the one who had 4 talents, when his master came back, he had double his talents. The one who had 3 talents, he had double his talents. But the one who had 1 talent, he went and dug the ground and put his 1 talent in it. You remember that story?
I heard that, but I would
Okay.
like to hear it better.
Go and check in the book of Matthew, right?
Matthew. I think I even read that in the King James version. Do you have the verse so I can read that later?
I'm going to give it to you. Hold on.
Thank you. Ancestor, I read your comment. You guys are always trying to be
It's in Matthew 25
okay.
from
Matthew
verse
24.
from verse 14 to 30.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And you want to know which one the African is? The African is the last guy who got 1 talent and he went and dug the ground and put his talent in it. So that story is what I call, it's just a story. It's a fictional story. But we can learn lessons from it, right? N'est-ce pas, tu peux
And
apprendre
whose
des
fault
leçons.
is that he decided to take his talent, and where do you think he was coming from? Because why didn't he learn from the other ones that they double? Why didn't he decide to learn that, but he decided to, I don't know,
N'est-ce
crown
pas, c'est
his
la...
own?
Okay,
What
tell
what was
me.
what is that?
Who in this world has more natural resources than Africans?
Excuse me?
Who has more natural resources than Africans in this world?
No, I think that Africa has more, right?
Who is using more of the resources? Who's making the
Sadly, we
most
all
use?
know. Sadly, we all know.
It's not us, right? What is it that we Africans have most in common than everybody else?
What will you say it is?
They believe in God.
I thought you were so mean.
Check this out. Let me show you this here. So, two things is possible. Il y a deux possibilités. Soit nous avons cru dans le faux Dieu, où Dieu n'existe pas. Parce que le Dieu de chaque nation donne la bénédiction dans cette nation. Tu comprends? Économique. Tu vois les Arabes. The God of the Arab has developed Saudi Arabia. It's their God. It's not the Christian God. It's the God of the Muslims. The God of the Europeans has developed the Europeans. The God of the Europeans is the Americans, and the Americans pretty much are European descendants. Tu vois ce que chaque Dieu fait. Les Chinois, eux, ils ne croient même pas en Dieu. Tu vois ce que les dieux ont fait. Mais nous avons importé des dieux. C'est pour ça que ça ne marche pas pour nous. Donc, s'il y a un Dieu, le vrai Dieu doit être un Dieu qui nous vient dans l'image de l'homme noir. Voilà ce que moi je suis en train de dire. Oui, ça doit être dans notre propre image.
D'accord, je comprends.
Si ça va travailler pour nous, if it's going to work for us, we
Mais
cannot
depuis là,
have
alors, il est où le Dieu africain là?
Voilà ce que moi je te dis maintenant. En Afrique, il n'y a pas seulement un seul Dieu. Chacun a son propre Dieu. Ça ne doit pas être le même. Donc toi, dans ta tribune, tu viens, tu m'approches. Toi, tu as un Dieu. Et ton Dieu est dans ton image. Ton Dieu porte ton histoire. Ton Dieu porte ta culture et ta tradition. Moi aussi, je te viens. Je suis Bamenda, Camerounais, Bamenda, n'est-ce pas? Tu connais Bamenda, n'est-ce pas? Tu es au Maryland, n'est-ce pas? Ils sont tous là-bas, n'est-ce pas? Non, si tu viens à Maryland, tu es moitié Bamenda parce que nous sommes là-bas. J'ai bien vu. Tu as vécu au Cameroun?
Bien sûr, j'ai vécu au Cameroun pendant 5 ans.
Ok, tu vois bien. Tu nous connais un peu très bien. Tu vois. Donc, moi, je sors de Bamenda. J'ai aussi mon Dieu Bamenda. Donc, nous, les Africains, avant que l'homme blanc est venu, we had already achieved coexistence, despite differences in belief. That's why chaque tribune avait son propre Dieu. Mais les Européens sont venus et ils ont vu que c'est difficile de conquérir ce peuple. Mais si on leur donne la même pensée de Dieu, tu vois, attends un peu ça, ma soeur.
Mm-hmm.
Est-ce que tu as lu la lettre du roi Léopold qu'il a envoyée aux Africains?
Non.
Ok. I want you to go and read this. Parce que le roi Léopold était en français. Mm-hmm. Et il avait écrit une lettre. Et ils avaient envoyé ça aux Africains.
Ah oui. Elle était même sur les réseaux sociaux beaucoup pendant un moment. Oui.
Qu'est-ce qu'il avait dit par rapport à Dieu? N'essayez pas à les enseigner de Dieu, n'est-ce pas?
Il était très rude, hein?
Ils le connaissent déjà. Dans sa lettre, in his letter, he said, do not try to teach them about God. They already know it. But rather teach them. It is better to be poor than to be rich. The poor shall inherit the earth. Donc, quand moi je te dis qu'il y a un problème avec la religion là, ce n'est pas seulement une petite chose. Ils nous ont enseigné. Les choses, what we are seeing right now is the fruits. And when we were fighting for independence, the Europeans left. They did not just leave because we were fighting for independence. They left because there was really no reason for them to stay there anymore. They have already conquered us mentally. They have already made us to be dependent on their God. Voilà pourquoi tu n'as jamais vu un pape noir. Tu as vu un pape noir?
C'est vrai que non.
Tu crois qu'ils sont fous? Ils sont pas fous.
Like, you mean the Pope? Non. Après les papes, c'est là-bas en Italie, hein, non. Je ne crois pas qu'on aura un noir d'ici là.
Tu vois. Parce que la religion là ne nous appartient pas. Donc il faut que nous, on se reconnecte avec Dieu dans une façon qui ne traverse pas le médiateur qui est le musulman ou le chrétien. Moi, j'ai bien confiance. Moi, je dis à vous que Dieu, si tu as besoin d'un prophète africain, moi, je suis là, n'est-ce pas? Un vrai prophète. Non, je ne dis pas les gens qui sont là. Non, même mon propre frère Bétan. Moi, nous ne sommes pas sur la même page par rapport à ça. Moi, j'aime seulement le fait que lui, il est en train d'aider les gens. Propre. Parce que là, on ne discute pas. Tu vois, si toi, tu souffres là, moi, je m'en fous du fait que tu crois en Dieu ou tu ne crois pas en Dieu. Je vais t'aider. Et si on est en train de s'aider, là, nous sommes en vie, nous sommes en santé et maintenant nous pouvons discuter. Mais si nous sommes en train de discuter pendant que certaines personnes sont malades, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? We cannot accomplish much. Tu vois? Donc, je n'ai pas vraiment le problème directement avec la mentalité de croire en Dieu. Mais j'ai le problème quand ta croyance à Dieu surpasse ton identité africaine. Parce que chaque autre nation a cette identité. Dans la religion des chrétiens, on nous enseigne que le monde va passer. Pourquoi est-ce que quelqu'un qui croit que le monde va passer travaille-t-il pour développer le monde?
I see what you
Pourquoi?
mean.
Pourquoi? Pourquoi? Explique-moi exactement pourquoi il faudra que j'aille travailler alors que Jésus revient bientôt.
Vu que tout est vanité, vanité de vanité.
Tout est vanité. They just taught us that everything is vanity. Jesus is coming back tomorrow. Il peut venir à n'importe quel temps. He can come tomorrow, he can come the next day. So pourquoi est-ce que je dois partir à l'école pendant 16 ans pour devenir docteur? Mon petit frère, il est toujours à l'école pour devenir docteur. Neuroscience, brain surgery. Le gars là, il est fou parce que je ne sais pas comment il fait ça. Les docteurs là, non, ils sont un peu coucou là, les docteurs, parce que leur travail là, ça a besoin d'une intelligence très haute, tu vois.
Et d'une concentration très filtrée.
Détail, filtré aussi, tu vois. Voilà mon problème avec la religion. Et quand moi je suis venu ici, j'ai 30 ans. Ok, tu as quel âge?
Je vais prendre 26 ans le 22 avril.
Ah, mais toi tu es jeune, hein.
Toi, tu es trop grand, toi, tu as 30 ans. Hein?
J'ai 30 ans. Je suis vieux.
Et tout?
Je suis vieux. Donc, tu vois. Donc, j'ai 30 ans. Je suis venu en Amérique en 2009, quand j'avais 15 ans. Donc, j'ai vécu 15 ans en Afrique. The first 15 years of my life, I lived in Africa. And the last 15 years, I've been in America. Dès le premier jour que je suis venu ici, j'observais déjà. Et je te dis, soit Dieu n'aime pas les Africains, ou Dieu n'existe pas. What I have seen in this country, either God does not love Africans, either nous sommes destinés à être des esclaves pour toujours, soit Dieu n'existe pas. Donc toi tu me dis-moi ce que tu penses, parce que le développement qu'on voit ici et sa connexion avec la religion, ça ne marche pas pour nous les Africains, ça ne marche pas. Et ça ne va pas marcher tant qu'on reste religieux.
I won't lie to you. I personally don't fight. Not that I don't fight for African, like whatever. I mean, hey, everybody choose their fight in this life, and then you choose I don't know, like an honorable fight, and honestly, you are still very young, 30 years old. There are possibility that you make it into that, and by the time that you reach 40, 45, which is still very young for a nice black man. So I really think that by that time, maybe you would have reached your goal. I really wish you good luck into that. During that time, during the next 10, 15 years, but I will probably succeed in life also the same way as other people. Everything that I wished and all that I wanted for myself, because I really believe that God is able to give it to me. And also using my brain, I will also be probably at that level. And then you would have not pray God, not believe in Him. You would have reached your level too. Good luck to both of us. That's all I can say.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. For a person like you, I'm very well confident, right? Despite your belief in God, you've already proven to me that you have logic. Don't get me wrong.
No.
Si tout le monde qui était religieux était comme toi, là, on n'a pas le problème. Parce que toi, dis-moi, pourrais-tu épouser un pasteur?
Honestly, there is a time where I really wanted a pastor. I think yes. I think I can marry a pastor.
You think that you can marry a pastor and it was
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be able to sustain your lifestyle if you marry a pastor?
Oh, if I marry a pastor, it means that during the day.
Hold up. Be honest with me now. I want you to give me a true, honest answer. Okay. You know what your lifestyle is right now.
Okay.
Do you think you could be a pastor's wife right where you are right now?
Honestly, I can be, first of all, any man that deserves to be the man of my life, that we are compatible. I want to say any compatible person. If that compatible, I'm not
Okay, dis-moi, tes parents sont où? Ton parents sont où? Je viens. Je viens. On a
like
pas I'm playing. Go ahead.
Person, not the title. If we already reach the point where I'm his wife and he is a pastor, then we already reached the point where we felt that we are compatible. Because I am sorry, I am not going nowhere because of I don't know which title or which name, where me myself, Cassandra, will not have peace. No. Based on what? I think I love myself enough to not make me go through something that I know purposely that is going to hurt me.
Cassandra, do you drink?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Recreationally.
There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, first
No,
of
no,
all,
no,
just so
hey.
you know that. So the good thing about me is that je ne condemn jamais. I don't really condemn any type of
Even
lifestyle.
if you were condemning my man, I drink.
Good, 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 good. Do you smoke? Do you smoke?
Hookah, sometimes hookah.
Okay. Do you think you'll be able to do that as a pastor's wife?
Honestly, not as a pastor's wife. You have to know that hookah, even days women, is not good. But I'm not talking because it's something fun I want. It's something that where I'm talking right now, if in the next 4 or 5 months I decided to stop it, yes, it is not by becoming a pastor or what that I should know. There are some stuff that are not okay. I'm talking for myself. No, I will not even like to find myself married with a pastor or not a pastor, being a mother and all that, and still smoking hookah. Honestly, personally, for me, first, no.
That's smart. That's smart. That you see, you're a special case. That's good. Do you like going out dancing?
Sometimes, not as before.
Not as before.
No, right now I work, so I'm kind of busy. That it will happen on my day off, and it is not dancing like I was. No, it's just I want to go out and have a little nice drink where nobody's going to come around me, like a very quiet one, maybe with my brother. We are only the two of us or three. We are not doing the not. But when I was younger, 20, 21, 18, 19, yeah, I used to like the weekend was made to go out.
So you think that you could be the wife of a Pentecostal pastor?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
A Presbyterian pastor?
No,
Why not?
because I am not Presbyterian.
Oh, you're Pentecostal? But what if you and that Pentecostal pastor, Presbyterian pastor?
At like Église éveillée, right? Yeah. Why?
Ouais. Les églises éveillées. Tu
Yeah.
parles en langue. Tu parles en langue? Tu parles
Yes,
en
I
langue?
do. Mhm.
Je t'aime beaucoup parce que toi, tu ne mens pas.
Why would I lie?
Exactement. Elle ne ment pas. Hey, guys, she does not lie. So she's good. She's good. She's good. She's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Certaines personnes aiment trop mentir, tu vois.
That's the problem. I think that
I,
even lying is an effort that you inflict to yourself. Like, why? Why would I lie to
okay.
you? Who exactly are you?
Okay. What will make you divorce a man?
Oh,
If
that's
that
it. That's
man,
it.
if that man is a pastor.
You are still bringing to that pastor part where that's why I'm trying to explain you that it's just a title, because if I'm already reaching the point, so I will see it just as a man. What can make me divorce a man? Because a pastor, a president, a musician, I don't know, a prime minister, a businessman. If my husband, what can make me divorce him? It's a very open and large question. Red flags. We talk about. Let me just go to one thing that is up that. Hey, that people I think should definitely go. Like for example, he's aggressive. I personally don't deal with that. I don't want nobody to hurt me physically or something. So if he does that, that's a really big red flag, for example. So there are definitely reasons. If you have somebody who, I don't know, is disrespectful, just naturally, that's his trait of personality, is
What if
disrespectful.
he had a side chick?
Oh, that's a very open question too, because situations can make, if you're talking about me,
Yeah,
um,
about you.
okay, situation can make possibilities. I don't know. It never happened. I never been married. So, but when I think about today, the state of mind that I have, what I can handle, what I cannot, I think
Yeah.
situation can make the decision in that case. Why exactly? Not why did he cheat? He cheated because maybe he wanted to do the something with the girl or whatever. What is the condition? How is it? Did he go out with his friends and they were between men stuff because they can be dumb sometime, and then hey, they want to have that little fun, and then they got those pro, and then the B they came and all that, and then they just spreading money. They were having fun, and they would never know and see the girl anymore again. They really did it professionally, like grown adult type of fun, which is not good because you are married type of thing. And me, your madam, I discover I will get mad, and that's really not okay at all. That's really not okay at all. I'll be mad, but as a grown man who knew exactly that this is a real scenario, he will know how to handle it and fix it, and we're going to go to something else, and then he's not going to do that anymore. Whatever, we talk about that as adult, and we know what is okay or what is not. Now, if you have somebody that, no, it's your habit, you have everything at home, she's giving it to you the way you want, or sometimes even the way you cheat outside, that you don't even want to give the thing to your girl. I know my problem at home. Nah, nah, nah. You start having girls anyhow. You don't take care of your woman anymore. You change. You are strange. You disrespect the girl. She's wondering why she married you. She doesn't understand what happened, and you the one cheating. Please, no, bye. So I think that situation will make the decision. This is just two
Wow,
situations
wow.
like that.
You know what? That's crazy, right? Because for some women, it's like a no do at all, right? So if there's any type of like infidelity, for them, that's an automatic divorce. So you're saying, so someone says, would you marry a poor guy?
No, I won't.
you would
I will
marry
not marry a poor guy.
you would marry a broke person?
No, I will not marry a broke person.
What if you have money and you can bring him up? Would you do it?
Oh no, please. There's an age for that. There's an age for that. Everything is about choice. I will not take a, I don't know, from a 30 years old man to some 40 somewhere there, a young girl like me. Nah. What else are you expecting? Don't you think that you're the one supposed to help me also go a little bit up? Now to come and do the mommy part on you, please, man. You're first of all ordered. Don't try me. I'm fighting there in this country crazy. I have back pain and all this. I walk like a crazy. You tell me that I do what with my own small money? Help you to do what? Go to life school and then grow up and come and find women of
What
your level.
what if you fall in love with the man
Yeah, it's a
before
mistake.
before you knew that he was broke?
Yeah, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. You will suffer small, but you have to get the heck out of there. It's a trap.
What the
Because
hell?
it can happen. And guess what? It happened to me.
It did? Tell me
It did
about it.
happen to me.
Tell me
It
about
did
it.
happen to me. And the heartbreak of a poor guy is very ugly. Women, you don't want to find yourself into it. Not
Tell
a
me about
poor
it.
guy. Poor is
Give
a,
me
like
give
a
me a short
broke.
version of it. Give me a short version of it.
A very short version of it, I'm super duper single, and then I talk with that guy online, and then it's a long distance relationship. And normally, me, I'm not for long distance relationship because I know how I am and all that. But honestly, I'm like, hey, I'm at that stage of my life where I exactly know what I want. Everything is like I have a list of 10. I'm like, okay, at this point of my life, nothing is perfect. I experience stuff and I'm growing and na. If he has at least 7 checks on the list of 10, I take it. We can do something with it and then we will see. Okay. So I'm at that moment and then I met that guy that we talk. Oh my God, we are so compatible. Like everything is just wow. It's like it's magical and it's
Where's he
distance,
at?
but
Where was he located?
another country in Europe.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm like, okay, and sorry. And we are talking and all that very, very quick because broke guys, they do have extremely, like they have too much time. Broke guys have too much time and it's terrible. So they're going to bomb love you. If there is something that will give you that you'll be like, yeah, I never seen this type before, is loving you. Oh, they will love you because they have time for that. If you are
Yeah.
broke, it means that you're not doing anything that brings money. Then you don't
Right.
work.
Right.
Then you have too much free time.
Right.
And then I was so bomb loved and everything, and I decided to travel and go to that country. Okay, so when I come back now, the euphoria, the part where the love is crazy, the part where you have the butterfly in the stomach, all that is past. Now we are at the part where the brain is supposed to think.
Right.
When you sit down a little bit, you come back a little bit from your from your cloud, you sit down a little bit. Now you look, you're trying to now continue because hey, the goal wasn't to stay into the euphoria part. You have to move on. And when we are moving, you're like, no, it's not moving the right way. It
Yeah.
doesn't look okay. And then you see that the fact that also between all, because broke guys have a lot of different other problems,
Yeah. They do.
They have a lot of other different problems. A lot in the brain is not okay. Man, you find yourself, you know your age. Not having money can bring you a lot of issues in your head. So they are not
True.
even mentally okay with themselves first.
Right.
So you are coming to make a broken person. When somebody is broke, Even the brain, there's something broken in there. So it was really painful. I'm the one who decided to cut the relationship for my mental health. I actually saved myself. But I was still loving the person. But there is a moment where your brain has to come because you have other stuff in your life. Your main focus is not your relationship.
No.
And when you see that the problems of your relationships are affecting your destiny, the path of your destiny, there is a problem there. Because what I was saying is that in 100%, 80% is to build myself, for
Mm-hmm.
me to accomplish the reason why I'm there, because there is a time I will not be there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So 10% is probably to just think about the little stuff of life, distraction or whatever. Another 10% is for my relationship. If now my relationship like the percentage that I put in the relationship, that percentage is there for that, is there to be able to fix whatever happened. That energy is for the relationship and it's supposed to work. It's made for that. But now that relationship is making you go and get percentages that you need to accomplish other stuff, bring it there. You're asking for too much on the place where you cannot handle, and it starts causing problems. And when it starts causing problems, I think you should just love yourself enough to know what you bring inside. I cannot purposely bring something inside that is going to destroy me. I have a whole future, so I have to save myself. But it wasn't. No. When I was weak, I was like, yeah. I knew inside my heart that if I knew from the beginning that he was broken, I mean, sorry, that he was broke, I even had to tell him that I'm on God. I don't think that I would have dare go there.
So you're saying that it's good to investigate a financial situation of a man
It's very good during the
before you
dating
even
part.
start to catch feelings, right?
Yes,
And I
I
think
think
that
it's
that's
good.
good for both you and for the man, especially if you're gonna
Both,
draw a red line.
honestly,
Yeah, because my question to you is: if you loved him so much, did you not love him to the point where you thought that you could help him come up in the world? Did you
I
not see
even
yourself?
did. I even did. When I was living his life, I left something up. He leveled up. I even did. But when you understand that the problem is coming from the person in there, it's a choice first.
So you did not see a bright future for him in his work and what he was doing?
The time that it will take, I have to move with my own,
That's good.
unfortunately.
That's good. And I think this is good advice for you, most young women, right? Like being financially stable in today's society is highly imperative for building relationships. Like a man does need to be financially stable. Like you have to be. Go do something. Like don't sleep, don't play video games, don't go and play soccer with your friends. If you're not there yet, and her mentality is not misplaced, y'all. So if you're a young man, no woman really wants a broke man these days. That's why some women would rather go and be some rich guy's fifth side chick, sixth side chick, because at least her future is secure. So if you're young
Which
and
I
and
found
you want a
in
good
Bible.
wife, God is not gonna help you, y'all. You gotta get a job. You gotta get a career. God is not gonna pay the bills. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't believe in God, the bills are not
And
gonna
what
get
I'm
paid
saying
magically.
is, the goal is not to be rich or have, I don't know, no, but the goal is, if you have in front of you a woman who is fighting in life, as you are first of all the man, and you know that you the man, so the man is the head of the house. I believe that the man is the leader. You know that you're supposed to position yourself somewhere. So if you have in front of you also your lady who is fighting, she's fighting a little bit well, and she's doing not bad for her own and all that. If you cannot come in her life and then get her because you're on top and bring her up, then you two go up together, because of course she also shows that she's following you, that she can go up. Because if madam doesn't want to go up and she want to lower you, but we leave her, stay.
What if your husband was a millionaire and he told you to stay at home and not work? Would that work for you?
Millionaire only?
Yeah, millionaire, like $10 million worth, $20 million worth.
Millionaire is small. I can be a housewife, but I will handle business. I will still making some money that belongs to me, not expecting from him. But if he's a billionaire, if he's a billionaire and he wants me to stay at home and take care of the kids, baby, I stay at home and I take care of the kids. And when you come home, I receive you that like the king that you are. If tonight you want a Chinese girl, baby, I'm gonna be a Chinese girl for you. Don't play with me. If you want to come and meet Mia Khalifa the next day, I am going to be her. And when you come, I made a very nice plate for you. I treat you like a real king. Yes, my man, of course.
So hold up. So you're saying a millionaire is not a king, only a billionaire?
No, 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 no. All the men are no, all men are king. I'm talking about
Okay.
my own. If I have to stay at home and not do anything, excuse me, if baby is billionaire, my everything that I'm going to be doing will be being a wife.
So you're
And I'm
telling
not
me that,
mind.
so let's say your man is a millionaire, right? He's worth maybe $50 million. Or let's say $20 million. And he creates your account and gives you your $5 million. She said, use this $5 million to manage day-to-day life. When it's finished, you let me know for more. And then he needs for you to stay at home and take care of the kids. You won't do it?
5 million every month.
No, $5 million account. He gives you your account. You can invest. Yeah, maybe you can do some business.
That
That's
is
fine. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, to be fair, the idea of a woman staying at home and not doing a business, that's not necessarily the way I think of a woman staying at home. More of the woman staying at home is that if you have kids with a woman, the way I see it is the woman needs to be there all the time. They need to be a parent that is a constant, right? The kids never get a gap where there's no parent. Just in my case, I can't speak for the rest of the brothers in here, but in my case, the way I see my life, I might not always be there. Not a lot, especially if I'm responsible for that much money, right? And I'm this ambitious. I could be gone for months, for a week, right? Now, my mentality is that if a woman is with me, I don't want that woman having to answer to another man as a boss. Also, I have the mentality of a polygamist. That's just me. In my future, the way I see my future, I usually say this. I plan on having as many wives as possible.
Ha
And
ha.
and no, listen. Just like you have that billionaire, right? You have that billionaire, right? That you set the high standard from, right? There is a high standard of a woman that a woman has to be to make me want to be with only one woman. So as far as I'm concerned, if I went up the mountain, I saw many flowers. You cannot be like the other flowers. Like you cannot be. If there's just a bunch of flowers, no one is really specific, then I'll pick five. Because if one wife is good, why do you only want one? That's the way I think. And as an African, my ancestors were not monogamists. My ancestors were polygamists. C'est comme ça que tu commences une tribune. That's how you start a tribe. That's the type of man that I am, ambitiously. And many brothers are like that too. Some brothers, they don't want the trouble. They don't want the headache. They're like, okay, just go with one woman. But for me, what will make one woman, what will make me change my thoughts that I want one woman is the same thing that will make you stay at home with that 1 billionaire. So that woman has to be worth 1 billion, not in dollars, but in worth. You know what I'm saying? Like value. That's the type of woman that will make me want to stay with one woman. As far as the other brothers out there, I think we've reached in a society where I think black people have the problem. And you should tell me what you think about this, okay? Because this is just my thought, right? I like your way of thinking. And it's cool enough that we talk about this conversation.
Okay.
What would you do if your husband wanted to be a polygamist? And what do you think of polygamy? As an African, I want you, as an African, what do you think of polygamy?
Okay. As an African girl, what do I think about polygamy? I think that polygamy is part of African culture, and hey, some people are polygam, some people are not. So I don't have no problem when it comes to that. Me now, the second question was about
Yes,
what if
you,
my man has to be polygam?
yeah.
My man cannot be polygam. My own man, he cannot be polygam because I will never marry a man who is polygam. I mean, that would not be my wish. But if he's a billionaire, if he's a billionaire, hey, listen, there are a lot of women out there. Everything that I would like to have, I will have it. If the
Okay.
older woman, whatever she wants to have, she will have it. Ah, she's my sister. We will make our man happy. Yes. We don't fight here. Baby don't want no headache. Okay. You travel, you have a long flight. I'm going to massage his back. You massage the toes. You, the other one, you massage the neck, okay? The
Yeah.
other one, rub the head. You, rub baby's stomach. Yeah, 6 billionaire. What?
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, what you've just witnessed here is the key to a woman's mind. Money, money. Those of you who say money is the root of all evil, you're going to remain broke forever. You're going to listen. That's what I think too. That's what I think. Okay, at my age and my capability, even my bank account. When I look at my bank account, I don't think that it's reasonable. That is where my own thinking and my own logic contradicts my own desires, right? I don't think that even being just like 1 million, 2 million is enough to be a real polygamist. Like
Exactly. That's what
I
I
damn
say.
near have to conquer the world. So the challenge, the reason why I think as a polygamist is because of the standard I set for myself
Okay.
and how I want to conquer the world, right? And every man wants to conquer the world. Some
Ah,
some some men
every
just
man.
yes, yes. Every man wants to conquer the world. That's what makes broke men miserable because they cannot live out their true desires, right? And there's a method to the madness. Every man, no man wants to bow to another man. No man wants to bend the knee. No man wants to take orders from another man. Every man wants to sit on his throne in his glory, in the fullness of his might, and at very least have other men work under him. The question is, how do you get there? And what most men have not understood, in my opinion, the way you get there is to have a legacy and have goals that is bigger than just yourself. Is to have desire for people that is beyond just yourself. The polygamous aspect of it, polygamy happens naturally, okay? You almost cannot plan it. You cannot plan it as much as it just happens. So you don't know that it's going to happen until it happens. So because of the goals that I set for myself, and I know that I accomplished my goal. That's why I see polygamy happening. Polygamy only happens to me. Why those
Okay.
faces? Why those
No, no, no,
faces?
no, no. Okay. You said a strong sentence, so keep
In what
going.
way?
I'm listening.
In what way? What's
No,
the
you
strong
said
sentence?
that you know that polygamy will definitely come because that's where you are setting yourself. I'm like, okay, somebody's really seeing polygamy. I see what you
I'm
mean.
not setting myself up to be a weak man. You understand that every billionaire did not become a
I love
billionaire.
that.
Every billionaire did not become a billionaire the day they had $1 billion. You have to think like a billionaire before you become a billionaire.
I
You have
am
to
with you
think
on that.
you have to think like a king before you become like a king.
I
Some
am
people
with you
think
on that.
that you have to have money in your bank account before you know what to
No,
do with it.
no.
If your goals don't
It's a
match,
state of mind.
it is, and that state of mind is what will motivate you to take the risk necessary
Exact.
to achieve
Exact.
those goals. Now,
Exact.
if your goal is to be a billionaire or even a multimillionaire and you give it your all, you achieve at least half of it, which is still a good place to be. Like, I don't need to be a billionaire, honestly. If I had $500 million, I'm good. Shit, if I had $100 million, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? So the way I see it, setting the standard for yourself, because I think that's really where we've ended up in this conversation, right? Like
Okay.
the standard that you've set for a man as a young African woman, and the standard that I would maybe set for myself, or maybe any lady in there or any man in there would set for themselves, it involves money.
Honestly, I don't know how I can tell you that you are wrong. Because yes, somehow it
Yes,
involves money.
it involves money. You check this out, okay, Cassandra. Voilà où moi j'ai le problème avec la religion des chrétiens.
Okay.
Anybody that teaches you that the love of money is the root of all evil, how do you make money if you don't love money?
That's why I don't understand.
How do you make money,
That the
my dear
kingdom of the
Africans?
Lord is for the poor. That's very dangerous.
Mais c'est dans la Bible.
I know, but I know, and I'm aware that some people are really taking this type of verse somehow. But you know, there is one thing that I say as a Christian when it comes to money and wealth. I want to say when it comes to wealth, you know, as a Christian who believe in God, there is one thing that I say: there is no way that we say that gold and silver belong to God God that we call our dad, the owner of all the riches of the whole world, all the money belongs to him. And you say that you are the daughter or the son of God, and you think about, you have a broke people mentality, then who is your father? Because you have your part of your heritage. As a Christian, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, no, I deserve to be a billionaire because all the money that belongs to my God belongs to me. If he has all the money, then I want that all that money. I deserve it. Is also mine as I am his daughter. So yes, when I see myself, I see success and success and success because I feel like, yeah, I can have it. So that's how, as a Christian,
So check this out. What if you were a billionaire and I was broke and we fell in love? Will you marry me?
I
Will
will
you marry
marry
me?
you. I will marry you very
Okay,
well.
okay. Let me fix it. What if that your guy, that the last guy that was in Europe?
In Europe,
What if you were a billionaire? Do you think that would have changed the outcome of your relationship?
no, because his problem was more than money.
What was his main problem?
Okay, his problem was that how will I say that? He was a weak man. He easily see failure. He doesn't trust himself. He doesn't trust himself. He's not proud of him. He is weak. He give up. He has sense of people who give up, and that's dangerous because I on my side, I am still nowhere. I'm also struggling with life, but if I am still able to keep moving on, it's because it doesn't mean that I don't face those hard situations that I see that you are facing too. I just decided to work harder and work on top of it to reach the next point because I know that the more you move and the more you are seeking for big stuff, the more your fights are important. So if at the beginning like that, you're already so weak, I'm sorry, at that moment there is no compatibility. You're going to weaken me because I love you and I have feelings for you. So if you're not okay, you are not fine, and I see why you're not fine, you think that it's money, we even find you a job, and now you work and your mentality is still poor, your problem is definitely not money. Handle that part, but I don't have time to be there while you are fixing that part of your life.
You know what, guys? I don't think that you guys heard her out because she's actually made a really good point. And this is for men, right? This is for men. This is not just for like just women. Actually, from a woman's perspective, you should look at a man's mentality as much as his bank account. You don't want to be a baby mama, right? You don't
Nope.
want to end up a baby mama, right?
Baby mama for
Now,
grown men, nope.
now as a man, your mentality really, really matters with women. That's a fact. I think that's a fact. I think that that's a fact. Not necessarily like mentality of I'm a tough guy, I'm gonna get a gun and go and pop somebody. Not that type. But like you have to be schemy, strategic, and you have to have the ability to execute. Many of you young men in here, unfortunately, society is trying to kill masculinity, right? And that's sad. That's sad. But having that male mentality, that masculinity, you understand this. At least this is what I think a masculine male is really like. A masculine male understand that he can die at any time.
Thank you.
He needs to be ready to do whatever is necessary to die at any time. So giving up is really never an option in any situation. It's
No.
never. So I can buy that. I can buy what you're selling there. I can buy what you're selling there.
No.
Because yes, money is important, but mentality above all. Now,
Very.
don't you think though that if somebody doesn't believe like you believe, there will be too much of a difference in mentality?
It is true. It's a fact,
So,
right?
so in your situation, how will you handle a situation where you and the man have different mentalities? So different. In fact, let me not even go there. You're both Christian, but you see it differently. How can you handle that? Let's say, for example, you're from Église Éveil, you're Pentecostal, and he's Catholic. Will you be able to work with that?
Honestly, I would say yes, because it's kind of already happened. We have to be intelligent. We are two humans who love each other here. We are not fighting against each other. I met you at a certain age. I have a certain age. It's been maybe, I don't know, since you are born that your parents taught you into that religion or whatever, and me too. Is it the main point in our relationship? No. While you are believing in you are doing your religion your way, and I'm doing mine my way, is it affecting our relationship negatively, making us not being able to work together, grow together, see the future together? In that case, maybe it won't work. But if it doesn't affect us, we are still able to do everything that can carry our relationship, not what we're expecting from each other. Our relationship, our future, what we want, our goals together is still protected and is still going well.
So you go to
Maybe
church every Sunday, right?
no,
Okay. Let's say you were
not
going to
every
church.
Sunday.
Let's say you went to church every Sunday. Whose
I
church
used
will
to.
you go to? Whose church will you go to? The Catholic Church or your Pentecostal church?
Honestly, I'll be okay to go to my Pentecostal church, but if my husband invites me to his church 1 or 2 times, I can go sometime. I would like him to come.
What if your husband wants you to come to Catholic Church all the time with him?
Then there is the problem. Those are stuff that we need to talk about while we are dating. Why are we going to get married and started to have this type of issue now?
Have you never
So
seen
it's better for us
situations? I mean, you're
to start.
African and you live in Maryland. You're telling me you've never seen situations where maybe the man follows the wife to the church and then after a while they get married, then he doesn't want it anymore. And that causes problems.
I know, but
Because I have never seen people who can change their mind like religious people. I have never seen people who change their mind. I've never seen people who like to change churches like religious people. Most religious people, especially religious Africans in America, they jump from church to church to church to church. Don't you think that that actually affects a lot of relationships in reality?
It does.
That
It
affects your
can.
children.
Yeah.
But you said something that was very correct. That is something you need to work out before you ever get in a relationship with somebody. True or false?
No, it's
Now,
true. It's important.
how about mental health?
Oh, that's extremely important. We don't play with that. We
So what
have.
if what if
Uh-huh.
what if a woman is in depression? You think a man should marry a woman that's currently in depression, or you should wait until she's out of that depressive state before he marries her?
Honestly, I think that'd be great to wait until she get healed before he marry her.
What if she's not the type of woman that can overcome depression? You think
Now the man,
that should
I
be a
mean,
deal breaker?
does that man love her to the point where because we are talking, I always say that we have to be extremely selfish, huh? Because if somebody who loves himself first is a better person who is able to love the other one, and you will love the other one well. Because some people love others wrong, the wrong way, and then there is healthy love in you inside you. When the fact of loving that girl, does it bring you peace, happiness, everything is fine with you when you love that girl who is going through depression and all that? She has it's chronic. Her own is chronic. It's there. Are you okay loving her? Your relationship with her makes you first feel okay. If yes, okay. If it bother you, even the love that you have for her, please leave her. It's fine. She'll find somebody, or she will heal, or in the future, or whatever. If God decided that you two have to meet, or nature or destiny or whatever you want you two to meet again, maybe okay. But if you have somebody, you have to think about you first. How do you feel?
So you say you wanted to be a pastor, or that you could be a pastor.
I didn't say I wanted to be a pastor, oh, please.
You say you could be a pastor, right?
If God allows me to, if I have the possibility for that.
Okay, let's say you became a pastor, right? Will you marry a
Mm.
pastor, or will you marry a man who's not a pastor?
Whoever touched my heart, if it's a man of God, if it's a pastor that I fell in love.
What if the man that you're with is not a pastor? Who's gonna listen to who?
What you mean? Who is going to listen to who? If he decided to marry a woman of God, like a preacher who is like I'm a pastor, he decided to marry me. Then he knows well about my schedule and everything, and how I function, and I go to church and this and that. You will not tell me on a Sunday, because just because I'm your wife, and because maybe you are a little bit, I don't know, you're a little bit moody, you want to be with baby, and you woke up like this in the morning. We didn't discuss about that. We are two adults, on a Sunday morning when you know that I have to go to church. You're like, hey, baby, I just want us to stay on the bed this morning. I'm like, but honey, I have to go and preach in church today. Yes, I know, baby, but I want to. Like, baby, we didn't even talk about that. I didn't even have time to tell sister this or sister that to handle the service, because I cannot come and all that. You're just telling me this morning at 6 a.m. while you know that at 8 I have to go. Yes, but baby, I want you. And no, 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 no. I'm sorry, my love, with all the love that I have for you, I'm going to church because you're not acting like a responsible man.
So, but don't you think that being a pastor means that you have to rule over men?
No, 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 no. I don't. I think a woman should never do that.
But
Why?
but
Just
but
because you're a
that's the
pastor?
job of a pastor, right? When you're a pastor, you're the head of you're the shepherd, and that means everybody in your church is your flock, including the men in the church.
What is that?
I know of. Have you ever heard of this preacher? His name is Gino Jennings. He preaches that it's a sin for a woman to be a preacher. What do you think about that?
No, I mean they've been saying that. I've been. I mean, I already heard about that. That they've been saying that it's wrong. I don't know what they mean. I think that
I'm picking her brain, y'all. I'm picking her brain. It's okay.
everybody who is a Christian who feels that God is doing something with them for them or whatever, they just want to talk about God, and they know they have that everything. They are legit, they are credible. They should talk about God. If it's a woman, if it's a, I mean, I'm not a pastor. I've never been to study Bible, hard or whatever. I just think so personally right now, with all humility. That's just me.
Well, because it's a verse in the Bible. I've read the Bible more than 10 times. Okay, I know the book like the back of my head. As you see, you saw my brother. I was on his show, right? To be honest, most people thought that that's where I would end up in life. Most people that know me thought that I was going to be like a pastor. But when my journey led me down the path where I saw what it was, and I had to make a choice. I can either become the most popular pastor in the world, which is what I would have become, or I could tell people the truth. The truth is bitter. The truth makes people want to stone you. If you go into a midst of Africans, especially believers, and you say there's no God, they will start casting lightning and thunder before you know. So this is the decision that I made was a sacrifice beyond what most people can even begin to understand. Not just financially, not just in terms of popularity, but I chose to put what it means to be African before everything else, right? So the Bible says, Cassandra, that a woman should keep quiet in church. What do you think about that?
I don't know what I will say that I think about that, because me myself, I'm a woman and I don't keep quiet in the church.
So you see, how could you be a pastor then? That means you have to ignore that part of the Bible.
No. That's why I said that I don't. If I reached the point where I'm a pastor, then I respected what is supposed to be respected to be a pastor. Now I will not just get from Cassandra of today and then tomorrow I'm like, hey, tomorrow is Sunday. I don't know. I received a revelation that I have to be a pastor. I'm going to be a pastor. No, it's not something that I even try to know or educate myself more about that. Like it's a goal. No. So
somebody said, somebody says airplane systems. Oh, listen, my understanding of how airplane works did contribute in me deconstructing from religion. Okay, like as technical as someone can be, as theoretical as someone can be in terms of understanding how machine works and how life works. That's how I know that, man, this God that they have sold to us, that's not how he really works. This is what I said. If si Dieu existait, we don't know yet. Nous n'avons pas encore découvert. Pas le vrai Dieu. Tous les affaires ci dans le monde ci, ce sont les affaires des hommes. I discovered that my religion was also a false religion. It's very difficult. It's difficult to admit it. When you're a Christian, comme toi, or comme plusieurs personnes ici, it's easy for you to see les musulmans. Tu dis que, oh, là, ce sont les choses du diable, les choses de l'antichrist. But it's so hard to look at your own religion and judge it by the same standard. When I did it, it was a difficult choice. But it was the right choice. It was the right choice. Because me, I've always cared about the truth. And I think that that's what we, most Africans, have a difficulty deconstructing from religion. A lot of people who have deconstructed from religion don't
if I
lose
may
their
ask,
morality.
sorry, what was your religion?
I was a Christian. I was Pentecostal. I was the same as Betang. You see Betang? You see the man of God that you were on his page the other day, where I met you?
Yeah.
We grew up together.
Yeah, I heard everything. I was watching.
Yes, we did grow up together in the exact same way. What he is today is just a copy of what I would have been. And I think that if I would have gone down that path, I probably would be more influential than he is, just because I got a chance to come to the Western world a lot earlier.
Yeah. You are mean.
No, I'm not mean. I'm being honest. Now, as far as he's concerned, he hasn't changed. His character is the same, right? So he's been able to maintain a lot of consistency throughout the years. And the path that he's taking now, that is a sustainable path. That's a workable path. If I was to see someone stay in religion, you need to emphasize more on the side where you're kind of helping people out. Right? You know the criticism against the church. You see how all these pastors, they wear the most expensive clothes, drive the best cars, and then you can go to their church and there's a woman who cannot even pay rent. Let me tell you what I would be like if I was a pastor today. If I was a pastor today, yes, we'll come together. But out of my own pocket, I'll build the building. Out of my own pocket, I'll pay the bills. When my church enters, that's now my family. My church, I will not be preaching Bible. Never. The doctors in my church, one category. All healthcare workers, one category. All engineers, one category. All child development, one category. I'm just another man. Every Sunday, somebody that has the man that has the most to say would be the man that's talking that Sunday. The authority of the man remains. The authority of the woman remains. But I will never dare to call myself another man's shepherd. Are you mad? Like, why do I want to be another man's shepherd? Like, I want another man to be my shepherd. Never. So, in the church, there's no pastor. So, if I had a church, there'll be no pastor in my church. There'll just be men, women, and children. When we gather money, the least capable family will bring them up to standard. We'll have a chart in my church, a chart. Family levels. We'll have tier 1, tier 2, based on income. You understand? The family that's not able to pay their bills and pay their rents, not sustainable, will take 6 months, active effort, and bring that family up to tier. We'll bring them up to tier. We will have goals that involve not us gathering every Sunday. We don't gather every Sunday. We'll do work. We'll look at our community. We'll target specific things. Anybody that has any type of business like childcare, hospital, that's where we're going to be every Sunday. We're volunteering here, helping out, right? It's going to be an active community center, almost like a tribe. Anybody that comes into our fold, you're not just attending a church. You're coming into a village. There are people here. If at anything, I can serve the office of a chief. But the chief does not serve an office without advisors and a council. And decisions are made democratically. Right? We don't need to, the Bible is not the only book that we learn from. Any document that helps us improve human character, that helps us maximize the love we have with each other, that's what we're going to do. We're going to use modern technology to develop our communication with each other. Now, like I said, if I had a church, that's what I would do.
I see a future man of God in the mighty name of Jesus soon, when you are going to be billionaire. Amen.
Look. But that's not what I'm trying to accomplish. Because I'm not a pastor. And I'm not religious. But it doesn't take away from any of those things. I've been on TikTok for 3 years. And I've been promoting this idea September 16th. I haven't talked about it this year because I want to take a different approach on it. And I'm going to start talking about it in June.
Okay.
The cure to the black community is reconciliation. I think black people need to reconcile with each other so we can have each other. Like the white people have shown us a good example. The Jews have shown us a good example. The black people in the world, we need to become the type of people that if we hear that in China right now, there's 100 black people suffering, we just bombard it. The million of us, we just jump. Those who are in high positions of authority, those who are in the military, those who are in police, those who are in, we just bombard and solve that problem immediately. The problem is that we don't have a unified mindset.
Yep.
If I can accomplish anything before I die, I need to facilitate a path for that unified mindset. But it begins with forgiveness. Among us black people, we hate each other so much. We are so jealous of each other. We envy each other. And we are so easily seduced by greed. Yeah. Look, if black people are starting to start a business, okay, you just need to have enough money to buy away the loyalty of one of them. We need to get to the point where we value togetherness even more than money.
Yeah.
Then once we have money, the money will grow. But these things that I'm telling you, it's not just gonna happen off the sky. It's not gonna fall off the sky, and it's not gonna happen overnight. So unless I am
Oh
willing to
yes, it
dedicate my
won't happen
life,
overnight. That's why I told you that this fight that you are doing, it started already.
of
So
course, it
that's why
started.
I wish you that in the next 10, 15 years, I don't know when you're going to be maybe 40, 47 by then, where you can see it happening, the change, and then enjoy it.
I mean, I
That's
don't
what
I
I
don't
wish
know
you.
so much about enjoying it, but this is how I see it, right? Because I have the benefit of modern technology. What I'm trying to accomplish in 3 years, 50 years ago, it would have taken a man like 10, 20 years to accomplish. So what I can do in 3 years, right? Like I have a foundation right here on TikTok. I've already established a foundation of communication. Many of my brothers and sisters understand where I'm coming from. Many of them have the same zeals and desire. The problem is that we're not organized. But the organization will come in time. But once we actually get on ground, foot on ground, it's going to be execution. And I'm not trying to work with anyone that has any ulterior motive other than the greater picture, right? Like anyone that's motivated by greed, selfishness. So it's necessary that my approach has the ability to mutate and change. But even young sisters like you, whether you're married or not married yet, older women, we Africans, we had a very successful tribal system. Our system of tribalism made it impossible for the white man to take our land. Think about where the white man went. The white man came to America, he took the land of the American man. He went to Australia, he took his land. He went everywhere around the world that he went, he took those people's lands. But when he came to Africa, he couldn't take our land. You want to know why? He could have killed 20 of my sons. You could kill 20 of my sons, and I walk out of the bush with 40 more the next day. Because every average African man was a polygamist. Donc tu ne tues pas la famille. Comment est-ce que tu tues toute la famille? Tu comprends? Africans were traditional. Africans had learned how to coexist with each other, even with differences. So it doesn't mean we have to agree about everything. We just need to find common ground. We still had enough hate for each other that allow our hatred to be exploited. That is why the colonial masters were able to come. But if you know African history, the true invasion of Africa happened in 1884 during La Conférence de Berlin, the Berlin Conference. Before the Berlin Conference, the white man was not just coming there and taking people. It was us that was giving it to them. Before 1884, they had not colonized anywhere in Africa. There was no colonies in Africa, not like that. Not in terms of the way we teach colonization. We were giving it to them. But when they realized that we were not giving as much as they wanted to, they decided to come and take it. And they tried for 50 years and it did not work. So the only thing they managed to do is to change our thinking. Now they're coming to Africa and they're causing war in the Congo. Getting one tribe to fight the other. And while they are fighting, they go and take our resources. We need to be smarter than that, my sister. And the
I
sacrifice.
know you are saying a lot of we need. That's a very important fight. Like I said, good luck to you, honestly, because
Of course,
I
of
also,
course. It
it's
requires
not that
awareness,
it is
right?
not that seeing those differences, me as an African and proud will not make me even proud. Like the little thing maybe for Africa, but a huge thing for Gabon that happened where they've been able to change the president, no matter what else been saying at the back. That was even something that nobody could expect for more than 60 years. So it's a little something like that. Fake, not fake. Oh, if this type of change can happen and we can do it for real in the real problem that Africa, us, we have that you are mentioning, that'd be great. So this all we need are awesome.
So let me ask you a question, because I've asked you about God a lot. If you could be the president of Gabon today, would you?
Like if I can be the president of Gabon, yes. If I have that opportunity, yes. It's my country. I love my country.
So tell me what you would do. What's the first thing you would do?
Honestly, it's take care of the health part. Like take care of the health system. That be the first thing to fix, because I think that we are dumbly, like in a very dumb way, losing a lot of lives in our country that I think that can serve before touching the other issues. So there's no reason for us to just lose lives in the dumb way like that. So when the healthcare system is touched, a lot of other stuff in the country, even though honestly it is just not something that I plan to do. And yeah. Bakanga, I would love to stay with you, but it's already 2:08 and I'm a content creator. My camera is going
Yes,
from me to
yes,
jump.
yes, yes. Go and follow
I
her.
have
Go
to
and follow
work.
her. Okay, she does what? You do music, right?
I do music and I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think
Go and follow Cassandra. Cassandra is she's an amazing character, and you guys will learn a lot from her, and you will be entertained in the process. And I like the fact that I picked your mind, right? Because the other day I saw you on Betang's show, and I kind of like your conversation with him, but you guys did not go into the depths of that. You were talking about husband and stuff like that, which is fair and which is good. And she's single, so if you're a billionaire, you better hit her up. If you're a billionaire, you guys already know. You already know. I'm not a billionaire, so I'm not on Cassandra's level.
no. Where I am right now, right? I am
Yeah.
not that billionaire is going to come. Where I am right now, please. You know what happened last time? How many DMs I got? I don't think that I even have time to handle it. I'm a single girl, not
Right.
ready to mingle. I'm open to know people, but please, there is no particular reason to come to me. See me just like this.
So listen. So you're saying that if there's a
Give me
billionaire,
time.
if are you saying that if there's a billionaire in here, you're gonna let it go?
Honestly, yes. Right now, yes, because I'm working on myself to be able to have
Ah,
the right weight. I am working on myself to be able to have the right mindset to handle a billionaire man. Yes, it's
you're
a
per-
process.
you're an amazing person. You know what? That last statement has complemented your entire conversation. So yes, she wants a billionaire, but she's not greedy for it. That's just a standard. She's a woman that understands self care before you can care for someone else. True or false?
Very true.
That's why you're going to be very successful, Cassandra, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you so much for giving me your time. That was like
You're
what, almost an
welcome.
hour? That's almost
Bye.
an hour and a half, right? Good job. Good job. Good job.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been online for 8 hours and 42 minutes. We've talked about all types of things today. We went from there is no God to depression to having this conversation with a sister. Now, it's been a long time since I did a long life. Actually, no. I think last week I did a 9-hour show. So, if you liked today's show, bro, it's not often that I say it, but if you don't understand how much out of energy I am right now, you must be joking with me, man. You must be joking with me. Ah, who's saying Bakanga don't go? And I've been here for 8 hours. Let me bring Steve.
Ah,
Steve,
Mister, the
perfect
one and
timing.
only.
You always have bad timing, but today you have perfect timing.
Nah. I was waiting. I was waiting for Miss Cassandra to leave, man. Man, that was therapeutic. That was. Hey, listen, man. I'm here by the water, man. This place they call Glen Island, bro. It's
Yeah,
after 2 in the morning. I'm out here in the dark. Y'all know what you're doing to us,
I know. Your
brother.
mind is working.
Let me don't say that. Let me don't say that. You know what you're doing to us. You know what you're doing, man. Thank you. Let me start off by saying that, Mister Joel Tazak. Thank you so very much.
That's
I
right.
literally anticipate your notification, sir. As you know that you are changing the world.
You
You are
don't
changing
even
the
need
world.
to
You are
say
changing.
it. This is
All
my
right. Let
brother
me not say
Steve.
that.
This is my brother Steve.
Oh,
If you guys haven't met my brother Steve, this is my brother Steve, like my brother in arms, and
oh
this
man.
is my Bakanga partner right here. So we're not
Yes,
gonna be
sir.
executing anything without Bakanga. I call Steve number 0. You guys don't know Steve, but you're gonna
Zero.
get to know Steve. It's gonna take a lot of patience, but you guys are gonna get to know Steve. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
We
it,
cementing our name in history, man. You know what I mean? So they
that's
know
right.
us, man. They know us. You know what I mean? We doing our bio right now. You know what I mean? This is our book. We writing our book.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And now a lot of people don't see execution, right? But they don't understand how the mind works. Just like where you are right now, you're working on your mind, bro. You know, just saying like
Yo, you heard what she just said, bro? Even a billionaire, she will decline right now, bro. She working ourselves on
that's
ourselves.
right.
That's
That's right.
huge.
That's huge. That
Bro,
is huge.
when listen, man, I just got up out of bed with my grandson and my wife, and I kiss her, and I'm like, I'll be back. She was like, where you going? I said, I'm going to the park She was like, but it's dark outside. I said, that's where I like it. And I'm out here right now looking at this ocean in New York City, bro, listening to your program, the Tazak Show, the best show on earth. Listen, man, we are doing so much with so little.
That's
It's
right.
amazing, man.
That's right.
I'm going to
I
repeat myself, man. We are doing so much with so little. It's amazing. And we are changing the narrative, man. And we're going to
Oh,
make our ancestors proud, man.
what you actually are demonstrating, bro, is what I've been advising people to do, right? Like men, like I say, it's okay for men to cry. You know what that means? That means that sometimes you're gonna have to get up in the middle of the night and just gonna isolate yourself and deal with your issues and let your mind work and be vulnerable in your own presence. That way, when you're in the presence of your wife and kids, you can truly represent the strength of what it takes for a man to be. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why you're with that one woman. She's your 1 billion woman. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. You found your 1 billion woman. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go,
So,
bro. I literally, bro, I rode my bicycle and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. Look what you are doing with yourself, bro. Look how important it was. You could have lose your relationship on September 16 when you went out there for the black and black conciliation.
right.
Because why you going out there to meet a stranger that you have never met in a day in your life? I know y'all have stuff in common that there's no God, but what
Destiny.
about your safety?
Right.
Destiny. You got to be
And and
courageous.
and and that's what makes us men, bro. The type of risks that we take is not the same that women take. That's why when you're in a relationship with a woman that compliments you, it's not a problem. You see what I'm saying, my good brother? It's like
Exactly.
it complements because the concerns are there, but
Exactly.
you take safety measures, right?
Yes, sir.
And you make
And I
sure.
do understand. I understand her pain. I understand my daughter, two of my daughters' pain, both of them. And I look at my son in the eyes and I said, listen, man, you will know when I'm in danger. And right now I'm in none. I'm going out there to see the champion because I
Bro,
just don't want to hear him on the phone. I want to meet him in person.
that's right.
And that day, I'm
And
glad I did because we was on the bench and you take out
hey,
your notebook and you draw that zero.
hey, since then you've been to Jamaica once or twice.
Yo, listen to me. I'm glad you say that. You know what's approaching?
What's that?
I'm about to cut the ribbon for the grand opening, the inauguration of my business. Let me say it on TikTok right here. Essential
That's right.
Plaza is about to be open for business in a few weeks.
Look at the fire that's burning. Look at the flames.
Yo,
Point zero,
yo,
ground zero, ground
yes,
zero.
yes. What I've done in 3 months is amazing. Listen, we are allergic to poverty and poorness. We are rich
That's right.
from birth, but we're going to make and take the power that we need. We're not going to ask for it. Let's be billionaire,
You
not even stop
cannot, you
there,
cannot, you
trillionaire.
cannot, you cannot beg for it. You cannot beg for it.
No,
You
take it.
you need to be able to adapt to change, right? Like you, how long has it been taken before you for you to work for this? If it was up to you, you would have wanted this to happen a year ago, right? It's already, but look, now it's happening at the right time. Watch and see how
Without
it
plan.
progresses.
Without plan.
Hey,
I'm
Igboti girl,
already in.
since everybody's turning on their camera, some of y'all might want to turn on your camera. You know what I'm saying, brother
Oh,
Steve?
wow. Look, bro, I'm there talking. I'm there talking, and I was even looking at the phone. I'm looking as far as my eyes can see. And I just look on the phone and I see all these beautiful people. Greetings, everyone.
Igboti girl,
Hi,
Wow,
hi,
y'all are so
Ohio,
Steve. How are
beautiful.
you?
I'm so
Ohio,
excited, man. I'm so let
What's
me
up?
stop. Let me stop. Let me let somebody else speak, man. You know what I mean? Oh,
Ohio,
before
oh,
What's
Ohio.
up, Bakanda?
Are you going
What's
to
up?
turn on your camera, Ohio?
No, no, I'm not turning it right now.
Oh, it's Nigeria girls. Hey, this one. Okay, okay.
yeah, so let me
I
say
won't,
this
I won't,
before I
I
let
won't let,
somebody
I
else.
won't let brother Steve and I dominate. You sisters, go ahead before I run out of energy. What you guys got? Just hang on, brother Steve. We'll go along.
Yes,
Sweet
sir.
cookie.
Hey, hey, Bakanga, man. Anytime I come to your show, my cheek butt always just goes up on its own. Like I can't keep it down. It doesn't just work. Like I'm so happy. Like it feels like I'm getting the value of money out of just listening. Now I know it's very expensive in Nigeria to get data, but sometimes I tell people like I rather go hungry, like for some period of time, because by the way, I'm kind of trying to lose weight in the process, so I might as well buy data and be on TikTok, watch people that are very, very um value adding. So yeah, it's so beautiful anytime I come to your show. Yeah, it is. I learn a lot. Now, apart from the fact that we were here trying to change the narrative of the God factor, I also learn a lot from your kind of person. Now, I know I deconstructed, but it's not too long ago. And it's just that a lot of persons or Christians see you like, okay, you're deconstructing from God. Your life is not even as if you're better than us, so we are not living our God. So I get this all the time. They want to make me feel like, okay, I am not there yet. Do you get? I'm not even whatsoever I'm claiming. It's not still working. So whenever I come to your show, I feel like
Take
I
take
made
that take that small take 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 that small change and go and put data. Okay, put data on your phone in Nigeria. That should
This
be
is the
enough.
first time somebody has given. Oh my God, Bakanga,
I
really?
did. I did.
Oh,
You say it's expensive in Nigeria to put data, right? And you're always watching my show. So the least I can do, that wasn't even much. That's like $30. But $30 in
no,
Nigerian
that's
naira,
now this
that's
is
good
what this
money.
is. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So that's so sweet. This is the first time I've been gifted. Like I come on this app not because I want to be gifted. I come on this app
Go
because
and put
I
data.
love things like this.
Go
Oh,
and go
thank you,
and
Bakanga.
go and put data.
But it's
It's
it,
okay.
it, 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 it's so lovely to be here all the time. And I don't know if you see me on the comment section, I'm always this person that is kind of
I
holding
know.
the fort.
I
There are
see you.
people that want to bash you. I'm like trying to, if I see a woman wants to love you, I'm like, please don't love him too much. I love him more. So I'm kind of that
You're
kind of girl.
tripping.
I'm just behind the scene. But I automatically gain a lot when you talk like I'm so attracted with what's here. And my brain, I know I'm there, but it's not there yet. I need to learn as much as I can so that I can be able to educate properly. So it's so beautiful. I cannot be here. I can't imagine myself not be. Do you know? I just woke up and I knew I slept off on your show. I had to open my eyes a bit to off my data so it doesn't run out. Then I woke up and I saw Bakanga is still here. You are so resilient. Jeez.
I
If
have
I
a
have half
goal.
of the strength you have,
I have a
I'm going to
goal.
change my government in Nigeria if I have.
I have a goal that requires me to invest more than just money, and it requires to invest time. Time is our most precious commodity, right? So you can
Oh
know
no, no, no.
what a person's goal is based on how they invest their time. And in
Wow.
the last 3 years, I've probably invested three-quarters of my time to doing what I'm doing on TikTok. It's a foundation that is necessary
I,
for me
I
to
think
accomplish my
I
broader
think people
goal.
will keep flocking into this live because it's not something you're even stressing to do, like impacting knowledge, because people come here, they don't just actually understand what this show is all about. They just want to tell you that there is God and you should keep quiet. And they don't understand that for a person to have such strength and such will, even if you're even see, to me, even if I feel you're saying nonsense, even if I feel whatever you're saying is a lie, just because of how passionate and how strong-willed you are, I would rather follow you than follow a God that I haven't seen, that is not consistent in all his ways. So even if I'm going to hell following you, I will just gladly be going.
I am armed
Do
with
you get?
an unshakable truth. I'm armed. I really I am armed, and I am a
It,
master of
it's
all the weapons that
beautiful.
I wield.
It's so
So
beautiful.
I don't really need you don't need too much effort to be yourself. You see, when you're doing
Yeah,
something that's natural to you, especially when you're functioning from a position of truth, unapologetically, when you don't have to lie, when you don't have to scheme, when you don't have to be deceitful, you find a type of strength that you don't even know where it comes from, right? Like I've been sitting on this
yeah,
chair for 8 hours, almost 9 hours now, right? I probably got up twice.
yeah.
And honestly,
Wow.
I'm fatigued, mostly in my body, but not even mentally.
Oh, you don't look it. How do you do that? Wait, okay. I saw you doing something all throughout the last live last night, I'm like, could it be what is giving Bakanga the strength to be on his life? Because there has to be something. I will be tired. I'll be so tired that I will have to sleep and come back again. But you,
What did you see me doing?
I don't know if it's okay for me to say it on TikTok.
Say it. Say
Like,
it. Say it.
I was thinking you were vaping, and every time
I
I
am
come to your
vaping.
show,
I am vaping.
okay, could we say that that's transmitting to the strength you
Yeah.
are? Because
Yeah.
see,
It's nicotine free, so it's like it's just smoke.
wow, wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to wear my pants. Sorry, I'm so excited to be here.
I rebuke you in Jesus' name.
Amen,
Man. Iboti girl, what you got? Iboti girl. Let's hear from Iboti girl.
Okay, so man, I've been listening to you for a while, and I am so happy. You know, it gives me great joy um to see you deconstruct this religion that has put us in bondage for God knows how long. You know, it just feels good to see that you're not the only one thinking what you're thinking. You know, and
And that's
one
much encouragement to me to know that I'm not the only one that thinks the way I think, right? And sometimes I
exactly,
feel like I just even have the ability to put in words what a lot of people are thinking. That gives me strength too.
exactly,
It gives me strength to know that
exactly.
I can put in words, manipulate the language in a way that most people are thinking, but they just don't do it.
Exactly. And as you said, it gives you strength, it gives me strength, and I'm sure it also gives other people strength, especially people that are trying to find themselves, right? And also, what I'm also learning from your life is understanding that we don't have to agree on everything
No.
to
Yeah,
work together.
That's
We
why I
don't
get along with certain religious people. I get along with them just
yeah,
fine. Yes.
right? We don't
Yes.
have to agree. You can still be a Christian, you can still be a Muslim or whatever religion you're following, and we can still work together. I am not your
Yes.
enemy. It's just an idea and a philosophy I'm trying to explain to you. Because
Right.
sometimes what happens with our people is that they embody this idea, they embody this philosophy of Christianism or Muslim or whatever, or Islam, and then they think that is who they are. So when you talk about those ideas and when you try to deconstruct those ideas, they get personally attacked. And I'm trying to
exactly,
explain to them that you are not this idea. This
No.
idea is something that has been installed into you when you were born. You were trained and conditioned to believe you're this thing. And I'm telling you, you are not this thing. You are not this thought. You are not this idea.
At the
Because
very least, you're more than that, just that.
yeah,
exactly, exactly. So because if you can distance, I think that is where the painful, that is like where the psychological painful thing comes from, or depression comes. 'Cause when you leave religion, it's a very painful process because you've married yourself into this idea. You think you're this thing, so you're following it. You're doing whatever.
It's
You're
practically a
feeding.
divorce. Yes.
Exactly. It's a divorce and it's a very painful one. You know,
Right.
so when people see themselves as this thing, they want to hold on to it because they think like if without this idea or without this religion, I'm going to die. Right?
Right.
So you become that thing they attack, you become that devil, that demon that has been, said in the Bible, like you will come, the 666 or whatever. So they attack you because they feel like you've come to kill them. And I'm saying you are not this idea. If you're able to stand, if you're able to keep a distance between you and this idea, you become free.
Right.
Like right now, I can go to the mosque. I can go to the church, Catholic church. I used to be a Catholic, okay, and I know what I went through there. I
Right.
can go to any denomination church. I won't feel touched by it. I won't feel carried away by it. I understand. People are practicing what they're practicing, and it is okay. They are doing it from what they understand, but you are not this idea. Because what happened is sometimes our people identify themselves as these things. So when they come on here, they're so, you see how energetic they are. They're ready to fight, cause, kill, And I promise you, if you are in the presence right there, somebody is willing to take out the knife and slit your throat
Yes.
because they are so hot. They're like, it's boiling their blood. They're like, how dare you? How dare you attack my God? I'm like, you are not this idea, you know? And that is why I'm so happy when I come to your life. I'm like, yeah, here it goes again. Here it goes again. One step, we keep punching that wall till that wall breaks down. And
Wakanga.
what I want to add to that before I start, because sometimes I get carried away talking, is to understand that regardless of everything, we are one. I love my Christian brothers and sisters. I love my Islam brothers and sisters. I don't care what you believe in. We should learn to keep our differences aside and work together. Okay?
Facts. The problems that we're facing is bigger than just our religion, right?
Exactly,
That's right.
exactly.
That's right.
Yes, we have been through some traumatic experience. The enemies have come to our land and they've done abominations, and we are learning, we are recovering. Most of us that are awakened, we are carrying this torchlight and we are not going anywhere. And because of what we know, we understand that our brothers and sisters that are entrapped into these religion affairs, we understand that they're not our problem. And because we can see that, we can work with them regardless of what they believe in. It's okay. It's okay. We're not going to go create another religion and be like, okay, if you don't believe in my idea, then I'm going to attack you. No, because anyone that does that still hasn't understand what's going on. You see,
Oh,
anyone
unfortunately
that
not.
is doing that still doesn't understand. So, regardless of what happens, you're still my brother if you're a Christian. You're still my brother if you're a Muslim. We can still work together. It's fine.
You know the ones who
Even
like to say we're not their brothers, Muslims. Muslims like to say like, "Oh, you're not my brother." I'm like, "What do you mean, bro? Like, you're
yes, sir.
African, right? You're black. You're my brother. Even if you're not even African or black, you're still my brother. We're human,
Yes, sir.
fundamentally. It's for me. It's just something that we need to overcome, and we would overcome with time.
Yes.
And when we come to social media, you need to be on social media with a plan. Don't just be on social media for no reason, y'all. I keep encouraging
Mm,
you. Make something out of social media much more than just your entertainment. Like, socialize your skills, your goal, and if possible, monetize it. Monetize it.
mm,
Like, learn to use social media as a tool to that's much than just entertainment. Because if you
mm.
don't do that, you're gonna be behind in the world. I mean, in the next
Yes.
5 years, 2 to 3, 4, 5, 10 years, we're gonna be competing with AI. You won't even know who's real when you're talking to people on social media. You know,
Yes.
right now, artificial intelligence can do a lot of things. Imagine what we'll be able to do with just few more years of advancement.
Mm.
We have work to do. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Iboti girl, for that insight. I'm
Thank you.
easy. Go straight to your point, bro. Don't take too long. You're not a woman, so I won't let you talk that long. What's up, Easy?
Akanga, how are you?
What's up,
Good
bro?
morning. All I want to say is thank you for helping me wake up.
Bro,
You
you the
helped me.
peace. Bro, you the peace.
I'm just waking up.
Brother, you the piece of that camera. Now, which message you they send now? What kind of message you they send? This guy
Sorry.
want peace. This guy want peace. He was on mute the whole time. You know peace. You only want go peace time where now time when you supposed to dey talk. This guy. Okay, holy peace.
I just want to say thank
I'll
you,
consider
Akanga.
that holy peace. I'll consider that holy peace. And ancestral peace. Go ahead, man.
I just want to tell you thank you for helping me wake up last year. Last year I was into religion with all my heart. But I started watching your show, started having the mind to think for myself. But now I'm free.
And that
I'm
required a
free.
lot of courage and sacrifice, I
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah, I was thinking I would go to hellfire.
The only hellfire is that temperature in Nigeria.
Yes.
That temperature that sweet cookie is having in our room right now, that's the only hellfire there is.
Telling you.
You know.
I've been following you since last year. I was watching your program, but then I slept off. I was wow, you're still awake.
Patience, endurance.
Thank you for the Bakanga.
You're
You're
welcome, my brother.
a blessing to Africans. You're different.
You're welcome, my brother. Thank you so much. At least for
Yeah,
the positive feedback.
yeah. Thank you. I'm going down.
Critical thinker. Anything to add more, brother Steve? Anything to add? I'll go one more round
Yes,
around
yes,
the
yes, sir. So let me say this before I, not gonna say depart, to be continue for each and everybody out there listening to this voice. Do not shortchange yourself for less than 200 years on this earth. You heard what the brother just mentioned about AI, right? We have the
right.
science and the technology. We have all the resources to make our life better. First is the brain. Use your brain. It's yours. You're an individual, even though you're in a relationship with your significant others. Think for yourself. You can change the world. And we are
Indeed.
doing it right now. My
And
good brother,
you don't have to hate anybody in the process. Not another black person,
no,
not white people. You don't need to
no,
hate anybody. Okay,
no.
when we talk about colonization, you don't have to be angry. No, no, you forgive. We, our generation, we forgive. We don't have to forget, but we forgive every evil that was done to us in the past. Right? We don't want to hold on to the anger that slowed our parents down, the hatred, the resentment. Yes, the world might not be systematically built in our favor, but we are resilient and we have endurance. So I'm not on the team where people are hating white people. That's not nah. You need to live with white people. You understand they're just people too. Not all of them are rich. Not all of them have that power. And some of them, they're only raised in an environment where they have certain mentalities. So at the very least, forgive. You understand? A white person is not your enemy unless you have personal beef with someone. If you have personal beef with someone, then it doesn't even matter what their race is. You need to deal with it. But outside of that, you need to be self-centered enough to understand that the responsibility is ours, us as African people, as black people, in the Caribbeans, in South America, in North America, in North, Central, South, West, East Africa, in Australia, in Asia, in Europe. It's our responsibility to take care of each other. Like the Jews. We're criticizing the
Yes,
Jews and
sir.
what they're doing in Palestine. But I bet you Israel is never going to run out of money as long as there's rich Jewish people. As long as there's rich Jewish people, Israel's going to keep getting the money they need because they take care of themselves. And look at how small they are. We are a big ass continent. Can you imagine what would happen if we start taking care of ourselves? Woo!
Yes.
Whoever is thinking of me,
Salute.
stop thinking of me. That's why I'm sneezing. If you're thinking of me, stop thinking of me now.
Oh yes. So let me say this. Let me say this, because I take notes every night when you're on. I take notes, and when I take notes, I write them down and I restore them in my brain. So you said earlier, money is important, but mentality above all. So with that said, unfortunately, I did not come from a rich family where money is concerned. But with my courage, determination, and tenacity, a rich family gonna come from me with the help from you,
Right.
cause I had to get rid of this imaginary God concept out of my brain, and I was 85% there, and I needed you, sir, to come into my life to make it complete as far as that, because it was bothering me. And I have to be honest with myself, I cannot continue to be disingenuous. It was holding me back because I know the type of person I am. But fear, people fear what they don't understand. Let me repeat that. People fear what they do not understand. Conquer your fear, be courageous. Do not ask for power. Go out there and take it, it's yours. So,
Facts.
Mr. Bakanga, you know how I feel about you, man. I'm
Yes,
fucking
sir.
getting goosebumps just mentioning your name.
Yes,
We
sir.
gonna make our ancestors proud, bro. We are doing it right now, man. The blood that run through our vein is theirs. It came
Facts.
from them.
Facts.
Don't
Bakanga, I
look
wanted to
further,
talk
man,
about
than honor
before.
your parents. Honor your parents and listen, man, respect your ancestors. Don't look further than that. Be honest
Facts.
with yourself. There's no God coming to save nobody. He was never there. That's why
Facts.
we are in poverty, man. Come on, let's get it together. Please, people. And like we said, don't hate, man.
Nah, hate is
Go
a
take it.
unnecessary burden.
Go take it, man. Bakanga, listen, man. Thanks again. Hey, beautiful sister, you're amazing. I
Thank you
like your
so
Thank
vibes.
much.
You see
you.
me?
You're
Yeah,
amazing too.
Thank you,
I'm
brother
gonna follow
Steve.
you. And listen,
Oh, I'm gonna
I'm a,
follow
I'm
you
a,
too.
you will never run out of money for data as long as I'm alive. Okay, I got you. Bakanga,
That's
that was
right.
nice of you for
And
what you
brother
did. I
Steve,
got you, sister.
brother
That's so
Steve
sweet
means
of
what
you
he's
to
saying.
say.
And when I say that, you could put my word to it.
That's right. Put the
Yo,
Thank
money to
Bakanga,
it.
you.
listen, man, like we said, we don't throw around this word love often. We only use it once. After that, it's action.
That's right. That's right.
So, we ain't got to say it to each other, brother. We already know what that means.
That's right. Zero.
To me, cause zero, boom,
Zero.
club, yo, zero the best. Yo, me and you
A
sit
lot
down
of
on
people
that
don't
bench that
understand it.
day. Nah, they would never. Yo, sweetheart, you should have been there with us September 16th.
It's okay, brother.
Yo,
They're gonna get their chance. They're gonna get their chance.
zero changed my life. With zero, I have no expectation because I don't want to be disappointed. I cannot get disappointed no more because there's two things that really happen in life. It's either you get disappointed or you're surprised. Who
That's
gonna do
it.
that to you?
That's
People
it.
like yourself. Do not give them that power. Stay at zero. If you're not, just like
That's why on
Bakanga
this
said, the
show,
clock.
most things that happen on this show don't even surprise me. Only one person surprised me today.
Who is it?
He said, the guy that surprised me today said, a basketball is round, right? A basketball court is flat, right? That means that God exists.
Wow.
And I was
Wow.
like, I was laughing, man. I was laughing.
Um,
I was laughing,
wow.
man. I didn't know where his brain was, but that was a funny
Eh,
one. One thing that I do is I like to go back and listen to my live shows. So even when I post it on YouTube, I listen to it myself. And I laugh over and over again, just listening to the conversations that people have with me. And
that's amazing.
very rarely do I listen to my responses to people and then I think to myself, oh, I should have said it differently. It's almost like I always have the perfect response, even when I go back and listen to myself. That's why it's almost like when I'm on here, man, I have so much strength. It's so funny to me. It's almost like I can't think of a single conversation that I could have said anything different. It's just perfect answer, perfect question, perfect scenario, perfect jokes, perfect humor. It's just like, you know what? If you haven't been Bakangalized yet, you might need an exorcism. You might need an exorcism. But thank you so much, brother Steve. I appreciate you, my brother. You stay good. You stay
Bakanga,
strong.
before you go, you were talking about a change earlier when you were talking about you wanted Africa. You had a plan when you were talking to the other sister. You said you had a plan where if you were to have a church, it wouldn't be like a church. Nobody will be called a pastor. You will have a group of people that can change things. Now, that was very interesting to listen, but I had few um misunderstanding with that kind of dream because I think there are most people,
Dream.
even
Which
church
kind of dream?
pastors.
Do you know how easy it
I
is to
mean,
get people together? It's not
with
even
that plan, I
dream.
meant.
Yeah,
So I think most people came out with good intentions. Do you get? But I
right.
think if you don't develop people to come out from the mindset of lack, there's going to be a problem because the mindset of lack is it ruins so much good plan in the sense that let's take for example, you form a good association where people come and they are helping, like when you said maybe in China you have some black people there that are suffering, you people can go and bombard the situation and make it all right. Then you have tier one, tier two of families, people that are supposed to be. What if there are people that are just there just to take? Because when you have people that are only there to take.
That's
You
why.
would
That's why being there involves not just taking, it involves work. So we're there to work, right? There's no reason to go to church if there's no work to do there. So if you're tired, don't even
okay.
come. That's the point. The point is if you're tired, don't come. Because you're not coming there to sit down and sing kumbaya and dance and go and give offering. No. And all giving is going to be anonymous. If I was to make a church, there's no giving that's not anonymous. It's going to be anonymous. And people that lack will be helped based on their ability to work back, right? That's why it's going to be a family system. It will be a system of transparency as far as problems faced. It doesn't mean people cannot have their privacy. People have their privacy. People will obviously be able to work. But you'll be really surprised what it's like when you're in an environment where everybody is working and you're the only one who's not. You'll be motivated to, especially where there's no condemnation, right? And obviously, you'll never have people that work the same. Yeah, some people will be lazier than others. That's okay. That's what family is about, right? In the family, not everybody's sharp. Not everybody's top class. And if you're helping people out because you want something in return, obviously that's the wrong place for you. So it's gonna be based on the listen, one thing you have to understand about church and religion is that it actually exploits the kindness of people's hearts. Some people genuinely want to help. It's just that when systems begin to exploit them, people begin to feel like you're taking advantage of them. But not in a situation where it is 100% voluntary. You don't have to contribute. And if you have problems, we will help you. What we ask is that when we're working, you help us out. If you don't, we're going to call you out. And you're free to stay or you're free to leave. But no one is going to be there trying to indoctrinate you on what to believe or where you're going to go after you die. No, if you have problems, we gather and it will help. That's what church should really be, okay? Church should not be a place where you go and begin to study a book that you should have already read in the last 20 years. No. If you remove the Bible out of every church, the church will become exactly what I'm telling you right now. The solution is simple. Just remove the Bible. Remove the Bible. Let people learn from life lessons. Let people talk about their real life experiences that you can hold them accountable by. And you don't need anybody called pastor that has special anointing. Everybody has anointing. You know what I'm saying? It's a system. Listen, look at white people. When white people do it, we call them secret societies. What do you think secret societies are? Secret societies, let me tell you something. There are groups of people who come. They have the same business goals. They only invest into each other. They only buy from each other. And then they pass down their wealth to their descendants. And then they don't let any stranger come in their midst. That's literally what white people do. That's how they build wealth. That's how they maintain wealth. That's how they sustain society. That's how they sustain community. You come to America, most white societies, most white communities have very high security. They pay high taxes. They can afford to pay the taxes. So they always have police there. They always have police there. And police is there, there is security. There is less crime. There's electricity. There is plumbing. In black communities, well, everyone for themselves, right? Unfortunately. So this is not a matter. Listen, think about it, right? How did our societies used to be? Our society are socialistic, communistic societies in Africa. Our villages were very successful. So we already understand it genetically, how to work together. It's just a matter of application in a modernized system. And it
So
takes
how can
time.
you be able to drive such goal to a people that had already for so many years lived a certain way, like
You you
changing
you
that
you,
mindset?
you appeal to a sense of duty that is greater than greed. So even the most greedy people, if they can overcome their greed and have a sense of duty, which we all have, then it's evident. And anyone who doesn't want to doesn't have to. It doesn't have to, right? Like, honestly, why do most people have jobs? Because they don't have any other source of income. So if what we're doing is guaranteeing income for all of us there, why do we need jobs? Think about it. Most people are slaves to the system. They make barely enough to live and survive. And yet
I am.
they still have nothing greater for themselves. Systems can be made and systems can be broken down and systems can be edited and systems can be adjusted. So I'm thinking at a systemic level, not even at an individual level, systemically. My battle is with systems. My battle is not with, that's why it's not white people. It's a system. You cannot hate people. It's a system. Most white people are born into that system and they're educated into that system. It's not their fault that they don't like you because you don't look like them. Some of them were never given proper education. Some of them don't get a chance to live with you. So it's natural they don't like you, but that's fine. Gorillas don't hang out with lions. They don't like each other anyways. Chimpanzees don't hang out with gorillas. It don't work like that. The chimpanzee
Somebody
doesn't
is
blame the
asking
gorilla for
how
taking his
come you look
territory.
tired but you don't sound tired.
Because my body is tired, but my mind is working.
That is what busts my brain.
My head is working because I'm not speaking words that I haven't. Listen, I spend a lot of time by myself on purpose, honestly, because for the early years of my life, I used to be very social, doing a lot of things. But in the last 2 years, I've decided to take some time. Like, it don't matter. You can invest 5 years for just yourself, especially if you're doing it intentionally. If you spend quality time with yourself, you'll be surprised at things you can think of.
Hmm.
I'm gonna give everybody here a homework, okay?
Please.
Take a pen and a paper. I heard this. Somebody said this, and I thought it was very effective, and I should share this. Take a pen and a
Okay.
paper, right? And write down your goals for the next 5 years.
Okay. Goals for the next 5 years.
Take a pen and paper and write 10 goals that you would like to accomplish in the next 5 years. 10 goals. Then I want you to look at those goals and you should classify them based on which one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then look at all those goals and pick the one goal that you know that out of all these other goals, for sure, this is the one goal that I'm going to make come true. Then
Please say
take
that
that.
again.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. Take a piece of paper and write 10 goals that you want to accomplish in the next 5 years, right? Then I want you to go through all those 10 goals and pick the one goal that if all of the other goals fail, the one goal that you know for sure you will not fail on that one. And then take a brand new piece of paper and write that one goal. Throw away the old piece of paper. That one goal, that's your goal for 5 years. Now you put down a plan, how you're going to execute it. So I'm going to repeat again. You start with 10 goals. You write 10 goals on a piece of paper, right? 10 goals. Realistic goals, not wishing, not wish. No, based on your resources, based on what you can do, based on what you're willing to do. You want to start a business. You want to go to school and get a degree. You want to get married. You want to make friends. You want to succeed on online business. You want to deconstruct from religion. 10 goals. Then go through all those 10 goals and pick one. The one that you think is the most possible out of all those 10. Take that paper and throw away. Then take a brand new piece of paper and write that one goal. And then make a plan. Write down your plan detailedly, how you accomplish that one goal. It's almost impossible that you will not accomplish that goal in 5 years. So if your goal is to become a millionaire, write it down. If that's the most realistic goal. And then go step by step. Don't miss any step. I need to work this many hours to save $50,000. Once I've saved $50,000, I will start this business. Once I start this business, I will employ this much. I will do this much. You go step by step by step by step. That's how you prioritize. That's how you organize. Your life has to be systemic. You cannot live your life up to wishing and hoping when you can literally plan 10 goals. 10 goals on a piece of paper. All those goals should all be things that are possible. Then you pick one out of those 10 goals and you write it at the top of your paper, or of a new paper, and then you execute that. If you can accomplish that goal in 5 years, then after 5 years, you write down 10 more goals. Then you pick 5 of those goals that you can accomplish in 5 years and you execute. You want to become a millionaire? That's how you're going to become a millionaire. If your goal is I'm going to go to work every day, you might as well go to work every day for the rest of your life. You understand? And any goal that you want to accomplish requires you invest time. So if you're going to a job and your job is not your goal, you don't even have time to invest on your real goal. You remain poor forever. You remain miserable forever, okay? See this TikTok thing? Don't underestimate what I'm doing on TikTok, y'all. 10 years from now, when you see Bakanga, your jaws will drop. That's why I say a lot of goals that I want to accomplish on the internet. Because for me, you guys will get an opportunity to hold me accountable. If I haven't accomplished this thing that I've said in a given amount of time, you can be like, oh, you used to say this, you haven't done it. So this is accountability. Keeping your goals a secret, there's no way and no one to hold you accountable. You know what I'm saying? People hold you accountable when you say you're going to do something. And if you don't do it, people will question why you didn't do it. So you have a choice. You either get it done or you're a failure. Period. Period. And if you fail and you're weak, you're going to give up. But if you have courage, you will get back up and you will start again and you will accomplish that goal. One step at a time. Failure is to be expected. Delays are to be expected. Unforeseen circumstances are to be expected. But you must have enough courage, enough confidence within yourself to get it done. People who keep quiet don't get anything done. People who keep quiet about what they want to do don't get anything done. The reason why you should say the things you want to do is for accountability purposes. People who don't get held accountable. Listen, let me tell you something, okay? If I said to you that I'm going to do something and I get it done, you know what happens? That means I don't have to humble myself. I walk with pride because I lived up to my word. People who don't tell you what they want to do, when they accomplish something little, they begin to act with false humility. You know what I'm saying? It's like politicians. It works almost the same as politicians, right? To be elected into office, you have to let people know what you want to accomplish. Especially if you need the help of the people. We are all politicians. Everybody listening to me right now is a politician. You have policies that govern your life. You have policies that govern your mentality. The people around you that you expect them to help you, they need to know the policies that govern your mentality. And if you cannot live up to it, you need to examine yourself. You need to examine yourself. Speaking out loud what you want to accomplish or what you're doing or what you want to do is for the purposes of accountability. Never trust the person who doesn't tell you their goal, because their goal might be to enslave you. Their goal might be to scam you. Their goal might be to steal from you. Yeah? So think about what you have to say before you say it. It's not about keeping quiet. It's about picking and choosing your words. It's about picking and choosing your words. Don't be a mute. I often say this. Sometimes people are quiet because they have nothing to say. Sometimes people are just quiet, not because they're smart, because they have nothing to say. And it's okay if you ain't got shit to say. You know what I'm saying? Because listen, some things should be secrets. I'm not saying not to have secrets, okay? Like some things should be secrets. But if what you're trying to accomplish involves people, don't ever keep them in the dark. If what you're trying to accomplish involves people helping you, don't keep your vision hidden. Don't keep your long-term goals hidden. Share your vision. Sometimes you might have a vision, but you don't have the means. And by sharing it, you find the people that will sponsor the means. That's how some of your brains don't work. Some people have the means, but they don't have the goals. Some people have the means, but they don't have the vision. So if you're intending to accomplish something that it requires teamwork, some people have the skill, but they don't have any projects. You have a project, and somebody has a skill. You were meant for each other. But how would they ever know if you don't let them know? So yeah, you can keep quiet like a mute and work in secret, and whatever you accomplish, you will never be satisfied with. Some people make their money. Listen, some people think that Donald Trump is arrogant. Donald Trump is not arrogant. Donald Trump is a person who does what he says he will do. And even if he fails, he keeps doing it. You might not like him, but he demonstrates what it means to be resilient. You understand? If the wicked can be resilient, if the bad people can be resilient, why you give people all shut up and being lazy? Some people don't share what they want to do because they are afraid for you to tell them that, oh, why didn't you do what you said you were going to do?
Yeah, true.
Sweet cookie,
So
you have been sweet like a chocolate chip cookie. Thank you so much for your time, okay?
thank
I
you so
appreciate
much,
you.
Basanga. Thank you, Steve. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
everyone. Thank you for the gift you gave me. I really appreciate it. I won't
Like I
forget.
said, go and buy data,
Thank you.
or you can go and buy water. Because in Nigeria,
I'll
you
go
even
and
have to
buy
buy
fan.
water.
Nigeria is
Well,
too hot.
yes, go and buy fan, buy something. Thank you, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Yes.
welcome. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, as it sits right now, I know some of you want to come back, come on, but it's okay. It's time for me to go. I've been online for exactly 9 hours and 30 minutes. I literally put on a 10-hour shift today. And this video was all recorded. So I'm going to post it on the internet. You can go check it out on my YouTube. Yeah? 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 If you don't know where my YouTube is at, you can check on my page. Check on my on my page, on my TikTok page. The link is in the description. Yeah? Yeah, everybody, yeah? Those of you who have been here for the entire time, you are warriors. You are beasts. You are unbelievable. You are unbelievable. Yeah, at some point I'm going to do a podcast that is not on TikTok. It's not the time yet. Precious, I see your disguise. Yeah, Precious, I see your disguise. I see your disguise. You think I don't see you? I see you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bakanga is out.